Chapter 85, William's Dilemma. Meetings and partings were both important cycles of life. 2 days had passed and it was now time for Est and his entourage to return to the capital of the Helen Kingdom. William, James, and Ella stood beside their carriage at the northern gate of Lant. "Thank you for your hospitality," Est said with a sad smile. "I wish I could stay longer, but I have important matters to attend to at the capital." "Don't be sad," William replied as he held Est's hand. "We're not parting forever. You can send me letters when you get back to the capital. Isn't that why Grandpa prepared a messenger hawk for you? Even if it's the capital, the hawk will always find its way back to Lant." Est nodded his head and faced the Lord of Lant. "James, thank you for the messenger hawk, Lord Ainsworth. If I get the opportunity, I will return to visit Lant." "We will be waiting," James chuckled as he patted Est's shoulder. "You and your entourage are always welcome here in Lant. Isaac, take care of Est," William said as he shook Isaac's hand. "It is my duty to serve the young master," Isaac replied. "If you have time, visit us in the capital." William nodded his head and shook hands with Herman and Nana. He completely ignored Ian, which made the latter look at him in disdain. Seeing that William was hell-bent on ignoring him, Ian decided to take a step back and compliment him. "You are a good cook. The dishes you made were the most delicious foods that I tasted in my life. If you need to find a job, just visit the young master's residence in the capital. You will be paid generously to be our chief cook." "Me, a chief cook? Sorry, but I only want to cook for beautiful girls," William raised his chin arrogantly. "If you were a beautiful girl then I might have considered it. However, since you're not then you can only eat my cooking in your dreams." "So, if I was a girl, you would cook for me?" Ian asked. "If you were a beautiful girl then I will cook for you." William nodded his head. "Why, you plan to change your gender?" William crossed his arms over his chest and looked at Ian from head to toe. "Well, since you're not half bad looking, maybe you can really become a beauty if you turned into a girl. However, since that's not happening then don't even think about mooching off my cooking." "How about me?" Est inquired. "Will you cook for me if I asked?" "Of course," William replied in a heartbeat. "You're my friend, so it's only normal for me to let you have a taste. As for this snot-nosed pansy, he can just go ahead and suck an egg." "Who are you calling snot-nosed pansy?" Ian lunged at William. The two boys wrestled on the ground until their clothes were covered in dirt. Everyone pretended that they didn't know them and moved near the carriage. Without your magic, you're no match for me," Ian said in a triumphant manner as he sat on William's back. "Just you wait until my power returns to me, I will let you know your place." William struggled to stand, but Ian had pinned him securely on the ground. Est lightly cleared his throat and Ian released William from his hold. The snot-nosed pansy returned to Est's side with a smug expression as he looked at the pitiful shepherd who was busy dusting his clothes. "See you later, William," Est waved his hand as he entered the carriage. "Yes, see you later." William smiled as he waved back. Nana, Isaac, and Ian boarded the carriage. Herman, on the other hand, gave William and Est a respectful bow before sitting in the coachman's seat. "Let's meet again at the capital, little Will." Herman winked at him as he urged the horses to move forward. "Mama Ella." William mounted Ella's back and the two ran after the carriage. James watched all of this with a satisfied expression as he placed his hand behind his back. "Don't forget about me, okay?" Est pleaded as he looked at William from the carriage window. "How can I forget you?" William grinned. "You still owe me for saving your life. You better prepare the payment for the next time we see each other." Est smiled and nodded his head. William and Ella followed the carriage until they reached the border of Lant. With a final wave of his hand, he bid his newfound friends goodbye as they journeyed back to the capital of the Helen Kingdom. After dinner, William went to see his master and told her everything that happened during his journey to the Holy Temple. Although Celine had already heard the simplified version of the story, she wanted to know the full details of the battle. The difficulty of the quest was truly hard. Celine had to admit that William had a close call when he fought against the Terror Hand. Even if Celine swapped places with William, the chances of victory were slim. The Cyclops only had one weakness and that was holy magic. Even if Celine used her ultimate move, Finger of Death, the chances of killing the Cyclops was almost non-existent. It was truly a miracle that two children with different powers, one holy, and one dark, were in the right place at the right time. If either one of them were not present inside the Trial of Courage then it would have been a suicide mission instead of a trial. "What are your plans now?" Celine asked. She wanted to know how her disciple would act in this time now that he was at his weakest state. The battle against Kingsley taught me that I can't always rely on magic to fight against strong opponents, William answered. I need to build my foundation and learn from scratch. Celine was satisfied with William's answer, so she decided to end their meeting and allow William to think about which method he wanted to use in order to acquire martial techniques on which to build his foundation. She could tell that William already had a plan in mind, so it would only be a bother if she tried to spoon-feed him at this point in time. Celine was right. William already had a plan in mind and he immediately put it into action. After saying goodbye to his master, William headed to the goat pen that was just outside his master's manor. Kronos, Aslan, and the rest of the goats were already waiting for him. They had already properly rested and were looking forward to their dungeon expedition. System, change my subclass to Disciple of Thunder, William ordered. Subclass has been successfully changed. Should I also pool all experience points to this job class? Experience settings have been updated. Thank you. After thanking the system, William looked at his herd with a smile on his face. Are all of you ready? Good. William nodded his head and activated the ring on his finger. Gate open. A few seconds passed, but nothing happened. William looked at his surroundings in surprise. I think I'm getting rusty. Okay, this time is the real deal. Gate open. William raised his hand as he tried to activate the Ring of Conquest. However, the ring remained dormant. System, what is going on? William asked anxiously. Why is the ring not working? Did it get damaged during the battle against the Cyclops? Host, please, wait a minute as I troubleshoot the problem. Identifying the root of the problem. Finding the root problem successful. William looked at the notifications with an anxious expression. He hoped that the system would find the problem and offer him a solution on how to fix it. To answer the host's question, there is no problem with the Ring of Conquest. It was undamaged during the fight against the Cyclops. No problem. Then how come I can't activate it? William asked. Host, did you forget? You are unable to use your mana. It is disabled right now. The Ring of Conquest can only be activated by using magic power. Since the host is unable to use even a drop of magic, the ring will not be able to take you to the Goblin Crypt. William swayed on his feet. He felt like fainting when he heard the system's report. If not for Ella supporting his body, he might have already collapsed on the ground due to the bad news he had just received. The Goblin Crypt was his main source of experience points. If he couldn't enter the dungeon, then what was he supposed to do to level up his job classes? Chapter 86. The Last Nail in the Coffin. System, is there really no other way? William asked. His heart was currently aching from the consecutive disappointments that he had encountered since his magic power had been sealed. Well, it's not like there isn't a way, but I'm not sure if it's going to work. Anything will do. Just make the ring work. Host, even if we do succeed in activating the Ring of Conquest, the default setting of the Goblin Crypt might get affected. Are you sure you wish to continue? What do you mean when you say that the default setting of the Goblin Crypt might get affected? William inquired. Is there even a default setting for the Goblin Crypt? The Ring of Conquest is a unique item that was forged by using the fires of the demonic lands and metal that came from another world. The techniques that were used in crafting it don't belong to this world. In order to make the ring work in this realm, it had to adhere to the laws of this world. System, can you simplify things in layman's terms? Host, in short, even if you managed to enter the Goblin Crypt, it might become bugged. William contemplated, but still decided to go ahead with the forceful activation of the Ring of Conquest. Even if it's bugged, go ahead and activate the ring. This is an order. Understood. Accepting the order, borrowing the powers of the three divinities present inside the host's soul. Congratulations. You are now able to activate the Ring of Conquest bugged version. Bugged version, William muttered. Well, as long as it's usable then it's fine. System, are you sure that the ring is now usable? Yes, the ring is usable, but the settings of the dungeon might have changed. Host, please prepare yourself for the worst. Don't raise any flags, just don't blame me later if anything happens. William breathed deeply in order to compose himself. He knew that the system was doing its best to help him, and he was truly thankful for its help. The only problem was that its ominous warning was giving him a feeling of restlessness. It's of no use worrying about this stuff, William thought as he clenched his fist. Gate open. A blinding flash of light enveloped everyone inside the goatshed. When William regained his vision, he found himself on the 11th floor of the Goblin Crypt. Good, it worked. William pumped his fist. He then immediately checked his herd to see if everyone had arrived safely. Is everyone here? Me. Okay, let's do a head count. The goats counted one by one and William was relieved that everyone was present. Mama Ella, do you feel anything weird? Ella pondered for a while before shaking her head. How about you guys? Do you feel anything strange? Kronos, Aslan, and the other goats also shook their heads. William looked at them seriously as he gave out his instruction. There might be some changes inside the dungeon. Do not act recklessly and always follow your team leaders. Do I make myself clear? Okay, let's go. 5 minutes later. Express. Gained. 2. William looked at the notifications appearing on his screen. For a moment, he thought that his eyes were playing tricks with him. However, the consecutive notifications proved that everything he was seeing was real. Are you for real? William rubbed his eyes. Seeing that the numbers didn't change after rubbing his eyes, he immediately cursed inwardly. Damn, it is real. The goats were not able to see the notifications like William. They were busy fighting against the hobgoblins in front of them using their teamwork. After the group vanquished their foes, William immediately ordered them to rush towards the 14th floor. He wanted to know if all the floors had been affected by this bug. Along the way, he discovered that the monster population inside the dungeon was denser than normal. It was as if the spawn rate of the dungeon had increased by 4 to 5 times the normal spawn rate. If this was during the time when the ring was still working perfectly, William would have laughed out loud because more monsters means more experience points. However, right now, he didn't find the situation funny. Even if the number of monsters increased, so what? It wouldn't change the fact that the experience points he would gain from killing them was terrible. 10 minutes later, William watched as the hobgoblin shaman disappeared into particles of light after being defeated by Aslan and his team. The red-headed boy's eyes became as dead as a fish when saw the notification that appeared in front of him. Express gained. 10. It's over, William thought as his suspicions were confirmed. The Ring of Conquest was working like it used to. However, the bug had affected the amount of experience points that could be gained inside the Goblin Crypt. William had been used to seeing experience points in the hundreds, but now, it didn't even exceed the number 10. The red-headed boy gritted his teeth as he ordered his herd to go to the 18th floor. William wasn't in the mood to farm experience points and led the goats to the stairs leading to the unexplored floor. However, on the stairs that led to the 18th floor, a barrier blocked his way. The goats tried to forcefully break it by using everything in their arsenal. Even Ella stepped in to help destroy the barrier, but it was all in vain. The barrier stood without a scratch as if mocking their forceful attempts to bypass the law of the dungeon. Enough, William ordered with a sigh. Let's go back. I need to think things through. William activated the Ring of Conquest and left the dungeon with his herd. The first thing he did when they returned to the real world was to get some fresh air. He went outside the goat shed while dragging a stack of hay. The red-headed boy laid down on top of it as he looked up in the heavens. While gazing at the countless stars that were shining in the sky, William finally regained his calm. Although he didn't show it, he felt really frustrated at the setbacks that he had encountered as of late. The loss of his magic power had crippled him in more ways than he imagined and he was struggling to accept his new reality. It was at that moment when he felt something wet touch the side of his face. Mama Ella. William pulled his mama close to him as he buried his face in her neck. Ella felt something wet and warm soak her coat. Not long after, she heard William's choked sobs as his body shuddered from time to time. William had been bottling up the pain and frustration of his loss deep inside his heart. He thought that he would be able to endure it all, but the helplessness he felt inside the Goblin Crypt drove the last nail into the coffin. The negative feelings that he had been holding back inside his heart flowed like a raging river. The floodgates that had been holding it back had burst open and William's tears fell like rain. He felt despair. He felt helplessness, and most of all, he felt that he had lost all hope. Since he was someone who had been reincarnated in a new world, William hadn't had the chance to act his age. He was an 18-year-old boy stuck inside the body of a 10-year-old. Everyone said that he was mature for his age, but the truth was, he was still a kid at heart. He was not an adult. When he died, he was just a teenager that was suffering from a terminal disease. A teenager that had made a deal with the hospital director to donate his heart at the time of his death. William did his best to live his second life to the fullest. He gave it everything, challenged anything. With 3 divinities, and a system that guaranteed that he would stand above the rest, William would be lying if he said that he didn't feel special. He would be lying if he said that he wasn't a chosen one. After receiving so many blessings, and a cheat that broke the balance of the world, how could he possibly fail? Yet, here he was, crying his heart out, like a child who had lost his favorite toy. Ella closed her eyes and allowed William to vent out his pent-up feelings. William rarely cried. He cried when Ella almost died inside the dungeon. He cried when Celine made him her slave, and he cried more when they were being tortured with curses that almost drove him insane. Ella didn't know how long William cried that night. When she felt his body become lax, Ella instinctively knew that her baby had cried himself to sleep. She then helped him lay down in a more comfortable position, before looking for another stack of hay. Ella pushed the stack of hay beside the sleeping boy and laid down on top of it. She moved her body closer to her baby, and the latter instinctively positioned himself within her soft embrace. William's second mother looked down on her son with a gentle gaze. She only hoped for William to be happy. Ella knew that William was currently feeling frustrated, but she believed that he would be able to overcome this hurdle. After all, she was the one that raised him. She knew more than anyone else how amazing her little baby could be when he became serious. Chapter 87. Rankings and Professions Part 1. When William opened his eyes, he found himself buried within Ella's embrace. He felt so comfortable and warm that he didn't feel like getting up. Since that was the case, he decided to start the day like he always did. Every day since he had arrived in Lant, he never failed to drink his mama's milk. It had already become a habit. After having his fill, Ella licked the side of his face like she always did to bid him a good morning. "Good morning, Mama." William kissed the side of Ella's face as he reluctantly sat up. He then raised his hands, to do a bit of stretching, before looking at the sunrise that was slowly basking the land with its light. After crying for an entire night, William felt lighter. Although the problem he was facing was still there, it didn't feel as heavy as it used to. William bid Ella goodbye as he entered his master's house. As her disciple, Celine had tasked the red-headed boy to do the house chores and cook for her. William didn't mind because he was used to doing these kinds of things. Back in the orphanage, he would also wake up early to help in the kitchen. He would assist the aunties in cooking breakfast for his little brothers and sisters because they were short-handed. An hour later, Celine lazily came down the stairs and plopped herself in a chair at the dining table. The smell of William's cooking had woken her up from her sleep. "Breakfast will be ready in 5 minutes, master." Celine watched William as he busied himself in the kitchen. When she had just taken him as her disciple, she decided to ask him to cook for her because she was feeling lazy. She never thought that William's cooking was on such a high level. Since then, William had officially become her personal cook. The food that William made were dishes he was familiar with back on Earth. Although he was lacking in ingredients like soy sauce, vinegar, and other condiments, he was still able to bring out the delicious flavors on the food. Celine was even tempted to find an artifact that would help William gain a cooking job class. Her thoughts were quite simple. If William could already make something this delicious, wouldn't it become more delicious if he got some skills that would boost his culinary skills? Unfortunately, there was no such artifact in Lant, so Celine had to put her dreams of turning her disciple into a professional chef that would cook exclusively for her on hold. 5 minutes later, the table was filled with the dishes that William had cooked. Our breakfast for today is William's special fried rice, William's pancakes, William's sunny side up, William's sandwiches, and William's honey-cured bacon, William said with a smile. "Master, what kind of accompanying drinks would you like to have? Coffee or tea?" "Just plain water will do," Celine replied as she piled up some bacon and eggs on her plate. Unlike other people, Celine liked to eat meat during breakfast. William nodded his head and fetched a glass and pitcher of water for Celine. After making sure that she had everything that she needed, William sat on his chair and began to eat as well. The two ate their meal in peace because Celine didn't like to talk while eating. When they finished their breakfast, Celine went back upstairs, while William cleaned up the table and washed the dishes. When his chores were done, he returned to the goat shed and took the goats to the river to take a bath. As he floated on the water, William thought of the things that he must do for the day. His first priority was to find a way to increase his job levels. William had already decided to brush up on his martial skills and focus on the basic job classes like swordsman, archer, spearman, monk, and fighter. Among the non-magic job classes, these 5 professions were the foundations of all martial arts in the southern continent. The battle against Kingsley made William realize that he was lacking in battle techniques. The battle style he had been using had evolved in fighting against monsters. However, fighting against humans was trickier. They were more intelligent and their means of fighting was vastly different from wild beasts. System, can you tell me how the people of this world become stronger? William asked. To answer the host's question, would you like the simplified version or the detailed version? The simplified version, please. There are 2 ways on how people grow stronger in this world. One is through cultivation, the other through repetition. In the path of cultivation, the way to get stronger is to gather as many resources as you can. Host, do you know that everyone born in this world had a talent grade? Yes, William replied. Talent grades are E, D, C, B, A, S, and perfect grade. Correct. I will be giving an example first. For a magician, the fastest way to raise their magic power is to use magic crystals. The power rankings of magicians are called circles. The lowest is the first circle, while the highest is the 10th circle. Each circle has 10 stages. Only after the magician has managed to break through to the 10th stage would they advance to a higher circle. Host, are you following me? So far, yes, William replied. Bring on the info dump. A.N. Kekaki. The lowest talent grade E allows a magician to reach up to the peak of the first circle. Unless they find a way to raise their grade, they wouldn't be able to advance to the second circle for the rest of their lives. Grade D talent allows the magician to break through up to the second circle. Grade C talent allows them to break through to the third circle. Grade B talent is a little different because it allows them to break through up to the 5th circle. Grade A gives them a chance to break through the 7th circle, while S allows them to reach up to the 9th circle. As for perfect grade talent allows them to break through to the 10th circle. Wow, doesn't that make my ex-fiancée a lucky girl? William thought. Of course, the speed of breaking through the ranks will depend on resources. If you have a steady supply of high-grade magic crystals, then becoming a top-tier magician is within reach. Sadly, not everyone has this opportunity. Only the members of royal families, the nobility, and sects who have vast resources have the ability to groom future archmages and archons. Where do you get magic crystals? William asked. Magic crystals are mined from the earth. Some of these mines appear near ley lines where magic and spirit power are concentrated. Now, let's talk about the basic job classes like swordsmen and archers. These job classes can also grow through cultivation, but they rely more on repetition. An archer will only become an expert if they practice shooting their arrows every day. As their experience accumulates, they also gain skills. These skills gain a level or improve the more the archer uses them. It is similar to gaining a higher proficiency as you master a skill or technique. Most martial classes get stronger in this manner. The same could be said for the swordsman. In order to become an expert, they needed to continuously hone their techniques and gain experience through battle in order to become stronger. Cultivation is more like a secondary support to them to make their bodies stronger. Unlike magicians, swordsmen and the other martial classes doesn't rely on magic crystals in order to strengthen their bodies. They rely on beast cores that are taken from the monsters that they have slain. Beast cores. William remembered the 2 millennial grade beast cores in his possession after slaying the thunder-horned wolf and Terrorhand. The power rankings for martial classes are different from magicians. Their ranks are measured by the Adventurers Guild, Hunters Guild, and other corresponding organizations, like the Holy Temples, scattered around the continent. The rankings for the martial classes are copper, bronze, silver, gold, platinum, mithril, adamantium, black, and saint. How do they determine the rankings? William asked. Do they increase their rank if they finish missions like the ones in games? Yes and no. Unlike magicians who have a proper measuring tool to check their magic power, the power level of martial classes varies from individual to individual. Just like the host, those who specialize in martial skills are able to upgrade their profession once they meet its requirement. For example, an archer could choose to become a ranger, hunter, or a sniper. In order to do so, they must undergo a trial in a temple like what the host experienced in the Pantheon of Courage. Only by succeeding will they be able to upgrade their professions. An archer of the gold rank would always be inferior to a sniper or ranger of the same rank. Host, do you know why this happens? Is it because of skills? Yes. Also, once a person decides to upgrade their profession, they have the option to choose a deity to follow. For example, a ranger that worship a deity would gain additional boost to their strength. They could either worship the god of the hunt, god of marksmanship, god of nature, and other gods that align with their profession. Each god has different blessings and specialties. So temples are also used as places to change someone's profession. Yes, some temples only worship a specific god, while others allow the worship of multiple gods. This is why there are several temples scattered not only in the Helen Kingdom, but in all continents of the world. However, there are some individuals that also chose not to worship any gods, and just advance their rank as they see fit. William wanted to know more about the world, so he decided to learn more information from the system. He believed that understanding how the professions work in this world would allow him to gain some insights on the path he had to choose. Chapter 88. Rankings and Professions Part 2. Okay, so martial job classes get stronger by repetition and cultivation. Can I also become proficient in a job class if I train myself like shooting arrows at a target? William asked. It's possible. If the host practice shooting arrows, then your shooting proficiency will increase. However, it would be much easier if the host just acquired the shooting proficiency skill. This is the difference between the host and other people. What others need to train for years, the host can easily learn in half a day. Isn't that cheating? Host, you have been cheating since day one. It's not cheating, it's called plot progression. Sure, whatever you say. Okay, let's go back a bit, William said as he tried to change the subject. You said martial job classes can get stronger by using beast cores. Can I also use them? Really? Definitely. If the host were to choose to consume the millennial grade beast core that you received from the Terror Hand, you will instantly gain 2 million experience points. If you choose to consume the millennial grade beast core from the Thunderhorned Wolf, you will get 1.2 million experience points. This is it. William became excited at the prospect of using beast cores to level up his job classes. Right now, he had 2 millennial grade beast cores in his possession. If he used it, he could easily raise his Disciple of Thunder to its max level. Can I use any kind of beast core? William was planning to ask his grandpa to help him find or purchase beast cores to level up his job classes. Yes, however, there is a restriction. Host can only consume the beast cores that you had personally acquired. The system will not accept beast cores that have been outsourced from other places. Tisk, what is this discrimination? William nagged at the system. Why are you preventing me from cheating my way to get stronger? Whose side are you on? I will always be on the host's side. However, I must also follow the laws of this world. Host, just do your best to gather your own beast cores and grow stronger. William grumbled, but he still felt happy about the information he received from the system. Now he had more options to increase his job levels while waiting for the 5-year seal to disappear from his body. After returning to the goat shed, William meditated in order to clear his mind. He now had 2 options in front of him. The first one was to use the millennial grade beast cores to upgrade his prestige class, Disciple of Thunder. The second one was to just focus on the basic job classes and become proficient in them through repetition and training. Although the experience points he would gain from the Goblin Crypt was abysmal, it was still a good place to farm experience points. Even a mosquito has meat, William thought as he looked at his job classes. If I farmed experience points for a year, I can probably raise one job class to level 20. The system told William that the martial job classes he had acquired have their own war techniques that were tailor-made to match his proficiency. The good news was that, after learning them, the technique would be embedded in his memory permanently. The only thing he needed to do was to practice it regularly, or use it to battle to become proficient. His swordsman class had the skill Swift Blade Sword Art Basic. His archer class had the skill Windbreaker Bow Art Basic. His spearman class had the skill Relentless Dragon Spear Art Basic. His fighter class had the skill Executioner War Art Basic. His monk class had the skill Crouching Tiger Hidden Dragon War Art Basic. As William gazed at these martial arts, he felt that he was getting closer to becoming a jack of all trades, master of none. After a brief struggle, William opened his Disciple of Thunder skill tree and checked to see if this was a job class that heavily relied on mana. As expected, this job class relies heavily on magic power. William sighed as he read all the skills of the prestige class. Still, the passive skills it possesses are quite interesting. William's gaze landed on the 4 skills that belonged to the Disciple of Thunder that didn't require any mana. Lightning God War Art Basic. Requires 10 skill points to unlock. The Martial Art of the God of Thunder. Very effective against demons, spirit beasts, elementals, evil spirits, undead, and devils. Lightning Reflexes 10/10. Increase Agility stat plus 3/0. The user's reflexes are faster than normal. Increase reaction rate by 100%. Child of Thunder. Able to manipulate lightning from any source to do your bidding. Heavenly Phantasm Movement Technique Basic. The movement technique of the God of Thunder. If William used his Millennial Grade Beast Core, he would be able to raise the Disciple of Thunder to its max level. Although he wouldn't be able to use the powerful offensive skills of this job class, the 4 passive skills still caught William's interest. William was very keen in acquiring the Lightning God War Art and the Heavenly Phantasm Movement Technique. With these 2 skills in his possession, he would be able to raise their proficiency inside the Goblin Crypt until he mastered them to perfection. Even if he had to switch to other job classes, his mastery of these 2 skills would remain with him for life. Also, he could freely assign the skill Lightning Reflexes and Child of Thunder to his permanent skill slot. These 2 skills are interchangeable depending on the situation. The cool thing about the Child of Thunder was that William could harness the power of lightning using any source. What did this mean? It meant that he could manipulate a lightning storm and use it to hurl lightning bolts at his enemies. This was a very tempting opportunity for the pitiful William who had lost his magic powers. 3 hours passed before William finalized his decision. System, I would like to consume the Millennial Grade Beast Core of the Terror Hand. Place all experience points in the Disciple of Thunder. Consuming Millennial Grade Beast Core. Transferring experience points. The Prestige Class Disciple of Thunder had reached its max level. Advance to the next job class. William ordered. You had successfully ascended to Prince of Thunder. A prince that was born to wield the power of thunder and lightning. Lightning magic effectiveness increased by 50%. Host has learned skill, Thunder God's Wrath. William could immediately feel the effect of his ascension. The sensation felt so good that he couldn't help but close his eyes in order to immerse himself in that euphoric sensation. It was as if all the pain and frustration that were still lingering inside his heart were washed away by his newfound powers. When William opened his eyes, a lightning bolt flashed briefly inside his pupils. He was like a new person that had been baptized by the power of lightning. William laughed. He laughed out loud. Ella, who was standing by his side, looked at him with a gentle gaze. She could tell that her baby had finally found his path, and pulled himself out of his depression. William wanted to share the happiness he was feeling at the moment, so he hurriedly gave his mama a hug. He then kissed her repeatedly on her cheeks before he ran towards the other goats to shower them with hugs and kisses. On that day, in the small town of Lant, William's true training was about to begin. Chapter 89. The Dungeon Conqueror, Part 1. Gramps, I want to be stronger, William said with a serious expression. Please, help me. William had thought long and hard and finally came to the decision to ask James for help in order to build his foundations in martial combat. He believed that with the help of his passive skills, he would be able to fill the gap that was left when he lost his magic powers. You want to be stronger? James asked. Getting stronger is always good, but what is your purpose for wanting to get stronger? Purpose to get stronger. Everyone must have a reason to become strong. Imagine yourself as the sharpest sword. Sure, you are sharp and powerful, but if there is no reason for your wielder to use you, you're just nothing but a sword. A weapon that serves no purpose is nothing compared to a kitchen knife that is used to cook food. William was dumbfounded by his grandfather's explanation. He had long thought of his grandpa as a battle junkie, a man with bronze, but no brains. For James to speak such scholarly words made the red-headed boy realize that he still didn't know the true character of his happy-go-lucky grandfather. Purpose. What is my purpose for getting stronger? William was at a loss. He hadn't thought that far when he decided to ask his grandpa for help. He thought that the reason people sought strength was just to become stronger. The young boy didn't think of the reasons behind their desire to gain power. James nodded in satisfaction when he saw William's reaction. He had seen many youths who desired to get stronger, but they didn't have any goals in life. Without a destination in mind, these youths were then led astray by others who used their strength for their own convenience. James didn't want his grandson to become someone else's chess piece. He wanted William to control his own destiny and trudge down the path that would allow him to reach his own goals in life. Come back to me when you have found your answer, James patted William's shoulder. When you finally find your purpose, I promise that I will do everything in my power to help you gain the power you seek. Until then, think carefully. William nodded his head and left his grandpa's room without a destination in mind. Soon, he found himself on the hill overlooking Lant. When he left his hometown to go to the temple, he met Est, Ian, Isaac, Herman, and Nana. They reminded him that Lant was only a small speck of dust within the southern continent. Out there, in the vast world of Hestia, many kingdoms and empires could be found. It made William feel so small, like he was just an insignificant boy in a world filled with billions of people. Like a grain of sand found on the beach, and a star within the starry skies. What can a small boy like him achieve, in this vast world that is filled with geniuses and experts that look down upon the mortal realm like gods? It was at that moment when William's gaze landed on the ring on his finger. The ring of conquest, William muttered absent-mindedly at the ring that started it all. If not for this ring, William wouldn't have entered the Goblin Crypt and unlocked the Shepherd job class. He might have lived his life differently compared to the life he had lived up to now. Suddenly it dawned on him. The ring belonged to his father. Because his father died, his mother had no choice but to send him away from the Silvermoon continent in order to protect him. She wanted to protect him from whom? What are the circumstances behind his father's death? Why was there a need for him to separate from his mother? William had thought about these questions before when he was younger. However, he had set them aside with the excuse of, "I'll find the answer when I get older." He didn't think much about it, but now that he was thinking of what he really wanted to do in his life, his focus had locked onto this mystery that had plagued his childhood. The red-headed boy hurriedly left the hill and returned to the residence. His purpose was to ask his grandpa, James, to tell him about the events that had happened in the past. He wanted to know the truth about his true identity and the identity of his parents. He went directly to his grandpa's room, but it was empty. "Will, are you looking for your grandpa?" Helen asked as she walked behind him, carrying a broom. "Aunt, do you know where grandpa is?" William asked. "The master went to Owen's house to discuss a few things," Helen answered. "Thank you." William gave Helen a quick hug before heading towards Owen's house. Ella and the rest of William's herd were currently in the valley with the other goats and sheep of Lant. It had been a while since the goats had returned to their grazing area, and William decided to allow them to head to the valley to feed on the fresh grass that had grown in abundance since the time of the beast tide. Ella was there in order to supervise them, just in case something unexpected happened. Just as Helen told him, James was indeed inside Owen's house. The two old men were sharing a bottle of red wine that Owen had been keeping in his wine cellar for many years. William felt a bit awkward as he sat between the two men who were drinking red wine and munching on lamb sausages. "Have you found your purpose for getting stronger?" James asked. "You can talk freely. Owen is someone who knows how to keep secrets. Also, my purpose for coming here is to convince this old bugger to help with your training." "Who are you calling an old bugger?" Owen snapped. "You come here to drink my wine, and eat my sausages, and you dare to call me old bugger? Do you want me to whack you?" James laughed awkwardly as he returned his attention to his grandson. William gave Owen a brief glance before clearing his throat. "Gramps, I want to know the truth about me and my parents." The lively atmosphere in the room immediately cooled down as James and Owen stared at William with a serious expression. "Should I leave?" Owen asked. "I think it is better if the two of you speak in private." "Sorry for the trouble," James replied with an apologetic gaze. "It's fine." Owen stood up and patted William's shoulder before leaving the room. He made sure to properly lock the door behind him and cast a soundproof barrier to ensure that his wife wouldn't accidentally overhear their conversation. The grandfather and grandson pair stared at each other for a few minutes before James sighed and broke the silence. "I was planning to tell you this when you were a little older, but I guess now is also a good time for it," James said as he emptied the wine in his glass. "Do you want the long version or the short version?" "The short version please," William replied. James nodded his head. "Your father, Maxwell, was a great man. Before you were born, he was hailed as the most powerful man in the southern continent. He rose up like a firework and burned brightly like a comet." James sighed as he remembered William's father. "Your father was a dungeon conqueror. He had the ability to fuse the dungeon cores with his body. Once he conquered a dungeon, he could summon the monsters that belonged to that dungeon. Basically, he was a one-man army that has thousands of monsters under his command." "Isn't that cool?" "That's so op," William gulped. It means overpowered, Gramps. Yes, your father was OP. James chuckled and nodded his head. Perhaps due to how strong his profession was, the gods themselves placed a limit on it. There can only exist one Dungeon Conqueror in every generation. As long as that person still lives, no one else can acquire this incredibly rare profession. William imagined himself sitting on the head of a dragon as legions of monsters conquered the land under his command. The sight was similar to the grand battles in the fantasy movies that he had watched on Earth. William was half tempted to ask the system about the requirements necessary in order to obtain the Dungeon Conqueror job class. James didn't know what William was thinking as he continued his tale. Your father was indeed very strong, but he has one weakness, and that was, he was very weak against beautiful women. Back then, the elves were losing the battle against the demon lord who was hell-bent on conquering the Silvermoon continent. Out of desperation, they conceived a plan in order to turn the tables. That plan was to use a honey trap in order to lure your father to the Silvermoon continent. James gave William a teasing grin as his eyes twinkled in delight. Guess who was the lady that they used to honey trap your father? Of course it would be none other than the most beautiful lady in the Silvermoon continent. William raised his chin in an arrogant manner. My mother. You're right, and the Elven Council has regretted their decision to this day. James's laughter boomed inside the room as if to ridicule the long-eared bastards who thought that they could one-up his son with their schemes. Chapter 90. The Dungeon Conqueror, Part 2. Your mother, Arwen, is the Saintess of the Elven race, James said with a smile. She is the guardian of the World Tree and her authority is equal to the Elven Council's. When the council begged her to seduce your father, she agreed. However, Arwen had no intention of marrying your father. Their plan was to only use your father to resist the demon invasion, then give him ample rewards after the invaders were repelled from the Elven lands. What they didn't expect was that your father, Maxwell, was not only an expert in conquering dungeons. He was also an expert in conquering the hearts of women. James paused as another chuckle escaped his lips. Even though your mother was a high elf and a strong-willed woman, she was still a maiden that had never known what love was. Maxwell was no fool. He knew what the elves were planning. However, he had also fallen helplessly in love with your mother. Like I said, my son had a weakness for beautiful women, and your mother was the most beautiful woman that he had seen in his life. William was captivated with James's storytelling skills and waited in anticipation for the continuation of the story. 3 days before the elves planned to counterattack the invading demon army, Maxwell snuck inside the sacred grove where the World Tree and your mother resided. What the Elven Council didn't know was that Arwen had already fallen for your father's charms and had secretly told him the hidden path that would allow him to enter the sacred grove without the guards noticing him. There, the two shared a night of passion. Arwen had surrendered herself to Maxwell, and the latter took responsibility for making her fall in love with him. In the original plan, this was not supposed to happen. The Saintess should only devote herself to the World Tree for the rest of her life. Of course, this doesn't mean that the Saintess couldn't get married and have children. She can, but like I said, this is not part of the Elven Council's plan because a Saintess is bound by a very strict rule. The man who takes her chastity will be her one and only lover for the rest of her life. Not even the Elven Council could overturn this rule that the first Guardian had decreed since the World Tree was born. Back then, the head of the Elven Council was planning to marry his son to Arwen. Unfortunately for him, your father was a step faster and the rest was history. Your father went to war and drove the invaders back to the demon lands. The elders thought that they had succeeded in their schemes, but lo and behold, your father got your mother pregnant in that one night of passion. The head of the council was livid and his son almost went crazy when they heard the news. They initially planned to have your father assassinated, but who was your father? He was a dungeon conqueror. When he summoned all the dungeon monsters under his command, the entire Elven Council had no choice but to begrudgingly allow their marriage. Not only that, your father brute forced his way and had the head of the council resign from his position and placed Arwen's father, Arwen Aenarion, as the new head. Naturally, the elves had no choice but to agree to his demand, and thus, the bastard schemer was kicked out of his position. It was then when James heaved a long and deep sigh. I thought that your father and mother would have a happy ending, but it was just wishful thinking. The ex-head of the council, along with his entire clan, rebelled and concocted a plan to help the demon race bring their elite forces into the sacred grove by using long-distance teleportation. Their plan was to use the World Tree as a hostage in order to make the elves submit to the demon lord. Their plan succeeded, but the result was far from their expectations. Although the world tree was sacred to the elves, it didn't mean anything to Maxwell. He summoned his army and fought the demon lords and his elite demons inside the sacred grove. The battle was so fierce that the demon lord was severely wounded and the world tree was cut in half. It was also during this battle that your father acquired the Ring of Conquest from the demon lord's severed arm. If not for the sacrifices of his subordinates, the demon lord's life might have ended then and there. He managed to escape back to the demon realm, losing his army of elites, and his arm in the process. The elders of the clan that had betrayed the elven race were executed, and the rest were exiled. Even so, one major problem still remained, and that was the world tree. It was on the verge of dying. James refilled the cup with wine and drank slowly as if trying to wash away the bitterness that was stuck inside his soul. If the world tree dies, the elves will no longer be able to give birth and their race will lose their blessings. For the sake of his wife, and the child that was growing inside her body, your father decided to make a sacrifice. He used the power of the Dungeon Conqueror infused with the world tree. The tree recovered its vitality due to the immense power of the Dungeon Conqueror. You have to understand that your father, Maxwell, had conquered many dungeons. The magic power of dungeons is almost limitless and they only grow stronger with time. It was more than enough to revive the world tree. The elves survived the disaster, but many still held a grudge towards your father. Although we had told you that your father was dead, this wasn't entirely true. He had merged with the world tree, so basically, he is the world tree. However, in doing so, he has also lost sentience. Even your mother, the guardian of the world tree, was unable to communicate with him. The only thing that remained of him was that ring on your finger. If my hunch is right, he stored the power of the Dungeon Conqueror within the ring. He did this to prevent another conqueror from being born. Perhaps he prepared the ring for you, perhaps not. I don't really know. All I know is that your father has now turned into a tree, and your mother accompanies him every day, James said with a sigh. Perhaps Arwen felt that the old bastards were starting to scheme again, so she decided to send you here to Lant. She was afraid that the elders of the council would use you as a hostage in order to force her to obey their command. Your mother is truly pitiful, James lamented. She lost her husband and her son. Like a caged bird, she can't leave the elven continent and hold you in her arms. The only reason why they didn't attempt to lay their hands on you, and your mother, is because of the tiny chance that your father might regain his consciousness inside the world tree. What James didn't tell William was that the elves were also dealing with another threat to their existence, and that was due to the elven prophecy by the Rayleigh family. Will, I believe that there is a way for your father to return to this world, James said with a serious expression. However, I don't know what method it is. Also, the way you are now, you can't go to the elven continent. If you go, you will not only endanger yourself, but endanger your mother as well. If you want to see her, then you must become as strong as your father. That is the only way for the two of you to reunite. William clenched his fists in determination. He had felt his mother's sadness through her letters. The young boy could feel the deep longing in her written words. There were times when William wanted to travel to the Silvermoon continent just to hug her tight. "Grandpa, I want to meet her," William said as he stared at his grandfather's eyes. "I want to hug her. I want to kiss her and wipe the tears from her eyes. I want her to know how much I miss her." James didn't say anything, instead he just looked at William with a calm expression. "Have you found your purpose?" William closed his eyes and pressed his right hand on his chest. "To reunite with my mother and find a way to make our family whole again. Also, I want to return a favor to the people who are looking after me from the heavens. For that, I will need your help, Grandpa." James was confused about the part about the people looking after William from the heavens. Even so, he still placed his hand on William's shoulder and looked at him with solemn gaze. "And you shall have it. Starting tomorrow, your training will begin. I will talk to the rest of the boys. However, William, remember this. I will not interfere with their training methods. No matter what happens, you are on your own. Do I make myself clear?" William nodded his head. He finally found his reason to become stronger. He would reunite with his mother, save his father, and spread Gavin's name to the entire world. Lily had secretly told him via telepathy that aside from him, Gavin had only one other believer. A god who didn't have any followers would cease to exist. William wouldn't allow this to happen. He was determined to spread Gavin's name throughout the world and unlock the power of the Jack of all trades that hadn't been seen for thousands of years. Somewhere in the Temple of the 10,000 Gods, in a small hut that stood in the outskirts, a chubby man covered his face with both hands. Tears were streaming down his face as he bawled his eyes out. Gavin, the god of all trades, heard William's words that came straight from his heart. He felt so happy that all the pent-up frustrations, anxieties, sadness, and fear that he had kept deep inside for thousands of years finally burst forth. That day, in that lonely hut, a god who was at the end of his rope finally found a ray of light. Chapter 91, Owen's Stamina Training. Gwaik. William rolled on the ground in pain after failing to dodge Owen's attack. "Does it hurt?" Owen asked while twirling the wooden staff in his hand. "Unfortunately, I don't plan on healing any of your injuries." William gritted his teeth as he propped himself up off the ground. He then grabbed his own wooden staff, that was lying a few meters away from him, before facing the old man who had a smug look on his face. The red-headed boy couldn't believe that someone as old as Owen was an expert in close combat. He thought that the life magus was only a support type and had underestimated him greatly. "What's wrong?" Owen asked while stifling a yawn. "Is that it?" William roared as he charged forward. He used the movement technique of the Disciple of Thunder, Heavenly Phantasm, to get behind Owen before using the lightning god war art that he had learned. "Flashy, but no substance," Owen said as he casually did a backhand strike that sent William flying backwards. "Learning new professions sure is nice. But, without any proper foundation, it is nothing but a skill used for entertainment." William spat blood on the ground as he stood up with shaky legs. He channeled all his strength into his foot and charged forward once again. When he was only a few meters away from Owen, he immediately stopped and looked behind the old man's back. "Hello, Mrs. Sarah," William greeted with a smile. Hearing his wife's name, Owen turned around to look behind his back. William used this opportunity to sneak attack the old man. However, what greeted him was Owen's wooden staff striking the top of his head, sending him face first into the ground. Nice try," Owen grinned, "but you know, that only works on stupid people. Do you think I'm stupid?" William held his head with teary eyes as he endured the searing pain. Owen watched him with a smirk as he lit his pipe and started smoking. He did it in a very carefree manner which made the pain William was feeling intensify. "You see, Little Wool, during group battles the first people to get targeted are, usually, the support classes," Owen explained. "Most of the time they succeed in doing so because these professions are not proficient in protecting themselves. They rely on others to protect them." Owen puffed his pipe a few more times before continuing his explanation. "In battle, the first person you have to subjugate is the support of the party. As long as they are around, you will have a hard time beating their group. Sometimes, the most scary opponents are not monsters, but humans. When fighting against humans, you shouldn't show mercy." Owen finished his explanation and returned the pipe to his storage ring. "Cure moderate wounds," Owen chanted. An array of light enveloped William. The pain he was feeling disappeared and the wounds and bruises on his body were also healed. The only problem was his clothes. They still remained tattered due to Owen's powerful blows. "Now, do you understand? That just learning a few skills without understanding them on a deeper level is just clowning around. If you want to become an entertainer, then it's fine to stay the way you are. But, your old man begged me to help you. I don't want him to complain and tell me that I'm doing a half-assed job in teaching you the basics. Here, wear this." Owen casually threw 2 bracelets at William. The young boy caught the 2 bracelets and gave them a better look using his appraisal skill. High-grade training bracelets. Forged by the blacksmith Barbados, this bracelet was made for the purpose of training. This accessory is made from the scales of the golden scaled crocodile. Once worn, the bracelet will increase its weight by 40 kilograms 88 pounds. If the user is able to get accustomed to its weight, it will further increase its weight by multiples of 10. The limit of the weight increase is up to 200 kilograms 440 pounds. The bracelet also has an additional special function. If the user were to chant the words, "Activate Protection," the bracelets will transform into arm bracers. If the user wants to cancel the special function, they just have to say, "Deactivate." This reminds me of Dragonbone Z, William thought as he slid the 2 bracelets onto his wrists. Immediately, the effects of the bracelet activated and increased its weight according to William's current strength level. Due to William's strength stat, the bracelet adjusted their weight and stopped at 50 kg. The boy immediately felt its effects and tried to move his arms up and down. Although he could move them, it was not as easy as when he was not wearing the bracelets. William then made a startling discovery. It was not only his arms that felt heavy, but his feet felt heavy as well. According to his estimate, his overall movement had decreased by 60%. It was like having a permanent dumbbell attached to your arms and heels. For now, we will not focus on fighting, Owen stated. We will focus on building your foundation. Let's start with your stamina first. Listen well, little Will. It is important for a man to build up his stamina. If you don't have enough stamina, then you will not be able to satisfy your lover. Trust me, even at my age, I can still do 8 rounds of love making without a problem. The corner of William's lips twitched after hearing Owen's shameless bragging. He somehow felt sorry for Sarah, Owen's wife, for having such a lewd old man as her husband. The easiest way to build your stamina is by running and swimming. We will alternate between the two depending on my mood. For now, run 10 laps around Lant. You may start now. William took a few deep breaths before he started to run. A minute later, his running decreased drastically and turned into a light jog. After another minute passed, he no longer jogged and resorted to brisk walking. 2 minutes later, he was just walking very slowly while panting heavily. I need to endure, William thought as he moved his body, 1 foot at a time. The next time I see that Kingsley boy, I'll swat him like a fly. William was the type that held grudges on those who had wronged him. Although he didn't say anything about the arrogant magic swordsman's actions, he was still itching to give him a good beating. Just you wait. William clenched his fist. When I go to meet Rebecca 7 years from now, I'll make sure to return the favor tenfold. James and Mordred watched William from the hill overlooking Lant. They could feel the boy's unyielding spirit, which made them very happy. It was James who asked Barbados to forge the bracelets a week after he returned from the battle at the Windkeep Citadel. He had a feeling that a time would come when William would ask him for help with his training. When William lost to the Kingsley boy in their friendly duel, James knew that the time was at hand. William had explained that he wouldn't be able to use magic for 5 years, and James thought that this was the perfect opportunity to help his grandson build up his foundations. In the past, he didn't insist on doing so because William was being trained in dark magic by Celine. William, why are you so slow? An 8-year-old girl walked beside the huffing and puffing William with a curious gaze. Are you hurt somewhere? No, I am fine, William replied with ragged breaths. The children were so amused with William's slow walking that they thought he was playing a game. Soon, a crowd of children, less than 12-year-old, were walking beside William at a very slow pace. William could only smile helplessly at the kids who reminded him of the little brothers and sisters he had left back on Earth. I wonder how they are doing. William thought. Belle, does she still think of me? William sighed as he put these thoughts at the back of his mind. He needed to focus his attention on his training. And so the boy walked, and walked, and walked, while the children of Lant laughed beside him. It seems that he's doing fine, mistress, Oliver said from his perch. William is not as fragile as you think he is. Of course he's not fragile, Celine replied. Make sure to watch over him from time to time. As you wish, mistress. Oliver nodded his head. Both of them knew that without his magic power, William would have to rely on his physical abilities in order to overcome the dangers that he would face over the next 5 years of his life. This was why Celine wanted Oliver to raise William's resistances to poisons, curses, and dark magic. Although dark magic was banned in the southern continent, that didn't mean that the dark mages had holed themselves up underground. Many still walked among the populace and used their magic in subtle ways. She hoped that her one and only disciple would become strong, not only for his sake, but for hers as well. Chapter 92, Inside the Silent Forest, Part 1, 232, 233, Theo said as he counted. 234. William gritted his teeth as he finished another push-up. Theo was sitting on his back as the sun slowly rose from the east. It had been 2 months since William had started his training under Owen's tutelage, and the desired changes in his body were starting to take place. The red-headed boy looked at the rising sun for a brief moment before he resumed his morning training. 250. Theo grinned. Morning quota reached. Good job, Will. Theo, is it just me or have you become heavier as of late? William asked as his friend slid off from his back. It's just you, Theo replied as he stretched his arms and waist. Now, go. Don't keep Owen waiting. William shook his head helplessly as he waved his friend goodbye. Mama, let's go. Ella, who was lying not far away from William, stood up and ran beside him. The two of them sprinted towards the Orobro that was guarding the main gate of Lant. Currently, the bracers on his wrists weighed 70 kilograms 154 pounds each, but that didn't stop William from running to his destination at full speed. Owen had taught him a lot over the past 2 months, and that included some breathing exercises that helped him preserve his strength. When he neared the Orobro, he found Owen drinking a cup of coffee as he sat waiting for William. Done with your routine? Owen asked. Yes, William replied as he sat opposite him. The young boy then piled up some sausages and eggs onto his plate and started to eat his breakfast. Owen continued to drink his coffee as he stared towards the east. It has only been 2 months, but you've managed to get used to the training bracers on your wrists. William listened to Owen's words and felt proud of his accomplishments. It had not been easy. Every day he felt as if he was carrying a full-grown bull on his shoulders. Owen had seen his progress and was quite satisfied with his performance. Since you have already passed the basic requirements of a fighter, it is time for you to take your training to the next stage, Owen stated as he placed the empty coffee cup on top of the table. After you finish your breakfast, go to the center of the silent forest. Your next instructor is waiting for you there. William raised his head to look at Owen. You're not the one that is going to train me. Owen smirked. I don't have a lot of free time to train a brat like you. Your grandpa only asked me to help build your stamina and prepare your body for the training that was to come. William frowned, but he still nodded his head. Who is going to be my new instructor? Someone who is stricter than me, Owen replied. He's a man of few words, but his skill is the real deal. You better be careful, William. That person doesn't know the meaning of holding back. William nodded his head. Thank you, Owen, for everything. You can thank me by getting stronger, Owen smiled. I am getting old. It's time for the new generation to step up and carry our burdens. What kind of burdens? William asked in curiosity. The burden of satisfying the beautiful young ladies, of course. Owen looked at William as if he was looking at someone stupid. Why did you think I trained you to raise your stamina? It would be embarrassing if you are one of those quick shots who can't even hold it in for 5 seconds. William spat out milk he was drinking and started coughing. The red-headed boy completely forgot that Owen was someone who liked to boast about his prowess in love-making. He felt bitter at the thought that the old man only trained him in order to not become a quickshot. It was just a joke, Owen chuckled. But, I was not joking about your next instructor. Be careful, William, you might just accidentally die if you don't pay attention to your surroundings. William wiped his mouth with a handkerchief before standing up from his chair. I'm off. Once again, thank you for everything. William bowed to show his respect for the life magus who had trained him for 2 months. Although it was short, Owen did a good job in strengthening his body through rigorous training. Go. Owen shooed him away with a hand. Don't keep him waiting. Also, Ella, stay here. You're not allowed to accompany William. You should also start your training. Don't you want to protect William? Good. Owen stood up. Follow me. Ella nuzzled William, and the latter gave her a brief hug before the two of them parted ways. There was no need to exchange any words between the two of them. Both of them wanted to become strong, and this was the perfect opportunity to do that. The silent forest was located 2 miles away from the south of Lant. Like the name suggested, the forest was eerily silent. You could not hear the sound of birds, beasts, or even insects from within this forest. It was a forest devoid of living things with the exception of plants and trees. William had been here once in the past when James took him to look for special herbs. Although this forest had no living animals and insects within, it was rich in flora and was a good place to look for rare herbs that grew in the wild. Owen had told him that his instructor was waiting for him at the center of the forest, so William thought that he just needed to head to the clearing that the locals of Lant refer to as Hoya. Along the way, the only sound that William heard was his own footsteps. For some reason, it unnerved him. Then it happened. The whistling of wind whispered in William's ears. A few seconds later he felt a searing pain hit his back. He staggered forward and almost dropped to the ground when another whistling sound reached his ears. William didn't know what was happening, but his body moved on reflex and dodged to the side. It was at that moment when he saw an arrow passing mere inches from his left shoulder. The arrow hit the tree trunk before bouncing off a few meters away from him. One quick glance and William recognized it as a blunt arrow usually used for hunting small game like rabbits and squirrels. Before William could even understand what was happening, more whistling sounds echoed through the forest. The red-headed boy immediately hid behind a tree as several blunt arrows harmlessly bounced off its bark. "Who are you?" William roared. "Why are you attacking me? Are you my new instructor?" William perked his ears to listen to a reply, however, none came. Instead, he heard another whistle, but this time, it sounded different. The shepherd didn't dare to move from his hiding place because he thought that he was safe as long as he stayed in place. What happened next proved him wrong. A loud clap was heard as the tree that William used as a shield exploded before his eyes. A shockwave formed and it sent the young boy slamming into another tree without knowing what happened. William felt his entire body aching, but his instinct screamed at him to run. He immediately activated his movement technique, Heavenly Phantasm, that he learned from the Disciple of Thunder. The shepherd planned to leave the forest in order to escape from whoever it was that was attacking him. However, the attacker, hidden in the shadows, didn't allow him to have his way. Several explosions that almost tore William in half prevented him from realizing his goal. Left with no other choice, William changed directions and ran towards the center of the forest where his instructor would be waiting for him. On that day, the silence of the forest was broken as William ran for his life. Whenever he heard any kind of sound, be it a whistle or a subtle hiss, he would immediately zigzag between the trees in an attempt to use them as shields. As William drew closer to his destination, the more intense his feeling of dread became. It was as if he was still inside the trial of courage and he was fighting against the Cyclops on his own. Only this time, without his powers. The young boy didn't understand why he was feeling this way. He clearly knew that his opponent was a human, and yet, it felt as if he was facing off against a millennial beast that specialized in long-range attacks. Usually, it only took 2 hours on foot to reach the center of the forest. However, several hours had passed, and yet, William had still not reached his destination. More like, he had lost his sense of direction because of the consecutive attacks that forced him to evade repeatedly. Without knowing which way was which, William was forced into a battle of attrition against his unknown assailant. However, in this battle, the shepherd was on the losing side. Due to his current situation, he was forced to use his physical abilities to their limits. He ran, he jumped, he dodged, he rolled, he did everything in his power to prevent himself from getting hit by the arrows that seemed to have a life on their own. Finally, everything became dark as the sun set in the west. William was very exhausted, and hungry. The sound of his stomach growling echoed in the forest. He didn't had any time to take a break to eat anything. The only thing he managed to do was to drink some water from the water flask inside his storage ring. In order to avoid getting hit, William had focused all his concentration on his sense of hearing, and didn't care of anything else aside from evading the merciless attacks that came from various directions. Before he knew it, he collapsed on the ground panting. His body had finally reached its limit. He tried to prop himself off the ground, but his body refused to move. It was then when William heard the familiar sound of the whistling wind, and then, darkness descended upon him as he lost consciousness. Chapter 93, Inside the Silent Forest, Part 2. When William opened his eyes, he found himself in the same place where he lost consciousness. The only difference was that there was a leather sack bag a meter away from his face. The young boy gingerly moved his aching body as he forced himself to a sitting position. When he opened the leather sack, he found a water flask, beef jerky, and a small bottle of recovery potion. William wolfed down the beef jerky with a vengeance. He was starving and he ate the jerky as if it was the most delicious thing in the world. When he was done eating, he drank half the water from the flask. The young boy allowed himself to relax for a few minutes before drinking the recovery potion to ease the pain in his body. I'd better find a place to stay for the night, William thought as he scanned his surroundings. It was not hard to find a place to rest, but the boy was worried that his unknown enemy would attack him during the night. The red-headed boy shuddered at that possibility. William was not stupid. When he saw the leather sack, he knew that the one who attacked him was the one responsible for the next stage of his training. If it was the me from 2 months ago, I might have not lasted 10 minutes, William mused as he searched for a good place to pass the night. He finally understood how important stamina was during a fight of attrition. Owen's training was to increase my stamina, William pondered. Then what is the purpose of this training? William thought long and hard, but the only reason he could think of was that he was being trained to enhance his senses in order to react to dangerous situations. William had only taken 10 steps from where he lay when something hit his head and made him lose consciousness once again. A man wearing ranger's clothing stepped out from the darkness and picked up the leather sack that William had dropped. He gave the unconscious boy a sidelong glance before walking away with an indifferent expression. SHT. William cursed internally. It was the second day since he had entered the forest and his situation had not improved. In fact, it even became worse. He had just finished drinking water after waking up and a barely audible hisses pierced the stillness of the silent forest. Several arrows flew from different directions and they were all aimed at him. William activated his movement speed and dodged left, right, and center, but the arrows kept on hounding him. This time, the arrows were literally hounding him like homing missiles. No matter how he dodged, they kept on coming back. FCK. William cursed for the umpteenth time as he summoned his staff to help deflect the arrows. His parry skill activated and deflected some of them, but he was pushed back every time he did it. The arrows were surprisingly sturdy and seemed to be made from a very hard metal. If he was not gripping his staff tightly, it might have already flown out of his grasp. Another day of cat and mouse ensued and it only eased up when the sun was at its peak. William almost collapsed from exhaustion due to lack of food and water. It seemed that the cat had left the mouse to allow it to get something to eat and drink. William gritted his teeth as he climbed a tree to pick some fruits from its branches. If the second master can see me right now, he might start calling me a monkey, William thought as he snagged a few fruits to serve as his lunch. Somewhere in Celine's house, Oliver sneezed while seated on his perch. That little monkey William must be thinking of me, Oliver muttered. I hope he's suffering right now. The parrot monkey closed his eyes and returned to his nap. Celine had already been notified by Owen that William was undertaking intense survival training in the silent forest. Oliver was quite tempted to join the fun, but Celine forbade him. He could only grudgingly obey his mistress' order while praying that William's suffering would intensify with each passing day. A month passed, and a ragged wild boy, who was covered in dirt from head to toe, jumped along the branches of the trees in order to escape the hunter that had been harassing him all this time. Aside from the constant harassment, William was also suffering from the constant ringing sounds in his ears. These sounds would often haunt him when the deafening silence descends after his attacker stops his assault. Before, he thought that Owen's training had been harsh, but it couldn't compare to what he was experiencing right now. Aside from eating twice a day, and getting forcefully knocked out at night, his day revolved around trying to escape whoever was bullying him. There were times when he had enough and instead of running away he charged in the direction where the arrows were coming from. However, each time he did it, he was unable to find his assailant. There were even days when he just wanted to call it quits and just allowed himself to get hit by the arrows, but that didn't help him either. The blunt arrows were coated by a very powerful drug that caused excruciating pain. The pain was so intense that he felt like dying. After experiencing it once, William didn't allow himself to get hit even once and just focused on running away. Another whistling sound reached his ears, but this time, William didn't panic. He stepped to the side and allowed the arrow to pass harmlessly in front of him. More arrows flew in his direction, but William calmly dealt with them all. Those he could dodge, he dodged. Those he couldn't, he deflected them with his wooden staff. In that 1 month of hell, William's sensory perception had reached a high level. His sixth sense, that warned him of danger, had also been heightened to an incredible extent. Sometimes, his hidden assailant would fire arrows that emitted no sound. That is when William's sixth sense would kick in and tell him that a hidden danger was approaching. When the sun was about to set, William successfully deflected a silent arrow that was aimed at his head. After that, no more arrows flew in his direction. Instead, a loud thump was heard on the ground 3 meters away from him. The steel arrow that was stuck on the ground was a real arrow and not a blunt one. On its shaft, a piece of paper was tied. William didn't pick the arrow right away. Instead, he let his senses scan the surroundings to make sure that this was not another ploy from his hidden adversary. After making sure that there was no danger in his surroundings, William picked up the arrow and took out the written letter. After reading its contents, William sighed and sat beside a tree to rest. Soon, a loud snoring sound echoed inside the forest. William slept deeply without a care in the world. 1,000 meters away from the sleeping boy's location, a man stood on top of a tree branch. He was none other than Trent, the sentinel of Lant. He was in charge of William's perception training. The silent forest was not a simple forest. It was the most appropriate place to train someone's perception. People thought that absolute silence didn't have a sound, but they were dead wrong in their assumption. When you were in a place that is totally deprived of sound, you experience an ear-deafening silence. Your ears would start to hurt because you would experience phantom noises. Ringing sounds that wouldn't go away and would haunt your every waking second. In William's former world, these sounds were associated with tinnitus. Just like William's stamina training, the perception training also trained a person's willpower. Trent took his leave because his mission was over. It was now time for William to begin his martial arts training under another one of the experts of Lant. Dwayne, the monk that held the profession drunken executioner, sipped his alcohol from a small wooden bowl. He had seen Trent's arrow flare rise above the canopy of the silent forest and knew that William's basic training was over. The monk sighed in satisfaction after emptying the wooden bowl filled with alcohol. "So, it's finally my turn," Dwayne said with a sinister smile. "It has been a while since I taught someone martial arts. I hope that the commander's grandson is better than the last student I taught." Dwayne could still remember that so-called genius that was raised by the monks of his order. In just a single session, the boy had been crippled and all the elder monks almost went mad in anger. Because of this, Dwayne was excommunicated from the temple and was not allowed to step onto another holy ground ever again. Dwayne didn't get mad at the treatment he received. He even felt liberated because he was sick and tired of being a goody two-shoes. He roamed the land doing anything he pleased. Sometimes he would wipe out bandit groups along the way, sometimes he would become the bandit and terrorize the innocent souls who were unlucky enough to cross his path. That was how he got his nickname, the Drunken Executioner, because he would always be seen carrying a jug of alcohol with him when he committed these nefarious acts. He only stopped his rampage because he had encountered James, who was guarding the merchant group that he had chosen to attack. With just a single slap from the old man, Dwayne and his short-lived tyranny came to a complete stop. James was supposed to bring him back to the authorities, but changed his mind halfway there. Since then, Dwayne had become James's loyal subordinate and followed him like a tail. He was someone who respected the strong, and James was by far the strongest person that he had met in his life. "Well, since you are Commander's grandson, I guess you will not break that easily," Dwayne muttered as he stared at the alcohol-filled bowl in his hands. The monk's eyes narrowed as he stared at the silent forest in the distance. He had always wondered what it felt like to have a disciple. Dwayne knew that William was already Celine's disciple, so he had already given up taking him in as his own. However, he was still itching to impart his knowledge to his commander's grandson. He had a feeling that William was going to accomplish something big in the future, and he wanted to be part of that future. Chapter 94, Dwayne's Martial Arts Training, Part 1. William wandered around the silent forest in the dead of night. For him, there was not much difference between night and day since he had dark vision. His older cousin, Matthew, had taught him how to find the cardinal directions using the stars as a guide. His plan, to go to the center of the forest where he would meet his next instructor. In time, he arrived at the lake at the center of the forest. The young boy took off his tattered clothes and jumped into the water to clean off the grime that had accumulated on his body. The phantom noises kept ringing on his ears as the deafening silence held him in its embrace. After a month of staying in the forest, William had gotten used to the unbearable silence. However, as a half-elf, his sense of hearing was sharper compared to others. His current condition sometimes made him feel dizzy and nauseous. When he was being hunted by Trent, William had needed a few days to get used to the discomfort. The silence also made him feel unbalanced. It was as if he couldn't move his body properly. Taking into account the ever-increasing weight of the bracelets, William felt that he was always in a state of unbalance. The young boy sighed as he looked at the stars as he floated on the lake's surface. "The stars are really different from the ones I saw back on Earth," William thought. "Still, this world is beautiful." William looked at the two moons that hung in the heavens. The bigger of the two, Aenir, had a bluish color. The other one, Artem, had a light purple color. According to Matthew, a great war between the gods of Hestia had ensued when the world was still young. The battle was so intense that many gods had fallen, including the sun god Lian. When the sun god died, the light of the world vanished and Hestia was enveloped in perpetual darkness. It was then that the gods realized their folly. After a truce, the war finally ended. But the damage was already done. Years passed and humanity's extinction was at hand. In an attempt to stave off the extinction of mankind, the twin goddesses, Aenir and Artem, sacrificed themselves in order to end the dark era of mankind. The two beautiful moons bathed the world with its soft light, and with it, the humans gained the power to fight back. A few years later, the new god of the sun, Felix, was born. His light pierced the darkness of the night and illuminated the land with his radiance. These three gods watched over mankind. One during the day, two during the night. That was how the dark era ended, and humanity flourished once again. William sighed as he remembered the gods that had given him their blessing. Gavin, Issei, Lily, and David. As if waiting for that cue, he received a notification from the system. Congratulations, host has received a 90% discount coupon. This coupon will give you a 90% discount on any item from the God shop. Special quest acquired. Special quest. Birth of a Warrior 1. This is a chain quest. The next quest will appear after the host clears the quest's condition. Complete the basic training for one job class. Reward: 1000 God points. Special quest. William frowned. It took him a few minutes to remember that he had indeed gained this new function after meeting the gods and clearing the trial of courage. William opened the God shop and saw countless items for sale. It was very similar to an online shopping site where you could order anything and have it delivered straight to your doorstep with a click of a button. For a brief moment, the ringing in his ears disappeared, followed by a sense of excitement. He spent the night browsing the God shop in search of items that would prove useful for his journey through this new world of Hestia. Dwayne arrived at the clearing and saw a sleeping William beside the lake. The boy had drool spilling from the corner of his lips, which made the monk chuckle. He walked towards the unsuspecting boy, and was about to kick him to the lake when William's eyes fluttered open. The red-headed boy rolled to the side and immediately propped himself from the ground. He then summoned his wooden staff and took on a defensive position. Dwayne nodded, his head in appreciation as he gazed at the boy who was looking at him with vigilance. Trent's training wasn't wasted on you. The monk eyed William and gauged his current strength. His stamina is at the silver rank, and his perception awareness is at least in the initial stages of the gold rank. Not bad for a 10-year-old. Dwayne took a step forward, and William jumped back. The shepherd looked at the monk vigilantly and prepared himself to run away at the first sign of danger. Relax, I'm not here to hurt you. Dwayne raised both of his hands in surrender. At least not yet. William still didn't lower his guard. He recognized Wayne. He was one of his grandpa's trusted men, but he wasn't close to him. The young boy's instinct was telling him that this person was very dangerous. Let me formally introduce myself. The name is Dwayne, Dwayne said with a smile. I am here to teach you the basics of martial arts. I hope the two of us get along. William replied hoarsely. I look forward to your teaching. Dwayne nodded his head. Now, for our first lesson, put away that stick in your hand. You won't be needing it. What I will be teaching you is unarmed combat. That means that you don't need any weapons. I will train your body to become a weapon. William reluctantly returned the staff to his storage ring, but he didn't lower his guard. He had become a bit paranoid due to the relentless attacks he'd suffered for an entire month. Okay, since we've finished our introductions, you will start calling me master from now on, Dwayne stated. But I already have a master. Then you can call me second master. I already have a second master, William replied in an awkward manner. Oliver, the parrot monkey, had told him to call him second master during their training, and the half-elf had already gotten used to calling Oliver that. Dwayne waved his hand as if it was not a big deal. Then just call me third master. What I am about to teach you is the secret arts of my sect. I mean, the secret art of my ex-sect. Despite Dwayne having been excommunicated from the sect, he had already mastered everything he needed to learn while he was at the monk temple. William frowned, but still nodded his head. Oliver had already explained to him that there were times when a single disciple had several masters. This was not uncommon in Hestia. Also, Celine knew that William would only be restricted if she prevented him from studying from the masters in Lant. With the ability to learn any kind of profession, it was inevitable that William would have several masters in order to guide him along the right path. William greets third master. William placed his hand over his chest and bowed. Good. Dwayne laughed as he approached the boy. Don't worry, I'll make sure that you won't regret calling me your master. And so, William's monk training started. Dwayne had jokingly told him that he should shave his head according to custom. However, William adamantly rejected this idea. He really liked his hair and didn't want to be bald like Dwayne. Okay, I want to assess your current level in martial combat. Dwayne stood 10 meters away from William. Come at me and don't hold back. William roared and charged at Dwayne using his movement technique. He circled around the monk and used his speed to his advantage. True to his word, the monk stood completely still and waited for William to initiate his attack. Seeing that the monk had no openings, William decided to take a chance and attack the side of his body with a roundhouse kick. Surprisingly, Dwayne didn't block nor dodge his attack. His attack landed squarely on the monk's waist. Dwayne glanced at William and frowned. Is that your strongest attack? Yes, William replied. He looked at the monk to gauge whether or not he was just enduring the pain in his body. Although William wasn't that strong, his kick was strong enough to send a goblin skidding across the ground a few meters. This won't do. Dwayne scratched his bald head. You're too weak. Your attack is inefficient and there are so many wasted movements. This won't do. I need to really teach you the basics. William felt that he was a failure after seeing the monk's disappointed face. What he didn't know was that this was the strategy that Dwayne had cooked up in order for William to take him seriously. Don't worry, by the time I'm done with your training, you won't even recognize yourself, Dwayne assured him. Now, let's begin. First I will show you how to throw a proper punch. I will demonstrate it first. Make sure to watch me closely. William narrowed his eyes and focused all of his attention on Dwayne's posture. Seeing that the boy was observing his movement, the monk unleashed a simple punch. The monk's punch was slow enough for William to observe. He could tell that his new master had limited himself in order to teach him the proper form of a punch. Suddenly a loud explosion reverberated from the center of the lake. The water exploded and William was drenched by the drizzle it created. Now, it's your turn, Dwayne grinned. The first thing we will need to train is your flexibility. Flexibility? William asked in confusion. Not punching. William was dumbfounded by his new master's way of teaching. After showing him such an awesome punch, the red-headed boy was itching to practice punching like him. What he didn't know was that this was another scheme that Dwayne had cooked up in order for William to get invested in monk training. Why should we train with punching when you punch like a little girl? Dwayne looked at him as if he was stupid. Let's start first with the basics. Flexibility and balance training. We can move to punching after you master the drills I will be giving you. Chapter 95. Dwayne's Martial Arts Training, Part 2. William gritted his teeth as he stood on two wooden poles in the horse stance position while supporting a log in his hands. He had been in this position for 5 hours, and sweat was oozing out of his body. At first, he thought that this training was going to be easy, but facts showed that it was harder than he thought it would be. Dwayne was seated not far away from him drinking alcohol out of a wooden bowl. A spear protruded on the ground and was aimed at William's little brother. The moment he broke his stance, or lowered his body, little William was going to get pierced by the spear, and the red-headed boy had no intention of becoming a eunuch. Because of this, he gritted his teeth and focused his concentration on his balance. With each day that passed, the weight of the log increased. Tears streamed down William's face as he endured each day of his training. He still wanted to have a girlfriend, so losing little William here was not an option. After 3 weeks, Dwayne thought that it was about time to move to the next phase of his training. The red-headed boy thought that his torture was over, but another round took its place. The monk ordered William to crawl 20 laps around the lake while he sat on his back. After yet another week, Dwayne changed his training routine again. This time he was told to do splits. William thought that he would just be doing splits on the ground, but Dwayne said that what he was thinking was for girls. The monk dragged William to the familiar wooden poles and asked him to do a split using the poles as support. Third Master, see, can you remove the spear? Cold sweat dripped from William's forehead as Dwayne placed the spear under his little brother. Must we do it like this? It's fine, Dwayne assured him. Don't worry, if your little brother gets stabbed, I will take you and run to lawn to have Owen take a look. Everything will be fine, probably. Blah 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 blah, William cursed the bald monk internally. If little William was injured and was unable to recover, he was prepared to fight Dwayne to his dying breath. 2 months of training passed and William felt his body became more flexible with each passing day. Today, he was told to do 10 laps around the lake while doing back flips. After he finished doing the flips, Dwayne told him to do 1 lap doing head flips. William looked at his master with the, "Are you kidding me?" And the latter gave him the, "Do I look like I'm kidding you?" stare. Dwayne asked him to do it with his palms pressed together while crouching. William had never thought that there would be a day in his life where he would literally use his head to travel. The monk chuckled as he watched his new disciple do head flips while leaning against a tree. More days passed as William suffered incredible torture under the hands of the monk. 4 months after he accepted Dwayne as his master, William found himself staring at a steel barrel that was usually used to store wine. His third master explained that the steel barrel was an artifact that could produce ice-cold water. William thought that his master was going to ask him to go inside the tub to do some endurance training, but Dwayne's next order made him look at the barrel seriously. "I want you to punch the water 10,000 times, Dwayne ordered. "You will not eat, drink, or sleep until you finish your quota. You can start now." William felt a bit more confident with this training because it was just throwing a punch. However, it didn't take him long to realize that Dwayne would never ask him to do anything simple. As he continued to punch the ice-cold water, he could feel his hands going numb. Half a day later, he could no longer feel his hands, but a searing pain was starting to replace the numbness. When William finished his quota, Dwayne observed his hands with an indifferent expression. The next day, the same training took place. This continued for 4 consecutive days before Dwayne changed the training routine once again. Instead of punching water, William was asked to punch the ground 10,000 times. William punched, and punched, and punched, until he could punch no more. Just like the boy expected, the day ended with him having bloody hands. He didn't complain even though he could tell that some of his fingers had broken. I thought you'd quit halfway," Dwayne said as he looked at his temporary disciple's bloody hands. He then took out a red potion from his storage ring and sprinkled half of it on William's hands. "Drink the rest, then eat dinner. We will resume your training tomorrow." This training continued for a week before the monk took William out of the forest. The monk and the boy headed to the nearest mountain in Lant. The locals called this place Woodlow Mountain. The Rocky Mountains were filled with giant boulders. The two walked casually until they came upon a boulder that was over 5 meters tall. Just like William expected, Dwayne asked him to punch the boulder. This time, he didn't give him a quota. Instead, the monk told him to punch the boulder until sunset. William obeyed and punched the boulder using the monk strikes that Dwayne had imparted to him when he started his punching training. Gained Express 5. The reason why William endured punching the ground and punching the boulder was because he realized that he could gain experience points while doing these training exercises if he used the appropriate job class for it. The one who gave him this advice was the system, and William became more motivated with each punch he delivered. He no longer cared if he bled or broke his bones, because he knew that Dwayne wouldn't allow him to become crippled. Besides, his fists were now stronger compared to when he started his training. William was sure that he would gain a lot of experience points before they passed their breaking point. The first few experience points he gained were all allocated to the skill Unarmed Mastery. Unarmed Mastery 10/10. You are skilled at fighting while unarmed. Adds +20 enhancement bonus to strength. Increase unarmed damage by 20%. Of course, as William gained more experience points, his list of passive abilities for the monk class also increased. Stunning Fist 10/10. Adds +10 enhancement bonus to dexterity. Each unarmed strike has a 5% chance to stun your opponent. Crane Stance Mastery 5/5. While using this style you gain +10 enhancement bonus on vitality. You mimic the stance of a crane. Holding your arms in an imitation of a crane's wings and using flowing, defensive motions that are perfect for counter-attacking your enemy, allows you to move fluidly within 3 square meters from where you stood. Deflect Range Attacks 5/5. Gives you a 30% chance to deflect projectile attacks aimed at you. The chances of deflection lowers by 1% for each projectile aimed at you. Diamond Fist. Needs 10 skill points to unlock. Makes your fists as hard as diamonds when doing unarmed strike. Overwhelming Strike. Needs 5 skill points to unlock. Once a day you can deliver one full-powered unarmed strike that contains all of your strength. Damage dealt is equivalent to your strength stat multiplied by 20. Even though it was painful, William endured and kept on pummeling the boulder as if his life depended on it. He was using the crane stance in order to allow his body to adapt to the fighting style. Just like the system said, warriors grew strong through repetition. With every perfect punch he delivered, William's technique was slowly being refined. Even Dwayne, who was observing from a distance, couldn't believe that William managed to get this far only after a few months of training. Chapter 96. Dwayne's Martial Arts Training, Part 3. I knew I was a good instructor. Dwayne praised himself. That so-called genius brat from the temple only became crippled because he was not good enough. This brat is the real deal. Dwayne felt very smug because of how much William had improved since he began his martial arts training. He was even very tempted to negotiate with Celine to have William be an official disciple to both of them. I'll ask her when we return to Lant, Dwayne mused. I can't wait to take this brat to the temple and let him face off against those so-called wannabe prodigies. My fists are itching just thinking about it. After William has completed his punching training, the monk then taught him his very own kicking techniques. The red-headed boy's determination to learn martial arts was pushing him to take each of Dwayne's lessons seriously. Dwayne was in such a good mood that after William mastered his kicking techniques, he also taught him some sneaky palm strikes that were highly effective in close combat. After finishing William's basic training, he taught him the monkey staff martial style as a freebie. This technique looked like one was clowning around and only trying to provide a means of entertainment. However, when put to the test, it allowed William to do stunts with his wooden staff that could deal serious injury to his enemies when they least expected it. Ha! With a shout, William used a side kick in order to break Dwayne's balance. However, the latter simply used his foot to neutralize the boy's attack. Pressing both of his palms on the ground, William unleashed a flurry of kicks that forced Dwayne to back off. When William completed his training regimen, Dwayne decided that the boy was now ready for actual combat. Using several artifacts to lower his rank and physical prowess, Dwayne sparred with William to develop his disciple's battle sense. Right now, Dwayne's physical strength was in the initial stages of the silver rank. Ironically, William's combat prowess was already in the initial stages of the gold rank. Although William was a realm higher than Dwayne in their duel, the boy lacked Dwayne's battle experience to get the upper hand. With a simple palm strike, Dwayne sent William flying a few meters from where he stood. He didn't do any follow-up attacks and waited for the boy to recover his bearings. The crane style is a defensive style, not an offensive one, Dwayne reminded. Although it can be used offensively, when dealing with a foe stronger than you, it would be best to stick to what the style is capable of. Yes, Third Master, William replied as he executed the crane stance. I will remember your teachings. Dwayne smiled and took the role of the aggressor. The two once again collided in a flurry of punches, kicks, and palm strikes. William got pushed back again and again, but he would always stand up each time he fell. As days turned into weeks, and weeks turned into months, William's battle style had finally taken form. Dwayne felt proud because the young boy had surpassed his expectations. It made him realize that having a disciple wasn't such a bad idea. The only problem was, there were not many children who were as capable as William. I hope Celine will agree to my request, Dwayne sighed. Maybe I can bribe her with artifacts or treasures. I really want William to become my official disciple. It's not unheard of for a disciple to have two, or even several, masters. While Dwayne was deep in his thoughts, William was currently doing a lap around a lake using handstands. If Oliver were to see him, he would definitely tease the young boy and call him a monkey. A year passed as William studied under Dwayne's tutelage. The monk was very satisfied with his temporary disciple's performance. If not for the fact that the boy needed to do other kinds of training, he would have insisted that he stay with him in order to learn higher forms of martial arts. Right now, William's battle prowess in unarmed combat was gold-ranked. What Dwayne didn't know was that in that 1 year of intensive training, William had reached the max level of his monk job class. William managed to achieve this feat through pain and suffering. Even during his rest period, he would continue to punch boulders. If there were no boulders to punch, he would punch the ground. Sadly, he was not able to ascend the monk job class to the next level because there was a requirement. William needed to visit a monk temple and offer a prayer to the gods before this job class could be upgraded. Dwayne didn't skimp on William's combat training and the two sparred almost every day after William had mastered his fighting style to a passable grade. Because of the constant one-sided beating he received from Dwayne, the red-headed boy's battle sense had improved by leaps and bounds. Owen had helped him to increase his stamina. Trent had taught him to enhance his perception. And Dwayne taught him martial arts which combined everything that he had learned in a fighting style that suited him. Although you have only been my disciple for a short period of time, I'm very proud of you. Dwayne said with a smile as he patted William's shoulder. Our lessons end here. It's time for you to go to the next part of your training. Thank you, Third Master, William replied and gave Dwayne a deep bow of gratitude. He, too, felt reluctant to stop his training with the bald monk because he could feel that he still had a lot to learn. Even so, he knew that this was the curse of the jack of all trades. He could never focus on one class alone if he wished to increase his repertoire. Let's go back to Lant, Dwayne grinned. Your next instructor said that you can have 2 days off before you start your archery training. William returned his master's grin as he nodded his head in acknowledgement. The boy looked in the direction of Lant with anticipation. He was looking forward to the next set of training that was waiting for him. Chapter 97, Hitting the Target, Part 1. Call me, Big Brother, William said slowly. Bigbrother. Call me Grandpa, James coaxed. Grandpa. Instead of an answer, what the young boy and the old man heard was the gurgle of a baby. Did you hear that, Gramps? William asked with a smug expression. Eve called me brother. No, you numbskull, James refuted. Clearly, she said Grandpa. It's brother. Grandpa. All right, don't fight, Anna said in exasperation. You're going to scare Eve if the two of you continue this argument. Anna was cradling a baby girl in her arms as she admonished William and James. She had given birth while William was doing his training, and this was the first time the young boy was seeing his cousin. William was very good at handling babies because this was one of his duties at the orphanage. Seeing his cousin's adorable blue eyes looking up at him, the young boy felt that his heart was melting. Aunt, can I hold Eve? William pleaded. I promise I'll be careful. Do you know how to hold a baby? Anna inquired. Okay. It is good that she gets to know her cousin as early as possible. When Anna passed Eve to William, the little girl's face scrunched up like it was about to cry. Fortunately, the red-headed boy had already anticipated this scenario and lightly rocked the baby in his arms while humming a tune. Eve looked up at her older cousin and started making gurgling sounds. William wasn't able to stop himself from kissing the baby on her forehead. He then lightly swayed from side to side as he continued humming a tune. Soon, Eve was fast asleep in William's embrace, which surprised Anna and James. I didn't know that you were so good at handling babies, Anna said with a smile. William only returned the smile as he handed Eve back to his aunt. He couldn't possibly tell her that he had a lifetime's worth of experience when it comes to handling babies and little children. I'll come back again to play with you after I finish my training, Eve. William kissed the baby's cheek before bidding his grandpa and aunt goodbye. Today was the day where he would meet his next instructor, and he was told to go to the valley where the goats usually went to graze. When he arrived at his destination, a familiar scene appeared in front of his eyes. Hundreds of sheep and goats grazed within the pasture as the shepherds watched over them. His gaze automatically sought out his herd, but he didn't see any of them. They were not around in their usual place, and William couldn't find them anywhere. Are you looking for your herd? John approached him with a smile. Yes, William answered. Uncle John, where are they? They are undergoing training right now. John smirked. So, are you ready to go? William nodded his head in understanding. I look forward to our lessons, Uncle John. Me, too. John chuckled as he patted William's shoulder. He then looked up in the sky where a hawk could be seen circling around them. Blitz, let's go. A sharp screech pierced the air as the hawk grew in size and flew towards the ground. Hang on tight, John said as he grabbed William's waist and jumped into the air. They landed perfectly on the hawk's back. William had never ridden a flying beast before, and it made him feel slightly anxious. Seeing his reaction, John didn't say anything and simply supported the young boy's body as the hawk flapped its powerful wings to fly high into the sky. Do you know what your next lesson is? John asked in a teasing tone. No, William answered nervously. Does it have something to do with flying? Well, not exactly. It's more about falling. John grinned. William's body shuddered and he immediately clung to John's body like a leech that was unwilling to let go. John laughed as he patted the boy's head. I was just joking. It was just a joke. Uncle, please don't make those kinds of jokes, William pleaded. John nodded and didn't say anything else along their journey. The two traveled for an hour before Blitz landed in a place that William had never visited before. The place somehow reminded him of the Silent Forest, but there was one big difference. This place was teeming with life and the roars of various beasts could be heard from within the forest. Uncle John, where are we? William asked. The vast expanse of forest was making him uneasy. Due to his perception training, he could tell that the forest in front of them was a very dangerous place to be. This is the outer perimeter of the Strathmore Forest, John answered. It is the entrance to one of the forbidden lands in the southern continent. Strathmore Forest. Wait, don't tell me this place is. William looked at John in shock. He might not have come to this place, but he had heard many stories about it. Strathmore Forest, the forbidden land that was located in the southern continent, and was said to house one of the handful of calamity-class beasts in the entire world. This beast that had lived for thousands of years had already stepped into the ranks of demigods. It was none other than the home of the nightmare behemoth, xianxia. Read it as xianxia. Relax, we are only at the outside perimeter, John stated. The Strathmore Forest extends for hundreds of miles and the big boss is located at the farthest end. He wouldn't be so bored as to find trouble with two little ants like us. Besides, only those below the age of 20 can enter the forbidden lands. Uncle John, I'm only 11 years old. I know. Can I go home now? Of course not. John firmly gripped William's shoulder. Don't worry, we won't be going to the depths of the forest. We'll just play at the outer perimeter. Aren't you excited? Yay, I'm so excited, William said in a sarcastic tone. John chuckled and took out a small bow and a quiver filled with arrows from his storage ring and handed it to William. Have you used a bow before? John asked. No, William replied. The reason why I brought you here is to teach you archery, John explained. Bear in mind that we will not leave here until I am satisfied with your performance. Do I make myself clear? Yes. William nodded his head. To be honest, he had always wanted to learn archery. When he was still back on Earth, he would often go near the archery club to peek at Belle's archery practice. Not only was she the #1 beauty in the academy, she was also a very talented archer that had won many awards and gold medals from competitions all over the country. William had often thought of joining the archery club in order to be close to her, but his ailment prevented him from doing so. The image of the black-haired beauty made William grip the bow in his hand tightly. Although he wasn't able to learn archery on Earth, it was not too late to learn it on Hestia. I like your eyes, John praised as he looked at William's light green eyes that were burning with determination. In order to learn archery, you must first learn how to hold the bow. John demonstrated the proper bow stance using his own bow and showed William the step-by-step process on how to aim and fire an arrow. William immediately asked the system to change his subclass to archer. He had a feeling that he could gain experience points for his archer class the way he did for his monk class as he continued his training. A month after John and William arrived at the outskirts of the Strathmore Forest. Thunk! The sound of an arrow hitting its target echoed in the distance. The wooden arrow hit the mark that John had painted on a tree that served as William's target practice. William had a smug expression on his face as he looked at John in anticipation. How is it? Disappointing, John replied as he gave the arrow a sidelong glance. Your shooting is a textbook example of how to hit a target. Uncle, what's wrong with that? William was perplexed. Isn't the objective to hit the target? Indeed. However, you are not using your own ability to hit the target, John frowned. I don't know how you're doing it, but this is not the right way to learn archery. It's like you're using some kind of cheat and it will not be beneficial for your growth in the long run. William averted his gaze because he was feeling guilty. John was right, he was using the passive abilities that he had learned while learning how to shoot arrows. I agree with John. Using your passive skills will not be beneficial to you in the long run. William sighed as he opened his archer skill tree to look at the 3 skills that he had learned during his 1 month of archery training. Precision aiming 10/10. When you focus your concentration on aiming, your attack becomes very accurate. Improved concentration 1/10. Greatly enhances your concentration when aiming at your targets. Adds +2 enhancement bonus to dexterity. Long distance aiming 5/5. Allows you to focus your aim at great distances. Increase range of sight by 250 meters. Requirements, bow or crossbow weapons. After thinking long and hard, William asked the system if he could help him with the current situation. Host, the solution is really simple. Oh, I'm listening. All we need to do is disable the abilities of the archer class. You can still gain experience points as you continue your training, but you will be unable to use the skills under the archer skill tree. Perfect, let's do that. Disabling archer skill tree. Disabling successful. System, disable the abilities of the shepherd job class as well. Disabling shepherd job class successful. William could feel significant changes in his body due to the loss of the passive skills that increased his stats. The young boy knocked an arrow on his bow and aimed at the marked target in the distance. This time, he could barely see the target using his normal vision. When William released the arrow, John noticed significant changes in its trajectory. He was an expert hunter and the young boy's latest attempt made his eyes widen in surprise. Just like he expected, the arrow landed way off its designated target. You could even say that it didn't even make it through its target because it landed 50 meters away from the tree. However, instead of nagging at William, John happily patted the boy's shoulder and gave him a thumbs up. Good. Now, take another shot. Remember, practice makes perfect, John said as he urged William to take another shot. The boy complied and shot another arrow. Just like his previous attempt, the arrow still fell short from his target. Even so, William had a smile on his face. Somehow, he felt that with every failed attempt he made, he was getting closer to standing on equal ground with the young lady who had made his heart skip a beat. Chapter 98. Hitting the Target Part 2. William rolled on the ground as he evaded a wind blade directed in his direction. After regaining his balance, he immediately summoned his bow and took aim. The young boy fired 3 consecutive arrows in rapid succession towards his target. The bird of prey who had shot at William with a wind blade, evaded his attack with swift aerial maneuvers that made William click his tongue in frustration. 3 months had passed since he started his training with John, and his proficiency with the bow had reached the peak of the silver rank. The surprising part about all of this was that William wasn't relying on any job classes. Instead, he had used everything he had learned from his previous instructors and put it into play. Owen's stamina training allowed him to hold his ground in a battle of attrition. Trent's perception training allowed him to read the trajectory of the opponent's attacks so that he could evade them. Dwayne's flexibility training gave William an edge on performing difficult stunts for both attack and evasion as he firmly held the bow in his hand. A shrill cry reverberated in the sky as Blitz warned him of another incoming danger. Another bird of prey flew from the outskirts of the forest in an attempt to rend William with its claws. It seemed that it was the partner of the other one he was engaging in combat, and the two beasts decided to work together to subdue the boy that they intended to eat for lunch. Green-scaled Archaeopteryx. Birds of prey. Threat level, D high. Cannot be added to the herd. A voracious hunter in the forest, this bird of prey is well known for its viciousness when hunting for food, able to use wind magic up to the first circle. Blitz. William shouted and the hawk dove from the sky to answer his call. The young boy jumped on the hawk's back and gave the 2 birds of prey a sidelong glance. If it was only a one-on-one battle, William was confident that he could beat it. However, since its backup had arrived, the young boy decided to retreat. He was not a fool. With his job classes sealed, fighting 2 Class D beasts was suicide. With a flap of its mighty wings, the hawk left the outskirts of the forest and landed near a small camp where its master, John, was waiting for them. How did it go? John asked. William shook his head. John had tasked him to look for suitable prey inside the forest for lunch, but he hadn't seen any beast that was easy to deal with, so he decided to circle around the outskirts in the hope to find an opponent he could take down. After an hour of searching, he finally found a horned rabbit digging into the ground. He was about to go for the kill when he was interrupted by the green-scaled Archaeopteryx. Naturally, the horned rabbit was alerted and immediately ran away. William, on the other hand, engaged the bird of prey because he felt that he could beat it. Unfortunately, the Archaeopteryx was one tough cookie. The two battled for a quarter of an hour before its partner came to its aid, leaving William no choice but to retreat. I guess we'll be having boiled potatoes for lunch. John grinned as he took out 4 potatoes from his storage ring. William sighed because it was their 3rd day of eating boiled potatoes in a row. Blitz left them in order to hunt for his own lunch. He was the type of bird that didn't like to share his spoils with other people. What's wrong? John asked as he stared at the depressed boy that was sighing beside him. I finally understand how hard it is to hit a moving target, William replied as he gazed at the pot of potatoes over the fire. It is much easier to hit them when they are standing still. If someone were to shoot you with a bow, would you keep still? John inquired. Of course not, William answered. I don't want to die. Correct. John nodded his head. Naturally, the beasts you are fighting against don't want to die either. However, that's just how the world works. It is either you are the hunter or the prey. These two roles could interchange at any point in time. 1 minute you are the hunter, the next second you are the hunted. William knew that John was telling him the truth. It was the same when they fought the hobgoblin shaman for the first time. They were the hunters, but they kicked a steel plate. In the end, the tables were turned and the hobgoblin shaman almost wiped out their entire party. Then, how do you hit moving targets? William inquired. He was hoping that John could give him some advice. Predict where they will move next, John replied. This is why I asked you to hunt for our food. You need to use your perception and predict your target's next moves. That way, you will be able to land a hit on them. Predict. William frowned. The movements of the green-scaled Archaeopteryx were too erratic for him to predict. What William didn't know was that aside from archery, John's role was to teach him to read his enemy's body language. All martial artists were proficient in this field, but hunters were the ones who paid extra attention to their targets. Hitting your enemy from a distance is no easy feat. It required strong concentration and perception in order to land a hit on your target's body. John's profession was an aerial cavalier. He was a hunter that specialized in shooting his targets from the air while riding his mount, Blitz. The thing that he was proficient in was hunting moving targets. This was why he was able to hold the Strathmore horned wolf at bay until James and the others arrived as his backup. Another month passed and William had gotten used to hunting on the outskirts of the Strathmore forest. Thanks to John's advice, he was able to hit his target 6 out of 10 tries. Although the hit rate was just barely passable, it was a great improvement in William's archery skills. He had just killed a wild boar when he heard the cries of birds in the forest. William's sixth sense warned him that danger was approaching. The young boy didn't even think twice and ran towards the exit for the forest. Although he felt regret for needing to leave the wild boar behind, his life was more important. He had just traveled a mere 20 meters when a black-winged panther lunged at him from the side. William had already jumped to his left, but the panther's claws still managed to land a scratch on his chest. Fortunately, it wasn't too deep, but it still dyed William's clothes with his blood. William looked at his assailant with dread as his appraisal skill identified the creature in front of him. Shadow Fang. Winged black panther. Threat level, C-mid. A panther that liked to stalk its prey from behind before delivering a fatal strike. Beautiful, yet ferocious, this beast is a difficult adversary on land and in the sky. System unlock my job classes now. William ordered. He knew that now was not the time to withhold his strength because he was fighting against an opponent that was stronger than his Mama Ella in her war ibex form. William wouldn't take his chances against such an opponent. Unsealing job. Classes. Seal has been lifted. Host's abilities has been successfully unlocked. William felt his body getting lighter and stronger after his abilities were unsealed. System. Switch my sub-class to monk. William stored his bow inside his storage ring and ran away in haste. He zigzagged through the trees using his movement speed, Heavenly Phantasm. The Shadow Fang looked at him in disdain as it jumped from branch to branch in pursuit of its prey. When the panther was about to jump to the tree near William, the boy kicked the tree bark with all his might, splitting the tree in two. The sudden change caught the panther by surprise as it flapped its wings to adjust its landing. William chose that opportunity to charge towards the Shadow Fang and deliver the most powerful trump card in his monk arsenal, which was the overwhelming strike, knockback effect. A powerful clap resounded in the forest as William's fist connected with the panther's leg. The panther roared in pain as it was knocked away by William's full-powered strike. Its front leg was bent at an unnatural angle, which proved that the boy had successfully crippled his attacker. However, the battle was not over yet. The panther flapped its wings and several feathers flew in William's direction. The wings of the Shadow Fang were as hard as steel and it could use their feathers as range weapons when dealing with its enemy. William bent his body in an unnatural angle to evade the feathers, which was only possible because of his flexibility. After dodging the attack, William ran away because this was his only opportunity to do it. He hoped that the winged panther would call it quits and leave him alone. Sadly, no one heard his prayers as a vengeful roar echoed through the forest. Even though its front leg was crippled, the Shadow Fang could still move its body by flying in the air. When William exited the forest, the Shadow Fang was already above him and was prepared to take his life. It was then when a loud shriek pierced the sky and Blitz collided with the winged panther with its talons poised to strike. The Shadow Fang was forced to abandon its plan to bite William's head off from his body and turned to clash with the hawk who dared to get in its way. The panther and the hawk engaged in a fight in close combat as they clawed, pecked, swiped, and bit each other in the air. William could only watch the spectacle unfold as the two beasts fought tooth and nail against each other. "Stop playing around," Blitz, John said as he appeared beside William. Don't play with your food. Blitz cried out reluctantly as it looked at the panther with a sneer. The Shadow Fang felt that something was wrong, but it still continued to attack the hawk in front of it. The hawk's body grew in size until he was as big as 2 buses combined. He lashed out his sharp talons against his enemy and left deep gashes on the panther's chest. The Shadow Fang knew that it was in trouble and decided to run away. But Blitz didn't give it a chance to do that. The hawk's talons tore the wings off of the panther's body. The Shadow Fang roared in pain as it crashed to the ground head first. Blitz was about to deal the finishing blow when a whistling sound tore through the air. An arrow flew towards the panther's open jaw and pierced through its head. Seeing that its enemy died before its eyes, the hawk gave William the "Da fuck are you doing, bro?" stare. Clearly, Blitz didn't like its prey getting kill-stealed by someone else. William, on the other hand, had a smug look on his face as he landed the killing blow to the beast who almost took his life earlier. Gained Express, 10,000. Uncle John, so this is what it's like to predict your enemy's movements, William said with a smug expression. Everything went according to my plan. The corner of John's lips twitched as he looked at the shameless boy beside him. Just which part of what happened was part of your plan? This was what Blitz and John wanted to ask the smug-faced boy who was looking at the panther's corpse with greedy eyes. For a brief moment his gaze reminded them of what James looked like when he was about to rob a bandit's camp of their treasures. Chapter 99. Long time no see, Master. William was hunting as usual when 2 green-scaled Archaeopteryx attacked him from his left and right side. When their sneak attack missed, the 2 birds of prey circled around the boy using their erratic movements with the intention of confusing him. The red-headed boy calmly nocked an arrow on his bow and pulled the string as far as he could. He didn't even bother to look at the Archaeopteryx that was about to peck him from behind. Instead, he stepped aside and bent his body in an angle that allowed the beast to pass harmlessly by the right side of his body. It was then when William released the string and the arrow embedded itself on the Archaeopteryx's back. The beast cried out in pain, but it didn't last long because another arrow had embedded itself in its head, causing it to fall on the ground, dead. This time, the boy wasn't using a normal arrow. It was a steel arrow forged from the steel wings of the winged panther. The bow in his hand was also different from the one he used in the past. It was a special bow that Barbados had made for him while he was busy training his archery skills. The difference between his old weapon and his new one was like comparing a flintlock with an automatic shotgun. The penetrating power of both ammunition and weapons were miles apart. The other Archaeopteryx shrieked in anger when it saw that its partner had died. It flapped its wings in a flurry as it shot several wind blades in the boy's direction. William calmly dodged these attacks as he knocked another arrow on his bow. The boy pulled the string of the bow and grinned evilly. This is payback for the time the 2 of you bullied me. The moment William released the string, the fate of the Archaeopteryx was sealed. The arrow flew straight and true, piercing the beast's head and ending its life. The bird of prey became an easy target because it had lost all reason and attacked the red-headed boy directly due to anger. Looks like we're having roasted birds tonight, William muttered as he pressed 2 fingers over his lips and whistled. A shrill screech answered back and Blitz scooped the 2 corpses off the ground. The hawk circled one more time and William jumped on its back. Both boy and hawk left the forest and returned to their encampment where John was waiting for them. Just 7 months and you managed to reach the initial stages of the gold rank for archers, John said as he propped his chin with his fingers. I'm really a good teacher. Yes, you are a good teacher, Uncle John. William nodded his head in agreement. Oh, this is a surprise. I thought you're going to say that it's not that I am a good teacher, but that you are just a genius. No, William shook his head. I'm not a genius. I'm just handsome. Get your facts straight, Uncle John. You and your narcissism. John covered his face with his hand. Still, your training ended shorter than my initial estimate. Is it due to you being a half-elf? I've heard that they were natural archers, but seeing is believing. That's a possibility, William agreed. It also surprised him how easy it was for him to learn how to use the bow in such a short period of time. It was as if he was born to hold a bow. Maybe it is due to my elven ancestry, William thought as he added chopped wood to their campfire. In any case, we are going to return to Lant tomorrow. John yawned. Time for you to meet your next instructor. William smiled and nodded his head. It was at that moment when a familiar notification sound was heard inside his mind. Special quest, Birth of a Warrior 2 completed. Reward: 1000 God Points. Chain Quest activated. Special Quest: Birth of a Warrior 3. Reward: 2000 God Points. 2000 God Points. William blinked. It increased. Well, I'm not going to complain. The more the merrier. The young boy sighed as he looked at the 2000 God Points that he had earned after finishing his monk and archer training. The items in the god shop were too expensive and William couldn't buy anything of value. He already asked the system for a recommendation and the latter showed him a weapon that made him gulp in anticipation. However, it was priced at 50,000 God Points. With the 90% coupon that he had received earlier, he would need 3,000 more God Points in order to purchase it from the shop. William was now more pumped than ever to gather enough God Points to buy the weapon that the system had recommended to him. "Uncle, I don't want any suspense. Just tell me who the next instructor is going to be," William pleaded. "Don't worry, it is someone you know very well," John replied with a grin. "Even if you ask me 100 times, I'm not going to spill the beans. It will be best if you just wait and see who your next instructor is going to be." Fine. William backed down and just focused on cooking their dinner. No matter who his next instructor would be, he was confident that he would be able to handle anything that was thrown at him. At least that's what he thought at the time. William lightly coughed as he looked at the beautiful lady in front of him. He and John had just arrived in Lont when Scene appeared in front of him with a smile. "Long time no see, Master." William gave a dazzling smile that was enough for old women to give him something good to eat. "Indeed," Celine replied with a sweet smile. "It had been 2 years since we last saw each other. Is there anything you need from me, Master? I came here to pick you up." "Pick me up?" William blinked his eyes in confusion. Suddenly a dreadful realization appeared inside his mind. Master, don't tell me." The next stage of your training will commence." Celine lightly caressed the head of her one and only disciple. "Let's go, William." The beautiful lady didn't even wait for William's reply as she dragged the boy away. John could only wave at the pitiful little shepherd who seemed to have given up all resistance, and allowed Celine to take him back to her residence. I knew that the reward of 2000 God Points was too good to be true, William thought as he obediently followed his master, Celine, back to her home. The young boy's body shivered as he entered the house that he hadn't visited for more than 2 years. Everything seemed to be the same. Even Oliver, the parrot monkey, was seated on his usual perch and was staring at William as if he had found an interesting new toy that he could play with. Chapter 100. Master, it's my first time. Little Wool, I missed you terribly. Celine caressed the side of William's face. "I also missed your cooking. Can you prepare something good to eat for dinner?" "Of course, Master," William replied. Celine's soft hand lingered on his face for a few more seconds before she patted the boy's head. "I'm looking forward to dinner," Celine winked. "Do your best, Little Will." Celine left it at that and went towards the stairs. William watched her go until she was no longer in sight before hurrying towards the parrot monkey who was looking at him with a smirk. "Second Master. Master is scaring me," William said. "Is she planning something sinister for me?" "How could that be?" Oliver replied in an exaggerated manner. "You know that the mistress cares for you very much. How can she probably do something sinister to you? Being poisoned, cursed, and tortured every day is not considered sinister." William wanted to spit on the parrot monkey's face, but he needed allies right now. When Celine acted like a spoiled, rich, young lady, it meant that she was planning to do something that was enough to give William a fright. "Second Master, just spill the beans," William pleaded. "Is the Master upset? Is she angry at me? Should I look for a gift to make her happy?" "Well, regardless of what mistress is feeling, giving her a gift is only right and proper since you are her disciple," Oliver answered. "As for whether she is upset or angry at you, I don't think that is the case. Make sure to do your best in cooking dinner. Perhaps, the mistress will be so pleased that she will not do anything tonight." "Okay," William nodded. "It has been a while since I used my culinary skills. I'm going to get Master addicted to my cooking." "You do that," Oliver nodded his head. "Also, prepare an extra portion for me. Leave it to me, Second Master. I'll look forward to your performance." That night, the three had a sumptuous dinner. William did his best and Celine and Oliver were quite satisfied with the dishes that he had prepared for them. Celine asked William about his training and the boy replied honestly to her every question. "Dwayne must really like you if he asked you to call him your third master," Celine said as she eyed William. "You know, although that bald monk is an alcoholic, he is someone that is very hard to please. It's all thanks to you, Master, William replied with a smile. I was able to perform well because of the discipline and mindset that you imparted in my training. As expected of my one and only disciple. Celine replied, you speak the truth. Celine stood up from the table and walked towards the stairs. The young boy thought that he had managed to dodge the bullet, but Celine paused and turned to look back at him. William, after you finish cleaning up and washing the dishes, take a bath, Celine ordered. Make sure to scrub yourself properly, then come to my room afterwards. The beautiful lady gave William a wink before climbing up the stairs. The red-headed boy looked at the beautiful lady's retreating figure with a dazed expression. She wants me to take a bath and go to her room later. William's heart started to beat faster. Is this one of those special events where the protagonist is able to climb the stairs of adulthood thanks to their master? Is this what C.U. Chulain experienced when he made Scathach his master? C.U. Chulain is a great hero and a legendary figure in Irish literature. The same can be said to his teacher Scathach, who was known as a legendary martial arts teacher who lives in the Fortress of Shadows. William's mind wandered as he completely forgot that he was currently only 12 years old. Although his mind was that of a teenager, his body was still that of a child. Oliver, who was watching the boy, smirked in understanding. He already knew that William's mental age didn't match his physical age, so he was quite amused by the young boy's reaction. You better hurry up, kid. Oliver decided to fan the flames. Make sure to clean yourself properly. Don't keep the mistress waiting. Yes, I will clean myself properly. William hurriedly wiped the table and went to wash the dishes. His current state of mind was in chaos because he was too caught up in his fantasies. William bathed himself using cold water from the well in order to calm his wildly beating heart. After making sure that he had scrubbed every nook and cranny of his body, he washed it one more time before drying himself with a bath towel. He then wore the cleanest nightshirt that he could find from his storage ring and combed his hair properly. Of course, he didn't forget to brush his teeth, not once, but thrice. An hour later, he was finally standing in front of his master's door. William took deep breaths before knocking on it to announce his presence. Come in. A soft and silky voice came from inside the room. When William opened the door, he saw Celine lying on the bed wearing a black one-piece night dress. The young boy gulped as he walked inside the room, closing the door behind him. Afterward, he stood there in a daze, not knowing what to do. What are you standing there for? Celine asked in a teasing tone. The beautiful lady patted the side of her bed in invitation. Come here. Yes, master, William replied as he stiffly walked towards the bed with mechanical movements. William sat on the bed with his back turned towards Celine. His face was already beet red from the stimulation. Don't be afraid, Celine said as she slowly guided William to lie on the bed. It will hurt at first, but then you will get used to it. Master, it's my first time, William stuttered. Please, be gentle, Celine chuckled. Her laugh was like the pealing of bells which made William's heart tremble. I can't promise that I will be gentle, Celine stated as she held the side of William's face with her soft and delicate hands. But I can promise you one thing. This will be a night you will not forget in your lifetime. Celine bent her head until her forehead came very close to William's. A flowery fragrance assaulted the boy's senses, and it made his already flushed face a shade redder. William, do you trust me? Celine asked. Her lips were merely 2 inches away from his. Not really, William replied. But this time, I'll choose to trust you, master. Very well, now close your eyes, Celine said softly. She chose to ignore William's earlier reply. Just relax and let me take the lead. Surrender yourself to the feeling until both of us become one. Why yes, I will surrender myself to master and let her take the lead. Good boy. William closed his eyes and relaxed his body. However, he still puckered his lips and waited for Celine's next move. The beautiful lady saw his expression and almost laughed out loud. She just calmly placed 2 slender fingers to block the boy's lips as she pressed her forehead against his. Synchronization, Celine muttered. William felt his body shudder as he lost consciousness. However, at the very last second, before his senses faded, he felt something soft and warm touch his lips. This was the last thing William remembered before his world was suddenly engulfed in darkness. Chapter 101, Ignorance is Bliss, Part 1. When William opened his eyes, he found himself staring at a sea of stars. He blinked once then twice as the gears inside his mind started to turn. I was in Master's room, William thought as he tried to remember the sequence of events that happened before he lost consciousness. Master made me lie on the bed, then she asked me to close my eyes. After that I felt something soft touch my lips, and then I found myself here. The young boy's thoughts didn't continue past that point because a familiar voice whispered in his ears. Glad to see you are finally awake, Celine whispered. Although, it doesn't bother me much, can you put on some clothes first? Huh. William turned his head to look at his beautiful master. Celine was wearing a skin-tight bodysuit that seemed to resemble Catwoman's costume. The corner of Celine's lips was curled up into a teasing smile as she looked at William's lower half. How cute, Celine teased. William lowered his head to look at what Celine was staring at. His body immediately curled up like a shrimp as he used his hands to cover the proud and mighty little William, who was standing up in its full glory. Calm down, Celine chuckled as she looked at the embarrassed boy in front of her. We are inside your sea of consciousness. Just imagine yourself wearing clothes and the problem will be solved. The boy immediately did as he was told, and clothes did appear on his body. William sighed in relief as he felt the familiar shepherd's clothes that he had been wearing for a long time. Master, you said we are inside my sea of consciousness. How come you are here? William inquired. This was not the first time he entered his own sea of consciousness, because this place was where the divinities hid themselves inside his body. He was just surprised that Celine was here as well. Good question. Celine nodded her head. The answer to your question, my dear disciple, is that I snuck inside your sea of consciousness. The reason is because this will be the special venue for the next phase of your training. System, can you hear me? William whispered in his mind. Will there be a problem if we train inside my sea of consciousness? If the host soul receives sufficient damage, then this place might collapse, and you will not be able to wake up ever again. In the outside world, you will be in a coma for the rest of your life. William sucked in cold breath as he realized the grave danger he was in. Celine said that this would be the venue of their training. This meant that one mistake and he would become a vegetable for life. The young boy lightly coughed as he looked at his master with pleading eyes. Master, can we switch locations? This place is not a suitable training area. No, Celine shook his head. This is the perfect place for our training. We will be killing two birds with one stone if we do our training here. Master, do you know that I might die if we train here? Yes, that's precisely why we're training here, my cute disciple. William's face darkened when he realized that Celine was fully aware of the dangers that accompanied training inside his sea of consciousness. What William didn't know was that even though the system said that he would go into a coma if his soul received sufficient damage inside this place, it was not as bad as he thought it would be. Only when his soul disintegrated into 1,000,000 pieces will the sufficient damage clause apply. Meaning, even if he was sliced into 100, even thousands of pieces, the injury to his soul would be very minimal. Even Truck Kun, the #1 perpetrator in sending people to the isekai worlds, could only temporarily damage William's soul after he crashed on him. Simply put, it would take an extremely powerful attack to damage a soul beyond repair. Don't worry, at most you will be unable to move your body for a few days, Celine assured him. However, this training will be very beneficial to you. How can this training be beneficial to me, Master? William inquired. Can't we just do regular training? Celine sighed as she tucked her long, silky, purple hair behind her elven ears. Your grandfather told me that the reason behind why you want to get stronger is because you wanted to go to the Silvermoon continent. You wanted to meet your mother, and find a way to save your father, correct? Yes, William answered. Do you have a plan in mind on how to accomplish your goal? Train until I become as strong as my father before I go and meet my mother. And how many years will that take? Celine placed her hands behind her back as she waited for William's answer. 20 years. You're quite an optimist, aren't you? What makes you think that the Elven Council will give you 20 years to grow? William noticed that Celine's words were laced with malice when she mentioned the Elven Council. He didn't understand why Celine was telling him that the Elven Council would not give him time to grow. Master, what do you mean? William inquired. Why would the Elven Council target me? Do you really not know the answer, or are you just playing dumb? Celine looked at William with contempt. Master, I don't really understand what you're talking about. Ignorance is really bliss. Celine shook her head as if she was disappointed with William's answer. Enough. Celine raised her hand and a black spear that glinted with the power of darkness appeared in the air above her. We came here to train and not to talk about these things. Now, draw your weapon. Let me see the extent of what you've learned in your training. William looked at his master with a serious expression as he raised his hand. Come forth, Stormcaller. A spear materialized above William. It was the family heirloom of the Ainsworth family, and the young boy grabbed it firmly in his hands. Tendrils of lightning snaked around the spear's body as its blade glowed with a purple light. Good stance, Celine praised. Let's see if it has substance. She took a step forward and disappeared from where she stood. A second later, she reappeared in front of William with her spear poised to strike. Although William wasn't able to follow her movements, his perception had alerted him of the danger in front of him. The two spears collided, but the one that was blown away was William's. Celine took another step forward and turned into a dark mist. William felt danger from behind, so he immediately turned his body to parry Celine's attack from his rear. Where are you looking? A teasing voice whispered in his ears. Before the young boy could do anything, his head was grabbed and slammed into the ground. Celine didn't stop her attack and kept on slamming William's face to the ground until the boy's face was smashed to a pulp. Chapter 102, Ignorance is Bliss Part 2. Master, you're so brutal, William said as his face automatically healed itself, once Celine had stopped her attacks and given him a moment to recover. Isn't it fine? Celine grinned as she twirled the spear in her hand. Inside this place, even if you die 1,000 times, you'll still be alive and kicking in the real world. William narrowed his gaze as he took a fighting stance to resume their battle. He knew that talking with Celine was pointless because the other was hell-bent to make him suffer. Since that was the case, he would do everything in his power to teach her a lesson as well. Master, I was holding back earlier, William stated in an arrogant manner. This time, I won't hold back. I apologize in advance if I hurt you. The young boy channeled all of his strength inside his body and prepared to give Celine a good beating. 5 minutes later, Master, it hurts. Please stop. Forgive me. William cried out like a pig being slaughtered as Celine continuously spanked his butt using the flat edge of the blade on her spear. You were acting so sure of yourself earlier, and now you're begging for forgiveness. Celine sneered. I wonder where that confidence of yours is coming from. Earlier, William had unleashed his full power and fought with everything he had. Things were going well in the first few minutes, but the balance was broken when Celine executed an aggressive battle style that cut off William's limbs one after the other. As the limbless boy fell on the ground, Celine kicked his body until his face was facing the floor. Seeing his defenseless state, Celine felt mischievous and began spanking William's bum with the spearhead's flat edge. After having her fill, Celine stopped spanking the boy and allowed William to regrow his arms and legs. I have to admit that you've grown quite a bit in your absence these last 2 years, Celine said with praise. Compared to that simpering 10-year-old boy that arrived on my doorstep, you've come a long way. Really, Master? William asked with a smug expression on his face. Yes, but it is still far from being able to beat the geniuses of the elven race. At most, you will only last a minute in a direct confrontation with one of them. William frowned. He didn't want to believe that he wasn't a match for any of the geniuses of the elven race. With his current power, he was very confident that no one of the same age as him would be able to beat him in a one-on-one battle. You think a half-baked boy like you can fight against geniuses that have trained since they were young? Celine asked in contempt. You think that having a crash course of a year in monk training, and 7 months of archer training, is enough for you to beat an elven prodigy? You're far too naive, boy. Elves inherit the blessing of the world tree. When they reach the age of 6, their physical abilities are already comparable to silver-ranked fighters. Compared to the starting point of human children, the elves are much more superior. William snorted. If the elves were so strong and superior, then why did they have to ask for a mere human to help them to fight against the demon race? If they were so strong, then why did they almost become slaves to the demons? Master, your elven race is not as strong as you think it is. William thought that Celine would be angered and lash out at him, so he was surprised when the latter only smiled and nodded her head. Yes, Celine replied. Back then, the elves had no choice but to lower their heads in dignity to ask others for help. Do you know the reason why? I don't. Well then, Littlewool, allow me to tell you the reason why the elven race almost lost the war a year before you were born. The reason why they had to humble themselves during that time is because the world tree was dying. The proud and arrogant race had lost the blessing of the world tree and their power had been greatly weakened. When the demon race got wind of this, they immediately launched their invasion to conquer the Silvermoon continent while the elves were at their weakest. William listened seriously to Celine's story because he wanted to know everything about the Silvermoon continent. The place where his mother and father were currently staying. The funny thing about this whole event was that due to your father's sacrifice, the dying world tree became healthy again. I'm sure that the Elven Council didn't expect such a boon to happen when they invited your father to help them fight against the demon race. Naturally, they also didn't know your father was so good at conquering women that the saint had fallen head over heels for him. Both were unexpected outcomes, but for the elves, the world tree was more important than their saint. There were already plans to replace your mother as the guardian of the world tree, but the tree rejected the saint candidates they presented. Perhaps it was due to your father's lingering emotions, or perhaps the world tree cares for his current guardian. This was why, until this day, your mother is still the saint of the elven race despite the fact that she has given birth to a half-elf. Celine sighed as she looked at the young boy in front of her. After the world tree recovered its vitality, the elves of the Silvermoon continent also recovered their strength and arrogance. William, you are the son of the hero and the saint who saved the elven race. However, many ancient families bear a grudge against your father for marrying their saint. Celine didn't continue because William understood her meaning. Since they couldn't do anything to his mother, they would shift their attention to him. This was why his beautiful master told him that the Elven Council wouldn't give him time to grow up. They were afraid that he would become just like his father. Someone with domineering strength that could threaten their existence. Of course, the majority of elves treated William's father, Maxwell, as a hero and idolized him. The same could be said for his mother, Arwen. However, the elves who were greedy for power and position, hated them for their influence. Even though the Aenarion family was the current head of the council, there were still many elders who were dissatisfied with the current status quo. William, if you don't want to die, become stronger than your father, Celine said. Surpass him and the elven race will have no choice but to listen to your demands. That is the way of this world. The strong will always have the last say in every matter. Pep talk is over, let's fight. William was also not in the mood to talk after realizing that the Elven Council was a bunch of hypocrites. The only thing on his mind was to become strong. Strong enough to ensure that his fated reunion with his mother and father would not be a pipe dream. When William opened his eyes, he found himself alone on Celine's bed. The things that had happened inside his sea of consciousness were still fresh on his mind. The young boy sighed in his heart because his master's training regimen was still as brutal as always. He was about to get off the bed when he realized one important thing, and that was, he couldn't move his body. William had experienced a similar feeling when he was still in the temple after clearing the trial of courage, so he didn't panic and handled the situation calmly. System, can you analyze my current condition? There's no need to analyze the host's current condition. What you are experiencing right now is the spiritual backlash from your training within the sea of consciousness. How long before I can move my body? 2 hours, 40 minutes, and 21 seconds. William sighed internally. Celine had already told him the purpose of his training. It was to develop his fighting style with his spear and to strengthen his soul against spiritual attacks. The beautiful elf reminded him that there were spiritual masters that could bypass the defenses of the body so they could just focus on attacking a person's soul. Celine was training William to resist such attacks, and allow him a chance of survival if his sea of consciousness were invaded by spirits who wanted to corrupt his soul. While the boy was thinking of ways to pass his time, the door of the room opened and Celine entered with a mischievous smile on her face. She was carrying a few tools in her hand, and William could tell with a glance that his beautiful master was up to no good. Chapter 103, Master, I miss you. Master, what are you doing? Writing. Writing what exactly? Make a wild guess, Celine said as she used a brush to write runic characters on William's arm. The boy was currently in a state of paralysis and only his head could move. Perhaps, Celine had known this would happen, so she decided to take this opportunity to practice her runic calligraphy on a living, breathing canvas. After finishing the runic writing on William's arms, Celine proceeded to write on William's chest. The black rose tattoo in the center of the boy's chest served as the centerpiece of the beautiful elf's runic writing. Celine's brush strokes sent a tingling sensation down William's spine. It was as if every stroke contained some kind of ancient power that was slowly being embedded inside his body. With every rune that finished, William could feel some vague changes inside him that he couldn't explain. These changes were more on the spiritual side of things that made him feel unbalanced. After writing on his chest, Celine proceeded to write on his legs, until she reached the boy's feet. This writing session ended after 2.5 hours. Celine stood up and admired her masterpiece with a satisfied smile. William's body was covered with blue runic letters that were glowing slightly. After making sure that everything was in order, the beautiful elf placed her right hand over the rose tattoo on William's chest while softly saying a chant. William was not familiar with the language that his master was using, but for some reason it was making him feel drowsy. Soon, the boy dozed off as the runes on his body started to glow brightly. Absorption, Celine said with a serious expression. All the glowing runes floated in the air for a few seconds before falling back onto William's body and disappearing under his skin. Beads of sweat streamed down the sides of Celine's face as she finished one of the most complicated reinforcement spells that was taught to her by her own master. Oliver appeared inside the room with a worried expression as he stared at Celine, who was still panting for breath. "Mistress, are you all right?" Oliver asked. "Should I bring you a rejuvenation potion?" "That sounds wonderful, Oliver," Celine replied. "I'd like to have one, please. Give me a moment." Oliver lifted his talon and drew a circle in the air. A medium-sized bottle that contained a purple liquid appeared in the air. It slowly floated towards Celine, and the latter caught it with a shaky hand. "The toll it took on my body surpassed my calculations," Celine mused as she drank the potion in her hand. The sweet invigorating liquid entered her lips and a soothing feeling washed over her body. It made her feel drowsy, so she decided to lay down on the bed beside the sleeping half-elf. The pitiful William became Celine's hug pillow, as she, too, fell asleep due to exhaustion. Oliver watched the master and disciple pair with gentle eyes. "Little Wool, you're so lucky that you chose my mistress as your master," Oliver thought as he left the room. He calculated that the two would wake up at around lunchtime, so it was up to him to prepare the food for the two hungry people who would wake up in a few hours. When William opened his eyes for the second time of the day, he found his face pressed against something soft like a marshmallow. It was also at that moment when a flowery fragrance entered his nose, which put him into a daze. It didn't take long for him to realize his current situation, and he didn't know if he should be happy or not with the unexpected development. "At least cup C," William thought as the soft mounds pressed against his face. Celine was currently using him as a hug pillow, and her deep sleeper breaths tickled William's ears. If the lady lying next to him was not his master, William would no doubt appreciate his situation more. Unfortunately, it was his crazy master, and William couldn't predict how she would react if she discovered that the young boy's face was currently resting on her proud peaks. Before William could think of a way to escape his predicament, Celine's eyes opened without warning. She stared at William, still half asleep, before covering her lips to yawn. "Good morning, master," William greeted. Good morning," Celine replied. She then loosened her grip on the boy's body as she slowly propped herself from the bed. She raised her arms to do some stretching exercises, before she left the bed to go down to the dining room to eat. William felt complicated as he watched the door of the room close. Half of him was disappointed that the softness disappeared, while the other half was sad because Celine treated him like a child and not a man. "I'm so stupid," William thought as he rubbed his face with both his hands. "My body is still that of a 12-year-old kid. Of course, master will not think of me as a man with my current age." William's stomach chose that moment to remind the boy that it was hungry. The boy placed the stupid thoughts at the back of his mind and joined his master for lunch. "Will, what do you know about aura?" Celine asked after she finished eating her lunch. "Aura," William frowned. "Sorry, master, I don't know anything in regards to aura." "I see." Celine propped her beautiful face using the palm of her hands. "I had a feeling that Dwayne didn't have the time to add aura training in your exercises due to the limited time frame. However, don't worry, I'll make sure that you learn how to use your aura as a substitute for your lack of magic power." William tilted his head to the side as he looked at his master. Is master talking about those auras that enveloped Super Scions in Dragonbone Z? If yes, that would be so freaking awesome. Celine didn't know what the young boy was thinking because she was preparing to explain what an aura was to her disciple. "Well, an aura is the energy that surrounds a person's body," Celine started her explanation. "Sword masters call their aura, sword aura. The sword aura allows their sword to become harder, sharper, and even allow itself to block magical attacks to a certain extent. Once a sword master has become proficient in the control of his aura, he then trains his sword intent. The sword intent allows him to manipulate the sword aura to execute energy-based attacks, and other feats that are impossible for those who have not yet awakened their aura, like cutting a mountain in half. In short, sword aura is Super Saiyan's mode, but with weapons. Sword intent is Bankai mode in Bleach. Celine paused to allow William to digest her explanation. You can even say that what separates the rookies from the expert warriors is the ability to use aura. It's like a form of graduation for them. From a swordsman, to a knight, to a Templar. Knights can use sword aura to a certain extent, but it is only at the beginner level. Templars on the other hand are stronger and can perform powerful sword strikes that can cut reinforced steel in half like a hot knife cutting through butter. Celine gave William an arrogant look before continuing her explanation. The purpose of the runes I inscribed on your body earlier was to increase your sensitivity by 100-fold. This will help you feel the flow of aura in your body, and allow you to understand how to wield it. William patted his shoulder then his hand. He couldn't feel the increased sensitivity that Celine was talking about. Celine watched William's actions with an amused expression. You need to say a special word that serves as the password to activate the increased sensitivity in your body. I will not tell you this word now, because I still haven't prepared the right environment for our training. It would be far too dangerous if you activated it at this point in time. Then, when will we start our aura training? William inquired. His eyes were sparkling in anticipation because he wanted to experience what it was like to become a Super Saiyan. Tonight, Celine replied with a smile. You are free to wander around for the time being, but be sure to return before sunset. You still need to cook dinner. Celine stood up and walked towards the stairs leading to the basement. I will prepare the venue for our training. Make sure not to disturb me unless it is important. Yes, Celine needed to prepare the venue for their training. Learning how to form auras would usually take 2 to 3 years, but she and William didn't have that much free time on their hands. What she needed to do was use the special artifact that was given to her by her master before she left the northern continent once her training had finished. Master, did you give me this artifact in preparation for this day? Celine thought. Her master was a powerful sorceress who was also proficient in future sight. Although she didn't say anything about why she handed her prized artifact to Celine, the beautiful elf had a nagging feeling that her master had peeked into her future. Master, I miss you, Celine sighed as she held the golden pendant that was hanging on her neck. It was the gift that she received from her master when she officially became her disciple. The beautiful elf wished that there would come a time when she would be able to see her beloved master once again, before the elven prophecy came to pass. Chapter 104, Aura Training, Part 1. Oliver, I'll leave the house in your hands. Worry not, mistress, I'll make sure that nothing interrupts your training with little Will. Celine nodded her head and proceeded to go downstairs. She had just made the finishing touches for her planned 2 months training with her disciple, and only conversed with Oliver to give him some orders while she and William went into seclusion. Do you think that William will be able to endure it, mistress? Oliver inquired. I still think it's too early for this. We're on the same page, Oliver. Celine paused her footsteps before nodding her head in agreement. But, time waits for no one. The sooner Will finishes his training, the less worried I'll be when he leaves Lant. The parrot monkey sighed. Oliver knew that Celine was right. This was the only way to boost William's strength with the limited time they had. He just hoped that the boy would be able to endure the training that Celine had specially prepared for him. William was currently in the living room. He was waiting for Celine to finish her conversation with Oliver. After hearing that they would go into seclusion for 2 months, the young boy felt anxious and excited at the same time. Due to his uneasiness, he paced around the room in order to calm his nerves for the training that was about to come. A few minutes later, he heard Celine's footsteps coming down from the stairway and immediately stopped his anxious pacing. He stared at his beautiful master, while trying to keep a calm expression on his face. Are you ready? Celine asked. Yes. William replied. We can start anytime, master. Good. Celine nodded and beckoned for William to follow her. The two entered the basement together and headed to a secret passage that William had never seen before. Celine didn't say anything as he led her one and only disciple to a small room that was devoid of anything. It was just an enclosed space, yet William could feel energy fluctuations around him. Celine gave him a reassuring smile as she waved her hand. In front of them, a silver door appeared out of nowhere. The beautiful elf casually opened it and motioned for William to enter. The boy obeyed without asking any questions. William knew better than to question his master about every little thing that she did. Just beyond the door, a blue ocean and sky that spanned for as far as the eye could see surrounded William on all sides. He scanned his surroundings, but didn't feel anything unusual except for the fact that this reminded him of his sea of consciousness. "Master, where are we?" William asked. "We are currently inside a divine artifact called Eternity," Celine replied. "This is the place where we will be spending close to 4 years together." "Huh, Master, what do you mean 4 years? Aren't we supposed to only stay in seclusion for 2 months? "Yes and no. In the outside world, we will only be spending 2 months in seclusion. However, inside this divine artifact a day is equivalent to only an hour on the outside world. Meaning, a single day outside is equivalent to 24 days here." Celine patted the boy's head. "In the span of 3 years and 9 months, you must learn how to manifest and use your aura." "Do I make myself clear? If I am unable to learn it?" William inquired. Celine smiled sweetly. It reminded William of the days where he was tortured until he almost went crazy. The boy knew that he better do his best to learn aura control or else he was going to regret it. "Come." Celine sat cross-legged on the ocean, and made a gesture for William to follow suit. William understood her intention, so he immediately sat cross-legged, facing her. He had already prepared himself mentally, so he waited for his master's order attentively. "The password to raise your sensitivity is exceed break," Celine explained. "Take note that after you activate the runes, your body's sensitivity will increase 100-fold. If you want to cancel its effects, just say, exceed off. Do you understand?" "Yes." William nodded. "Very well, activate the seal," Celine ordered. "Exceed break," William muttered. Just as soon as the words left his lips, the runes that had embedded themselves inside the boy's body glowed in unison. William immediately felt a drastic change in his senses as his mind was overwhelmed by the sensations that washed over his body. "We will now proceed with the first phase of your training," Celine said via telepathy. Since William's sensitivity had now increased by 100-fold, she was afraid that her voice might be strong enough to shatter his eardrum. "For now, focus to see if you can feel any form of energy in your body." William closed his eyes and focused his attention on his body. It didn't take long before he could hear and feel the beating of his own heart. Soon, the thumping sound resounded in his ear like a steady rhythm. As the boy listened to his heart, he felt that his consciousness was turning hazy. What he didn't know was that his consciousness was starting to merge with his body when Celine's voice reached his mind. "Do not lose yourself and let your mind wander," Celine cautioned. "Focus and comprehend the flow of energy in your body. Let that guide you to better understand the vessel that houses your soul. Only then will you be able to feel the aura that envelops your entire being." William followed Celine's instructions to the best of his abilities, but aside from the steady rhythm of his heart, he couldn't perceive anything else. More like, his heart was overwhelming his other senses and prevented them from sensing anything else. Celine looked at the young boy in front of her with a knowledgeable gaze. She had also undergone this training and fully understood what William was going through. A week passed, within the divine artifact, Eternity, and yet only 7 hours had passed in the outside world. William was still sitting cross-legged as he tried to feel any form of energy that surrounded his body. He had made very little progress within the past week. There was a time when he felt a strand of energy flowing over his arms, but it disappeared after William lost his concentration. He had tried to grasp that same sensation again, but the feeling had eluded him for days. Finally, on the 8th day, he felt something at the tip of his fingertips. The red-headed boy channeled all of his concentration on that spot as beads of sweat formed on his forehead. William tried to grasp the elusive form that was struggling at the tip of his fingertips with every bit of willpower he had. An hour passed, and the boy's body was already drenched in sweat. He did everything within his power, but still failed in the end. William's body almost fell forward due to exhaustion, but Celine had been prepared to support his body using magic. "Exceed off," William muttered as he panted for breath. Sweat streamed down the side of his face like a river, as he clenched his fist in frustration. "Let's take a break first," Celine said as she placed an orange potion in front of William. "Here, take this nourishing supplement." William thanked Celine and slowly drank the potion. This potion was a nutritional potion that Owen had made for the two of them. Its purpose was to prevent the two of them from feeling hungry for a week, while still gaining sufficient nutrients to allow their body to function properly. "Master, how long did it take you to feel the aura in your body?" William inquired. 5 days, Celine answered. 5 days. William felt depressed. It had already been more than a week and he could only barely feel the aura in his body. He finally realized that his master was truly exceptional, among the elven race. Don't feel down. Seeing William's expression, Celine decided to encourage him. The only reason why I was able to learn it that fast was because I was born a genius. For ordinary elves, it takes them at least a month or two before they succeed in understanding the flow of their aura. But, I believe that you can learn it faster. After all, you are my disciple. Master, is there another way? William inquired. If there is, even though it will be painful, I am willing to do it. Ho, are you sure about that? Celine smirked. Do you think you can handle it? I don't know if I can handle it or not, but I won't know until I try. Very well, I'm also curious if you will be able to endure it as well. William's laughter resounded within the world of eternity. If others were to hear it, they would think that the one laughing was truly very happy. However, reality was different. William was currently laughing with tears trickling down his face, snot running down his nose, and saliva dripping at the corners of his mouth. Clearly, Celine's alternative way to help William feel his aura made the boy completely lose his marbles. Chapter 105, Aura Training, Part 2. That's it for now, Celine said as she stopped moving the feather in her hand. William was not in the right state of mind because his thoughts were currently scattered. Celine's plan was simple. She would imitate the flow of aura on a person's body by using a feather, so that William could feel its circulation. However, since the boy's sensitivity was multiplied by 100-fold, he wasn't able to stop himself from laughing out loud as the ticklish sensation overwhelmed his senses. When William finally regained his bearings, he wiped his face clean from filth. He was feeling embarrassed of making a fool of himself in front of his beautiful master. When all traces of his embarrassment were removed, he then faced his master to complain. Master, this is a very dangerous thing to do, William said with a very serious expression. The sensitivity is too much. I can still feel the lingering traces of the feather on my skin and it makes my heart tremble. Very well, I will use this as a means in the future to interrogate you. It seems very effective, Celine said in a teasing tone. But joke aside, why don't you use that lingering feeling to feel the flow of aura? William paused before saying, exceed break, in order to feel his body. Like he said earlier, the traces of Celine's feather experiment were still gnawing on his skin. It made the boy realize that by using those lingering feelings, he was able to finally feel the elusive sensation that he had been grasping for a week. The boy didn't waste any more time and focused his concentration to feel the flow of energy passing through every part of his body. A few minutes later, William had entered a trance-like state. Celine had a smile on her face because she could tell that William had finally grasped the flow of aura in his body. A year passed and the sound of weapons clashing echoed within William's sea of consciousness. After the half-elf had learned to channel the aura in his body to his weapon, Celine decided to go to the next phase of their training. Although William could empower his weapon with his aura, it was only at a very basic level. What Celine was currently trying to teach him was the way to manipulate the aura into a form that would suit his battle style. Celine teleported in front of William and thrust her spear forward. The boy bent his neck to the side to allow the spear to pass by. He thought that it was enough to neutralize her attack, but the beautiful elf only smiled at him. Little wool, you're still too green, Celine teased as she pulled her weapon back. The two parted a few meters away from each other as William looked at his master with a serious expression. He felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't put his finger to it. Suddenly, his vision tilted to the side as his head slid off his neck. A few minutes later, William stared at his master in disbelief. The spear in Celine's hand had turned into a death scythe, and was the main culprit why his head was cut off earlier. You can also use your aura to change the form of your weapon at will, Celine explained. What you saw was only a simple application of aura intent. As long as you master aura and aura intent, you will be able to fight even when you find yourself without any weapons. Celine tucked the hair blocking her face behind the back of her ear as she continued her explanation. It's a shame that Dwayne wasn't able to show you how he manipulates his aura. That bald monk has one of the scariest martial intents that I have seen in the southern continent. Third Master. William frowned. What kind of martial intent does the Third Master have? Celine raised an eyebrow. Well, I guess I can allow you to call him Third Master, since he taught you quite well in the year that the two of you were together. As for what kind of martial intent he has, you should ask him this question yourself. How about you, Master? William inquired. What kind of martial intent do you have? Do you want to see it? Celine grinned. I can show it to you, but it will be a very, very painful experience. Are you sure you still want to see it? Forget that I asked, Master. Good choice. After that short intermission, both of them clashed once more. William was trying to find a way to use his aura so that he could at least not be at a disadvantage. Celine was also kind enough to teach him how to form a defensive barrier using his aura against magical attacks. However, William's aura could only withstand first circle magic attacks. If someone were to use a fireball against him, his aura shield would immediately be destroyed and the half-elf would be burned to a crisp. 2 years after William and Celine entered the divine artifact Eternity, Stormcaller flew in the air and engaged Celine in close combat. As Celine was trying to fend off the lightning-imbued spear, several whistling sounds reached her ear. The beautiful elf kicked Stormcaller aside and twirled her spear behind her in order to deflect the arrows that William had shot at her from her rear. A mischievous smile appeared on Celine's face as she took a step forward towards the half-elf who was about to shoot another arrow in her direction. William's perception had warned him about Celine's arrival, so he immediately released the arrow before jumping backwards. Celine reappeared just in time to bend her head to the side to allow the arrow to pass harmlessly at the side of her neck. The next second she was already behind William, and delivered a powerful kick on the boy's back without any shred of mercy. Sounds of bones breaking were heard as Celine broke the boy's spine in half. The half-elf's body skidded across the ground for a few meters before coming to a complete halt. A few minutes later, William stood up from the ground with a pained expression. He had suffered countless times over the past 2 years, but there was not a single instance where he had managed to land even a scratch on his master's body. Even so, he was quite happy with his improvement. The aura intent that he had developed was to coat his weapon with his aura and turn it to a living weapon that could autonomously attack his enemies. William had the option to control this weapon with his will, or let it attack automatically. This gave the boy an increase in his offensive power by using his bow to fire long-range attacks, while his enemy was trying to deal with his spear weapon. Due to his aura being at the initial stage, William was only able to control one weapon at a time. He could also only control this weapon up to 300-meter radius away from him. Shall we take a break, or do you want to continue? Celine asked. Let's take a short break, Master, William pleaded while trying to straighten his aching back. Although they were fighting using their souls, they could still feel pain. The ironic part was that since it was a soul battle, the pain was multiplied by 2. Due to the constant beatings he received, William's spiritual resistance had also increased dramatically. This was another hidden trump card that his master had prepared for him in case that he ever found himself fighting against a spirit master. Master, right now, am I able to fight against those elven prodigies you were talking about? William asked. With your current abilities, you can perhaps last 10 minutes, Celine answered without batting an eye. Consider it an achievement if you can last for more than 12 minutes against an elven prodigy. William scratched his head in disappointment as he sat opposite of his master. Deep down, he was really itching to fight against one of these so-called elven prodigies and see if his master was only making fun of him or not. Still, he was happy that he was able to train using a divine artifact. If he were to train in the outside world for 2 years, he would be left in the dust by those who had been trained with vast resources at an early age. Of course, if he hadn't lost his powers, and his ring of conquest was still working like it used to, William knew that there was no genius that he couldn't beat. In the games that he had played, William usually beat every boss because of the massive level difference. Even if the boss was resistant to fire, he would still be able to kill it with fire attacks due to being over-leveled. It was a strategy that some gamers used in order to beat down an opponent that was stronger than them. Unfortunately for William, his magic power in dungeon was out of commission. Even so, for the red-headed boy, it was a blessing in disguise. If he hadn't lost his magic power and his ability to gain massive experience in the dungeon, he wouldn't have had the opportunity to train his martial skills. If William were given a chance to return to the past, he would have done the same thing all over again. For he knew that at the end of the day, without a good foundation, he was just like a tall building that was built using cheap materials. A building that could collapse anytime without any warnings whatsoever. Chapter 106. Aura Training, Part 3. William and Celine had been inside the divine artifact for 3 years and 2 months. The half-elf had spent the first 2 years awakening his aura and forming his own aura intent. After he managed to infuse his aura on his spear, Celine had focused on honing his ability to keep his aura in battle for as long as possible. Celine was amused at William's resourcefulness and even praised him for being able to accomplish such a feat. After 2 years of aura training, William finally focused on his spearmanship training. The spear's primary attack is the thrust, Celine explained as she thrust her spear straight at William's face, stopping 2 inches away from his nose. The spear's main advantage is its long reach. If you were to use it to slash at people, then you're better off using a sword. Remember, thrust first, slash later. Thrust first, slash later, William repeated as he nodded his head in acknowledgement. When you aim your spear at your enemy, aim it at their face. Not their chest, not their stomach, not their legs, but their face, Celine continued her explanation. The reason, it allows you less openings, and your spear point would act as a deterrent. Basically, you're telling them that you'll hit them before they hit you. Celine then showed William how to properly hold the spear. Her right hand was holding the rear end of the spear, while her left hand firmly held the middle of the handle. The basic attack of the spear is the short thrust. Celine demonstrated a short thrust for William to see. When you pull back the spear, do not lower the spear head because it creates an opening. It must remain pointing at your opponent's face at all times. She repeated the move a few more times and asked William to do his own short spear thrusts. I've noticed that, when you use your spear, you make wide slashes, which is not really the way to properly use it. In close quarters, the short thrust will be your friend. All you need to do is match it with good footwork and your opponent will definitely get a headache when they fight against you. The next thing you need to learn is the long-range thrust. When you extend your thrust, your right hand needs to move up to underneath your armpit. Same rules apply. When you pull your spear back, it should still be pointing at your enemy's face. Remember, the spear is made to thrust, not to slash. Your primary objective should be to poke your target to death and not use wide swings that leave your body open for counterattacks. Even in mounted combat, you will still use the thrust more than the slash. William raised his hand to ask a question. Master, then when do we slash our opponents? Good question, Celine smiled. Usually, we slash when our thrust is deflected. When the thrust is deflected upwards, we need to recover our stance, and that is why we slash downwards. Of course, we can also initiate a slashing attack if we want to, but there are 2 things that you have to keep in mind when you do a slash. The first thing you need to remember is that when you slash, your slash shouldn't go past the center of your body. What does that mean? It meant that your spear blade should never point downwards. You mustn't slash your spear all the way to the ground, because that is not how spears are used. Those who do that are amateurs. She then showed William how a slash was made. After that she showed him a combination of slashes and thrusts in rapid succession. It was a very deadly combination, if used effectively, because the possibility of poking your enemy's eye out using that combination attack was very high. The beautiful elf then resumed a fighting stance and showed William another option. Of course, there are other alternatives that you can do when your thrust is deflected. The blunt end of your spear is not just for how. It is also used to block and counterattack when your thrust is deflected. The key here is hand position and control. When your thrust is deflected, you can move your hand and position the spear to either block an attack, or hit your opponent's body parts such as their joints, knees, or hips, to catch them off balance. Celine demonstrated the block and counter attacks that he could use using the bottom end of the spear in order to regain the fighting stance and continue fighting. After showing William how to block effectively using the spear, the two once again engaged in a sparring match, which helped William increase his proficiency with his spear mastery and, of course, gain experience points at the same time. In the past, William thought that he could only level up his job classes by killing monsters in the dungeon. He didn't know that constant repetition also gave enough experience to level up the job class as long as it was done properly. When William showed Celine the monkey staff technique that Dwayne had imparted to him, the dark sorceress laughed and said that it could be used as an effective means of attack if William's defenses were breached. Basically, what Celine was saying is, just let go of your spear and switch to your monk class and pummel your opponent with punches until he doesn't recognize east from west. William scratched his head because he couldn't refute Celine's comment. Then William's repetition training began. Short thrusts, long thrusts, short and long thrust combinations, and slash and thrust combinations. Celine also paid extra attention to William's footwork. The Spearman Job class has the battle art called the Relentless Dragon Spear Art. William was quite fascinated with this spear art because, unlike the Prince of Thunder's Lightning God War art, that focused on killing strikes, the Relentless Dragon Spear art focused on close combat spear techniques and cavalier spear techniques. It was a spear art that was commonly used by dragoons and Templars in the central continent. The young boy's main weapon was the wooden staff, so learning this war art was a good option for him. He would only use the Lightning God War art as killing blows because most of them were one-shot techniques. William spent his remaining time inside the Divine Artifact Eternity, perfecting his spear art until his Spearman Job class reached its max level. Celine also made sure that he didn't slack off in the rest of his training. Their routine was simple: spear training during the day, and dark magic resistance training during the night. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call it hellish training by normal standards. These days continued and William spent each day in pain and suffering. Then, the day that William had been waiting for finally arrived. Celine finally gave him the nod of approval to end their, almost, 4 years of training. If they were to add all the years he had spent inside Eternity, then the red-headed boy would already be 16 years of age. However, no changes could be seen in his face or body. Celine was the same and she was still as young and beautiful as the day she had stepped inside the basement of her house. "Master, thank you for everything." William gave Celine a very respectful bow. "It is my duty as your master to supervise your training," Celine replied with a calm expression. "Go and stay with your family for a few days, because your next instructor will be arriving shortly." I have more training to do." William blinked in confusion. "How come?" Celine cupped the boy's face as she looked at him with a serious expression. "I don't know if your grandfather is right or wrong about his decision to ask that man to become your instructor. However, I do think that you need his teaching in order to survive in this world." The beautiful elf lightly pinches William's cheeks before letting go. "I just hope that you will still retain some of your innocence when his lessons are done. Although I want you to become strong and powerful, I don't want you to become cold and indifferent. I still prefer this stupid version of you." William massaged his cheeks as he looked up to his master with a frown. "Master, I'm not stupid. It's just a figure of speech," Celine snorted. "Go, spend some time with your family because you will be leaving Lont soon." William was still half in doubt, but he still nodded his head in acknowledgement. Celine and Oliver watched the boy's retreating figure through the window and sighed. "Mistress, I like this version of William. If possible, I don't want him to experience such an ordeal," Oliver said. "Me, too," Celine replied. "But change is the only permanent thing in this world. Let's just wait for his return. We can think of a way to help after he finishes his next lesson." Oliver closed his eyes and sighed one more time. Tough times don't last, tough people do. Celine had already done her best for William, it was now time to pass the torch to others. However, the one to whom the torch had been passed on was someone who thrived in the darkness. In a place where darkness reigned supreme, a burning torch was no different from a small candle whose light would be snuffed out by the swaying of the wind. Please, have mercy. I won't do it again." A middle-aged man begged as he looked at the man approaching him with dread. "What do you want? Money, women, authority? I can give it to you. Just spare my life, I beg you." The man wearing a hood walked towards the middle-aged man with silent footsteps. Due to the hood covering his face, no one could tell if he was handsome or not. The man in question didn't care for such trivialities. The only thing he needed to do was carry out his work, as ordered by his liege. "Please, I beg you." The man wasn't able to finish his sentence, for the hooded man pierced his chest with a short sword in one swift motion. The middle-aged man died with his eyes wide open and staring at the starry skies. For a brief moment, before his death, his eyes showed fear and regret before they clouded over as his life left his body. "I find no joy in this, but there is no other way," the hooded man said. "Requiescat in pace. Rest in peace." The hooded man walked away, disappearing in the darkness of the night. Having finished his task, it was now time for him to return to Lont, where his new mission was waiting for him. Chapter 107, Bell of Athanasia. It was the second day after William had finished his training with Celine. He had just finished his daily martial arts routine and was waiting for the sun to rise from the east. "I wonder what Mama is doing right now," William thought as he took off his shirt and started to wipe his body with a towel. He hadn't seen Ella for the past 2 years and his grandpa only told him that she was busy training along with the rest of his herd. After he finished drying himself off, William sat on the hill as the first rays of sunlight peeked from behind the hill to the east. Watching the sunrise and sunset had become a habit in this lifetime. It reminded him of the days back on Earth when he had missed many beautiful opportunities because of his illness. While gazing at the sunrise, he heard the familiar sound of receiving a notification from the system. "You've received mail from the God shop." Mail, William muttered as he opened his inbox from his God shop. This was the very first time he had received mail from the system and he was very curious about its contents. He read the mail and was surprised when he saw that there was an attachment included in it. To our beloved patron, the God of Shepherd is currently celebrating his 3021 feet saint birthday. Due to this, His Excellency David had decided to send gifts to his close friends and acquaintances. As the #1 provider of God-tier artifacts since time immemorial, the God shop was tasked to send the gods gifts free of charge. Enclosed within this mail is the artifact, Bell of Athanasia, courtesy of the God of Shepherd. It is a special artifact that is said to give happiness to the one who wears it. All goods delivered by the God shop are in perfect condition. We will not accept claims and refunds for any damaged or defective goods. We don't handle that shit. Did you like our services? Please leave us a review on our website. We will automatically delete 3 stars reviews in below. Anyone who dares to leave bad reviews will be cursed with not being able to raise their PPs ever again. Yours truly, God Shop Manager, serving you since time immemorial. Bell of Athanasia. William summoned the bell from the God shop and used his appraisal skill to check its information. Bell of Athanasia. This bell used to belong to Amaldia, who was sometimes called the Tender Goddess. She left the bell in the care of the God of Shepherds when she rose to the starry skies to become a constellation. Grants +10 enhancement bonus to all stats. Nourishes the wearer's body to always keep it healthy. Grants immunity to poison. Enhances the effect of all nurturing skills. Grants form. William read the information and agreed that it was a very good artifact. However, there were some question marks included in the information and he had no idea what it meant. System, is there something wrong with my appraisal skill? To answer the host's question, the level of the appraisal skill you currently possess is unable to translate the information of the artifact completely. This is a very normal thing, especially for sacred or divine artifacts that belong to deities and gods. I see. William nodded his head in understanding. I'm sure that Sir David would not do something detrimental to me. Ah, I forgot, I need to greet him with a happy birthday as well. William replied to the mail of the manager of the God shop and respectfully asked him to pass a message to the God of Shepherds. William thanked David in his letter and greeted him with a happy birthday. He also apologized and promised to make an offering the next time he went to a temple as thanks for David's generosity. After sending his reply, he once again looked at the bell in his hand. From all angles, it looked like an ordinary silver bell with no special features. If not for the information he got from the appraisal skill, William would think that he was pranked by the God shop. A familiar greeting reverberated in the air and William hurriedly stood and looked at the direction where the call came from. There, he saw Ella running towards him in haste. William grinned and ran towards his mama and the two were finally reunited after 2 years of separation. "Mama, I missed you. How have you been?" The two chatted for a long time as they asked each other what they had been doing for the past 2 years that they were not together. Ella told him that she and the other goats trained with Marcus and Thunder in the northern part of the Hellen Kingdom. She added that there were also many Angorian war ibexes in the place where they trained. William listened to Ella's story and frowned when he heard that they were treated as outsiders in the beginning. She even complained that they were attacked a couple of times by the leader of the herd of the ibexes who demanded that they submit to him. Naturally, none of the goats agreed to its demands because they already belonged to William's herd. That was where the problem started and they were continuously harassed during their training. Not only by the goats, but the tribes who lived in that region as well. Of course, Ella and the other goats tried to fight back, but they were severely outnumbered. There were only 14 of them, and their enemies numbered in the thousands. How could they possibly win? Fortunately, Marcus was with them and Ella told the red-headed boy that the senior shepherd of Lant had a long talk with the chief of the tribe. After their talk, none of the war ibexes and the members of the tribe harassed them ever again. This allowed the goats to train in the harsh environment of the northern region where blizzards and hailstorms happened on a regular basis. In turn, William told Ella his training with Owen, Trent, Dwayne, and Celine. Naturally, he downplayed the harshness of the training in order to not make Ella upset. The two talked for a long time until it was almost lunchtime. "Mama, I have something for you. This is a divine artifact and I want you to have it, Mama." William presented the silver bell to Ella and rang it a few times. "Me." Ella bleated softly when she saw the bell. Her instinct was telling her that it was a very precious object and she felt touched that William was planning to give it to her. The bell was attached to a silver collar that automatically adjusted its size to accommodate its wearer. William lovingly adjusted the collar on Ella's neck and secured it in place. "Mama, do you feel any discomfort?" Ella shook her head and licked William's cheeks in reply. "I need to go back to Master's house to cook her lunch." "How about you, Mama?" "All right, let's meet later this afternoon." William nodded. Ella told him that she would go and look after the other members of William's herd who were currently grazing in the valley near Lant. She was the only one who returned to the town because she wanted to see how William was doing. William gave Ella one last hug before he went to Celine's house. Ella, on the other hand, looked at William's retreating back with gentle eyes. She bleated softly to say her thank you, not to William, but to David who had made her remember the things that had happened in the distant past. A past, when the gods and mortals worked hand in hand, to build a paradise that she thought would last till the end of time. Somewhere in the Temple of the Gods, 3021, Street Birthday. Lily snorted. "What a load of crap. Can't you just be honest and say that you wanted to give him a gift? Why do things in a roundabout manner?" The lowly goddess was complaining because David had tricked William in believing that it was his birthday. Unfortunately, William had also forgotten that there were no birthday celebrants that sent gifts to other people during their birthdays. Usually, the ones that would be receiving gifts were the birthday celebrants and not the other way around. "Lily, you are a new generation goddess. Don't you understand the concept of paying it forward?" David asked. Paying it forward? Do you really think that I'm a gullible child?" Lily answered in disdain. "I know you're up to something. An old schemer like you doesn't do things without a reason." David played with his beard and grinned. "You think too much, Lily. It was just a gift." "So you say, but I still smell something fishy." Lily narrowed her eyes. David chuckled and walked away from the lowly goddess in order to escape her interrogation. Truth be told, the god of shepherds was only keeping the promise he made to his old friend, Amaldia. A promise that he had made thousands of years ago, when the universe was still young, and mankind was just starting to take its first steps towards the unknown. Chapter 108. Those Who Reside in the Darkness Part 1. A hooded man walked through the countryside until he arrived at a valley overlooking the town of Lant. The sun was just about to set, and the sky was dyed in an orange hue. The man paused to admire the setting sun for a full minute before continuing his journey. As he neared Lant, the Ouroboros sensed his presence, but it turned a blind eye to the approaching man. He had already seen him countless times before, and he remembered his scent well. This hooded man would leave Lant for long periods of time, but whenever he returned, he would carry with him a strong scent of blood. Ezio gave the golden ape a brief nod before melding into the shadows. He made his way to the Ainsworth residence like a silent specter, disturbing no one in his wake. When he reached the living room, he heard the giggle of a baby. Ezio smiled despite himself because his lord would always return to being a doting grandparent whenever he was around his granddaughter. It was the same for Matthew and William, but he could tell that James would spoil Eve rotten as she grew up. He offered a silent prayer to the fools who would dare to court the young lady when she reached adulthood. Ezio was sure that if Madrid didn't kill them, James certainly would. He found his lord, writing a letter inside his room. Like always, Ezio would wait until James was finished with his task. He was not in a hurry and decided to meditate for the time being. A few minutes later, James finally finished his letter and called out to him. "How did it go?" James inquired. "The right hand of the minister will no longer bother us," Ezio reported. "If the minister is not a fool, then he will know what to do." "Well done." James nodded his head in approval. "Rest for 2 days before you start your new assignment. I'm sure that you already know what it is." "Yes." Ezio nodded his head. "If that is your will, my lord. Aren't you going to ask me why?" "No, I believe in the Lord's judgment." James tapped the armchair with a finger as he gazed at the hooded man who was kneeling in front of him. "Show him the filth of humanity," James ordered. "But do not tell him what to do." Let him make his own decisions. Whether he does, or does not, is all up to him. I hear and obey, Ezio replied. You may go now, by your will. After leaving the Ainsworth residence, Ezio made his way towards the one and only tavern in Lant, the Sleeping Forest. He removed his hood before walking inside the tavern. Ezio was now off duty, so there was no need for him to follow the strict creed that he had imposed upon himself. As always, he walked to the farthest stool at the bar and waited for the bartender to take his order. Will you be having the usual? The bartender of the Sleeping Forest, Ryan, asked as he wiped the glass cup in his hands. Yes, Ezio replied without even looking at him. Ryan nodded and took out a few bottles from the cabinet. A few seconds later, he was expertly mixing a cocktail. This was a special blend that was not served to the other customers in the tavern. The reason? None of them were strong enough to finish the drink. Only a handful of people in Lant appreciated this drink and Ezio was one of them. Ryan placed the cup in front of Ezio with a wink before returning to his station. Ezio muttered a word of thanks before taking a sip from the glass. The brown-haired man closed his eyes as he savored the burning sensation that spread inside his mouth, down his throat, and into his body. He wasn't able to stop the soft sigh of pleasure from escaping his lips as he bathed in the afterglow of his drink. Ezio stayed inside the tavern for an hour before walking out into the night. Like always, he strolled around the town of Lant without any destination in mind. For some reason, he found himself walking towards the south of Lant. It was a place he rarely visited, for he had no reason to go there. However, for some reason, something was pulling him to go in that direction. It was then when he saw him. A young boy was lying on a stack of hay while looking at the stars in the sky. Beside him was an Angorian goat whose head was resting on his chest. Ezio recognized him right away, because very few kids in Lant treated a goat in this manner. In his eyes, the boy was like a burning candle light in the darkness. A fragile light that could go out at any moment if the wind were to blow in its direction. Although he didn't question his lord's order, Ezio wondered what would happen if the boy's light were to suddenly disappear and be replaced by darkness. Would he still be the same carefree boy that laughed happily? The same boy that sang songs as he led his goats towards the valley to graze? Would he still look at the world with those clear, green eyes that shone like emeralds? Or would their radiance fade and be clouded by a haze as he lost his faith in humanity? Ezio wanted to know. He was dying to know. 1 month, Ezio thought. I will know the answer after a month. The brown-haired man retraced his steps and wandered through the night. His lord ordered him to rest, and that is what he was going to do. 2 days later, William stood inside the conference room with a serious expression plastered on his face. James had told him yesterday that his instructor had already arrived in Lant, and he was to go to the conference at midnight the next day to meet him. William's new instructor was currently standing in the corner of the room, dressed in black and wearing a hood. He was giving off the assassin vibe, and it was making the young boy feel very uncomfortable. Will, I would like to introduce you to your new instructor, Ezio, James said as he made a gesture to the man standing at the corner of the room. Ezio, you already know who William is, I hope the two of you get along from now on. Nice to meet you, Sir Ezio, William said with a smile. Likewise, Ezio replied. James patted William's shoulder with a serious expression. You will accompany Ezio as he completes his missions outside of Lant. You are free to act however you please, but you are not allowed to interfere with his work. Do I make myself clear? Ezio, look after my grandson, James ordered. You already know what he's like. I'm sure that you're going to suffer a few headaches, but be more tolerant of him. As you command, my lord. Ezio gave James a respectful bow before turning towards William. Let's go, William. Time for you to start your training. Yes, sir. Ezio, William replied. The two left the residence under the cover of darkness. William had already said his goodbyes to his master, his Mama Ella, his Uncle Mordred, Aunt Anna, Aunt Helen, and his cute cousin, Eve. The two had just left the town of Lant when Ezio initiated a conversation. You have already trained under several masters and I can tell that your overall fighting ability has reached the initial stages of gold rank, Ezio said as he continued to walk. Class D beasts pose no threat to you and to a certain extent you will be able to handle normal Class C beasts on your own. Ezio paused for a while before continuing his explanation. However, the greatest threat to you right now are humans, not monsters. Although I was supposed to be your instructor, I will not teach you anything unless you have fully committed yourself to take that next step. Until then, you will just observe on the sidelines. You are free to do anything you want as long as you don't get in the way of my mission. Do you understand? Yes, William replied. The boy had a vague idea what his new instructor was hinting at, and it was already making his stomach churn. He hoped beyond hope that he was only overthinking things. Unfortunately for William, that small hope in his heart disappeared completely as his world was dyed red. Chapter 109. Those Who Reside in the Darkness Part 2. The thick scent of fear, despair, helplessness, and pain permeated the air as William looked at his blood-stained hands. Everything around him had fallen into chaos, and fires ravaged every tent as far as the eyes could see. The crying of several infants could be heard nearby, as their mothers did their best to assure them that everything was going to be all right. Shouts filled with anger, curses, and heartbreak. Laughter filled with ridicule and contempt. All of these merged together to create a ballad that had brought the red-headed boy to his knees. Overwhelmed with lightheadedness and nausea, William tried to wipe away the blood that had stained his hands, but instead of removing them, he only spread them further. Gwark! The young boy wasn't able to hold it back any longer as the smell of blood, piss, sweat, and excrement assaulted him from all sides. He vomited until he could vomit no more as tears streamed down his face. Roars, shouts, explosions, and weapons clashing against each other resounded throughout the encampment where the nomads of different tribes had gathered. William panted as he saw several men, carrying weapons, move in his direction. He wiped away the filth on his lips and forced himself to stand up. The young boy firmly held Stormcaller in his hands and took a step forward. The crying of the babies grew louder as their mothers shivered in fright. William stood in front of them with his weapon raised high. His legs were shaking due to exhaustion and discomfort, but he couldn't back down. He refused to back down. Alas, there were times when doing one's best was not enough. He had already gone above and beyond his limits in trying to keep this place safe. The red-headed boy had already reached the end of his rope. He could barely stand, but stand he did. For who else would do it in his place? None. That was why he needed to make his stand. William's small body was sent flying before finally skidding on the ground a few meters away from the women and children. He was a spent candle, and there was no way for him to fend off the group of men who had arrived at the makeshift shelter where the women and children of the tribe hid. Stormcaller crackled a few meters away from the fallen boy as tendrils of lightning hissed around its body. It was as if it was urging, pleading, for William to stand and protect everyone behind him. As much as the boy wanted to hear its call, he could no longer move his body. One of the men walked up to William and stomped on his legs without mercy. The resounding sound of bones breaking and the young boy's pained cry echoed in the night. Laughing at his suffering, the man stomped on his arms, breaking them as well. "That's enough. Don't kill him," one of the men said. "He's a half-elf, we can sell him for a high price." The group of men laughed as they looked at William and the people who were trembling behind him. Amidst the crying of infants, William's blurred vision wandered at a tree in the distance. There he saw a man wearing a hood as his robes fluttered in the wind. The hooded man walked towards the group of men with even steps, and yet, no footsteps could be heard. When someone finally noticed him, he was already only a meter away from the man who broke William's arms and legs. And on that day, William finally saw with his own eyes, and finally understood, that the world outside the boundaries of Lant was a place filled with misery and strife. Where the strong bullied the weak and the evil tyrants ended the lives of innocent people as if they were merely cutting grass. Before William's consciousness descended into darkness, he heard the hooded man say something in his direction. Requiescat in pace. The blood from the group of men sprayed into the air like fountains, and fell on the young boy's body like rain. The only saving grace was that William had already fainted and was unaware of what was happening in his surroundings. The hooded man looked down on the pitiful boy lying on the ground, with his limbs bent in unnatural angles and tears dyed with blood staining his handsome face. Even though he was unconscious, his tears never stopped falling. Perhaps William wept for the lives that were lost, or perhaps he wept for his own loss. Whatever the reason, one thing was clear. When morning came, the young boy who had left Lant more than a month ago would never be the same again. Compared to William, Eve is such a handful, Anna said as she softly patted the sleeping baby's back while looking at the flowers in the garden. "When do you think he'll be coming back, father?" James looked at his sleeping granddaughter with a smile on his face. However, when Anna mentioned William's name, the smile stiffened and was replaced with a troubled expression. It has been 6 months since he left Lant, James replied. I'm sure that he's already on his way back home. Anna pouted. Father, just where did you order William to go? I don't want Eve to grow up without spending time with her big brother. The red-headed boy firmly insisted that he be called big brother by Eve instead of cousin. Anna agreed on his request with a laugh because she felt that William's reaction was quite funny. She was not aware that James had sent the poor boy to a mission that would cause him to become. Suddenly, James raised his head to look in the direction of the northern gate of Lant because he had received a hidden message from Ezio. He hurriedly took his leave from the garden and headed north. When he arrived at the gate, he saw 2 hooded people. One tall, one small, and both wearing hooded robes. James had recognized both of them right away. The Lord of Lant had a calm expression on his face as he waited for the 2 people to arrive in front of him. I have returned, my lord. Ezio placed his hand over his chest in greeting. Welcome back. James briefly nodded his head before turning at the young boy whose face he couldn't see. Welcome back, William. The boy only gave a brief nod in acknowledgement and did nothing else. William simply stood there as his robe swayed in the wind. James sighed internally as he looked at his beloved grandson. He could immediately tell that the boy was not in the mood for emotional reunions. Both of you must be tired from your journey, James said. Let's go back to the residence. I'll ask Helen to prepare something good for the 2 of you. I'm not going. James frowned as he gazed upon the hooded boy standing in front of him. I'm not going to the residence, William stated. I'm going to Master's house. William didn't wait for James's reply and walked past him. The old man wasn't angered by William's actions. No, he couldn't possibly get angry because deep inside he was feeling very guilty. James could only look at his grandson's retreating back as he walked towards the south of Lant where Celine's residence was located. Sighing for the second time, he motioned for Ezio to follow him back to the residence. He wanted to hear his detailed report on what his grandson had experienced during his half-year absence from Lant. Chapter 110. Why is human life so fragile? How many? James asked. 100, Ezio answered. Only 100. James closed his eyes as his fingers tapped the armchair. He was thinking on what to do next, for he knew that he couldn't allow William to stay in his current state. The longer he stayed in that condition, the harder it would be for him to break free from its hold. Thank you and sorry for troubling you, James said as he looked at his loyal subordinate. Can you tell me everything that happened in detail? Yes, Ezio nodded. The man took off his hood and began to narrate everything that happened since he left Lant with William. He told James the places they visited, the people they met, and the things that happened in between. The old man listened with a serious expression as if he was afraid that he would miss a single word of Ezio's story. While this was happening, William had already arrived at Celine's house, but instead of meeting with his master, he went to the goat pen. Once inside, he closed all of its windows, and barred the entrance. The young boy went to the corner where the hay was stacked in a neat row and laid on top of it. Soon, he closed his eyes to sleep. His body would twitch from time to time and words would sometimes escape his lips. He was reliving the nightmares that he had experienced over the last 6 months in his dream. This was not the first time this had happened, for he had experienced this countless times during their journey. A few hours later, he woke up from his slumber. His stomach was growling and it was now time to eat. The boy was just about to take out the fruits he picked on their way back to Lant from his storage ring when the door of the goat pen swung open. Light flooded the dark environment and the boy had to cover his eyes due to the sudden brightness. Stupid disciple, why didn't you come and greet me first? A sweet and silky voice reached his ears. William looked at the beautiful woman who was walking towards him. If this was in the past, he might have already backed away in fear, but the current him only looked at Celine with an apathetic gaze. Disciple greets master, William said with a brief nod. I have returned. That's it. Celine placed her hands on her waist. No souvenirs, or gifts. There was no opportunity to find any gifts suitable for the master, William answered. Disciple will do better next time. Celine clicked her tongue in irritation. She wasn't liking the current William and it was pissing her off. Go to the house and cook me an early dinner, Celine ordered. Make sure to put your heart into it. Okay. William nodded as he stood up from the haystack. He didn't question why his master wanted dinner at 3 in the afternoon, nor did he have any intention of asking. The boy simply followed Celine back to the house and headed straight towards the kitchen. Oliver, who was seated on his perch, observed the young boy as he prepared the food for Celine. William had left Launt for a little over 6 months and, when he had returned, he had become like this. The parrot monkey had figured that this was bound to happen. However, seeing the mischievous William turn into an emotionless brat still ruffled his feathers. An hour later, Celine sat at the dining table facing William. The corner of her lips were twitching as she tried to maintain a smile on her beautiful face. "William, what are these?" Celine asked. "Master, this is a vegetable and fruit salad," William answered. "You know I like to eat meat, right? Then why didn't you prepare any meat dishes?" Celine inquired. "Although salad is good, this only serves as a side dish for the main dish." "I don't like the smell of meat," William replied as he casually filled his plate with salad. He was taking the "eat if you want and don't eat if you don't want" stance, which made Celine frown. The old William would never disobey nor argue with her when it came to her requests, especially food. The red-headed boy would even do his best to impress Celine with his cooking in order to be praised by her. However, this boy in front of her didn't care whether she wanted to eat or not, which was giving her a headache. The beautiful elf grudgingly ate the dishes that William had prepared for her. Although they tasted good, she was someone who liked to eat meat for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. She was cursing James internally for doing this to her disciple. Celine was regretting the fact that she had agreed to the old man's suggestion to have William accompany Ezio on some of his missions. "Perhaps we rushed things too much," Celine sighed as she looked at the boy who had already finished eating. "William, come to my room tonight," Celine said as she placed down the fork in her hand. "Make sure to bathe properly, do you understand?" "Yes," William replied. "Master, if you don't need me for anything I will be returning to the goat pen." "Go. But, remember that you have an appointment with me tonight." After giving Celine a brief nod, William left the house and returned to the goat pen. Celine and Oliver glanced at each other and shook their heads at the same time. "So, this is what it means to not cry over spilt milk." Oliver rolled his eyes. "Such an apt saying, don't you think, mistress?" Oliver: "Yes, cook me some meat dishes." "As you wish, mistress." 3 hours after sunset, William knocked on Celine's bedroom door. He was wearing a plain robe used for sleeping and his body had a subtle fragrance of soap. "Come in." "Yes." William stepped inside his master's room. Celine gave the boy a brief glance before beckoning him to come to the bed. William obeyed and laid beside his master. He then closed his eyes to sleep. For some reason, the beautiful elf felt a slight disappointment in her heart because the boy didn't even bat an eye while looking at her in her nightdress. Just a few months ago, William's face would turn beet red whenever he saw Celine in her nightwear. Now, he was acting as if he was an adult and Celine was just a little girl who had no redeeming features whatsoever. Celine pushed aside these mundane thoughts to the back of her mind as she pressed her forehead over William's. Synchronization. Celine almost didn't recognize William's sea of consciousness because it was very different from the one she saw 6 months ago. Last time, William's sea of consciousness was filled with stars that glittered brightly in the sky. The ocean underneath their feet would reflect these stars and create a world filled with dazzling colors. Now, there was only one color in William's world and that was red. Red clouds hung in the sky, and the ocean under her feet had a deep crimson color. Countless weapons were embedded in the ocean's surface, with their handles pointed towards the heavens in defiance. Swords, spears, axes, daggers, and several weapons both exotic and unique could be seen everywhere. In the center of it all stood a small figure wearing a hood. Blood droplets fell from his blood-stained hands which made small ripples beside his feet. Celine frowned when she saw this scene, but her feet didn't stop moving. She walked up to the boy who was staring in the distance, with his hood covering his face. "Master, why is human life so fragile?" William asked without turning his head. "Why do the innocent always have to be the ones to suffer? If showing goodwill to other people is repaid with a stab in the back, then what is the point of kindness?" William finally turned his head to look at the beautiful woman who had tortured him countless times in the past. "I think it would be best if everyone just stopped being nice to each other," William said softly. "That way, you wouldn't feel betrayed if someone were to put a collar on your neck and sell you as a slave." Celine took a step forward, then gently held the back of William's head. She then pulled him close to her chest, giving him a tight hug. William felt his master's warmth and softness, as well as the familiar fragrance that was coming from her body. However, it didn't have the same meaning as it did in the past. Nothing mattered to him anymore. He even missed Celine's tortoise lessons. At least, during those times, he could scream and cry out because of the pain. Now, all the tears in his eyes had dried out. He no longer had tears to shed, he no longer cared. For him, the life he had now had lost its meaning. Chapter 111. Hate cannot drive out hate, only love can do that. Within that blood-stained world, William laid on Celine's lap. He was sleeping very deeply. His body, heart, and soul were very tired. The young boy hadn't slept much during those 6 months that he had been away from Lant, and it had taken its toll on his body. Celine had a feeling that William had just wanted to return to Lant before he closed himself off from the world. Right now, she had a vague feeling that the boy had no intention of ever waking up from his slumber. It was as if he had gone into a self-inflicted coma without knowing when he would open his eyes again. Did we make a mistake? Celine muttered as she gently caressed the side of William's face. Did we push you too much? Did it hurt you that deeply? She wanted to know the answers to her questions, but no answer came. William's sleeping face, that used to look peaceful and attractive, was now pale and rigid. She could even see the slight frown that creased the corners of his face, and it made her wonder if the boy was still in pain even in his comatose state. James sighed for the umpteenth time as he stood on the hill overlooking Lant. His gaze was turned to the south where Celine's house was located. He had already received a message from Celine about William's current condition, and it filled him with endless worry. A week had already passed since William had entered a catatonic state, and only Owen's nutritional potions were maintaining the functions of his body. The old man racked his brains to find an answer to his problem, but all of the solutions he thought up came to a dead end. He didn't dare to try and forcefully wake his grandson from his current state, because it might cause his consciousness to be wiped out completely. I should have waited until he was older. James blamed himself for his stupidity. Everything was going smoothly and I ruined it all. While James was in the midst of his self-blame, the sound of a bell reached his ears. The old man raised his head to look behind him and saw Ella walking in his direction. For a brief moment, James thought that he saw a look of disapproval on the goat's face. When the goat was only a meter away from him, she turned her back and kicked him. James was completely caught by surprise and didn't have time to defend himself. He never thought that the goat that he had raised since she was a young kid would attempt to kick him when he was feeling down and depressed. Ella snorted at the stupid old man who was sprawled on the ground before walking towards the south. She had just arrived a few hours ago and learned the cause of William's current condition from Oliver. Knowing the perpetrator for her baby's suffering, Ella was very keen to give him a good beating. However, after giving the old man a full-powered kick, she didn't have the heart to do any follow-up attacks. After all, she could tell with a glance that James was also suffering. After arriving at Celine's house, Ella conversed with Oliver and asked him to help move the sleeping William to the goat pen. Although Celine was reluctant to move her disciple from her bed, she still agreed to Ella's condition. She had already done everything in her power to help the boy wake up, but it all ended in failure. The beautiful elf thought that, perhaps, Ella would be able to pull William out from his deep sleep because the two of them had been together for a very long time. With her help, William laid comfortably in a pile of hay inside the goat pen. "I'll leave him in your care, Ella," Celine said after making sure that the boy was sleeping comfortably. "Me." Ella nodded in response. Celine gave her one and only disciple one last glance before leaving the goat shed along with Oliver. Although they didn't show it on their faces, they hoped that Ella would be able to create a miracle. Ella laid beside William and looked at his sleeping face with gentle eyes. 5 minutes later, she pressed her forehead against William's and closed her eyes. A young lady with long, light blue hair that reached down to her waist walked towards the center of the blood-stained world. From all angles, her proportions were perfect and even more curvaceous than Celine. She wore a sleeveless fairy-like dress that fluttered gently as if a soft breeze was moving past her body. The weapons that were present in the background made her look like a Valkyrie that had come to pick up the soul of a brave warrior to bring to Valhalla. Her light purple eyes, that were as bright as William's when he was still a baby, stared in the distance where a floating figure could be seen. The silver bell on her neck rang softly, as if to announce her arrival. The two purple horns on her head glowed faintly as she neared the sleeping boy whom she had raised since he arrived in Lant. The young lady, who seemed to be around 19 years old, made a gesture with her hand, and faint ripples started to appear under her feet. If William could see the lady who had intruded inside his world, there was a high chance that he would go in a daze even in his apathetic state due to her incredible beauty. As if pulled by an invisible string, William's body slowly floated towards the lady with light blue hair. When he arrived in front of her, the first thing the lady did was to take off the hood that covered his head. Ella gazed down at William with a gentle expression. She felt sad that the young boy had ended up this way and regretted the fact that she hadn't given James another kick earlier. Darkness cannot drive out darkness, only light can do that, Ella said softly as she held William in a loving embrace. Hate cannot drive out hate, only love can do that. A celestial throne appeared in the air above her that glittered like the stars in the sky. Ella floated in the air, carrying William, and sat on the throne like an empress. With a gentle tug, she unclasped the lock of her fairy-like dress that was located on the back of her neck. Her beautiful upper body was laid bare for the world to see, but in this world, only one person existed and he was currently unconscious. Ella gently raised William's head as she caressed the side of his face. You still haven't lived your life to the fullest, so why are you so eager to cross to the other side? Do you think that I will allow you to go? If you want to give a message to the world, let it be simple. As simple as the life of a shepherd. William's lips parted as they had done countless times in the past. The beautiful lady didn't need to do anything and simply watched with a loving gaze as her baby moved by instinct to receive what was rightfully his. Rewards: 5,000 express points. Bonus rewards: 10 God points. Soul healing currently in effect. Host's consciousness will slowly recover over time. A series of notifications flashed across William's status page, but the boy was unable to see them because he was still unconscious. However, these messages only flashed briefly before disappearing from the message logs completely. The system made an arbitrary decision to delete all records of Ella's actions. Even though the messages were deleted, the rewards and healing effects remained. Currently, the system was in the process of brainstorming a made-up story to explain where the additional experience points and God points came from. Ella, who had remembered the memories of the goddess Amaldia, was able to use her power for a short period of time. However, there was only one downside. She wouldn't remember anything that happened while she was in her celestial form. Even so, she didn't care. The only thing that mattered to her right now was to pull William out of the darkness and slowly bring him back to his lively self, whom she loved with all her heart. Chapter 112, Final Heaven, Part 1. What am I doing here? William thought as he gazed at the familiar ceiling of the goat pen. His memory was a bit hazy and he couldn't remember much of what happened after he had talked with Celine inside his sea of consciousness. The only thing he remembered was closing his eyes to sleep. Just as he was trying to understand how he ended up in the goat pen, a fluffy Aenarion goat arrived at the entrance carrying a basket in her mouth. Ella walked towards William and dropped the basket by his side. She was very happy that the young boy was finally awake. William blinked once, as he looked at the Aenarion goat that he hadn't seen for more than half a year. His hand slowly reached out to her, but stopped midway. His instinct prevented him from completing the motion because he felt that if he touched her, he would be staining something pure with his blood-soaked hands. As if sensing his thoughts, Ella pressed the side of her face against one of William's hands while bleating softly. ... Ella moved closer and rested her head on William's shoulder. She didn't say anything else and simply wanted to be close to William. The red-headed boy, on the other hand, pressed his cheek against Ella's face as he lowered his hands to the ground. He wanted to hug his second mother, like he always did, but he was afraid that he would make a mistake and accidentally. William lifted his head. Ella reluctantly stepped back and bleated, Thank you, Mama." William opened the basket and saw some pancakes and a small bottle of honey. The moment he saw the food, his stomach started to grumble, but he didn't eat right away. He left the goat pen to draw some water from the well in order to wash his hands. The boy had always been strict with himself when it came to cleanliness. He would always wash his hands before he ate, and even his pang of hunger wouldn't stop him from performing basic hygiene. When he was done washing his hands, he returned to the goat pen and began to eat. Ella sat on the hay beside him, and simply watched her baby eat the first breakfast he'd had after a week of sleeping. William had just finished eating his food when Celine entered the goat pen. "It's good to see that you are finally awake," Celine said. "How are you feeling?" "I'm fine, Master," William replied. "Do you need me for something?" Celine shook her head and appraised the young boy that was sitting on the hay. He still had that standoffish mood, but it was much better compared to how it was when he arrived in Lant a week ago. Since you just woke up, it would be best for you to take it easy for the time being, Celine stated. Do you have any plans for today? I don't, William answered. Why don't you go back home for a while? I'm sure that your uncle, aunt, and grandfather are worried about you. Can't I stay here for a few more days? William didn't really want to return to the Ainsworth residence at this time. Although he didn't hate his grandfather, he didn't want to be around other people right now. He didn't want to hear laughter. He didn't want to hear kind words. He didn't want to feel the warmth of humans. Seeing his determined stance, Celine had no choice but to give him some space. Okay, you can stay here for as long as you want, but you must eat on time, Celine reminded him. Understand? Yes, William nodded. Should I cook for you later, master? No, Celine shook her head. Sick people should just rest and recover. William understood the hidden meaning behind his master's words. Celine was indirectly telling him to keep his salad to himself. Honestly, the boy was also not in the mood to cook anything. The reason why he offered to cook was just to show respect to Celine since she was his master. After the beautiful elf left William alone, the young boy laid down once more on the stack of hay. Like he said earlier, he had no intention of going anywhere. What he wanted was to be left alone. He placed his hands on the back of his head as he stared at the ceiling. For some reason, ever since he woke up, he felt more calm and at peace. This was the first time that he had felt like this since he left Lant to accompany Ezio on his mission. Suddenly, he felt a slight pressure on his stomach. Ella had laid beside William and used the boy's tummy as her pillow. The boy's hand moved unconsciously to brush her head, but it stopped halfway before dropping to his side. Sorry, Mama, William thought. I'm afraid that I might accidentally hurt you if I touch you. In order to clear his thoughts, he started the breathing exercises that Ezio had told him to calm his senses. William inhaled slowly through his nose, and exhaled just as slowly using his mouth. 10 minutes later, he finally regained his calm and closed his eyes to dive into his sea of consciousness. When William opened his eyes, he was surprised to see that at the center of his world, there was a patch of blue sky. Aside from that, he also sensed that the thick scent of blood in the air had also lessened. As he was wondering what was going on, he sensed someone entering his mindscape. William immediately summoned Stormcaller and took a fighting stance. Lightning crackled on its purple blade as the image of the intruder slowly materialized in front of him. I didn't come here to fight, but I guess this is good as well, an almost musical voice said as it stopped a few meters away from William. I'm curious to know how far you have come in your training. If the two of us are going to fight together, I will need to know your current fighting ability. William could hear himself drawing a deep breath as his gaze locked on the beautiful lady in front of him. He had thought that his master was already very beautiful, but the intruder who had entered his world made his heart tremble. It took all of his willpower to break out from his daze and force himself to ask her a question. Who are you? William asked as he pointed his spear towards the lady with light blue hair who was making his heart beat wildly inside his chest. How did you manage to enter my sea of consciousness? Although he didn't sense any malicious intent coming from her, the young boy had developed a mild sense of paranoia after everything that he had experienced on his journey outside of Lant. I will tell you the answer after you beat me, the beautiful lady smiled as she summoned a bow made up of crystals. Come, fight me with everything you have. With her declaration, she fired a magical arrow aimed at William's chest. The boy used his movement technique, Heavenly Phantasm, to dodge and, at the same time, charge in her direction. Ella smiled because this was the first time that she was fighting against William. She couldn't possibly do this in the real world because she was afraid that he would receive a serious injury. However, since they were inside his sea of consciousness, she could fight to her heart's content. After all, she wanted William's killing intent to diminish, and for that to happen, he needed to fight against someone without holding back. Seeing that the red-headed boy managed to cross the distance in an instant, Ella unsummoned her bow and clenched her fists. Taste the fury of the celestial heavens, Ella said with an enchanting smile on her face. Final Heaven, Chapter 113, Final Heaven, Part 2. William made a full thrust with his spear as Stormcaller's full power burst forth from its enchanted blade. Just like a lightning bolt, the young boy drove his spear forward without mercy. However, what happened next blew his breath away. The beautiful lady didn't move and calmly received his strike. For a brief moment, William had the urge to pull back his attack because the person in front of him felt strangely familiar. However, this feeling disappeared just as quickly as it arrived. William put all of his attention on the opponent in front of him and put more force behind his attack. When the tip of the spear was merely a meter away from Ella's face, her fist moved and casually deflected the blow upwards. The boy calmly executed a downward slash to regain his momentum, but Ella was a step faster than him. The two exchanged blows a couple of times within the sea of consciousness. No matter what William did, he couldn't get the upper hand. No, it was more like his opponent was matching his current level of strength. Stormcaller. Annihilate my enemy. William threw Stormcaller towards the blue-haired girl and let it attack autonomously. He then summoned his bow and quiver and unleashed a barrage of arrows that left no paths of escape. Very good, Ella said with approval. But, not enough. She grabbed Stormcaller after it tried to attack her and used it to deflect the arrows that William had fired. She then charged forward and wielded the spear, who was struggling hard to escape her grasp. The spear emitted powerful lightning currents in order to injure the person who tried to forcefully wield it, but it was to no avail. The lightning flowed harmlessly through Ella's body as if it was just a passing breeze. William narrowed his eyes because he finally understood that his opponent was only taking it easy on him. Lightning God War Art, 8 form, William muttered as he aimed his bow at the approaching figure in front of him. Exterminate, Chryselicados. The arrow that was knocked on the bow glowed with an eerie green light. When William released the string, a subtle hiss that was similar to that of a viper's reverberated in the battlefield. Ella was about to deflect William's attack, but immediately changed her plan because she felt something ominous from the arrow that William had shot towards her. She stopped her charge just in time to see the arrow multiply into hundreds of copies. The Lightning God War Art, Chryselicados, was a special move that William could use when he was wielding a bow. Its ability was to imbue an arrow with a very potent poison that was especially deadly against women. To make things worse, the arrow shot by this skill would multiply in the hundreds. Each arrow had the same attributes as the original, which made this skill the perfect attack for a group of enemies. Even if the arrows just grazed them, the poison would immediately render them unable to continue fighting. You've learned quite a nasty trick, Ella said calmly as she threw the struggling spear in her hands. She then smiled and extended her slender hand above her head. Cryo Fortress. Massive walls of ice surrounded her in all sides, and a giant fortress appeared inside William's sea of consciousness. All the arrows that William had shot embedded themselves within the fortress walls, while Ella stood above it, smiling at William. Play time's over, Ella announced. With just a single step forward, she appeared right in front of William before casually delivering a simple punch. Before the boy could even react to the unbelievable move by his opponent, Ella's blow had already reached him. Ella's fist embedded itself on William's chest and sent him flying 100 meters away from where she stood. William's face contorted in pain when he received the unbelievable attack from the blue-haired beauty. Everything happened so fast that he didn't even have the time to understand how she was able to land a blow on him in that short period of time. It's dangerous to let your mind wander during a fight, a voice whispered in his ear. Make sure to stay focused on your opponent at all times. Before William could even say or do anything, he found himself slamming into the ground face first. If he thought that his current situation couldn't get worse, he was greatly mistaken. The moment his face slammed on the ground, a foot stepped on his back and delivered another powerful blow that made the ocean ripple under William's body. Unlike his master, Celine, the beautiful lady with light blue hair and purple eyes, didn't give William time to recover and made him experience a world of pain. With each punch, William felt the core of his soul shudder. With each kick, the boy's thoughts scattered. Ella delivered blow, after blow, after blow, and didn't stop hitting William until the boy had loosened his hold on his weapon. Stormcaller fell on the ocean and the light from its blade disappeared completely. William was about to hit the ground as well, but a pair of slender arms caught him and held him in a protective embrace. You've gotten a bit stronger, Ella whispered in the unconscious boy's ears. Well done. Ella floated into the air. A second later, a celestial throne appeared and she sat there while cradling the unconscious boy in her arms. She unclasped the lock on the back of her neck that supported her upper clothes. It will not be easy to return William to his former self, and Ella understood that a consistent and gradual recovery was the most optimal choice. Because of that, she was willing to give her baby her full support, and nourish both of his body and soul in order to aid in the healing process. When William woke up he found himself inside the familiar goat pen. The interior of the pen was bathed in an orange light, for the sun was just about to set. The young boy fell into a daze as an elusive memory briefly passed through his mind before disappearing completely. I think I'm forgetting something very important. William frowned as he propped himself to a sitting position. He closed his eyes and thought for a long time, but he couldn't grasp the fleeting memory that momentarily appeared after waking up. When the feeling finally subsided, the boy scratched his head in confusion. If I forget it, then it's not important. Just as he was about to stand up to go to Celine's house, a shadow appeared at the entrance of the goat pen. Ella walked towards William carrying a basket in her mouth. She placed it beside the boy and bleated. "Thank you, Mama," William said. William hadn't noticed it, but Ella did. When the boy said thank you to her, the corner of his lips lifted a little. It was as if his body was remembering how to smile, but it was still rusty, and needed more maintenance for it to work properly. Ella's eyes softened because she knew that the old William was starting to rise up to the surface once again. During the next few days, Anna would visit William with her daughter, Eve, to check on his condition. She would even place Eve beside William in order for her daughter to get to know her older cousin better. William was afraid to touch the baby, but he was also afraid that rejecting Anna's advances would break her aunt's heart. That's why he did what he could do to the best of his abilities and sat straight without moving an inch. He allowed his little cousin to crawl all over him, stick her fingers up his nose, pull his hair a bit, and sometimes, Eve would even sleep on his lap. Whenever he had reached his limit, he would give his aunt a pleading gaze and Anna would take that as a sign that their family bonding time was up. Anna would then take Eve away and thank William for playing with her daughter. With the help of Ella's nourishment, William was starting to open his heart again. This was also why the red-headed boy did his best to endure the presence of his adorable cousin who seemed to be hell-bent on getting a reaction from him. Days passed, weeks passed, months passed. Finally, in the 4th month, the young boy stepped out of the goat pen and walked towards the hill overlooking Lant. He breathed in the fresh morning air and stared at the darkness. The sky was slowly brightening in the east, but the sun had still not risen. His left arm was hugging Ella's body, who was sharing her warmth with him, as both of them waited for the sunrise. When the sun finally poked its head above the horizon, the first rays of light illuminated the world. William's light green eyes, that had regained their clarity, shone like emeralds as he took in the sights and sounds of the beautiful world where he was born. "Darkness cannot drive out darkness, only light can do that," William muttered. "Hate cannot drive out hate, only love can do that." For some reason, these words would come to his mind from time to time. He had a nagging feeling that someone had told him these words before, someone very close to him. However, no matter how much he tried to seek the owner of these words, only an elusive figure with light blue hair appeared inside his head. "Yes, Mama, it's a beautiful sunrise." William softly caressed the side of Ella's body as he looked at the town of Lant. A small town in the countryside, where everyone was living a peaceful life and away from the horrors of the world. A small piece of paradise in a land ravaged by strife. "Master, do you like it?" William asked. "I made sure to use all my skills in cooking it. It's not bad, but can you please add some meat next time?" Celine replied, "Although I am an elf, I am not a vegetarian." "Master, vegetables are good for your body," William countered Celine's argument. "It keeps the skin smooth and makes you look young and healthy." After the meal, William left to return to the Ainsworth residence. When the boy was no longer in their sights, the beautiful elf smiled as she gave Oliver a sidelong glance. The parrot monkey rolled his eyes to the side before flying to the kitchen in order to prepare some meat dishes for Celine. Both of them didn't want William to go into a relapse, so they didn't dare to cook any meat when he was around. Although it was a hassle, the two endured for the sake of their disciple. Chapter 114. The choice is up to you to make. Feeling bolstered by the sunrise, William soon found himself facing off against a powerful foe that was twice as strong as a terror hand. "Why don't you hold her?" Anna asked. A pair of clear blue eyes looked up at him, and William could feel his heart beating wildly inside his chest. "Aya," Eve said as she gazed at her big brother, with renewed excitement. "Hello, Eve," William replied with a stiff smile on his face. The 2-year-old girl had crawled up to William the moment he'd returned to the Ainsworth residence, which created this awkward scene. William lightly coughed because he didn't know how to respond to his Aunt Anna's request. If it was the William of a year ago, he would definitely hug, squish, and kiss Eve to oblivion. However, right now, he was afraid to hold the delicate baby for fear that he would not be able to control his strength and accidentally hurt her. Seeing this scene, James came to the rescue and picked his cute granddaughter up from the floor. William is still unable to control his strength due to his training, James explained. He's just worried that he might harm his cousin, so he is not in a hurry to hold her. Anna frowned as she gazed at her nephew. Is that why you're not playing with her? Yes, William nodded. Sorry, Aunt, I really want to play with Eve, but I don't want to hurt her. Eve giggled and grabbed a fistful of William's hair. It was as if the little girl was challenging her, big brother, to hurt her. The young boy could only smile helplessly as the little baby tugged on his hair while laughing. While this was happening, James whispered to Helen and asked her to cook something nice to celebrate William's return. However, he also added to make the dishes void of any meat. The head maid nodded her head in agreement and headed towards the kitchen. James looked at his grandson who was getting bullied by his granddaughter with a smile. After having her fill of playing with her older cousin, Eve felt sleepy, so Anna decided to return her to their bedroom to sleep. Come with me, William, James said as he walked towards the conference room without even waiting for the young boy's reply. William followed behind his grandpa with a calm expression. Ella decided to stay in the living room to give the two some privacy. Although she was curious about what James was planning to tell William, she knew that it would be better if she gave both of them some space. Inside the conference room, "Do you hate me?" James asked. "No," William answered. "In fact, I am very thankful. Thank you, Grandpa, for letting me see the dark side of the world." William bowed respectfully to his grandfather. During his 4 months of recovery, he had time to think about many things. Among those things was why James decided to let him accompany Ezio on his missions. What William experienced was a culture shock, although he had heard and imagined that such things were happening in the southern continent. Seeing them personally made him question the knowledge he had about the world he was currently living in. It was a painful lesson that brought William to despair. Fortunately, there were people who cared about him and pulled him out from the darkness that he had trapped himself in. James didn't say anything and just looked at his grandson. He was already old and understood that some words need not be spoken between men. "I'm very happy that you had shaken off the fetters that bound you, but the current you is no good," James said with a serious expression. "You can't live your life being unable to trust and touch people again, so a new round of training must be done in order to fix this issue. This time, I will give you 2 options." William stayed silent as he listened to his grandfather. He also knew that his current state was not ideal because it prevented him from being able to interact with people. If possible, he wanted to hug his cute cousin and play with her as well. "The first option is that you need to train with Jekyll," James said. "He will teach you about etiquette and how to act like a proper gentleman. The second option is to learn from Fairite. He will teach you how to become a bard, and help you release your negative emotions as well as residual killing intent. The choice is up to you to make." "I'll choose the second option," William answered in a heartbeat. "Being a gentleman is not my style. My character will become inconsistent if I force myself to act that way. I'm fine with being a narcissist." There was another reason why William chose Fairite instead of Jekyll. Due to his heightened perception, he had grasped the ability to tell who among the people he had met were the most dangerous. The soul dentist, who always had a smile on his face, was on the very top of his list. Even Ezio's killing intent was not able to make William cower. But, when facing Jekyll, the boy always felt as if he was a pig that was about to be slaughtered. "Fairite, this is not a bad idea." James nodded. "You can also use this skill to court the beautiful ladies that you see on your journey." William just smiled at his grandpa's never-ending attempt to make him bring home potential bride candidates. "Very well, I will arrange for him to teach you by afternoon tomorrow. He's always asleep till noon because he performs at the tavern during the evenings." "You're welcome." After eating lunch, William returned to his room that he hadn't visited for a long time. Everything was in order and the young boy could tell that his Aunt Helen had cleaned his room in regular intervals. On his desk, several books with information about the Silvermoon continent could be seen piled up on top of each other. However, the one pile that caught William's attention was the neatly stacked letters on the right side of his desk. The young boy's eyes widened in surprise as he immediately took the letters in his hand. Just as he expected, all of the letters belonged to his mother Arwen. William felt a slight ache in his heart at the thought of not being able to reply to her letters. It made him feel bad that several years had passed and their exchanges came to a halt. "Sorry, Mother," William muttered as he opened the first letter according to the date that they arrived. He planned to read all of them and write a reply letter as soon as possible. As he read the letters one by one, Ella laid beside him with her eyes closed. She was planning to take a nap to recover her strength. The months that she had spent beside William had also taken a toll on her soul as she used the power of the Bell of Athanasia. Since William was already feeling better, she decided to catch up on her much-needed rest and read Arwen's letter at a later time. A few hours passed before the boy finished reading all the letters that Arwen had sent to him. Complicated emotions rose from his chest as he went to his desk to write a reply to his mother. It seems that James had written a few letters to Arwen and explained that William was currently in training. Even so, that didn't stop Arwen from sending a letter once every month. She hoped that one of her letters would arrive during her son's in-between breaks so he would be able to reply to her. Unfortunately, Skyla always arrived at a bad time and wasn't able to meet William. The crane also didn't want to disturb the boy's training, so she simply asked James to give Arwen a monthly report on William's training. As William focused on writing his letter, he didn't notice that the sun had already set. If not for the knock on his door that broke his concentration, he would still be writing his letter. "Young master, it's time for dinner," Helen said with a smile. "Thank you, Aunt Helen," William replied. "I'll be in the dining room in a minute." After dinner, William was about to return to his room when he heard the familiar cry of a crane come from outside the house. The boy immediately ran out of the door and was just in time to see Skyla land down a few meters from the main door of the house. The Silvermoon crane gave William the "finally you're here" gaze, as it uttered a soft cry in greeting. "Big sister." William ran towards the 2-meter-tall crane and was about to hug her, but stopped midway. He had still not fully recovered from his mental shackles that prevented him from being intimate with anyone aside from Ella. Just an hour ago, he was thinking of a way to send his letter to the Silvermoon continent. He didn't want Arwen to wait for a second longer and was about to ask his grandfather for an alternative way to deliver the letter. Fortunately, an express carrier had arrived to answer his prayers. William respectfully invited Skyla to the garden and brought her food. He then waited patiently for her to finish eating before he started to ask questions about his mother and what she had been doing over the past few years. Although the crane was exhausted from her journey, she still talked to William and shared quite a bit of gossip about the Silvermoon continent. The crane also noticed something different about William. As a very intelligent beast, it was quite easy for her to spot these changes. However, she didn't cry because she also understood that this was part of William's growth. The two talked until midnight before the crane left the boy to hunt for more food. Skyla planned to rest for an entire day before her return trip to the holy city of Nytfethel. Deep inside she was very happy after finally seeing William. After a very long time, she would finally be able to deliver William's handwritten letter to Arwen, who had been missing him terribly for years. Chapter 115. Breaking Free from the Shackles. The next day, Ella, Anna, Eve, and Skyla sat in the garden while listening to the songs that William was singing. He was in the middle of recording songs using a high-grade recording crystal that had been given to him by James at his request. Since he was always stuck inside a hospital room back on Earth, William had decided to have a few hobbies like playing the guitar to pass time. He was quite good at it, so when he had obtained the bard job class, he decided to record a few songs for Arwen. This way, his mother would always hear his voice and not miss him too much. Due to the power of the job class, William's playing skills were enhanced to another level. Not only that, his voice was smoother and more captivating. The songs he recorded were Disney songs that he had loved since he was a child. Songs like, "Do You Feel the Love Tonight?" "Fly the Distance," "My Whole You World," and "Beauty and the Bestie." Anna was quite curious about how William learned these songs because she had never heard them before. The young boy only said that he had heard the songs during his travels outside of Lant. The songs were like a lullaby for Eve, and the little girl slept peacefully while William was doing his one-man concert. That night, Skyla spread her wings and embarked on her journey towards the Silvermoon continent. She was quite in a hurry to return back home and let Arwen listen to her son's performance. The crane knew that her partner would cry tears of joy the moment she heard William's songs. And it made her determination to return as soon as possible burn brighter. The next day, Fayrite sat beside William as he taught him the proper way to perform in front of people. "When you sing a song, you should smile," Fayrite said while holding his lute. You might not believe it, but when you are smiling, your heart smiles as well. This will empower our songs because us bards must always sing from our heart. The stronger the emotion, the stronger the power of our songs. With a song, we can raise the morale of an army, or make them weep bitter tears. We can make the hearts of ladies swoon, or make the children dance to our tune. This is the power of music, and I dare say that it is one of the most wonderful gifts that the gods have given us mortal creatures. William nodded in agreement. Music had been one of his constant companions during the hard times of his life. Well, since both of us are already handsome, we don't need to fix our faces, Fayrite smiled. However, we need to always look presentable, especially when performing in front of people. Those shabby shepherd clothes of yours just won't do. Fayrite shook his head because although William looked good, his fashion sense was a disaster. As a fashionista, he couldn't accept the young man's taste in clothing. Listen, although I understand that you are a shepherd, while we are together I expect you to dress up as a performer, Fayrite ordered. I don't want my colleagues to spread gossip that my student is a crude boy who doesn't even have an ounce of professionalism in his bones. The moment I hear that you performed wearing shepherd's clothes, I swear I will whack you until you forget your name. Do I make myself clear? William nodded his head once more. Although he didn't think that playing a song while wearing shepherd's clothes was a big deal, he didn't want to offend his current instructor. The young boy was currently holding a lute similar to the one in Fayrite's hands. The only difference was that William's was more beautiful. James had rummaged through his treasures and found several musical instruments like the harp, flute, mandolin, lyre, and several others that he had taken from the bandit camps that he had raided. After pondering for a while, William decided to just take them all. Since he was a bard, he could play all the instruments with the help of his job class. Since that was the case, taking these treasures from his grandpa was the most ideal choice. Fayrite and William did their lessons in the garden, because the elf wanted to be surrounded by beautiful things when he performed. William didn't expect Fayrite to be very skilled in his craft. The boy thought that his songs were already good enough, but when he heard the elf sing, he felt his soul being forcefully taken to places that he had never been before. To glorious battlefields, to beautiful valleys, hidden abodes, and to peeping in on romantic trysts. Fayrite did it all, and he did it so naturally that William felt envious of his musical talent. You can praise me, you know. Fayrite gave him a teasing smile. I will not charge extra for overtime. You're amazing, maestro, William praised from the heart. I wish I could perform like you. Don't worry, when I'm done with you, you'll be able to perform in front of kings and emperors. Fayrite flipped his hair like the narcissist he was. Sometimes, all you need to do is let your heart do the talking when you play. Remember this, my dear student, music is the universal language of mankind. Spirits don't usually talk to anyone, but when you play them a tune, they will start to dance. With Fayrite's personal teachings, William was able to let go of all the pent-up emotions inside his heart. Every time he sang a song, he could feel himself letting go of all of his worries, and it made him feel at peace. Ella, Anna, Eve, and Helen were his avid fans. They would always find time to listen to him singing in the garden, and William liked their company. Although singing by himself was good every now and then, singing for others made him happier. Sometimes, Eve would crawl towards William and tug on his clothes. Other times, she would grab his lute and touch the strings. These precious incidents helped William gain better control of his emotions, which greatly helped in his recovery. Almost half a year had passed since William started his bard training with Fayrite. The exchange of letters between him and Arwen continued without fail. With each letter he opened, he felt closer to his mother, who was hundreds of miles away from him. The two had grown very close through these exchanges, and the young boy's love for his mother grew with each passing day. William gave Skyla a big hug, and the latter nuzzled him before soaring to the sky. In his last letter, the young boy sent his mother a recording crystal with the songs he sang. Arwen loved William's gift and played them every day. Big sister, have a safe trip and tell my mother I love her. William shouted as he waved at the crane in the sky. Skyla replied with a cry of affirmation and circled William once before flying in the direction of the Silvermoon continent. With the maestro's help, the red-headed boy was able to break free from the shackles that prevented him from being intimate with other people. Sometimes, the half-elf wondered if things would have ended differently if he had chosen Jekyll instead of Fayrite. He had a feeling that he might have lost something very important to him if he had chosen the dentist as his instructor instead of the lively bard who taught him the power of music. Twinkle twinkle, little star, how I wonder where you are. William sang while Eve sat on his lap, up above the world so high, like a diamond in the sky. Eve was making random baby sounds as she tried to sing along with William. The two of them had gotten close after her big brother had started to open up his heart to people again. Deep inside, William was very happy because he loved spending his time with children. He was now in full control of his emotions, and held Eve in a protective embrace. The two of you have really become close, Anna said with a smile as she walked towards them. I'm starting to feel jealous. Mama, Eve clapped her hands as she called out to her mother. Anna scooped up her daughter and kissed her cheeks. Have you been a good girl? Eve kissed her cheeks in reply and Anna nuzzled her beloved daughter. William watched this scene with a smile on his face as he stood up from the ground. Although he wanted to stay, there were still a few things he needed to do. He bid his aunt goodbye and headed towards the valley where the herds were grazing. Yesterday, he bought the weapon that the system had recommended to him from the god shop. This weapon contained a job class that William had wanted for a very long time. Thanks to the 90% discount coupon, the god points he had earned during his missions, and the bonus god points that he earned through overcoming his weakness, he was able to purchase this weapon from the shop. The system had thought long and hard for a proper excuse to give William for the extra god points he had received out of nowhere, and decided to just say that it was the bonus points that was awarded to him after being able to recover from his previous state. After acquiring the job class from the weapon, William understood that it worked the same as the other professions that he had mastered so far. Since that was the case, he wanted a master to teach him on how to utilize this new power to its fullest potential. He believed that if he mastered this job class, he would be able to work with Ella to overcome most adversities. Just a few more months and I'll be leaving Lant, William muttered as he looked in the direction of the capital of the Helen Kingdom. I'll be seeing you again soon, Est. William knew that he couldn't stay inside this safe haven forever, for he had to meet his mother and father in the Silvermoon continent. However, this time, he was no longer afraid. He had regained his purpose and the light in his heart was now brighter than before. It would not lose so easily to the darkness that had taken hold of him not long ago. The young boy knew that right now, he couldn't change the world and make it a better place. He was not strong enough to do that. William understood that he had to venture outside of Lant in order to make his mark to the world. Although he would encounter hardships, challenges, and people stronger than him along his journey, he would still walk the path he had chosen. For he was not alone. He was not the same boy he was back on Earth, stuck inside a hospital room, waiting for the day when he would draw his last breath. There were people who loved him, cared for him, and supported him. He also had his herd that would stand with him when he faced the inevitable battles that he couldn't escape from. Naturally, he didn't plan on losing any of these battles. He would face them with everything he had. If he couldn't win, then he would just run away and call his grandpa. Calling reinforcements was not against the rules and William was perfectly fine with sitting on the shoulder of giants. He would just get his revenge when he had leveled up and became stronger. William chuckled as he thought of these stupid thoughts. The image of him hiding behind James' back as the old man punched the living lights out of his enemies made him laugh out loud. Ella stood beside William and looked at the happy expression on his face. Let's go, Mama. William grinned as he pointed at the sun in the distance. In this world of swords and magic, where adventure runs wild and free, our legend is about to begin. Chapter 116, Forever Loving You. 4 years had passed since William lost his powers during the trial of courage. Many things happened in the Helen Kingdom during this time. Just like James predicted, after the king had settled the aftermath of the beast tide, he sent those who had performed meritorious service to reclaim the lands that had lost their owners. Due to James's immediate action, Wuxia and Xianxia fell under the control of Lant. The nobles made a ruckus, but the king quieted them down with the merits that James had acquired during the battle at Windkeep Citadel. Of course, that was only the king's excuse. He knew that dealing with James was a pain, so he decided to just turn a blind eye to his actions. Also, the Ouroboros was not just for show. It was a one-man army that could easily match a flood dragon in a life-and-death battle. The nobles that had reclaimed the lands near the borders of Lant decided to send James plenty of gifts in order to show that they wished to coexist in peace. Cedric had also accepted the fact that there was no way he could rebuild Fuchsia with the remaining survivors. He would be lying if he said that he didn't feel sad about the current situation, but Leah convinced him that this was for the best. In order to forget his heartache, Cedric asked James to help him go to the central continent, so that he could enroll in one of their academies. James agreed to his request and gave him the funds he needed. The king also gave orders for Fort Windermere to be rebuilt, and even drafted a plan to make a fortress that would face the Forbidden Land directly. He knew that if another beast tide occurred, the newly built towns and villages would once again be wiped out from the face of the map. The nobles who had laid claims to the western region supported this plan and even donated a few thousand gold from their own treasury to hasten the building of the fortress. On a hill overlooking Lant, a 14-year-old boy sat on top of an Angorian goat. He was cradling a 3-year-old girl in his arms, while waiting for the sun to rise. The little girl in his embrace was sleeping peacefully without a care in the world. She was the treasure of the Ainsworth family, Eve Von Ainsworth. "Me," Ella bleated softly. "Eve, time to wake up," William said as he lightly poked his little cousin's cheeks. "The sun is about to rise." The little girl's eyelids fluttered. A pair of innocent blue eyes, that were more beautiful than sapphires, drowsily looked up at William. "Good morning, Eve." William smiled at the cute little girl. Eve gazed at him for a few seconds before she closed her eyes to go back to sleep. Her lips moved in a pout for having been disturbed in her slumber. William could only helplessly shake his head as he gazed at the sunrise. He couldn't possibly force her adorable cousin to enjoy the sunrise with him. While taking in the morning light, he heard footsteps coming from behind him. Judging from the weight of every step, William judged that it was none other than his grandpa, James. "Our little darling is still sleeping?" James asked as he stood beside Ella and William. "Yes," William replied. "She woke up a minute ago, but decided to go back to sleep." "Then let her sleep," James said fondly. "Girls need their beauty sleep." "Indeed," William agreed. "The two of you spoil Eve too much." Anna made her way towards her father-in-law and nephew with a smile on her face. "I'm afraid that no one would dare to court Eve when she comes of age with the two of you guarding the front door." "Hemp, if anyone dares to court my darling granddaughter, I'll break their legs," James snorted. "Only their legs? It would be best if we break their arms as well," William proposed. "My cute cousin is too precious. What if those bastards try to touch her with their filthy hands?" "Indeed, we should break their arms as well." "Right, no." Anna glared at the overprotective duo. "The two of you better not get in the way of her love life." "Fine." The two men glanced at each other. Clearly, they only agreed on the surface, and would definitely cripple anyone who dared to lay their hands on Eve when she grew up. The silence of the early morning was broken by the cry of a white crane. William raised his head and saw the familiar spirit beast that had first visited Lant when he was 10 years old. A minute later, the 2-meter-tall crane landed beside Ella and looked at William with a gentle gaze. "Thank you for your hard work, big sister Skyla," William greeted with a smile. "How is mother? Is she doing well?" The white crane nodded her head. William returned the sleeping Eve to Anna and dismounted Ella's back. He then caressed the head of the white crane before retrieving the parcel tied to her leg. James and Anna shared a knowing glance and returned to the residence together. They wanted to give William some privacy to read his mother's letter. "Big sister, there are a few things that I need to do today, so I can only write the reply letter around noon," William said in an apologetic tone. The white crane nuzzled the side of William's face before giving him the "I understand" look. It then opened its wings to fly towards the river where it would catch some fish and rest, while waiting for William to write his letter. William opened the letter in his hands, while Ella rested her head on his shoulder. It was as if she wanted to read the letter that was sent by her baby's mother. Just like always, William read the letter out loud so that Ella could also hear its contents. "To my beloved William, spring has arrived in Nytfe Ethel and the Silvermoon flowers have started to bloom. I wish that you could see them, but that will have to wait until you are old enough to travel to the Silvermoon continent. Your grandfather and grandmother are doing well and they loved the gifts that you sent them last time. They were still enamored by the recording that you sent as well. They even make sure to play it whenever we have guests in our house. My 2 disciples also loved your singing and were quite curious about who composed the songs that you sang. I know that it might be a hassle, but can you send more recorded songs in your next letters? I promise to treat them better than our own family heirlooms. Since they all know that I am currently writing a letter, they are expecting you to send another batch of gifts when Skyla returns to my side. I know it is a bit troublesome, but do your best, okay? William chuckled as he read the part about his grandparents. He had also exchanged letters with them in the past and he found out that they were more eccentric than his grandfather James. Due to Ella's nudging, he once again focused his attention on reading the letter in his hands. If I remember correctly, by the time this letter arrives in Lant, you will be preparing for your journey towards the capital of the Helen Kingdom to enroll at the Royal Academy. I am not familiar with the quality of education in the human kingdoms, but I pray that you learn a lot during your stay at the academy. Remember, go there to study and not to fool around with girls. You are still too young for that, so you should focus on your studies. Don't be like your father who attracted all sorts of ladies left and right. Skyla is more familiar with the Helen Kingdom than me, so I'm sure that she will be able to deliver my letters to you at regular intervals. My beloved, I miss you, and I look forward to the day that I will be able to hold you into my arms. Until then, keep yourself safe and make sure to stay away from harm. Also, pass my love to Ella. I am forever grateful for the love that she has given you all these years. Please, bring her with you when you visit me in Nytfe Ethel. I look forward to thanking her personally. May the blessing of the moon goddesses shine on you every night. William kissed the letter after reading it. His eyes were moist as he carefully folded the letter before placing it inside the ring of conquest. Mama, after a few years, we will go to the Silvermoon continent to visit Mother, William said softly. Me. Ella nodded her head. She was also looking forward to her meeting with William's birth mother. If Ella could talk to Arwen in private, she would thank her for bringing William into her life. Without her baby, she would have lived her life as an ordinary Angorian goat and would never have gotten the chance to experience the things that she had experienced during the time that she had stayed by William's side. Chapter 117. March towards the capital. William, Master. Celine caressed the side of William's face. It had been 4 years, and the effect of the slave collar had finally lost its hold over the red-head boy. Do you hate me? Celine asked. She stared at the handsome boy in front of her and waited for his answer. I would be lying if I said no, Master, William replied honestly. Although I feel some resentment towards you, I will not forget that you treated me well over the past few years. I am very grateful to have become your disciple. Celine smiled and patted the boy's head. I will remove the collar now. You must be sick and tired of wearing it this entire time. The beautiful elf was about to remove the collar from William's neck, when the boy held her hands and firmly shook his head. Leave it as it is, Master. William gave Celine a mischievous smile. Didn't you tell me that this is your gift to me? Since it is a gift, you shouldn't take it back. Oh, you like being my slave that much? Celine raised an eyebrow. It is the first gift I received from you, Master. Naturally, it is very precious to me, William answered. You've become a sweet talker after growing up. Thank you for the praise. Please, praise me more, Master. Celine flicked William's forehead, but it didn't have much force in it. The boy only smiled at his master's attempt to act cute. Have you prepared everything for your journey? Celine inquired. The journey to the capital will take at least 10 days from Lant. Make sure to pack extra food and water. Although you can hunt and find water along the way, it will be best to have food and water in stock in case of emergency. I already have, Master, William answered. Aunt Helen gave me enough food and water to last me half a month. Good. Celine nodded her head. The Royal Academy is a good place to learn. Just make sure to stay out of trouble, do you understand? Don't worry, Master. Even if I don't go looking for trouble, trouble will definitely look for me. That is what I am afraid of. Celine sighed helplessly. To be honest, she was very satisfied to have William as her disciple. Although he had lost his magic power, he never stopped doing his best to strengthen himself. Over the past few years, she made sure that he developed a very strong resistance against curses and poison to the best of her ability. After all, Celine would become a big joke if her acquaintances were to find out that her disciple was easily affected by curses, which was the specialty of dark magicians. I hate goodbyes, so I won't follow you to the gate of Lant. Celine gave William a hug. Come back after you've come of age. There is something that I need to teach you. Is it a new spell? William asked in curiosity. Yes, a powerful spell that will allow you to surpass your limits, Celine replied with a smirk. So, make sure to return after you feel that the Royal Academy can no longer teach you anything. For some reason, I'm looking forward to learning this spell that you are going to teach me, master. Look forward to it. William waved goodbye to his master as he mounted Ella's back. The enrollment for the Royal Academy would be starting soon. This was why he needed to go to the capital before the registration ended. Celine and James both knew that they couldn't keep William in a small town like Lant forever. If they did, they would only hinder his growth, and that was not a good thing. Although William was only 14 years old, Celine and James both agreed that it was time for the boy to see the world. Since that was the case, going to the Royal Academy of the Helen Kingdom would be the best place to teach him another side of how the world worked outside the borders of Lant. Mistress, did you already know? Oliver, the parrot monkey inquired. It's still too early to tell, Oliver, Celine replied as she watched her only disciple disappear in the distance. Perhaps, when he returns in a few years, we will finally know the answer. Understood, my lady, Oliver nodded. He looked forward to the day when William returned to Lant. I hope that he is the one that is mentioned in the prophecy. Oliver had watched William grow up and he could vouch for the boy's character. However, just like his mistress, Celine, said, it was still too early to tell whether the red-headed boy was the one that would fulfill the elven prophecy. Helen tidied William's clothes and wrapped a traveling cloak over his shoulders. When she thought that everything was in order, she gave William a kiss on the cheeks before taking a step back. James, Mordred, and Anna said their goodbyes, which almost made William tear up. Theo, and the rest of William's friends in Lant also gave him a hug and wished him a safe journey towards the capital. Although Eve was only 3 years old, she was a very smart girl. She felt that her big brother Will was leaving her, so she grabbed onto William's clothes and cried. Why is our little princess crying? William asked as he carried the little girl in his arms. Woo 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 woo, Will, woo 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 woo. Eve latched onto him like a leech as she covered William's traveling clothes with her tears and snot. Yes, woo 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 is the substitute word I used for Eve's crying. William kissed her cheeks as his hand softly rubbed the back of her head. If he still had his powers, he might have used a sleeping spell to put his cousin to sleep. Will, woo 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 woo, leave, woo 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 woo, don't. Aunt Anna, William said with a pleading expression. Anna stepped forward and coaxed Eve to let go of William. Don't worry, your big brother will return soon. He's just going away for a while to study. Woo 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 woo. Eve grabbed hold of William's clothes, but Anna pried her fingers off him. The little girl bawled her eyes out as she tried to reach for her big brother Will. Seeing Eve's sad expression, William's heart ached so much that he decided to use one of his secret weapons in order to coax the crying girl. William activated Lily's divinity and a lollipop appeared in his hand. He took the wrapper off the candy and presented it to Eve. Here you go, it's your favorite candy, William said like a kind uncle who liked to give candies to little children. Eve's eyes locked onto the lollipop and reached for it. William handed it to her and her crying immediately stopped. Good girl, William patted her head. When I come back, I'll bring you a lot of candies from the capital. Be a good girl until I return, okay? Eve reluctantly nodded her head as she started to lick the lollipop. Lily's divinity was the ultimate weapon against little girls. No, it was an ultimate weapon for girls. Of all ages, as long as their height doesn't surpass 125 centimeters 4.11 feet, they would be unable to resist the lollipop's charms. William mounted Ella's back and urged her to move forward. He was afraid that his tears would start to fall if he stayed any longer. Ella understood William's feelings, so she started to run as fast as she could, leaving the town of Lant behind. Only when they were a mile away from Lant did she stop. William turned his head to look back at the small town in the distance. It was the place where he grew up. A place filled with happiness, warmth, and love. I'm only a mile away and I'm already starting to feel homesick. William sighed. He then hardened his heart and looked forward. Mama, let's go. Let's march towards the capital of the Helen Kingdom. Don't feed 3-year-old children lollipops in real life. They might choke on it. Chapter 118. I wish not for Dominion, but I can't let the innocent suffer. Screams reverberated in the air as a merchant caravan was being attacked by bandits. No, please don't hurt my daughter. A woman grabbed the bandit's leg while pleading. The bandit was holding a little girl in his arms, as he sneered at the girl's mother. Clearly, he was unwilling to let her go. Scram, I don't like used goods. The bandit roared as he kicked the woman away. No, Mama, the little girl wailed as he saw her mother's body crash on the ground. Men, take the treasure and all the good-looking girls. As for the rest, kill them all. The bandit leader ordered as he chopped off the head of one of the caravan's guards. Yes, the bandits simultaneously replied as they looked at the carriages with greed. The woman painfully propped her body on the ground, but the injury she received made her unable to stand. Lucy. The woman cried out her daughter's name as tears streamed down the side of her face. Mama. Lucy called out to her mother. Sorry, little girl, but you're not going anywhere. Let me go. Let me go. I want my mama. Wah. The little one struggled, but it was all for naught. The bandit was way stronger than her and the only thing she could do was cry and call out to her mother. The merchant group had descended into chaos as the bandits looted and killed to their heart's content. The guards were hard-pressed to fight them off because the bandits had the number advantage. Over 100 bandits had appeared out of nowhere and ambushed them. The leader of the merchant group, Benjamin, led his men and fought off against the bandits with everything he had. However, their enemies were simply more powerful and more experienced in battle than them. When hope seemed lost, and the end was at hand, the whistling sound of an arrow pierced the air. It landed in the forehead of the man who was holding a little girl in his arms, who hadn't stopped struggling to run to her mother's side. Everything happened so fast that the bandit fell to the ground, not knowing how he died. I wish not for dominion, but I cannot let the innocent suffer, the voice of a young boy spread over the chaotic battlefield. The bandit leader glared at the direction of the voice and saw what seemed to be a boy, wearing a hooded robe, seated on top of an Aenarion goat holding a bow and arrow. Gate open, William muttered as he knocked another arrow on his bow and took aim. Behind his back, a portal appeared and a herd of Aenarion war ibexes charged towards the bandits with fury. William's arrow flew straight and true as it pierced through the neck of a bandit that was carrying a little boy on his shoulder. Mama, use war cry. William ordered. Me. Ella's war cry resounded in the battlefield, which strengthened the capabilities of William's herd by 30%. Why are these goats so strong? Arg. A bandit cried in alarm as a glistening blue horn pierced his chest. This can't be. This is not possible. The bandit leader backed away when the war ibexes made their appearance. How have these war beasts from the northern regions appeared here? Benjamin, the leader of the merchant group, felt that the tide of battle had shifted in their favor. He immediately ordered his men to support the Aenarion war ibexes that had appeared and fought against the bandits with renewed vigor. Benjamin had never seen these beasts before, but the bandit leader's words were laced with shock and disbelief. As a merchant, he was well aware of the tribes in the north, but they had never gone there to trade. Even so, it was not something that he needed to worry about right now. What mattered most was that the newcomer was on their side. Men, kill them all. Benjamin roared as he led his men to battle. William kept on shooting his arrows at the fleeing bandits. The arrows he was using were not ordinary arrows. They were steel arrows forged by the greatest blacksmith of Lant, Barbados. Aside from their piercing power, it also had a paralyzing venom that was taken from the millennial beast, Amphisbena. Anyone who got pierced by William's arrow would become paralyzed and unable to move for a few hours. That was how strong the millennial beast's venom was. Return, William ordered, and the arrows that had pierced the bandits flew into the air and returned to the quiver on his back. Some of them were still stained by blood, but William didn't care. He didn't have that many arrows in his possession and each of them was precious. Who are you? The bandit leader roared as he charged at William with his war axe. Just a shepherd, William answered as he deposited his bow and arrows inside his ring of conquest. Come forth, Stormcaller. A purple flash of light burst forth from the ring. William grabbed the 2-meter-long spear in a firm grip as tendrils of lightning traveled along its blade. Ella then took that as a hint and charged towards the bandit leader. William was like a cavalier riding a warhorse to battle. His spear was poised to strike as the bandit leader closed the distance. Lightning God War Art, 13th form. William roared, "Go for the kill, Guy Bold." William threw Stormcaller and the body of the spear crackled with lightning bolts. The bandit leader knew that he couldn't face the attack head-on, so he jumped to the side to dodge. He succeeded and the spear passed by his side by mere centimeters. The bandit leader then immediately propped himself up on the ground and prepared to clash with William. At the same time, a string of words drifted through his ears. Ome wa mo. The bandit leader didn't understand these words because it was said in a language that he was not familiar with. It was at that moment when his face grew lax and his legs collapsed under him. As the bandit leader fell, his body skidded across the ground, due to the momentum, and only stopped in front of Ella's hooves. Like the bandit that William had shot with his arrow, the bandit leader had died not knowing how he died. William didn't even give the corpse under Ella's hooves a second glance as he waved his hand to control Stormcaller. The family heirloom of the Ainsworth family snaked across the battlefield as it reaped the bandits' lives like the god of death. When the last bandit fell dead on the ground, Benjamin and his men cheered and raised the weapons in their hands to proclaim their victory. Everyone in the merchant group breathed a sigh of relief because they had survived from being wiped out by the bandits. Benjamin was about to thank their benefactor when he noticed that the young boy wearing a hood had disappeared. Even the Aenarion war ibexes who had trampled and impaled the bandits were nowhere to be seen. An eerie silence fell upon them as Benjamin and his guards glanced at each other with dumbfounded expressions. Did we just get rescued by a ghost? One of the guards asked in a stuttering voice. That can't be possible, right? Another guard offered his opinion. This was the same opinion of everyone in the merchant group, but the fact remained that they couldn't find their benefactor. Just like a ghost, he had appeared and disappeared like a passing breeze. He was real. The little girl who was supporting her mother from the ground shouted. He's not a ghost. He saved me and mother from those bad bandits. Everyone looked at the girl and nodded their heads. They had seen the young boy with their own two eyes, so it was impossible for them to say that he wasn't real. Yes, he was real. As real as you and me, Benjamin replied. We will properly thank him if we cross paths with him again in the future. This was the only thing that Benjamin could say to pacify his people. Even so, deep in his heart, he wished that he would once again meet the mysterious boy who had saved all of their lives without asking for any reward. After this merchant group arrived at their destination, the story of a young shepherd leading a herd of Aenarion war ibexes spread across the land. By the time this happened, William had already arrived at the capital of the Helen Kingdom and had successfully enrolled at the Royal Academy. End of Volume 1. The Shepherd of Lant. Chapter 119. Gladiolus, the capital city of the Helen Kingdom. Mama, I finally see it. William and Ella were currently on the mountainside admiring the capital city of the Helen Kingdom, Gladiolus. The high city walls made William remember the cities in the fantasy movies that he had watched back on Earth. Gladiolus looked like an impenetrable fortress that could easily endure a siege from a beast tide. The sword and shield emblem of the royal family were emblazoned on the flags on the city ramparts fluttered in the breeze. It was as if they were welcoming William's arrival and urging him to enter the city gates as soon as possible. Let's go, Mama, William patted his mama's neck. Let's go visit Est first before we enroll at the Royal Academy. Est had sent him a letter 4 months ago, asking if he was going to enter the Royal Academy this year. After getting William's positive reply, Est immediately made preparations to welcome him at the capital. The young boy gave William the address of their manor and told him to drop by as soon as he arrived in the city. There were still a few days before the start of the enrollment, so William was not in a hurry to visit the academy. He had exchanged plenty of letters with Est, Ian, and Isaac over the past 4 years and their relationship had deepened since then. When William and Ella finally reached the gate, they noticed that they needed to fall in line to participate in an inspection. According to procedure, William should have also lined up along with the others, but Est explicitly told him to go to the special entrance that was allocated for noble families. Est had given him a special insignia that would allow him to pass through the special gate without getting inspected. William led Ella to the gate located near the main entrance of the city. The guards manning the entrance looked at William with interest. When the boy was just a few meters from entering the gate, a chubby guardsman blocked his way. Boy, is this your first time visiting the capital? A chubby guardsman asked with a smile. He had already dealt with countless people trying to enter the gates meant for nobles in order to find a faster way to enter the city. Yes, Mr. Guard. William nodded his head. This is my first time visiting the capital. It looks so majestic from afar and I'm looking forward to seeing what is inside the city. The chubby guard appraised the young boy who was seated on top of an Aenarion goat. The red-headed boy was wearing decent clothes, which didn't make him look like a peasant. Even the traveling cloak he was wearing didn't look too shabby. Because of this, the chubby guard decided to ask questions first before telling William to line up at the main entrance to enter the city. This gate is only meant for the nobles of the kingdom, the chubby man said in a clear and crisp manner. Do you have any form of identification? William smiled and raised the insignia that was given to him by Est. When the chubby guard and the rest of his comrades saw the insignia, all of them stood straight and looked at William in a different light. Can I now pass? William asked. Why yes, the chubby guard stuttered as he stepped aside to allow William to go through. Thank you, Mr. Guard. No need to thank me. I'm just doing my duty, sir. William nodded. He was still doubting whether or not the insignia that Est had given him had actually worked. Fortunately, it was the real deal and he was able to enter the gate without any problems. Wow! William stared wide-eyed at the medieval city in front of him. The cobblestone streets and the buildings made William's heart beat wildly inside his chest. For some reason, he could hear the background music of a big battle that was about to take place inside his head. Several people noticed William's starry-eyed gaze and immediately labeled him as a country bumpkin. There were also others who looked at him with amused expressions. They found it funny that a little boy was riding on top of a goat. Although it was not unheard of, it was still their first time in seeing such a scene in the city of Gladiolus. Sorry, Mama, I got carried away. Ella broke William out of his daze because she could sense that the people were looking at her baby with amusement and ridicule. If William hadn't told her to behave before entering the city, she might have already charged at those people and kicked their faces. After William regained his composure, he decided to ask around in order to find Est's manor in the city. Surprisingly, none of the people he had asked knew the location of Lilac Lane. Since that was the case, William decided to ask a patrolling guard he saw in the distance. At first the patrol guard snubbed him, but William came prepared. He took out the insignia from his storage ring and showed it to the guard captain. Just like what had happened at the gates of the city, the patrol guard suddenly had a 180-degree change in the way they treated William. Lilac Lane, the guard captain whom William asked pondered. The name sounds familiar, but I can't remember where it is. Captain, isn't that lane located in the second level of the city? The guard captain's companion commented. I've been tasked to patrol that area a few times in the past, so I'm very sure that Lilac Lane is found on the second level of Gladiolus. Then, can you please tell me how to get to the second level? William pleaded. I am visiting a friend and his residence is located on Lilac Lane. It can't be helped. The guard captain nodded. Since you are familiar with the place, take this boy to the checkpoint of the second level. Make sure to return after accomplishing your duty. Yes, Captain. The patrol guard smirked at William. Let's go, boy. It's not every day I escort a shepherd in Gladiolus. Thank you, everyone. William bowed. It's nothing. We're just doing our duties, the guard captain replied with a smile. If you encounter any other difficulties, feel free to find me. My name is Arwen. Thank you, Sir Arwen. William nodded his head and bid them goodbye. When William was finally out of earshot, Arwen breathed a sigh of relief. He was surprised that a little kid was carrying the insignia of the Knight Order of Gladiolus. The Knight Order had the highest authority in the city. Only people who had outstanding skills and talent could enter its ranks. Not even nobles could use their money and influence to send their family members to become a part of the Knight Order. Of course, there are also exceptions. Those who performed meritorious service for the kingdom could also join their ranks, with the king's permission. Each knight that belonged to the order was treated like a celebrity in Gladiolus. It was the position that every citizen in the Hellen kingdom strived to reach. Just how did that boy gain that insignia? Arwen thought. Did he steal it? Arwen immediately rejected this idea because it was impossible to do so. After all, the members of the Knight Order were insanely strong. Each of them were capable of dealing with S-level threats on their own. That only left one other possibility. The young boy had to have done something well, since no one in the Knight Order would be foolish enough to give their insignia to just anyone. Chapter 120, Reunion after 4 years. This is the place that you are looking for, the patrol guard said as he looked at the address that William had given him. Come with me. The patrol guard walked towards the gates, while William and Ella followed behind him. Before the guard and William could even introduce themselves, the gates opened and a familiar old man walked out with a smile. It has been a while, William, Herman greeted the boy in an easy-going tone. Hey, Uncle Herman, it's good to see you again, William replied with a smile. Well, it seems that the two of you are already acquainted, the patrol guard commented. I will now return to my duties. See you around, William. Thank you, Sir Braun. William waved goodbye to the kind man who helped him along the way. When the patrol guard was no longer in sight, Herman led William inside the manor. The smile on William's face stiffened when a pretty boy stood in front of the main entrance with his arms crossed over his chest. You still look as dumb as you were when you were 10 years old. Ian snorted. It has already been 4 years since then and you are still on your period. William asked. You should really see a physician. Having a period for so long might mean that you are suffering from a serious illness. Perhaps it has something to do with your brain. You're still as eloquent as ever. And you're still as annoying as ever. Both boys snorted at the same time. Clearly, although both of them had grown closer, they were still unable to stop their urge to mock each other whenever they met. Why can't the two of you get along? Est sighed as he appeared behind Ian. William, welcome to Gladiolus. I will be your host until you have successfully enrolled at the Royal Academy. I am looking forward to your hospitality. William walked forward and stretched out his hand for a handshake. Est held his hand in a firm grip and shook it twice before letting go. Let's go in. I know that you are tired from your journey, Est said as he made a welcoming gesture. We've also prepared the best hay for Ella. You're welcome, Ella. Est would always do his best to communicate with Ella even though he couldn't understand her language like William. This was one of the reasons why. William thought that Est was an interesting person. Besides, Ella was a good judge of character. She had already told William long ago that Est was a good person. Naturally, William trusted his mama's judgment, so he was quite happy to have Est as his friend. Est led them to the living room where a beautiful lady, with long blonde hair and green eyes, was waiting for them. She was seated on a chair and was looking at William with kind eyes. William, I would like to introduce you to my mother, Elizabeth Wells Newmont. Mother, this is my good friend William, William Von Ainsworth. It's a pleasure to meet you, my lady. William bowed his head respectfully. The pleasure is all mine, William, Elizabeth said with a smile. I've heard a lot of things about you from Est. Feel free to call me mother from now on. Mother. Est pouted as he clung to Elizabeth's dress. William found Est's reaction really cute, but he kept a neutral expression on his face. He didn't want to leave a bad first impression on Est's mother. What a fine young man you are, Elizabeth praised. You would be the perfect husband for my daughter. If I ever have a daughter. Elizabeth gave Est a sidelong glance before focusing her attention to William. The expression on Est's face was priceless and Elizabeth was finding it hard to hold back the laughter that was bubbling up inside her chest. I would definitely marry your daughter, if you have one, my lady, William replied with a shameless grin. Well, you'd better remember your words, little wool, Elizabeth chuckled. Who knows what the future will bring? Of course, William nodded. Good-looking men must know how to keep their promises. I'm liking you more and more. Elizabeth was quite satisfied with William's attitude. He wasn't like those noble heirs who were arrogant and stuck up. Est's mother admired William's boldness and his sense of humor. Well, I can't force this issue, Elizabeth thought. It would be best to let nature take its course. William and Ella were treated as VIPs in the Newmont residence. Even Ian did his best not to taunt William in front of Elizabeth. The hours passed by as Elizabeth listened to William's tales about Lant and life in the countryside. Elizabeth had been born a noble and lived by the side of her young lady after she came of age. After they were sent to the Helen Kingdom, a few things happened and she was forced to leave her best friend's side. Even so, the two of them still held deep feelings for each other and their sisterhood had remained strong over the years. William's tale was like a refreshing breeze that reminded her of her younger years. One of these days, I'll go and visit Lant, Elizabeth said after hearing William's tale. Perhaps the fresh air of the countryside will revitalize my monotonous lifestyle. The life in Lant is crude, but it has a rustic charm that you wouldn't find in the city. William was like a salesman that was about to close a deal. It's the perfect place to retire and live your days in peace. Sounds like heaven. It is a piece of heaven that is nestled at the western edge of the kingdom. I'm sure that you will love it, Lady Elizabeth. I wish for that as well, little Will. My grandpa might be stingy to pests, but he treats guests like old friends. Perhaps, the two of you will get along, my lady. Oh my, I'm really looking forward to meeting your grandpa. Elizabeth chuckled. It would be best if I lay the foundations for a good relationship between our families. William didn't know what Elizabeth was thinking because he was very happy at the moment. He could tell that the beautiful woman before him was really interested in visiting his hometown. After an early dinner, William and Ella retired to the room that was specially prepared for them. It was very spacious and had a large bed. The moment William laid his head on the pillow, he immediately fell asleep. He had been camping for the past few days and sleeping outside was not as comfortable as sleeping on a bed that seemed to be made from a marshmallow. Ella laid by his side because the bed was more than big enough to accommodate the two of them. She, too, was tired from their travels. The sound of light snores echoed along the walls of the room as the two guests slept with a dreamless sleep. William is exactly how you described him to be, Elizabeth said as she patted her son's head. A very interesting, yet mysterious, boy. It's a pity that his magic power has been sealed. I'm worried about the treatment that he will receive from the academy. Est sighed. Most likely, he will be sent to the martial classes since he's unable to use magic. You don't need to worry about him, Elizabeth replied. Someone who has stepped forward to hold the falling sky for you will not be affected by the petty system in the Royal Academy. In fact, I am looking forward to the mischief that he will cause. Elizabeth chuckled despite herself. I already feel sorry for the Dean of the Royal Academy. He is going to get one troublesome freshman this year. Est imagined William doing something mischievous and couldn't help but laugh as well. He also felt that William was not someone who would take things lying down. He had already seen how he handled the situation with the disciples of the Misty Sect back in Lant. Besides, I trust him, Est thought as a blush appeared on his face. He will definitely create waves the moment he enters the Royal Academy. I am also looking forward to seeing how much he has improved over the 4 years that we haven't seen each other. Chapter 121, Enrollment Test Part 1. In the plaza, beside a lake that was located on the eastern side of the capital, a crowd of young boys and girls could be seen. They were the aspiring students of the Royal Academy and they were patiently waiting for the registration process to begin. William literally stood out from the crowd because he was riding on top of a 1.5-meter tall Angorian goat. Almost everyone near him was looking at him with various expressions. Although William was wearing simple clothes, his bearing and good looks made him an eyesore to the boys and eye candy for the girls. William was someone who enjoyed attention, so he made sure to get the most out of it. He waved, smiled, and winked at the pretty girls who were looking at him with starry eyes. As for the boys, he ignored them completely, which made the pitiful guys curse him inside their hearts. "Ha, what a show-off," Ian sneered from where he stood. "I thought that William would feel out of place, but it seems like he is enjoying the attention of the pretty girls," Isaac smirked. "He should try to be low-key for a change," Est grumbled as he narrowed his eyes. "If this goes on, he will really be alienated if he gets accepted at the academy." The 3 children were watching William from the carriage that was parked not far away from the plaza. The 3 of them had already enrolled at the Royal Academy. Due to Est's special circumstances, he and his 2 companions were allowed to bypass the tests for the new students and were allowed to enroll directly. Every year, thousands of children and teenagers would gather in this very plaza to take part in the Royal Academy's selection process. Only those that had certain qualifications would be admitted into the Royal Academy of the Helen Kingdom. When the sun was about to reach its zenith, a middle-aged man wearing a purple robe flew above the crowd and made an announcement. "Everyone, thank you for coming. The first test of the Royal Academy is about to begin," the middle-aged man announced. "The first test is simple. All you need to do is cross the Bridge of Iron Will and you will be allowed to take the next test. Those who fail will automatically be disqualified from enrolling in the academy this school year." As if waiting for him to finish his announcement, a majestic bridge started to magically appear from the other side of the lake. Its end curved upwards and extended towards the plaza. When the bridge had fully formed, the middle-aged man raised his hand and announced the start of the first test. Everyone who planned to enroll at the academy rushed towards the bridge. William gazed at the crowd, but he didn't seem to be in a hurry to participate. He was planning to do some observation first to see what kind of challenge the bridge imposed to those who dared to challenge it. The first batch of children managed to travel up a fourth of the bridge, before they started to slow down. It was as if a strong pressure was pressing on their shoulders that every step seemed to be a gargantuan task. Of course, there were others who shrugged this pressure off and walked with even steps. After waiting for 5 minutes, more than half of the challengers were unable to move forward. Some of them were sweating buckets, while others were gritting their teeth. All of them were doing their best to endure, but some of them had already reached their limit. The children who had already lost their strength and resolve were automatically teleported back to the plaza. William watched as some of them knelt down on the ground, panting for breath. A few others started to cry, and it made the atmosphere very depressing. William sighed and caressed his mama Ella's neck. "Mama, let's go. Ella walked up to the bridge with even steps. The middle-aged man, who was the current examiner, looked at William with an amused expression. It was not the first time he had seen someone use a spirit beast to challenge the first trial, but it was his first time seeing a domestic Angorian goat take the challenge with its master. There were no rules that said that spirit beasts, or any other form of beast, were not allowed to participate in the trial. Ella stepped onto the bridge with confidence. Each step was at an even pace. William and her were not in a hurry. Both of them were observing the children who were ahead of them. The number of potential students who had managed to reach the halfway mark had dwindled once again. This time, less than 100 were able to move forward. Soon, William and Ella passed the halfway mark of the trial. William was starting to feel a certain amount of pressure pressing down on him, but it was not a big deal. It was nothing compared to the torture that he had undergone under his master, Celine's, hand in order to increase his resistance against curses and poison. The struggling children raised their heads to look at William, who was having it easy. Some of them felt envious, while others thought that it was unfair. What they didn't know was that William and Ella were enduring twice the amount of pressure that these children were experiencing. The reason, the effect of the trial stacked if someone were to use a mount to help them clear it. This was a secret that only the examiners of the Royal Academy were aware of. The middle-aged man nodded his head in appreciation as his eyes observed William. "Looks like we got a few rough gems this year," the examiner thought. "I pray that they all make it through the last trial." When Ella finally stepped onto the other side of the lake, the trial ended as well. William was the last to take part in the trial, so naturally, the moment he cleared it marked the end of the trial. "First of all, let me congratulate all of you," the middle-aged man said with a smile. "Out of the thousands who came this year, only 50 managed to clear the first trial. However, let me remind all of you that this is just the beginning. You still have 4 more trials to complete before you are eligible to enroll at the Royal Academy." The middle-aged man waved his hand and all the students floated in the air. "I will now take all of you to the place of the second trial." The examiner didn't say anything else and flew eastward. The students flew behind him and each of them had determined expressions on their faces. Soon, they flew over a forest that was located outside the city. After 5 more minutes of flying, the middle-aged man landed in a small clearing near the center of the forest. When everyone's feet were securely planted on the ground, the middle-aged man pointed at a flag fluttering in the distance. "Your next test is to reach that flag within 4 hours, the examiner explained. "Know that this forest is inhabited by spirit beasts and they will attack you if you encounter them. The second trial is about having the ability to reach the goal despite the adversities." The middle-aged man handed a purple crystal to the children who were taking the trial. "If you wish to give up, just crush the crystal in your hand. The staff of the school will immediately come to your rescue," the examiner stated. "You only have 1 life, so make sure that you treasure it well. Let's meet again at the finish line." With that, the examiner left the children to fend for themselves. One particular young boy snorted and walked in the direction of the flag with confidence. From his body language alone, one could tell that he was not afraid of the spirit beasts that were lurking in the forest. William, on the other hand, narrowed his gaze. As someone who had faced off against centennial and millennial beasts, he was quite sensitive when it came to strong presences. There was a creature in the forest that was looking at them from a distance. William couldn't see it, but he could tell that it was very strong. What perplexed the red-headed boy was that the beast was purposely making its presence known, instead of hiding it. However, only those with very keen senses, or those who had experienced life and death battles would be able to perceive it. "Mama Ella, we should stay away from it," William said in a voice that only Ella could hear. "Me." Ella nodded her head in agreement. The Angorian goat walked to the other side of the forest. The route William chose was not the route that would take them directly to the flag. Instead, he intended to take a detour to avoid the strong presence that was waiting along the shortest route towards their destination. Chapter 122, Enrollment Test Part 2. "What a stupid test," a young man, with short brown hair and green eyes, said as he walked towards the flag in the distance. He was the one who chose the shortest route among the participants. During the first trial, he was the first to arrive on the other side of the lake. Because of this, his confidence was at its peak and he thought that he was the best among the latest batch of examinees that were aiming to get enrolled at the Royal Academy. Suddenly, a boar-type spirit beast appeared out of nowhere and charged at him. "Small fry, the young boy sneered as he raised his right hand, aiming it at the boar. Boulder smash. A boulder that was at least a meter big, shot out from the boy's hand and slammed at the charging boar's head with a resounding crash. The boar squealed in pain, but the boy wasn't finished by a long shot. After getting a clean hit, he summoned a sword in his hand and ran towards the boar. Channeling his magic into the sword, the boy made a wide strike with the intention of cleaving the boar into two. Sensing that death was upon it, the boar gathered every bit of its strength to try and prop itself up, but it was too late. With a strike that was strong enough to crush boulders, the sword in the boy's hand sliced off the boar's head from its body, leaving a shower of blood in its wake. Tisk! Not even a challenge, the boy clicked its teeth as he continued to travel along the path that he had chosen. What the boy didn't know was that something was watching him from the depths of the forest. A demonic creature with a single eye on its forehead gazed at the boy with contempt. Although it only had a single eye, it had seen everything that had happened with incredible clarity. After seeing the boy's abilities, the creature confirmed that its prey was just a little lamb walking straight into a wolf's den. It licked its lips in anticipation as its eye glowed with greed. It was looking forward to the delicious fresh meat that it was going to have for lunch. "Mama, did you feel that?" William asked. Such a sinister creature. William frowned. "At least grade B in the threat rankings. Sounds like a pain." William sighed. Ella then stopped walking and turned back her head to look at William. "Me. Are you sure, Mama?" William scratched his head, but in the end, he still smiled and caressed Ella's neck. "As you wish, Mama." Some of the students formed groups in order to clear the trail together. They knew that the forest was a dangerous place and there was strength in numbers. One of these groups decided to follow the boy with dark brown hair and head along the shortest route towards their destination. Along the way, they also met several spirit beasts, but all of their ranks were quite low. The strongest threat that had barred their way was a dozen giant rats that were known for being territorial creatures. As examinees who dared to enroll at the Royal Academy, and had managed to clear the first trial, these children were no pushovers. After the gruesome battle ended, the group took a break to catch their breath. However, it was also at that moment when they heard several howling sounds in the distance. It seemed that the scent of blood had caught the attention of the wolves that were native to the forest. Forest wolves. A girl cried out as she hurriedly raised her staff. The other children ground their teeth in frustration and rallied to her. She was the elected leader of the group and they promised to listen to her orders. The Wind Mage immediately asked them to initiate their battle formation. This group's lineup was quite impressive. They had a Wind Mage, a cleric, 2 swordsmen, and 2 archers. It was the standard party lineup when clearing out dungeons. Unfortunately, they were not only dealing with 1 or 2 forest wolves, they were dealing with a pack that consisted of 30 individuals. Forest wolves were also Class D creatures, but that only measured their individual strength. They were much more threatening when they fought with their pack. The children resisted with all their might, but soon, they were overpowered by their sheer numbers. The first one to fall was the magician. Although not as smart as humans, the wolves understood who among the group of children had the greatest threat. In order to prevent their sides from suffering losses, the alpha wolf in the party ordered 5 wolves to break through the formation and deal with the mage. "No, don't kill me," the Wind Mage screamed as a wolf lunged at her. It bared its teeth in the air with the intention of biting the girl's neck until it snapped. At this moment of life and death, the Wind Mage heard the whistling wind. A steel arrow appeared out of nowhere and struck the wolf's neck. The wolf that was about to end the girl's life crashed beside her. It was still alive, but it couldn't move its body. While the mage was still trying to understand what happened, more whistling sounds echoed inside the forest. All the wolves that had aimed to kill the children dropped to the ground with steel arrows sticking out of their necks. The alpha wolf immediately howled and gave the order to retreat. Although the other wolves were reluctant to leave, they had no choice but to obey their leader. "Return," a soft voice said as softly as a breeze. All the arrows that had impaled the wolves floated in the air and flew towards a certain direction. William, who was standing on a tree branch, gathered his arrows and climbed down from the tree. "They are now safe, Mama," William reported. Ella licked the side of William's face as if praising him for a job well done. After that brief moment of family bonding, William mounted Ella's back and left the scene. His mother asked him to prevent any of the children from dying in the forest. Although it was a tall order, William decided to grant her request. This was the fourth group that they had saved, and they still needed to save more. Ella's sensitivity was higher than William, so she could easily sense where the children were in the forest. As the mother and son pair were busy in preventing the loss of lives in the forest, several hidden presences were eyeing them with interest. "Grant, even if this boy fails the test, I'm taking him in." A man with a bow strapped behind his back stared at William as if he was the most beautiful brothel girl that he had seen in his life. "It's a shame that he doesn't have a single strand of magic power inside his body," a lady holding a staff sighed. "If not for this fact, I would have fought you for him." "Ha ha ha, why are the two of you arguing?" A man who was 2 meters tall chastised his comrades. "Even if you want him, you still need to wait until he clears the trials. Also, Andy, you are not allowed to use the back door to bring a failed candidate inside the Royal Academy. Rules are rules." Tisk. Andy, the man with the bow on his back, clicked his tongue in annoyance. "Grant, can't you make an exception? I really like this boy." "No means no," Grant flat out refused. "Are you a child? I'm not your mother, so I won't spoil you. Just wait for a while, the main course is about to arrive. I want to see how that brown-haired kid deals with one of the lords of this forest." "Lila, that brown-haired boy is a magic swordsman." Andy glanced at his colleague. "Why aren't you giving him special attention? Judging by his ability, he is quite decent for a magic swordsman." "That's a good catch, don't you think?" "A good catch." Layla brushed her hair to the side. "Are magic swordsmen that good?" "Oh please, I've had enough of arrogant and pompous nobles who only know how to use their power and influence to bully the pretty commoner girls that couldn't fight back." "Ah, don't forget that they also bully other nobles who have a lower rank than them," Andy corrected her. "That, too. This is why I hate nobles." Layla snorted. "All of them can just roll over and die for all I care." "You shouldn't have asked the anti-noble mage for her opinion," Grant commented. As if you don't know that Layla hates noble brats to the bone. Even though Grant said that, he wanted to see just how far the magic swordsman would fare against one of the lords of the forest. "Let's go, I want to have front row seats while we watch the show," Grant ordered, and the three of them headed towards the magic swordsman, who was about to face off against one of the most intelligent creatures that ruled over the forest. Chapter 123, said West, "Only my perfection. Me." The demonic creature started to move. "Can we kill it, Mama?" Ella pondered for a while before resolutely shaking her head. Although defeating a monster that had a level B threat was not impossible for the two of them, killing it was another matter. If Ella's war ibex form were to be graded, she would be at the initial stages of Class C. If you add William to the equation, then their combined battle strength could reach up to the peak stage of Class C. Even so, each grade was separated by 10 levels. Ella and William were not confident that they would be able to kill a monster who seemed to be in the middle ranks of Class B. Of course, if William still had his magic powers, then it would be a different story. Sadly, he couldn't use his skills that relied on mana right now. "Should we go with Plan C?" William asked. "Understood. Let's go, Mama." Chandler, the brown-haired boy, halted his steps because he felt that something was amiss. He had just entered a clearing when suddenly, all the sounds in the forest disappeared. He could not hear the cry of beasts or the chirping of the birds. Even the subtle sounds of the insects were gone. Chandler summoned his sword and raised his guard. He was trained as a warrior at an early age, and he could tell that something was terribly wrong with his current situation. The demonic beast that had been observing Chandler walked across the forest floor with silent steps. As one of the lords of the forest, the creatures were quite familiar with its aura and scent. Because of this, all of them fled for safety, leaving the clearing devoid of all life. With a sinister smile, it decided to take the initiative and attack the brown-haired boy. Its movements were very fast, however, Chandler's heightened senses were able to sense its approach. Boulder crash. Chandler immediately fired a magic boulder in the direction he felt the threat was originating from. It was at that moment when the boy's instincts screamed at him to block an attack from above. Earth Dome. Chandler hurriedly summoned a dome of solid rock to protect him from his assailant. The demonic beast slapped the dome of earth, where it exploded into chunks of rocks, revealing the boy that was hiding in its center. Chandler gazed at the demonic beast, who had the body of a humanoid, the legs of a horse, and a dog's head with razor-sharp teeth. Its other noticeable feature was the single purple eye on its forehead. "Peekaboo, I see you," the demonic beast said with a devilish smile on its feral face. "It's been a while since I ate the flesh of a young magic swordsman." Chandler's body uncontrollably shuddered because in that brief exchange, he understood that the beast was several levels more powerful than him. What are you? Chandler asked as he raised the sword in his hand with trembling hands. Me, a connoisseur of human flesh, the demonic beast replied with an amused expression. Now, would you volunteer to let me eat you? Or must I tenderize you first to bring out the flavor of your flesh? Either way is fine with me. Monster, Chandler shrieked as he used the most powerful skill in his arsenal. Boulder assault. A 3-meter boulder appeared over Chandler's head. The boy then pressed his hand over the boulder and launched it towards the demonic beast who was looking at him with amusement. The demonic beast jumped to the side to avoid the spell. It was not in a hurry to kill Chandler. Instead, it wanted to play with him until the boy fell into despair. The dog-like humanoid had a very sick hobby when dealing with its prey. It would eat its target, one limb at a time, while keeping its victim alive. That way, it would be able to taste the victim's fear and other negative thoughts. For the demonic creature, these negative feelings were like spices that made his meal more delicious. Only when the target had lost all hope would it deliver its coup de grace and finish its misery. After using his strongest move, Chandler felt his body became as heavy as lead. The boulder assault was a move that he couldn't use too often because it placed a heavy strain on his body. The dome of earth collapsed as Chandler ran away from the scene. The demonic beast chuckled and decided to enjoy this game of tag with its precious prey. It jumped onto the tree branches while hurling orbs of dark magic at Chandler. Help! Chandler screamed. Anyone, someone help me! Chandler staggered as one of the orbs hit the back of his leg. He then fell down and rolled across the ground due to momentum. Is that it? The demonic creature teased as it landed a few meters away from Chandler. Let's continue this game of tag. Since I'm in the mood, I'll give you 2 minutes to run away. During that time, I will not move from this location. However, once the time limit is up, I'll hunt you down. Before I forget, which one is your dominant arm? I don't want to accidentally eat it and make this game of cat and mouse boring. Curse you. Chandler struggled to prop himself from the ground. I am the son of Earl Edgard of Durin Court. You can't kill me. My family will hunt you down. Oh my, a noble child, the demonic beast licks its lips. It has been a while since I ate a noble. All of you have very delicious taste. It must be due to the noble upbringing. Being able to eat delicious food and enjoy resources to cultivate make your bodies very delectable. I can't wait to have a taste. Why you can't kill me? What do you want? Money, women, I can give it to you. Just let me go. Money, I don't need your human currency. As for women, although the flesh of ladies is sublime, it still cannot compare to the nutritious meat from nobles like you. Thanks for your offer, but I'll humbly decline. By the way, you have 1 minute and 30 seconds remaining. Better hurry up and run, little boy. Chandler's teeth rattled as he tried to fight back the fear that was slowly taking hold of his body. Although he wanted to run away, his body couldn't move. It was as if he had been paralyzed by the demonic creature in front of him. What's wrong? You only have 1 minute left, the demonic beast kindly reminded him. If you don't run now then I'll be having an early lunch. Move, 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 please move, Chandler screamed internally as he willed his body to run. After forcing himself, his legs finally moved. He then ran with all of his might towards the flag fluttering in the distance. According to his estimate, the flag was only 1,000 meters away. If he could only make it there then he would be safe. Atta boy, the demonic creature clapped his hand with a smile. Run as fast as you can. The demonic beast stood in place and leisurely counted the time before he started to run after Chandler. It wanted the boy to desperately cling to hope. When the boy thought that he had a chance for survival, that was when the demonic beast would appear and tear one of his limbs off. That way, the enjoyment of his hunt would last a little bit longer. Soon, the grace period that he had given Chandler had passed. It even extended it by 20 seconds to ensure that the boy had a good head start before it ran after him. Time's up, the demonic beast shouted. Ready or not, here I come. The demonic beast was about to continue its game of tag when suddenly it heard the sound of whistling air in the distance. The creature lightly swayed to the side as a steel arrow passed a few inches away from its neck. Several more whistling sounds were heard as half a dozen arrows flew in its direction. The demonic beast moved around as if it was dancing. The arrows harmlessly passed by the side of its body and embedded themselves in the trees that surrounded the clearing. Ho, and who might this little guest be? The demonic beast asked with a grin. You arrived at the perfect time. I was feeling a little bored chasing a cowardly little boy. The new arrival was wearing a hooded robe, but the demonic beast could tell that it was one of the children who had entered the forest not long ago. I do not wish for dominion, but my mama doesn't want the innocent to suffer, the hooded boy said softly. Lord of the forest, Soglav, would you be so kind as to let all the children go unharmed? The smile on the demonic beast's face faded and was replaced by genuine surprise. You know me, but I don't know who you are. Isn't it rude to call out my name without introducing yourself first? My apologies, Your Excellency. The hooded boy knocked an arrow on his bow before introducing himself. Said West, only my perfection. The hooded boy announced, I am one of the shepherds from Lant, William Von Ainsworth. Chapter 124, William v. Soglav, Part 1. A shepherd, Soglav, one of the rulers of the forest, propped his chin up with his fingers while appraising the boy in front of him. Ironically, I haven't eaten a shepherd in my lifetime. I think that eating you will be more rewarding than eating that cowardly noble boy. William didn't say anything as he aimed his bow at the demonic beast in front of him. He had already used his appraisal skill earlier and managed to learn more about his enemy. Soglav. Demonic creature. Threat level B mid. Can be added to the herd. Success rate, 2%. A demonic beast that has a humanoid body with horse legs, and a dog's head. The single eye on its forehead allowed it to see through illusions. This demonic beast can also see perfectly well during the night and in dark places. Contrary to its looks, it has superhuman strength that can crush boulders with a single punch. Excels in speed, cunning, and dark magic. It is weak against holy magic. You can read its name as Physoglav or Pisoglav. The mid that you see in the description of its threat level means that it is in the middle stages of the B rank. Grades of the beasts would be given classifications of low, mid, and high. After the system received an upgrade during the Trial of Courage, it had unlocked another one of its features, herd management. It was one of the secret privileges of the shepherd job class. It allowed William to add herd type creatures into his own herd to increase its size. Right now, the limit on William's herd size was 50. Dogs and herds go hand in hand. Since Soglav was a demonic creature with the features of a dog and horse, the system determined that it could be added as a potential member of William's herd. However, after he rose his shepherd job class to the next stage, his herd size would also increase. Once he gained the second form of the shepherd job class, the size of his herd would be increased to 200. Currently, his herd was only comprised of 14 individuals, namely Ella and the goats he had raised in Lant. He wasn't conceited enough to think that he could convince the ruler of the forest to become part of his herd. The most he could do was buy some time to allow the other children to reach the flag as he fought against the demonic beast in front of him. Sorry, I don't taste good, William said. It would be best if you look for bigger and stronger prey. Bigger is not always better, Soglav replied. Instead of eating beasts, I'm more fond of eating humans, you know. Especially the young, courageous, ones that dare to enter my territory. What a coincidence, I was planning to leave your territory, Your Excellency. How kind of you, but do you think I will allow it? It would be best if we settle this peacefully, Your Excellency, William stated. I am just an examinee trying to enroll at the Royal Academy. It just so happens that the testing area falls under your domain. None of the children that came here were aware that we were trespassing on your territory. You have a way with words, little shepherd, Soglav clapped his hands. However, do you honestly believe that having your trial in my domain is a coincidence? It's not, of course not. In order for the Royal Academy to peacefully coexist with us, they have to offer some sacrifices on a yearly basis. And these, little lambs are exactly those sacrifices. William narrowed his eyes. He was half in doubt whether Soglav was telling the truth or not, but the fact remained that the ruler of the forest was indeed serious in attacking the magic swordsman a while ago. He had watched their exchange from a distance, while waiting for the perfect opportunity to strike. Sadly, the demonic beast was not an easy opponent compared to the forest wolves he had fought earlier. Does this mean that the negotiations have failed? William asked. What do you think? Soglav asked back with a mischievous smile. William didn't reply. Instead, he released his arrow because he could tell that the demonic beast wasn't going to back down. Soglav sneered as it dodged sideways. Such a simple attack couldn't possibly hit him. However, out of the corner of its eye the demonic beast saw a white blur closing in on it. Soglav roared as it raised its arms. Ella had circled behind the demonic beast and unleashed her quick attack using William's shot as a distraction. The demonic beast grabbed the war ibex's curved horns and skidded across the ground. Ella might not have been at full strength since she was lacking William's buffs, but the fact still remained that she was a strong beast. Soglav managed to grab a firm foothold as it stopped Ella's charge. However, it heard the whistling sound of the wind behind its back and immediately released the goat's horns, while jumping to the side. The arrows passed by the sides of the demonic creature and Ella without hitting either of them. Ella took this as an opportunity to use her wild charge and charged towards Soglav, who was still in midair. Dark shield. Soglav enclosed itself in a shield of darkness as it watched Ella's majestic horns ram against its defenses. The shield withstood the impact. Soglav used the momentum of the strike to jump backwards and gain some distance from Ella. The mother and son pair didn't relent their attacks, because they knew that the demonic beast was not still using its full strength to fight against them. They wanted to at least injure it before it decided to get serious. The steel arrows harmlessly bounced off the dark shield as Soglav caught its breath. The sudden sneak attack almost gave it a run for its money. Good, very good. Soglav glared at William with its eye. You have caught my interest, little shepherd. Now, it's time for me to get serious. Mama, William shouted as he jumped off the tree. William landed perfectly on Ella's back and the two bolted out of the clearing. They had no intention of fighting the ruler of the forest. They only want to buy some time for the kids to reach their destination. Soglav stared at the retreating shepherd and sneered. You want to play tag? Soglav smirked. Playing tag is my specialty. Soglav ran after William like an arrow released from its bow. It immediately closed the gap by half in a span of a few seconds. It's faster than we thought, Mama, William said as he looked behind him. The snarling demonic creature was closing the distance at a rapid pace. However, William and Ella didn't seem to be too worried. In the worst-case scenario, I'll just summon Stormcaller. But, the several hidden presences that Mama Ella warned me about might be from the academy, William thought. I can't let them discover that I am capable of manipulating lightning magic. James had warned him before that anyone that specialized in lightning magic was treated like a VIP. However, this was only on the surface. The spies of the demon race had already integrated themselves into the humans' territories. Once word got out of William's existence, powerful subordinates of the Demon King would hunt him down. Of course, this was not limited to only the demon race. There were also humans and other races who coveted lightning magic. If William fell into their hands, they might enslave him and make him do terrible things, regardless of his will. Hold it right there, buddy. Grant placed his hand on Andy's shoulder. What do you think you are doing? I won't let that bastard kill the boy, Andy said in a calm manner as he knocked an arrow on his bow. This won't do. Layla shook her head. We have an agreement with the various rulers of the forest. If we break our part of the deal, they will never trust the academy again. You and your clan wouldn't be able to handle that kind of consequence. Andy gritted his teeth in frustration. He had really taken a liking to William and, if possible, he didn't want the boy to die at the hands of the sadistic Soglav. However, Layla was right. There was a contract between the rulers of the forest and the Royal Academy. If one side broke the agreement, the repercussions would be dire. Relax, we can still do something about it. Grant knew what his friend was feeling. At most, we can just hunt some high-grade beast and offer it in exchange for the boy's life. Andy was about to reluctantly nod his head when he noticed something unbelievable. Grant and Layla also saw the changes and it made them look at William in disbelief. William had unequipped his bow and was now holding a wooden staff in his hand. Ella had made a sudden turn and charged towards the incoming demonic beast. Mama Ella, use rampage. William ordered. The size of Ella's horns doubled in size, which made her look more imposing. The sudden change in its enemy's move pattern caught Soglav by surprise. It had no choice but to activate its dark shield without delay. After the horns and the shield collided, the sound of a mirror breaking into 100 pieces reverberated throughout the forest. Ella's horns had torn Soglav's defenses apart and were about to ram into its chest. The demonic creature only had enough time to cross its arms over its chest to protect itself from the goat's horns that were as hard as mithril. A loud clap was heard as Soglav was sent flying by Ella's most powerful attack. William then lowered his body on Ella's back and ordered her to use quick attack to close the distance. Since they couldn't outrun the demonic beast, they had decided to just fight against it. Ella and William still had aces up their sleeves, so they were not afraid of a confrontation. This sudden turn of events caught the examiners by surprise. All of them watched with bated breath as the boy, mounted on the goat's back, fought against the ruler of the forest. Head on. Chapter 125, William v. Soglav Part 2. Soglav roared as he tried to move his body, but it was for naught. Ella's skill, Rampage, had a chance to inflict short-term paralysis when she hit her target with her attack. The demonic creature could only curse internally as the goat's horns collided with his arms for the second time. A resounding crack was heard and Soglav felt a crushing pain in his left arm. The pain broke the paralysis effect on his body and he was able to use his darkness power to push back the second attack of the war ibex who was going for the kill. We almost got him. William sighed as Ella regained her footing. His eyes focused on the demonic creature in front of him who was no longer acting like a gentleman. Soglav's single eye glared at William with extreme hate. The demonic creature's left arm was bent at an unnatural angle and was bleeding profusely. Soglav used his right arm to forcefully fix the dislocated arm. He then used his dark magic to stop the bleeding. William knew that the ruler of the forest merely did some emergency first aid treatment on its broken arm. Dark magic was different from light and life magic which had the power to heal injuries. Dark magic, on the other hand, specialized in dealing curses and dark energy on the enemy. Of course, just like other forms of magic, it could also be used as a stopgap to prevent injuries from getting worse. Congratulations, you have succeeded in angering me. Soglav roared. Its roar sent shockwaves through the whole forest. Spirit beasts and birds started to flee in the opposite direction in order to not be included in the aftermath of Soglav's full-powered counterattack. You're welcome, William teased. Don't worry, it won't be the first and last injury that you will receive, Your Excellency. If it's a fight you want then it's a fight you'll get. Me. Ella bleated as she raised her head in challenge. What a naive young shepherd you are, Soglav sneered. I'll teach you the true power of dark magic. William wanted to retort that Soglav didn't need to teach him anything. His master, Selene, had already taught him a lot while tormenting him with curses and dark miasma every day. Of course, he had no intention of saying this. Using your aces in a battle of life and death could turn the tide of victory. Soglav raised its dominant right arm and fired a barrage of dark beams towards William and Ella. The Angorian goat nimbly dodged to the side as it started to charge towards Soglav in order to close the distance. After that overbearing clash, Soglav didn't dare to underestimate the war ibex any longer. It used its nimbleness to jump to the branches of the trees while hurling dark obs at the young shepherd and his goat. William and Ella ran around the clearing as they dodged the demonic creature's range attack. Too bad I can't use my magic, William thought as he leaned his head to the side to avoid Soglav's energy balls. If I could use it, I would just erect ice walls and fight a battle of attrition. Doppelganger. Soglav used its special move and split its body into two. Since he lost one of his arms, he was unable to effectively fire a barrage of dark magic on William and Ella. In order to overcome this weakness, he was forced to use his trump card. As the dark magic raining down on them doubled, William decided that staying in the clearing was disadvantageous to them. Mama, to the forest. Ella used her agility to deftly use the trees to block Soglav's attack. This move was quite effective because Soglav was forced to stop its barrage and run after them. The examiners who had been watching over the other children got attracted to the intense fluctuations happening inside the forest and proceeded to investigate as well. Most of the children had already arrived at their destination. Chandler was among them and he was quite thankful that he managed to escape the demonic beast's pursuit alive. Meanwhile, the one who helped the children escape was having a tough battle with one of the rulers of the forest. Soglav was very familiar with the forest and used it to its advantage. The demonic creature along with its doppelganger aimed for a pincer attack as they circled around the retreating goat. William and Ella had repeatedly tried to run towards the flag fluttering in the distance, but the enraged Soglav didn't give them that opportunity. Every time Ella would attempt to break through, the doppelganger and Soglav would rain powerful dark magic attacks on them. This caused Ella to stop her attempts as she desperately dodged each and every attack coming from the trees above them. William knew that the situation was critical, so he decided to use one of his trump cards in battle. System, switch my subclass to Cavalier. Switching of subclasses complete. Host, may the odds be in your favor. Thank you, but I need another favor from you, System. How may I be of assistance? I want you to William urged Ella to make a turn as she dodged a dozen dark bullets that were shot at her right side. Mama, use rampage again. William ordered. Rampage 10/10. Release all your potential and go on a full rampage. Doubles the size of the user's horn to inflict massive damage to the enemy. Damage dealt is equivalent to strength stat x15. Deals double damage against creatures that fall under the pack category. Has a high chance to cause bleeding status to the enemy. Has a chance to paralyze the enemy. The size of Ella's horns doubled, which almost made Soglav shudder. He could still remember how close he was to dying after receiving the War Ibex's full-powered attack. Dual X, William shouted, and an unbelievable thing happened. Soglav, who was standing on top of a tree, felt his body move unconsciously. It only had a moment to realize that the boy had used some kind of powerful taunt skill to forcefully force him to exchange blows in close combat. Damn, Soglav cursed out loud as it formed a bastard sword with its dark magic. William's Dual X skill was a specialty of the Cavalier job class. Once William identified a target within a 50-meter radius around him, that target would be forced to exchange a single blow with him. The effect of the duel would immediately disappear once the single strike had been made. William could use the skill 3 times a day, and the good part about this skill was that it didn't require mana to activate. Finding the true body of Soglav was hard because its doppelganger was a perfect replica of it. However, William had the system. It was able to distinguish which was real between the two. With its help, the red-headed boy could force Soglav to exchange blows with them as long as it was within the duel's range. A resounding clap, followed by a shockwave, exploded inside the forest. Kuhaik. Soglav spurted a mouthful of blood as it used a dark whip to grab onto a tree branch to pull itself up. William and Ella were pushed back by the impact of the bastard sword made of pure dark energy. However, both were very much unharmed since Ella's horns took the brunt of the blow. The dark sword had shattered upon impact, but it managed to deflect Ella's horns from landing a fatal blow. Even so, Ella was still able to gouge a hole in the demonic creature's shoulder because it was completely caught off guard by William's forced duel. William summoned his bow as he fired several shots at the demonic creature who had been seriously injured by their exchange. "Curse you, human boy," Soglav shouted in anger. "I'll kill you and feast on your flesh. I'll drink your blood and make your skull my personal wine cup." William didn't reply because he was waiting for the Dual X's cooldown to finish. Although it didn't require any mana, he could only use it once every 5 minutes. The examiners who had arrived at the scene were dumbfounded at the exchange that they had witnessed with their own eyes. Aside from Brent, Andy, and Layla, there were 9 other examiners who were keeping a close watch on the children. All of the children had successfully arrived at the flag, except for one, and that one was none other than William. Soglav's doppelganger initiated a sneak attack and slashed William with a bastard sword made from dark magic. William was about to block the attack when he sensed another killing intent above him. The 2 demonic creatures had decided to go all out and fight at close quarters. Their perfectly timed attack made it difficult for Ella and William to dodge them. William roared and used his staff to block the attack coming from above while leaning sideways. Soglav's bastard sword was perfectly blocked because the parry skill activated at the crucial moment. However, the doppelganger's attack grazed the side of William's body. Ella immediately used a mega kick to obliterate the enemy behind her, but the latter managed to block it with its bastard sword. Even so, it still sent the doppelganger smashing towards the trees because Ella's kick was a force to be reckoned with. Soglav immediately used another dark whip to escape Ella's murderous horns as she defended her baby from further attacks. The side of William's clothes were already dyed in blood as his blood gushed out of his wound. Although the bastard sword just grazed him, it still left a centimeter-deep wound that extended along the side of his body. Chapter 126, William v Soglav Part 3. Don't worry, Mama. I'm fine, William said through gritted teeth as he pressed his hand against his side to put pressure on the wound. He was about to take a potion from his storage ring to help close his wound when he felt another bout of killing intent from his left and right side. Clearly, Soglav was well versed in fighting humans. It knew that humans often carried healing potions with them. The demonic creature had no intention of letting William treat his wound and pressed on with its attacks. Ella bleated in fury as it charged at the demonic creature in front of her. William firmly gripped the wooden staff in his hand, while pressing down on his wound. He couldn't afford to lose his concentration at this point in time. One mistake and it would be over for them. The union of man and beast skill from the Cavalier job class allowed William to remain seated on Ella's back even though he wasn't using any reins or holding onto her body. This gave him the freedom to use both his hands to battle while riding on her back. Ella clashed against the doppelganger and sent it flying into the air. Soglav, on the other hand, used a darkness whip to wrap around William's body. It then tried to pull William off Ella's back, but the skill of the Cavalier class prevented the demonic creature from dismounting him. The only time this skill would be broken was when either the rider or the mount died. As long as both of them drew breath, none could separate them. Since its plan didn't work, the demonic creature jumped into a tree and used a tree branch to hoist William's body by force. Ah! William screamed as he felt his body being stretched to the limit. The wound on his side worsened and blood once again drenched his clothes. Hearing her baby cry in pain, Ella opened her mouth and used her one and only ranged skill, Benevolent Burst. Benevolent Burst fires a concentrated ball of energy towards the enemy. Damage dealt is equivalent to Intelligence x3. Deals double damage against undead, specters, and dark-type creatures. The energy ball the size of a basketball ball obliterated the tree branch and the dark whip that bound William's body. Ella fired 2 more shots. The first shot destroyed the tree, while the second hit Soglav squarely in the chest, sending him slamming towards several trees while howling in pain. William spat a mouthful of blood after he was released from his torment. The searing pain in his upper body would have driven any normal 14-year-old to their knees, but William was no ordinary boy. He gritted his teeth as he ordered Ella to charge forward. Me. Ella initiated her wild charge as it attempted to murder the creature who dared to hurt William. However, Soglav and his doppelganger already had a plan in mind. Both demonic creatures shot out red beams of light from the single eye in their foreheads, while their hands conjured 2 void arrows. The first beam of light landed on Ella causing her to stop her charge, the second one landed on William's back causing the boy's body to lurch forward. Gra, me. 2 screams of madness reverberated in the forest as the confused rays hit their target. William and Ella entered a berserked state due to their enemy's curse. The 2 void arrows also hit their designated targets. Dark mists oozed out of William's eye as his world plunged into darkness. Ella, on the other hand, was able to resist the blind spell, but it wouldn't change the fact that she was still in a berserk state. Ella attempted to dismount William from her back as the berserk spell overwhelmed her rationality. The boy, on the other hand, swayed dangerously back and forth on her back, but the skill, union of man and beast, prevented him from being tossed away. Soglav howled in fury as it lunged forward for the kill. Its eyes had locked on William's neck as it raised its bastard sword high up in the air. Andy wasn't able to endure any longer and he jumped forward to assist the boy. However, a gust of wind pushed him back as a winged lion blocked his path. "Human, we have an agreement," the winged lion said with a sneer. "Are you planning to break it? Fuck your mother." Andy cursed out loud. The winged lion ignored him and looked at Grant. Since he was the leader of the examiners, the winged lion gave him the "do your job properly or else" glare. Grant had no choice but to knock Andy unconscious to prevent him from breaking the agreement. Both sides didn't want to escalate the issue and watched as the final clash between the two was about to draw to a close. When Soglav was only 10 meters away from William, Ella's horns suddenly doubled in size. The war ibex locked her bloodshot eyes on the demonic creature and gave a deafening war cry as it charged forward. Damn! Soglav was about to use his darkness whip to escape when a voice, that was filled with determination, reached his ears. Dual X. William, who was supposed to be under the berserk and blind spells, sneered. As a disciple of a dark sorceress, it would be very shameful if he allowed himself to be affected by curses. Yes, the spells did indeed take effect. But Celine had already taught William how to use these curses to his advantage. It was also a very effective way to trick the enemy into thinking that they had succeeded. Naturally, this was a gamble. However, this was a gamble that they had won. Due to Ella entering a berserk state, all of her stats were multiplied by 3. This was a boon to Ella who was unable to receive William's buffs. Ella had learned how to harness this overwhelming power while under the effects of the berserk spell. Everything she did earlier was just an act. Now, Soglav was facing Ella's rampage. It was her most powerful skill that brought out every bit of her power in a single strike. Now, that same full-powered attack was now multiplied by 3. It was more than enough to send the demonic creature to the afterlife. Die. William roared as he raised his staff to block the doppelganger's attack behind him. Ella's horns were about to pierce through Soglav's chest and end its life when an overwhelming presence grabbed Soglav and threw him to the side. A giant hand then pressed down on Ella, holding her charge at bay, but it didn't make any move to hurt her. William's eyes widened in shock as he looked up on the monstrous creature in front of him. It seemed to be a giant ape with two protruding horns on its head. It also had a tail, but this tail was a serpent who looked down on William as if wanting to take a bite of him. "What's the meaning of this?" Grant roared as he dropped down from the sky. "I thought we had an agreement." The creature scoffed and removed its hand from Ella's horns. William gulped his saliva as he used his appraisal skill to identify this creature in front of him. Diabolical Hell Ape. Underworld creature. Threat level, SS high. Millennial beast. This creature was born from the underworld and it has reached its rank through constant battles. According to legend, the diabolical Hell Ape was a creature that could crush mountains with a single punch. The strength it possesses is stronger than its counterpart, the Orobro Golden Ape. Another major difference between the two was that the diabolical Hell Ape focuses on offense, unlike the Orobro that is an all-rounder. The horns on its head are able to generate the fires of hell which can then be used to coat its body in flames, making it a very tough opponent to fight in close combat. Its tail, that has earned the moniker, Inferno Serpent, can spit out fire blasts and poison sprays that are capable of incinerating a level creature with a single strike. This creature has no known weakness. As if feeling William's stare, the diabolical Hell Ape glanced at the boy, which sent shivers down William's spine. A few seconds later, its eyes glowed like burning embers that lasted only for a brief moment. William's body swayed as he lost consciousness. Ella, too, had been affected by the diabolical ape's eyes and was about to fall to the side when the giant's hand prevented her from falling completely. Grant rushed out to take hold of the boy mounted on the war ibex's back, so that he wouldn't be crushed by his own mount as it fell. Surprisingly, after both William and Ella were knocked unconscious, the skill, union of man and beast, also lost its effect. "I demand an explanation," Grant said as he passed the unconscious William over to Layla. "Why did you interfere?" The ape gently supported Ella's body as it laid her sideways on the forest floor. It gave William a sidelong glance before looking at the leader of the examiners. "Since we were the first ones to break the agreement, I will personally give the boy compensation," the diabolical Hell Ape replied using telepathy. It made sure that its answer was heard by everyone, men and beast alike. It was the true sovereign of the forest, and all the rulers were his subordinates. It would not allow any of them to die. This was its duty as the guardian. Even the principal of the Royal Academy had no choice but to give it face in order to prevent full-blown hostilities from happening. "This matter ends here." The diabolical Hell Ape made a gesture and the other rulers of the forest returned to their territories. It then grabbed the seriously injured Soglav before walking into the depths of the forest. Grant stood there, gnashing his teeth as he watched the sovereign of the forest leave. He would like to nag at it for a while to vent out his frustrations, but the creature paid him no mind. "What do we do now?" Layla asked. "The third trial is about to start, but I doubt that this boy will be in any condition to participate in it." Grant pondered for a while before giving his order. "The other examiners, return to your duties and conduct the third trial," Grant ordered. "As for this boy, I will let the Dean of the Royal Academy decide his fate." Chapter 127, Did I Fail? What Grant and the other examiners didn't know was that inside the Dean's office, two men sat side by side, while looking at a viewing crystal in front of them. Both of them had witnessed the battle between William and Soglav. Although this battle didn't mean much to men of their level, they still weren't able to stop themselves from being impressed with how things ended. "So, what do you think, Headmaster?" "I think it would be a shame for the Royal Academy to fail such an interesting boy. It's not every day that a 14-year-old can hold his ground against one of the rulers of the forest and live to tell the tale." The man wearing simple clothes stood up from his seat and walked towards the door. "Keep an eye on him for me, will you?" "As you wish, Your Majesty." The Dean briefly nodded his head in acknowledgement. After the man left the room, a dozen guards appeared out of nowhere and flanked the man on both sides. The man kept on walking as he remembered the words that Est had said a few years ago. "Father, I would have failed the trial if I didn't receive the help of a boy whom I met on my journey towards the temple," Est said with a gentle smile. "His name is William Von Ainsworth." "What kind of boy is he?" the man asked as he listened to Est's explanation. "Narcissistic, but kind," Est replied. A very mysterious boy who saved my life twice. Once from the mountain troll, the second from the Cyclops. We wouldn't have received the blessing of Lady Astrid if not for his sacrifice. Sounds like an interesting boy. The man chuckled. I'll think of an appropriate reward when I meet him. For now, maintain your connection with him, do you understand? Yes, father. The man left the academy through the secret passageway that was meant for people of his rank. A middle-aged man wearing butler's clothes bowed and welcomed him with a smile as his master exited the passageway. The butler then guided the man towards a simple carriage. No words were spoken between them because the butler already understood where the man wanted to go. As the man climbed into the carriage, the guards accompanying him dispersed. They didn't go away. Instead, they guarded the man from the shadows. As the man propped his head by the carriage window, he remembered William's unwavering determination. He also saw how the boy helped the other children pass the second trial, while maintaining his secrecy. That alone made the man understand that William wasn't aiming for any kind of praise or recognition. He just did what he wanted to do then left, as if he was just a stranger passing by. What an interesting fellow, the man thought as he looked at the scenery outside the carriage. You've met someone quite capable, Est. When William opened his eyes he found himself in an unfamiliar place. He was no longer inside the forest, but lying on a comfortable bed in a room that smelled of roses. His hand, unconsciously moved towards his waist where he received the wound from Soglav. He could no longer feel any pain in that area, which meant that his wound had been healed. William heaved a sigh of relief as he propped himself up from the bed. The sky outside the window was already dark, signifying that night had come. What happened during the trial? Did I fail? William frowned because he couldn't remember anything that followed after he stared at the diabolic hell ape. It was then when William remembered something very important. Wait, where is Mama? William scanned the room and didn't see his beloved mother. He was about to stand up and go towards the door when it opened on its own. You're finally awake, Est said with a smile. I thought that you would remain unconscious for a few days. It seems that the healers of the Royal Academy are quite competent. Est, where is Mama Ella? William stared at the familiar boy in front of him. Where did the academy take her? Relax, Est replied as he moved towards his bed. Ella woke up 2 hours ago. Ian is watching over her at the academy's stable. She has already healed from her injuries and, from what I could tell by her actions, she was very worried about you. Est stared at the red-headed boy who seemed to have regained his calm. He felt quite envious because the first question he asked was the whereabouts of his mama goat, instead of asking why he was there. That's good to hear, please, take me to her, William pleaded. Mama will continue to feel anxious if she doesn't see me as soon as possible. Is Ella the one feeling anxious, or is it you who is feeling anxious? It's me feeling anxious. Ha, Est sighed. Fine, come with me. I'll take you to the stables. Thank you, Est. William smiled. His smile was so bright that it made Est's heart skip a beat. In order to hide his embarrassment, he walked straight toward the door without looking back. William hurriedly followed behind him. The two walked in a vast hallway without speaking a word to each other. 10 minutes later, they arrived at their destination. William immediately sensed his mama's presence and the latter sensed him as well. Ella bolted up from where she laid and ran towards William. William laughed as he, too, ran with open arms. The red-headed boy wrapped his arms around Ella's neck as he kissed the side of her face. Ella returned her baby's affection by licking the side of his face as well. Est, Ian, and Isaac watched this touching reunion with smiles on their faces. The three knew that William and Ella were close, but none of them knew the extent of how much William and Ella cared for each other. 5 minutes had passed and the two were still locked in each other's embrace. Est had no choice but to clear his throat to get William's attention. You look so carefree and yet you don't know whether you failed the enrollment exams or not, Est teased. Ah, William turned his head to look at Est. Did I fail? What do you think? Est raised an eyebrow. I think you will give me an answer if I say please. William scratched his head out of embarrassment. Well, congratulations. You didn't fail, Est answered. However, before William could feel relieved, Est added another sentence. But, you didn't pass either. William frowned. How can it be that I didn't fail, yet didn't pass at the same time? Est stared at William with admiration. Although he had briefly heard about what happened from one of the examiners, he still couldn't believe that William was able to go head-to-head with a ruler of the forest that specialized in dark magic. Your case is a bit special, so the academy decided to give you one last chance to pass the enrollment exams. Est continued his explanation. After all, the other examinees might think that the academy is showing favoritism if you pass just like that. Well, I guess you have a point. William nodded his head in agreement. So, do you have any idea about what kind of test I will be participating in? Sorry, but I don't, Est replied. You will know when morning comes. I have already informed the head examiner that you have woken up. He will be the one handling your trial. William hummed as he caressed his mama's neck. Are you worried about your test tomorrow? Not really. You're quite confident. Ian snorted. You think that passing the test of the Royal Academy is easy? William gave Ian a sidelong glance before giving him a refreshing smile. By myself, I am not confident. However, since my mama is with me, everything will be daijobu. To those who don't know Japanese, William said that everything will be fine. Daijobu? Ian asked. What does that mean? It means that a snot-nosed pansy like you needs to see a physician, William sneered. Something might be wrong with your brain. Contrary to William's expectations, Ian didn't get angry. Instead, he looked at him with a mischievous smile which made William feel that something was wrong. I forgot to tell you. Ian will be the one to decide whether you fail or not in your test tomorrow. Est smirked. What? This snow-good-looking boy that is approaching my level of handsomeness will be tomorrow's judge? William almost bit his tongue after he forced himself to praise Ian. Ahem, such a gentleman who is proficient with both the sword and the pen is truly suited to become a judge. I can already see all the girls in the academy screaming his name whenever he goes to his classroom. William's liver started to itch with every word of praise he sang for Ian. The three boys looked at him with amusement as William tried to flatter his mortal enemy. See you tomorrow, Ian winked as he left the stables. He was doing his best to hold back the laughter that was bubbling up inside his chest. William's reaction was priceless. Not good. I can't wait to see his reaction tomorrow when he discovers. Ian chuckled as he walked towards his room in a good mood. He was looking forward to seeing what kind of face William would be making when morning came. Chapter 128. You tricked me. I am too lazy to eat. Feed me. Yes, sir. My shoulders are feeling stiff. No problem. I'm very good at giving shoulder massages. William massaged Ian's shoulder after they had eaten breakfast. Ian had a satisfied expression on his face, while Est was feeling envious. Isaac was doing his best to stop himself from laughing. Clearly, his twin was taking advantage of William's current situation. How is it? William asked with a refreshing smile. Not bad, Ian replied. You're quite skilled. How did you learn to give massages? It's because my master would ask me to give her a massage before she went to sleep from time to time, William answered. At least, once a month, she would also ask me to give her a full-body massage. Ian turned to look back at him with a frown. A full-body massage, with her clothes on, are you an idiot? Ahem. William forcefully coughed in order to prevent himself from calling Ian an idiot. Answering Sir's question, of course without any clothes. It would be very hard to give someone a full-body massage if they are wearing clothes. Est and Ian exchanged a glance before glaring at William. Why do you need to give her a full-body massage? Ian questioned. Isn't it enough to give her a shoulder massage? Est also joined the interrogation and threw a few questions of his own. Did she force you to give her a massage by using the slave collar? Their penetrating stares locked onto William. It was as if he was a pig that was about to be slaughtered if he didn't give the right answer. Why can't I give her a full-body massage? William asked back in confusion. She's my master, so it's only natural that I make her happy. Also, I wasn't forced. I did it voluntarily when I saw that she was looking exhausted. Are you just dumb or acting dumb? Ian scoffed. How can a boy like you give a full-body massage to a beautiful woman as if it was nothing? You're talking about that. William nodded his head in understanding. First of all, when I give Master a full-body massage, she would order me to put on a special eye mask. While wearing that special eye mask, I would only see a skeleton instead of a person's body. But you're still touching her body directly. Est pointed out with an edge to his voice. Don't tell me that you don't feel anything when touching a beautiful woman's body. About that, it's really a shame that she strips me of my sense of touch when I give her a massage. William sighed. Although I am touching her body directly, I can only feel that I am touching a metallic surface. Seeing William's expression of loss, Est and Ian felt a bit better. Even so, they were still feeling envious of Celine's relationship with William. How about you give me a full-body massage later? Ian stuttered. While you're at it, you can also give my young master a full-body massage. Sorry, I have no interest in giving body massages to anyone aside from my master, William replied in a heartbeat. Tisk. Est and Ian clicked their tongue when they heard William's firm answer. Ah, sir, isn't it about time for the trial to start? William smiled as he lightly patted Ian's shoulder. Oh, you're right, Ian looked at the clock on the wall. Let's go to the training grounds. Instructor Grant might already be there. William happily followed behind Ian as they walked towards the training grounds. Est and Isaac shared a knowing smile and was looking forward to William's reaction once he knew the truth. So, you're finally here, Grant said as soon as William and his entourage entered the training ground. Your name is William, right? Yes, sir. William stood straight as he looked at the imposing man in front of him. Grant wasn't alone. There were 11 more people standing behind him. All of them were looking at William with interest. Very well, we will conduct the test, Grant stated as he motioned for William to come closer. Do you see that stone platform over there? Place both of your hands over the round stone. It is a magic tool to measure your aptitude. Understood, William replied and walked towards the platform. He then obediently placed both of his hands on the magic tool and waited in anticipation. Rows of magic words appeared in the air as William's information was shown to everyone in the training field. Age: 14. Magic power: none. Spiritual power: none. Physical fitness: A. Potential: A. Assessment overview: excellent physical prowess, but no magic power. Recommended to be placed under the martial class division. William looked at the information above him and sighed. He didn't know if he should be happy or not because his magic was unusable at this point in time. As for spirit power, this was the first time he had heard of it. I'd better ask the system about spiritual power later, William thought as he removed his hands from the appraisal stone. I was hoping that I made a mistake in my assessment, but the results showed that my hunch was correct. Layla sighed. She was hoping that William had some affinity with magic, but the appraisal stone had already confirmed her initial probe on the red-headed boy. Andy, on the other hand, was all smiles. He was looking at William as if he couldn't wait to drag him to his side and personally cultivate him to become a powerful archer. The other professors had mixed emotions as well. Some of them sighed, while some had smiles on their faces. They were the representatives of the first-year martial class, spirit class, and the magic class of the Royal Academy. William had been a candidate that they had set their eyes on after his stellar performance in the battle against the ruler of the forest. Grant patted William's shoulder with a smile. From now on, you will be a first year in the martial class division. Classes will start a week from now. Make sure to fill out the form in the registration office, so that you will receive the academy's uniform. Your lodging will be located in the Solaris dormitory. This is the lodging for all the first years of the martial class. Also, do you intend to become the head prefect of the Solaris dormitory? Head prefect? William inquired. What is that? Grant nodded his head in understanding. It was impossible for William to know how the hierarchy works inside the Royal Academy since he just became a first year. Although we call it head prefect, it's more like the commander of all the first years belonging to the martial class, Grant replied. Every year, the competition for that position is very intense. Being the commander of a division is a prestigious honor to any student in the Royal Academy. Sounds troublesome. William sighed. Can I pass? Of course you can. However, the head prefect's orders are absolute within the division. You have to obey them whether you like it or not. What a pain. William didn't mind taking orders from the head prefect as long as it doesn't break his bottom line. However, he had complicated feelings about taking orders from a stranger whom he barely knew. Welcome to the Royal Academy. Grant chuckled as he patted William's shoulders. I have high hopes for you. After saying those words, Grant and the rest of the instructors left the training field. William felt very happy because he had been accepted inside the Royal Academy. However, he had a feeling that he was forgetting something important. William propped his chin with his fingers as he pondered that fleeting feeling inside his head. His gaze then landed on then on Isaac, and finally on Ian, who was looking at him with a smug expression. Ah, William exclaimed. He finally realized that he had been tricked. Ian laughed out loud and ran away. Since William had already realized that they had worked together to trick him, he was sure that the shepherd would retaliate because he was treated like a personal maid. William roared as he ran after Ian. You tricked me. I did, so what of it? Ian chuckled as he kept his pace. I didn't know that you were so gullible. Damn you, don't let me catch you. Don't worry, someone as slow as you wouldn't be able to catch me. Est and Isaac watched the enraged William, who had gone all out to flatter Ian so that he would pass the test, continue to chase Ian around. The shepherd was so angry that his face had completely turned beet red. Ian on the other hand circled around the training ground with a smile. He even shot a few sprays of water magic to cool the enraged red-headed boy down. Soon, William was drenched from head to toe. The boy finally understood that he had no chance of catching the trickster who tricked him. This is not over, William gave Ian the middle finger. Just you wait, I'll pay you back tenfold. After making his threat known, William left the training room while gnashing his teeth. Ian watched him go with his arms crossed over his chest. Maybe we went too far with our joke, Isaac whispered to Est. The deed is already done. Est sighed. It's no use crying over spilt milk. What if William blames us as well? Isaac inquired. We can be considered accomplices. Est's eyes widened in surprise. He had completely forgotten that William was the type that kept grudges. Chapter 129. The Lance That Shines to the Ends of the World. After filling out his registration form, William officially became a student in the Royal Academy. The staff gave him his uniform as well as the key to his dormitory room. Of course, the dormitory room in the Royal Academy was shared by two people. This meant that William had a roommate whom he would be spending time with for a whole school year. Right after getting his key, William had locked himself inside his room in the Solaris dormitory. Est, Ian, and Isaac weren't able to see him because they lived in a different dormitory belonging to the Magic Division. Est was still worried that William would hate him because he had chosen to become Ian's accomplice in tricking him. The young master was feeling down, and even Ian, who had a smug expression a few hours ago, looked at him anxiously. If there is a need to apologize, then I will apologize to him, Ian said after thinking things through. Knowing William, he won't really hate the young master. At most, he will just hate me and think of a way to make me suffer for the things I did to him. Est sighed and nodded his head. He knew that he couldn't do anything right now. He intended to give William some time to cool down before going to find him so he could give him a proper apology. What Est didn't know was that William wasn't thinking of them at all at the moment. He was busy checking the God shop inside his system and looking for things to buy with the God points that he had accumulated. The red-headed boy had received a mission to save the merchant group while he was traveling towards the capital of the Hellen Kingdom. This act of heroism had given him 500 God points. Also, he acquired 2 hidden quests during the Academy's entrance exams. One was to save as many children as possible and help them reach their destination. The points for this mission were calculated by the number of survivors multiplied by 10. All 50 students had survived thanks to William's help, which netted him another 500 God points. The one that gave William a pleasant surprise was the hidden quest, Beat the Ruler of the Forest. Hidden quest, Defeat the Ruler of the Forest. This unexpected surprise made William very happy. With 2,000 God points in hand, he immediately went to open the God shop to see what interesting things he could buy. Over the past 4 years, he had received God points through the completion of his training and additional points that the system treated as bonus God points for William's performance. All in all, he managed to accumulate 5,000 God points. Back then, he jokingly asked the system to give him a recommendation on the first thing that he needed to buy. Naturally, the system complied, and the item that appeared in the God shop was something that William wasn't able to pass up. The system had recommended a weapon that cost 50,000 God points, and it was none other than Rongomyniad, the lance that shines to the ends of the world. It was the holy lance that belonged to King Arthur according to the legends. However, this particular lance was forged by a god. For some reason, the weapon was also able to bestow the Cavalier class on other people, if the right conditions were met, and if William allowed it. Another good feature of the lance was that it was imbued with the holy property. After the fight with the Cyclops, William realized that he was severely lacking in elemental weapons against certain types of creatures. The original cost of this lance was 50,000 God points. However, since William received a special discount coupon from the God shop, he could buy one item with a 90% discount. William could have ignored the system's recommendation, but after seeing the information on the Holy Lance, the red-headed boy bought it right away. His reason for buying it: because there was a special class attached to it, and it was none other than the Cavalier class. The Cavalier class gave him the ability to fight side by side with Ella while mounted on her back. Another good feature of this job class was that it didn't rely heavily on mana. Most of the skills in the Cavalier class were passive skills, which made William very happy. As for why he didn't use Rongomyniad during the battle against Soglav, it was due to the many spectators that were watching the battle. Rongomyniad was a weapon forged by a god. It would be stupid to show it off in front of others while William was in a weakened state. Now that he had 2,000 god points in his possession, William scrolled through the god shop in search of any items that he could buy with his current funds. It didn't take long for him to realize that there were very few things that he could buy with 2,000 god points. Most of the items that William wanted were priced at 10,000 god points at the minimum. In the end, William decided to use his trump card in order to get the best deals in the god shop. System, can you give me any recommendations on what to buy with my current funds? Certainly. Please, wait for a while as I search the god shop for possible items that you might need. Search completed. Here is the list of items that might be useful to the host at this point in time. Elemental arrows forged by the god of the hunt. Holy arrow. An arrow forged by the god of the hunt. Very effective against dark-type creatures. Very effective against evil-type creatures. Very effective against undead-type creatures. 500 god points per arrow. Additional 100 god points for auto-maintenance. Additional 400 god points for auto-retrieval spell. Total, 1000 god points. Adamantium arrow. An arrow forged by the god of the hunt. Has a strong piercing power that is able to pierce through the scales of dragons. Very effective against dragon-type monsters. Very effective against construct-type creatures like golems and gargoyles. Very effective against armored-type creatures. Single quote ... System, I got to admit that you are good at sucking all my god points dry. Thank you for your praise. Please, leave a 5-star review after you make your purchase. Thank you for your patronage. William sighed and purchased the 2 arrows and added them to his quiver. With this, he would be able to increase the trump cards in his arsenal. Even if he used these 2 arrows in public, no one would think that it was strange. There were plenty of elemental arrows sold in the market, and William having a few of them wouldn't make others' eyes go green with greed. The only difference between the elemental arrows sold on the market and William's was that the red-headed boy's arrows were forged by a god. Naturally, their efficiency couldn't be compared to those that were forged by mortals. While William was admiring his 2 arrows, a soft knock was heard on the door. The red-headed boy hurriedly returned his items inside his storage ring and went to answer the door. When William opened the door, he saw a delicate silver gray-haired boy wearing glasses. He was holding a small backpack on his back and wearing expensive clothing. Hello, is this room 401? The young boy asked in a timid voice. I have just arrived today and the registrar's office told me to go to this room after I finished my registration. Yes, this is indeed room 401, William replied with a smile. Please come in. Thank you. The young boy bowed and entered the room. When William closed the door, he smelled a faint scent of herbs. He didn't think much about it and sat down on his bed while looking at his roommate. William had a feeling that his roommate and him would get along well during their first year inside the Royal Academy. Chapter 130, William's roommate. My name is Kenneth Shin Ashley, the delicate boy with silver gray hair and blue eyes said timidly. The name is William, William replied. William Von Ainsworth. Feel free to call me Will. William looked at his new roommate and gave him a thumbs up in his heart. He never thought that his roommate would be this cute. Will, you have a good name, Kenneth said with a smile. Are you also a first year? Yes. William nodded. Why, do I look old? Kenneth resolutely shook his head. It's just that, you give me a very mature feeling. William scratched his cheek as he looked at his roommate with approval. He was quite happy that his roommate was Kenneth. With just a glance, William could tell that the gray-haired boy was someone that was raised as a noble. Even so, Kenneth didn't have the arrogance like that most nobles did. For some reason, William felt like Est and Kenneth had something in common. Perhaps it was their aura, or presence, but William didn't dislike being together with them. Well then, may you take care of me this school year, Kenneth, William said as he extended his hand for a handshake. Kenneth looked at William's hand before slowly raising his own hand to accept his handshake. The gray-haired boy's countenance changed when his hand touched William's hand. His body instinctively flinched as the rough hand touched his own. Sorry. William apologized as he reluctantly let go of Kenneth's soft hands. Did my hand hurt you? It's pretty rough, right? And no, Kenneth stuttered. I was just surprised. Your hand, although rough, feels sturdy and strong. William chuckled due to Kenneth's timid response. He then explained to his new roommate that he was a shepherd and was used to handling goats and performing manual labor. Also, William's lifestyle in Lant was not easy. Because of this, he had developed calluses on his hands and it made his palms rougher compared to boys his age. When William woke up in the morning, he would chop firewood then cook something for his master, Celine. After that, he would feed the goats before taking a bath. After breakfast, he would go and spar against his grandpa or other people in Lant to become more proficient in the martial arts he had learned from his job classes. Since there were plenty of strong people in Lant, William was able to increase his proficiency and learn a few tricks from them as well. After sparring, he would take a bath and return to Celine's house to prepare her lunch. When afternoon arrived he would spend it with his cute cousin Eve. Once night came, it would be the start of Celine's hellish training of curses, poison, and more curses. A shepherd. Kenneth eyed William curiously. Did you take the entrance test of the Royal Academy? Was it hard? A little bit. William had no intention of telling Kenneth about his battle with the ruler of the forest. I see, Kenneth replied as his blue eyes appraised William from head to toe. Since he passed the entrance test, he must be quite capable despite how he looks. Being stared at by an angelic-looking boy made William feel like a kitten was scratching his heart. Am I that handsome? Why are you staring at me like that? Yes, Kenneth replied unconsciously. You are very handsome. Kenneth paused as his face became beet red when he realized that he had said his thoughts out loud. The sudden change in his reaction made William grin. Seriously, my roommate is too cute. William thought, I better not tease him too often. I don't want him to hate me. An awkward silence descended upon the room. Kenneth busied himself in arranging the items in his magic bag. He placed several robes in his closet and even took out a pillow for his bed. He then placed an incense burner on the small table beside his bed. A soothing fragrance permeated the room as soon as Kenneth lit the incense burner. This smells good, William praised. This reminds me of the smell of gardenias. It is a scent made from the gardenias of my hometown. Kenneth gave William a sincere and genuine smile. I'm glad you like it. William felt his body become very relaxed as the fragrance assaulted his senses. Before he knew it, he had already laid on the bed and had fallen asleep. Although he had rested properly last night, it seemed that he still hadn't fully recovered from his long journey and his recent battle against Soglav. Kenneth looked at his roommate who had slept in an awkward sleeping position. With a sigh, he stood up from his bed and supported William's body into a proper sleeping position. As he covered him with a blanket, he heard William's sigh of pleasure. Thank you, William said as if he was talking to someone in his dream. Kenneth gazed at his peaceful sleeping expression for a full minute before returning into his own bed to rest. For some reason, he also felt like sleeping. As he laid in the bed, facing his new roommate, Kenneth felt thankful. He was thankful that his roommate wasn't one of those arrogant nobles whom he hated to the bone. Soon, the silver-gray-haired boy fell asleep as well. A few hours later, both of them were woken up by the resounding tolling of a bell. William drowsily opened his eyes as he looked at the magic clock that hung on the wall of his dormitory room. It was 12 noon, and it also signaled that the time for lunch was at hand. William yawned as he stood up from the bed. He did some stretching to help circulate the blood in his body and remove the drowsiness he was feeling. Kenneth had stood up from his bed as well and watched William with amusement. His impression of William was already good, but seeing him act like this made him like the shepherd even more. After William finished his short stretching exercise, he glanced at his roommate. Do you want to have lunch together? William asked. Yes, Kenneth replied. Do you know where the dining room is? I don't know, William answered with embarrassment. I also just arrived today. However, don't worry, we can just ask around. I'm sure that we will find it sooner or later. You have a point, Kenneth nodded. The two boys left their room, but they didn't forget to lock it. Although they were inside the Solaris dormitory, it would be safer to lock the doors in order to prevent theft. Sure enough, it didn't take long for William and Kenneth to find the location of the dining hall. When they arrived, they immediately noticed 6 long tables that were at least 14 meters in length. Aside from that, there was also one long table, on an elevated platform, placed horizontally facing the students where the instructors of the martial classes ate together. Several dishes had already been placed on top of the tables, resembling a feast that was meant to be partaken of by the students of the first-year martial classes. William and Kenneth glanced at each other before picking a less crowded table. They sat near the end, and happily filled their plates with meats, fruits, and other dishes that looked delicious. William had started to eat meat again, but in much smaller quantities. When lunch ended, several adult men and women appeared and cleared the table. One of the instructors had mentioned that there was an important announcement waiting for all of them after lunch. Because of this, none of the students left the dining hall. All of their gazes were focused on a handsome man with short light brown hair and green eyes. A bow was strapped behind his back, so William assumed that he was in one of the advanced classes of the archer profession. "Good day, everyone," the man said with a smile. "My name is Andy and I am the instructor for the hunter classes. As the school year is only about to begin, you should all know that we need to have officers that will manage the first years." Some of the children nodded their heads in understanding because they had already been briefed by their families about this. Others were looking at Andy with determined expressions because they were aiming for the prestigious position that would bring honor to their name as they advanced into the upper years in the academy. "Right, I'm talking about the position of head prefect for the entire freshman class during this school year." Andy grinned as his feral eyes briefly glanced at William before looking at the other expectant faces who were looking at him. "Naturally, this position holds considerable power. Since that is the case, only those with power are allowed to wield it," Andy explained with a serious expression. "An all-out battle royale will be conducted in the Enchanted Forest 4 days from now. The one who is left standing in the end will become the head prefect and everyone is duty-bound to follow his orders. Do I make myself clear?" "Yes," the students replied in unison. "Good, may the best man or woman win." Andy raised his fist and all of the students cheered at the same time. The bloody battle for the position of head prefect was about to begin, and William was still on the fence about whether he should participate in it or not. Chapter 131, Who do you think will win? After lunch, William decided to visit the stables to see his mama Ella. Kenneth, on the other hand, had nothing to do since he had already unpacked his belongings in the dormitory room. Since that was the case, he decided to follow William to the stables to meet the red-headed boy's second mother. "I missed you too, Mama." William hugged Ella's neck while the latter rested her head on his shoulders. Kenneth was surprised when he saw this scene because he was very sensitive when it came to sensing the feeling of beasts. He could tell from a glance that Ella loved William very much. The same could be said for the boy who was hugging her. Because of this, Kenneth's good impression of William increased inside his heart. For the boy to show so much love and care towards an ordinary goat, made the gray-haired boy think of William as a very good person. "Mama, let me introduce you to my new roommate," William said as he reluctantly took a step back from hugging his mama. "This is Kenneth, my new roommate. Kenneth, this is my mama Ella. I hope the two of you get along well." "Hello, nice to meet you too, Ella." After the two exchanged their greetings, William took Ella out to take a stroll. He didn't ride on her back, so that Kenneth wouldn't feel out of place. Instead, he just walked by her side as they took a tour at the various facilities of the martial class division. "Will, are you interested in becoming the head prefect?" Kenneth asked while walking beside him. "To be honest, I'm not really sure," William replied. "I'm the type who doesn't want to take orders from anyone. If the head prefect were to order me to do something that goes below my bottom line, I might not be able to take it and hit him with my wooden staff." Kenneth giggled when he heard William's reply. Frankly, he, too, didn't like to be ordered around by anyone. However, he had a feeling that he really wouldn't mind taking orders from this red-headed boy who had grown up tending goats in the countryside. "Well, if you don't want to take orders then you can only do your best to become the head prefect," Kenneth said casually. "You still have 3 days to think about it before the competition starts." William nodded his head. "How about you? Are you planning to participate?" "No," Kenneth shook his head. "I don't think I'm capable of becoming a head prefect. Let's just say that I get lucky and become the head prefect. Do you think the students will listen to me?" William turned his head to appraise the delicate boy from head to toe. Although Kenneth wasn't lacking in the good looks factor, he didn't seem the type that would make people follow him. However, if someone were to ask if there would be people willing to protect Kenneth, the answer would certainly be yes. The boy was too cute for his own good. William was certain that even the hearts of the brave girls in the martial classes would feel overprotective of him. Well, a head prefect might be too high of a goal, William agreed. But, being the martial class mascot is not impossible. In fact, the moment I raise this proposal, I'm sure that you will get the landslide victory. Don't you dare do that. Kenneth immediately grabbed William's arm. I hate being surrounded by people. William unconsciously patted Kenneth's head. For some reason, Kenneth reminded him of his cousin, Eve. Although Eve was 1,000 times cuter than Kenneth, the presence that the gray-haired boy emitted was similar to the adorable girl back in Lant. Fine, William chuckled. However, I'm sure the girls will raise this issue by themselves. When that happens, don't come looking for me, do you understand? Kenneth pouted as he let go of William's arm. As long as you're not the one who initiates the proposal, then it's good. The two had almost finished their tour in the martial division when they noticed a crowd in front of them. They could faintly hear the sound of a quarrel. As the two drew closer to investigate, they noticed a pair of boys glaring at each other while holding their weapons in their hands. The two boys were standing in what seemed to be one of the battling arenas that were scattered along the premises of the martial class division. Give it up, Drake, a cool-looking boy with blonde hair and blue eyes chided. The one who will become the head prefect will be none other than me. Keep on dreaming, Spencer, a boy with above-average looks snorted in reply. His dark brown hair and hazel eyes looked at the boy in front of him with disdain. As long as I'm around, you can forget about becoming the head prefect. I can't wait to see you bowing your head as you follow my orders. Ha 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 ha, why wait until the test starts? Let's just decide this, right here, right now. Sounds like a plan. I don't want to waste too much time kicking your ass when the test officially starts. Both boys readied their weapons and prepared to clash with each other. The crowd got rowdy and started to cheer them on. William observed the two combatants with anticipation. He wanted to know the level of the freshmen that were currently enrolled in the martial class division. Kenneth, too, was looking at the two boys with a serious expression. He was also curious about how strong the students were. In the Helen Royal Academy. Excuse me, William patted the shoulder of the tallest boy in the crowd. Can you please tell me the identity of the two combatants? Are you not familiar with them? They're quite popular in the Helen Kingdom, the tall boy replied. Sorry, I came from the countryside. William gave a refreshing smile. This is my first time in the capital. Ah, that explains it. The tall boy nodded in understanding. He then pointed at the two combatants who were busy duking it out against each other in the arena. The cool-looking boy holding the spear is the fourth son of the Duke of the Armstrong Duchy. His name is Spencer Armstrong. The one holding the greatsword is the third son of the Duchy of Craig. His name is Drake v. Craig. Both of them are well known among the young generation for their incredible fighting skills. Thank you, William nodded his head in thanks. He then returned his attention to the two combatants who were currently in the midst of battle. Are all sons of dukes this hot-headed? William thought. He could still remember the magic swordsman, Kingsley Rhodes, who had challenged him in Lant 4 years ago. That boy was also a son of a duke and he seemed to be very happy to use his background to throw his weight around. Even so, he had to agree that, like Kingsley, Spencer and Drake had the ability to back up their words. The two were very proficient in their weapons and their attacks could easily blow away those who had abilities weaker than them. Kenneth silently walked beside William and tapped his arm. Who do you think will win? William pondered for a bit as his eyes focused on the two individuals in the arena. Hard to say, but if I were to really choose between the two, I'd choose Spencer. And the reason? Because he has better technique. William had observed the battle for a while now and managed to gauge the battle prowess of both combatants. While Drake had more explosive power than Spencer, the cool-looking boy's technique was very refined. Each block, each thrust, and each swing of the spear was perfect. There were no wasted movements, which greatly impressed William. Of course, if the red-headed boy was going to be perfectly honest, he would simply say that his own technique was 2 to 3 levels above Spencer. After all, he trained with the best fighters in Lant. Even a complete amateur like William would improve during those 4 long years of sparring. Not to mention, the martial arts he had learned in his martial job classes were honed to the very limit. William's war arts with the sword, bow, and hand-to-hand combat were only at the basic level. Even so, we're talking about the basic level of the strongest war arts provided by the system. These, basic level, war arts could be considered intermediate techniques to the people of his current world. As for the staff and the spear, they were in the intermediate ranks, which set them on par with the expert techniques in William's new world. How did this become possible? It's really simple. When William used the Millennial Grade Beast Core to max out his Disciple of Thunder job class, he immediately ascended it to its advanced class, which was the Prince of Thunder. William pulled all the express he could during his dungeon expeditions to help the Prince of Thunder job class reach level 10. That way, he could unlock the Lightning God War Arts Intermediate, and learn the more advanced moves of this particular war art. Also, let's not forget about his movement technique, which was the Heavenly Phantasm movement technique basic. After getting his skill points, William pumped them into this movement technique and upgraded it to Heavenly Phantasm Intermediate. With constant practice, William had made these techniques his own. If he and Kingsley were to fight again, William was confident that he would send the arrogant little prick packing. Of course, this was on the condition that Kingsley wouldn't use magic during their duel. Right now, William's martial skills, when using the wooden staff, spear, and lance, were enough to contend with most experts within the silver rank of the martial classes. His movement technique would also allow him to escape most tricky situations. The rankings for the martial classes are copper, bronze, silver, gold, platinum, mithril, adamantium, black, and saint. After the battle with Kingsley Rhodes, William swore that he would dedicate his time and effort in learning martial skills while he couldn't use his magic powers. Chapter 132, Is Goat Milk Really That Good? The two combatants came to a standstill as they panted for breath. Both sides weren't willing to use their trump cards this early in the game. Although they had used their most standard abilities to the fullest, it wasn't enough to declare a winner between the two of them. Enough, Drake said as he sheathed his blade. We will settle this inside the enchanted forest. At that time, you will not be as lucky as you are now. My words exactly, Spencer replied. I can't wait to see the look on your face when you bow your head in front of me. The two boys snorted at the same time and left the arena. Seeing that the fight was over, the peanut gallery had also started to disperse. William was reluctant to part with Ella, and the latter felt the same way. When Kenneth saw this tear-jerking scene, he decided to clear his throat and offer a solution. You know, as long as both parties sharing the dormitory room agree, then bringing Ella to our room is not a problem, Kenneth stated. Really? William immediately grabbed Kenneth's hand, which made the delicate boy flinch. Oh, sorry, I forgot that my rough hands can hurt you. However, can I believe your words when you said that Mama Ella can stay in our dormitory room? She can, but you have to take proper care of her, Kenneth replied after regaining his composure. William's action was so quick that he was caught by surprise. Also, make sure to tell her not to go over to my side of the room. I don't want Ella to start munching on my precious herbs. Don't worry, Mama Ella wouldn't do that. William patted his chest in assurance. Isn't that right, Mama? Me. Ella bleated in acknowledgement. Kenneth couldn't help but smile as he watched this exchange between the mother and son pair. When Ella entered the dormitory building, the guard guarding the gate gave her a weird look, but he didn't stop her from entering the Solaris dormitory. Ella walked along the hallway, climbed the stairs, and followed William's back like a tail. The students living in the dormitory looked at this scene with amusement. Since Ella was not in her war ibex form, her height was only a meter tall, and her body length was only over a meter. Also, her coat was so white and fluffy that the girls who saw her were tempted to give her a hug. Of course, they didn't dare do that and only stared at Ella as if she were a walking plush toy. When Ella was safely inside William's room, she obediently went to the side that contained William's bed and stood beside it. William took out a small wooden bowl from his storage ring and crouched beside Ella. He then started to milk her. I haven't had a drink of your milk today, Mama, and it is making me feel uncomfortable, William said as he filled the wooden bowl in his hand. Me. Ella bleated softly as if reprimanding William for not drinking his milk on time. You really are a shepherd. Kenneth looked at the two with interest. I haven't drank goat milk before. I wonder what it tastes like. After filling up his bowl, William thanked his mama before drinking it slowly. Mama, your milk is really the best, William praised as he finished his bowl of milk. Me. Ella bleated as if saying, isn't this a fact? The familiar notification sounded and a row of words appeared on William's screen. Additional reward. 2 God points. William rubbed his eyes and double-checked the notification. It's really there. William didn't know what kind of sorcery was happening to the notifications, but he would be lying if he said that he wasn't secretly happy for the additional reward from drinking his mama's milk. Somewhere in the Temple of 10,000 Gods. Are you sure about this? Gavin asked. Isn't this too much of a freebie? It's fine, David replied. Even if he drinks milk for a year, at most he would only get 730 God points. This isn't a big deal, especially with you, Issei, and Lily giving him special quests from time to time. So you say, but you were the one that gave the 2 hidden quests last time. Gavin pointed out. Well, since it was proposed by Ella and William decided to listen to her, I decided to add those 2 quests on a whim, David admitted. I don't regret it though. William performed spectacularly in that fight. His 4 years of training hasn't come to naught. Gavin nodded his head as he gazed upon his follower, who was being displayed in a large crystal ball. He wanted William to be safe and happy, but the world he chose was different from the one Gavin had envisioned for him. God points. 2. William opened the God shop and confirmed that he had indeed received God points from drinking his mama Ella's milk. His brain started to calculate the amount of points he could get over the span of a year, and it made him realize that it wasn't that much. It was not even enough to buy an elemental arrow with the necessary add-ons. Even so, I'm still thankful, William muttered. Kenneth heard William's mutter and thought that he was thankful for drinking Ella's milk. Is goat milk really that good? Kenneth's curiosity had been piqued. However, he was too embarrassed to ask William if it was possible for him to have a taste of Ella's milk. 3 days passed swiftly, and there was only a day before the battle for the position of head prefect of the freshmen in the martial class. Excitement and determination could be seen on some of the faces of the students who intended to try their luck and win this prestigious position. As for people like Kenneth, who weren't interested in joining the event, they were just waiting patiently for the results. After thinking things through, William decided to join the competition as well. His reason for joining was quite simple. If I become the head prefect, then no one will say anything about Mama Ella staying inside the Solaris dormitory. That was what William thought. Although he wasn't too sure if he could win, he would still do his best in order to gain the rights to have Ella stay by his side in the Royal Academy. He didn't want her to spend her days in the stables, while he went to his martial classes. Chapter 133, Enchanted Forest Part 1. That morning after breakfast, the martial class instructors brought everyone to a special building located at the very center of the martial class division. This building was called the House of Heroes, a place that was heavily guarded because it contained the entrances to 4 special domains that belonged exclusively to the martial class division. Domains were small worlds that had their own set of rules and laws. Some of these domains were filled with important resources that were useful in advancing cultivation, others were used as training grounds to raise expert fighters, and some were used to breed rare creatures and plants that were very hard to encounter in the wilds. One of these domains was the Enchanted Forest. This forest had been used as a training ground for the students. In some cases, it was also used for special events like the choosing of the head prefect that would represent their grade. Right now, William, alongside all the freshmen who chose to participate in the prefect battle, stood in front of a huge copper gate. Are all of you ready? Grant asked. Yes, remember, only one of you will be chosen, Grant stated. Good luck to all of you. The instructors raised the emblems pinned on their chests and activated the door. The copper gate slowly opened, revealing a green portal at its center. All of you will be teleported to random places inside the Enchanted Forest, Andy explained in a carefree manner. This will prevent you from engaging in combat right away. However, remember that you can only stay inside the domain for 3 days. If in 3 days, there are still survivors inside the domain, the person who has eliminated the greatest number of people will become the head prefect. Make no mistake, this is a battle to the death. The only way for you to eliminate someone is to kill them. Don't worry, none of you will really die. Anyone who gets eliminated will be ejected by the domain and transported back to this hall. Are there any more questions? William raised his hand and Andy nodded his head in acknowledgement. What if we kill someone who has killed many people? William inquired. Will we get their points, too? Good question. The answer is that you will only get half of the overall points that they have accumulated, Andy replied. At the end of 3 days, the one with the most points will become the head prefect. Are there any more questions? A skinny boy raised his hand and Andy once again nodded his head to encourage him to ask his question. Are we allowed to form alliances? The skinny boy asked. Is it fine for us to form teams? Of course. Andy nodded his head. This was not the first time this had happened in the prefect selection event, and the instructors had already expected this to happen this year as well. Feel free to form teams and alliances. In the end, only one head prefect will be chosen. The reason why the instructors encouraged forming teams was because martial classes worked well when they were in a team. This also helped them form strong bonds, which were beneficial to their growth. Some of the students smiled, while Drake and Spencer snorted in disdain. The two believed that the strong should fight alone and not rely on external help. Only weaklings would gang up together and fight. Because this was an individual battle, the instructors didn't allow Ella to enter the premises. They had already seen her capabilities during the second part of the exam, but what they wanted to see was William's own ability. They wanted to know if this boy, who had fought tooth and nail with the ruler of the forest, was just as impressive without his animal companion. All of you, enter the portal, Brent ordered. May the odds be in your favor. One by one, the students entered the portal. All of them had determined expressions on their faces. William was the last to enter, and all eyes were watching his every move. Meanwhile, outside the domain, those who didn't want to participate were gathered just outside the building where several viewing crystals were enshrined. With these crystals, they would be able to watch the battle unfold in real time. Ella and Kenneth were standing in front of one of these viewing crystals. These crystals allowed someone to view all the candidates that had entered the enchanted forest. Naturally, it also had the option to allow the viewer to choose only one candidate to spectate. As William entered the portal, his image appeared on the viewing crystal. Ella bleated softly as if to cheer for William and wish him luck. Kenneth, on the other hand, was looking at William with a serious expression. Please show me the extent of your true power, Kenneth thought. I want to know if you are worthy of that person's bloodline. Please, don't disappoint me, William. When William opened his eyes, he found himself inside a lush forest teeming with life. The sounds of birds singing, the roars of beasts, and even the subtle noise of the insects reached his ears. For some reason, it made William feel a little homesick. This place reminded him of the forest near Lant. Although the fauna and flora were different, it still reminded him of home. I wonder how Gramps and the rest are doing, William thought as he immersed himself in the sounds of the forest. Does Eve think of me as well? Suddenly, he heard a very subtle buzz in the air. William chuckled internally as he exaggeratedly jumped backwards. As he did so, he saw two arrows flying in his direction. The arrows harmlessly pierced the tree beside William with a thud, which reminded the boy that he was participating in a battle royale and not a field trip. As an archer, who had been trained by two experts in Lant, it was very easy for him to lock onto his attacker's position. However, he didn't make any move to charge in that direction. Instead, he circled away and left the area. Although the instructors had said that they would be teleported to random places to prevent immediate combat, it was very different when dealing with archers. They had the ability to attack from great distances, and only those with keen senses would be able to sense their sneak attacks. After gaining sufficient distance from his attacker, William decided to find an elevated place where he could observe his surroundings. However, before he could do that, two wild boars came charging towards him from 50 meters away. It seemed that William had unknowingly stumbled into their territory and they had taken it as an act of aggression. William didn't want to fight with the two boars, because there might be other students around who might take advantage of the battle. Even though he was not afraid of dealing with them, he didn't want those who were watching him to know his abilities. As William was about to make a run for it, two boys appeared in front of him wielding swords and spears. Clearly, they intended to prevent him from escaping. With two boars behind his back, and two boys blocking his path, William decided to play a trick on the students who thought that he was easy prey. The red-headed boy waited until the two wild boars were only a few meters behind him before he activated his movement technique, Heavenly Phantasm. William easily passed through the two boys like a phantom and escaped. Before the two boys could even react, the wild boars were already in front of them. Since the two boars had lost their original target, they shifted their attention on the two boys that were wielding weapons in their territory. Chapter 134, Enchanted Forest Part 2. Faced with the sudden change in their circumstances, the two boys remained calm and engaged the wild boars in battle. They wanted to end it as soon as they could in order to prevent anyone from taking advantage of them. William didn't bother to sneak attack the two boys, because he wanted to find a safe place to make his base. He was not in a hurry to collect points, since it was only the first day. What he prioritized first was his safety. When William left the scene, 2 arrows came flying from somewhere in the forest and struck the backs of the 2 boys who were busy dealing with the wild boars. Although they had already heightened their senses, in order to escape being ambushed, the 2 arrows still managed to avoid their detection. The 2 boars didn't miss this opportunity and continued to charge at the 2 wounded boys. The impact of their charge sent the 2 boys rolling across the ground, which aggravated the injuries they had received from the arrow. The archer fired 2 more arrows which landed in the 2 boys' necks, ending their lives and turning them into particles of light. The 2 red orbs that emerged from their bodies flew towards the archer who was hiding 100 meters away from them. After receiving her spoils of war, she left the scene in search of easier prey to kill. If possible, she wanted to eliminate the red-headed boy first, but he was as slippery as an eel. As an archer who took the second exam, she had watched William's battle against Soglav through a telescope. She was one of the first to arrive at the flag during the second exam, which gave her plenty of opportunities to observe the other candidates. Although she couldn't see the entire battle unfold, she was still able to see how the boy fought fearlessly against the ruler of the forest. Because of this, she had marked William as the greatest threat in this competition instead of Drake and Spencer, and wanted to eliminate him early. Unfortunately, she failed on her first try, and wasn't able to get an opportunity on her second. In the end, she decided to just hunt the small fries and farm points until it passed the 100th mark. After that, she would hide somewhere inside the forest and wait for the competition to end. William encountered several more students as he continued to look for a place to hide. He avoided them like a plague and refused to engage in battle. Earlier, he had climbed a tree and surveyed the terrain. The forest extended for miles in all directions. All that William could see was a sea of trees without end in sight. This is going to be tricky, William thought as he extended his senses. Aside from the candidates who were aiming to become the head prefect, William had sensed some other threats inside the forest as well. Although they were not as powerful as Soglav, they were in the same league as his mama Ella in her war ibex form. At most, threat level Ds and Cs, William rubbed his chin with his fingers. They are scattered quite evenly. I guess they have already established their own territories. After pondering for a while, William decided to ask for a second opinion. System, any recommendations? William inquired. To answer the host's question, I will not participate in this event. That also means that I won't be helping the host in any way aside from changing job classes. Also, I have already disabled the mapping function. Host will not be able to take advantage of seeing his enemies on the map. Why the sudden change? William asked back. What happened to the promised friendship between the protagonist and his system? Host, you must remember, always depending on external help will not be advantageous to your growth. I believe in the host's power. Compared to the difficulties that you have encountered in the past, this measly test is nothing. I don't know if I should be happy or not, but you do have a point. William sighed. Fine. Please change my subclass to Cavalier class. Understood. Changing of subclass has been completed. Thank you. Good luck. William hurriedly climbed down the tree and headed in a certain direction. With the passive skills of the shepherd class, he had found a way to use the terrain to his advantage. Wait, why don't we team up? A skinny boy proposed. You be the boss, and I'll be your underling. It's a win-win for everyone, right? Your offer is good, a cool-looking boy said with a smile. However, what I need right now is your points. Spencer took a step forward and traversed 4 meters in a single step. His spear stabbed forward and a scream of pain reverberated in the forest. Soon, the body of the skinny boy changed into particles of light as a red orb floated in the air. The cool-looking boy grabbed the red orb with his right hand. As soon as he touched it, the orb disappeared and the back of his hand glowed, showing the number 12. Contrary to his looks, he was very capable, Spencer thought as his points increased by 4. Now, time to gather more points. Spencer walked towards the depth of the forest where the other candidates hid. He walked with confidence, for he knew that only a handful of people could threaten him in this battle for the title of head prefect. Wash your neck, Drake. Spencer sneered. The next time we meet, I will not hold back. 2 red orbs appeared in front of Drake as he sheathed his greatsword. Bunch of weaklings, Drake spat on the ground. It seems that only that bastard, Spencer, is the only threat in this competition. With a wave of his hand, the 2 orbs flew in his direction. The number 20 appeared on the back of his hand, which proved that he had killed more than Spencer had. The total number of candidates gunning for the position of head prefect was less than 300. It was around 2/3 of the first years in the martial class division. After making his initial estimate, Drake knew that he only had to kill over 100 and the position of head prefect would fall in his hands. "Don't let me see you, Spencer," Drake muttered as he set his sights on his new target. "I'll make you regret enrolling in the Royal Academy. I see plenty of rough gems in this year's competition," Grant said with a smile. He was looking at Spencer's and Drake's battles and he was very satisfied with their performance. He had also discovered the archer girl who was sniping people from afar. "Perhaps we don't need to wait 3 days in order to see who the winner will be. What do you think, Andy?" "I think those two brats are overestimating themselves," Andy replied in a lazy manner. "As for the hunter girl, she holds promise. I might take her as my apprentice if she gets a good rank in this competition." Grant snorted. "You're still hung up on that boy, William." Grant looked at the shepherd who was currently inching his way towards the depths of the forest. He had seen how the red-headed boy had escaped from his pursuers and Grant was very dissatisfied with him. Naturally, he was hoping that the boy could bring him another surprise. After all, he was there when William fought against the ruler of the forest. "Just wait," Andy said as he sipped a mug of ale. "I'm sure that he won't disappoint the two of us. That better be the case. I have a lot of expectations for him. How about we make a bet?" Andy grinned as he proposed the stakes to his superior, half a month's salary if we can guess who will become the head prefect for the first years. "What do you think? Do you think of me as a fool?" Grant asked back. "My salary is 6 times your salary. I have nothing to gain if I make a bet with you." Andy clicked his tongue because his plan to earn easy cash went down the drain. As he returned his attention to the red-headed boy, who was currently running away from 4 forest wolves, Andy felt as if his blood was boiling. It was not boiling from anger or rage, but in anticipation. He didn't know where his blind faith was coming from. However, when he saw William's performance in the forest, he had a feeling that this boy would change the way the other divisions looked at their martial class division. For the past few years, the martial class division had always been looked down upon because there weren't many promising talents who were able to fight against the representatives of the magic and spirit class divisions. Andy had long accepted this fact and buried his complaints deep inside his heart. However, every night, after the exams had ended, he would always see a shining banner fluttering in the darkness when he closed his eyes to sleep. Andy saw a boy, with flaming red hair, holding a golden banner in his hand. He rode on top of his Angorian war ibex, while his other hand was holding a lance that seemed to emit a light of its own. Andy recalled that one glorious moment when the boy raised his lance up high as if to challenge the world of darkness by himself. He watched in awe as the boy thrust his lance forward. With that single thrust, light illuminated the world. That scene was so beautiful, so surreal, that even someone as numb as Andy could feel that all hope was not lost. "Perhaps, this time around, a miracle will happen," Andy thought as he stared at William with an almost fanatical gaze. "Little shepherd, may you pierce through the darkness and illuminate the world. That way, people like us will be able to raise our heads up high and regain the honors that we have lost long ago." Chapter 135, Bruiser of Ancient Power. Ian and Isaac made their way towards the martial class division. It was not only them, but several others from the magic and spirit class divisions were walking in the direction of the House of Heroes. Every year, the nobles belonging to these divisions would look for capable subordinates that they could recruit under their wing. This had been a tradition in the Royal Academy, and the instructors allowed it. Most of those who belonged to the martial class were commoners. Some of them wanted to be employed by nobles in order to live a better life. Since that was the case, the Royal Academy didn't prevent this recruitment from happening. The only thing they could do was to ensure that the ones recruited from the martial class would be treated well by their employers. "Isn't that Ella?" Isaac asked as he pointed at an Angorian goat standing beside a delicate-looking boy with silver-gray hair. "That is indeed Ella," Est agreed. "Let's go." The 3 boys walked towards William's second mother with curious faces. Ella had noticed their arrival and bleated softly in greeting. "Hello, are you looking after Ella?" Est asked the gray-haired boy beside the goat. "We are William's friends and we came here to see if he participated in the competition for the head prefect." "My name is Est Wells Newmont." Est extended his hand for a handshake. The silver gray-haired boy looked at the offered hand and reluctantly raised his own. Kenneth introduced himself. "Kenneth Shin Ashley. I am William's roommate. Nice to meet you." Est nodded his head and ended the handshake. He then appraised the young boy in front of him. Please, don't stare at me too much, Kenneth said as he took a step back. I feel uncomfortable when people stare and crowd around me. Sorry if I offended you. Est apologized. I was just curious because you are William's roommate. I'm not offended. Kenneth averted his gaze. It's just that, this was the second time that someone took the initiative to shake my hand. My first time was with William. The atmosphere immediately became awkward because Est didn't know how to continue the conversation. In the end, he decided to look at the viewing crystal in front of him and see what the red-headed boy was up to. What is he doing? Ian asked as he tilted his head in confusion. Why is he sitting on a log and whistling using a leaf instead of collecting points? Doesn't he know that you need to collect points in order to become the head prefect? Perhaps he is waiting until the last day before he makes his move. Isaac proposed. A day inside the enchanted forest is equivalent to 8 hours out here in the real world. The competition has just begun, so there is plenty of time for William to make a comeback. Even so, why is he looking so carefree? Ian frowned. It makes me want to punch his face. Est, Kenneth, Isaac, me. Ella lowered her head and pointed her horns in Ian's direction. It was just a joke. I was just joking, Ella. Ian immediately pacified William's second mother. He had forgotten how overprotective Ella could be when it came to the annoying red-headed boy. Okay, I won't mention it again. Me. Ella raised her head and returned her attention to her baby. Ian patted his chest in relief because he knew how deadly Ella's horns could be in a real battle. The Angorian goat had spent a lot of time with William and knew what he was thinking. Although the 4 children around her didn't know what his plans were, Ella realized it the moment William sat on the log and started to use the leaf to whistle. 10 minutes later, the 4 boys noticed a single deer move towards William's location. It sniffed the air as if trying to smell if there was any danger that lurked around it. After confirming that there wasn't anything that could threaten it around, it walked unhurriedly towards the boy that was sitting on the log. This deer was one of the white-tailed deer that inhabited the enchanted forest. When it was only 4 meters away from William, it started to make mewing sounds as if talking to him in their language. To the children's surprise, William made the same mewing sounds as the deer. They watched in amazement as the two conversed with each other. William conversed with the deer for 2 minutes before he stood from the log he was sitting on. The white-tailed deer then started to walk towards the eastern side of the enchanted forest and William followed behind it. After half an hour of walking, William arrived in a clearing surrounded by lush grasses beside a river. There were hundreds of white-tailed deer grazing upon the grass and all of them raised their heads when they sensed the new arrival. William's eyes fell upon the giant white deer at the center of the herd who was looking back at him with a calm countenance. The giant deer was over 4 meters tall, and its majestic antlers shone like a sharpened blade as the light of the sun fell upon its regal splendor. The red-headed boy then used his appraisal skill to understand more about this proud creature who was an apex beast within the enchanted forest. Spire. Noble creature. Bruiser of ancient power. Threat level, C high, can be added to the herd. Success rate, 20%, the noble protector of the white-tailed deer. This creature is gentle by nature. However, when someone or something threatens the safety of its herd, it will charge head-on with the intention to kill. It has the ability to make its antlers as sharp as blades to cut through any foes who stand in its way. The spire has the ability called Eternal Guardian, which has allowed it to double its size and increase its power threefold for a short period of time. The spire also has the ability called Call to Arms, which increases the strength of its herd by 50%. As expected, it is strong, William thought as he read the description of the spire. The sea of white-tailed deer parted as the spire walked towards William. The alphas of the herd walked alongside it. Although these alpha deer's threat levels were only at the D grade, William didn't dare underestimate them because they had the advantage of numbers. Even so, William wasn't afraid. He didn't come here for a confrontation. He came to ask a favor. Speak, what is your reason for coming, shepherd? The spire said in a commanding tone. It was talking to William using telepathy and this act caught the red-headed boy by surprise. You can talk. You also know that I'm a shepherd. William asked. How? I don't always try to talk with humankind. However, I made an exception just for you. As for your other question, do you really not know, or are you just pretending that you don't know? The spire asked back. Its tone was laced with disbelief. You, who have been touched by the eternal guardian god of the herds, should know why we are having this conversation. If not for this, I would have already killed you, the spire added in a firm manner. William scratched his head. He was unaware that his shepherd job class wasn't as simple as he thought it was. He already had his suspicions when he saw that certain creatures that belonged to the herd category could be added to his own. After he heard the spire's comments, he now believed that his hunch was spot on. I will ask you again, shepherd. The spire lowered its head and stared William straight in the eyes. What is your purpose for coming here? William decided to come clean and state his purpose for coming. I came to ask for a favor. A favor? Yes. There is something that I need to ask from you, mighty guardian. The spire eyed William before reluctantly nodding its head. Speak. I want to know what kind of favor you would ask of me, shepherd. William took a deep breath before saying what was on his mind. I humbly ask that you allow me to. Chapter 136. Night Raid Inside the Enchanted Forest Part 1. Sorry, but your request is impossible to grant, the spire said after it heard what William had to say. Even if I agreed, we will gain nothing from it aside from the hostility of the other creatures in the enchanted forest. How about I add this to the equation? William showed something to the spire that made its eyes widen. Single quote ... Well, with that then your request doesn't sound too bad, the spire admitted. However, it is still not enough. Although it will give me some advantages, my herd will still have to risk their lives, no. This is something I cannot accept. True. William crossed his arms over his chest. He understood that the overprotective guardian really cared about its herd. This was something that William admired and he didn't want to make things difficult for it. Then how about we change the conditions a bit? William proposed. What do you have in mind, shepherd? The spire inquired. How about we do this instead? Contrary to what the instructors had expected, the majority of the candidates didn't choose to wait for the last day of the competition. Some of them formed parties and hunted down those who had less numbers than them. Even Drake and Spencer had a hard time fighting them off. Although they were stronger than the candidates, fighting against 6 of them at the same time still posed problems for them. Since there was no hope of victory, they chose to decisively retreat. Ironically, these 2 boys met when the sun was about to set. Both of them vowed to fight against each other the moment their paths intersected, but right now, they were not in the mood for a battle. Both of them had suffered some injuries due to the united front of some of the students that formed teams. There were even teams that formed alliances with each other, which made the slaughter of their rivals one-sided. In the end, the 2 decided to form a non-aggression pact with each other due to their current circumstances. I didn't think I'd see the day when the 2 of us needed to fight side by side, Spencer spat on the ground in annoyance. Do you think I want to either? Drake snorted. The weaklings really know how to band together. It's so annoying to deal with them. Then, what should we do? The way things are going, we won't stand a chance even if the 2 of us team up together. I'll think of something. For now, let's just rest. I am tired from all that running. Spencer nodded his head. They were not in the condition to fight with anyone at the moment. After drinking some healing potions, the injuries in his body were healed, but his exhaustion still remained. Somewhere in the forest, a beautiful girl with long black hair leaned against the tree branch as she surveyed her surroundings. The bow and arrow in her hands rested over her lap. As soon as she felt that something was amiss, she would immediately take her battle stance and notch her arrow on her bow. Her name was Priscilla. She was the archer who attempted to kill William when the competition had just started. On the back of her hand, red numbers appeared forming the number 30. Yes, she had killed 30 candidates all by herself. Although she was still far from her goal of 100, she was not in a hurry to hunt for more. Right now, she was resting and conserving her strength. Night had just fallen, and it would be too dangerous to move around in the darkness. It was then when she felt the forest start to vibrate. She immediately stood up on top of the branch as she extended her senses to investigate what was happening around her. The ground, the trees, and even the wind seemed to tremble. Priscilla knew that this was not a good sign, so she climbed to the top of the tree she was resting in and erased her presence. She had a feeling that this was going to be a long and dangerous night. Conrad, with this you are only a step away from becoming the head prefect, a boy wearing glasses flattered the boy who sat on a log in front of the campfire. It's still too early to say that we've already won the battle, Conrad replied. We should only let our guard down once the announcement has been made. The boy named Conrad had very sharp features. His eyes were like those of a hawk, but that didn't affect his good looks. His reddish-brown hair, and hazel eyes, made him a very attractive boy. Born in a family of marquises, Conrad had known at an early age that he must grasp every opportunity that would enable him to become stronger and increase his rank. His first step was to become the head prefect and use his position to form connections with profitable partners that would help him rise up in the ranks of nobility. He was not satisfied with being the third son of his family. He wanted his own lands, authority, and power. Because of this, he had polished his social skills and managed to convince these people to work under him. On the back of Conrad's right hand was the number 20. His subordinates had helped him deal the last blow to the candidates so that their points would belong to him. The number of people in his party was 10. Right now, they were the biggest faction within the Enchanted Forest, and a favorite of some of the instructors in the martial division. As he was talking, one of his subordinates stood up and scanned the surroundings. "Did you hear that?" a chubby boy with dark brown hair asked as he continued to remain vigilant. "I didn't hear anything," the boy wearing glasses replied. "Why, is there something wrong?" "I heard distant rumblings coming from the center of the forest," the chubby boy replied absent-mindedly. "If my hunch is right, something is happening and it is definitely something big." Everyone in Conrad's group stared at the chubby boy with serious expressions. They didn't doubt his warning because the chubby boy was an excellent scout. He was always the first person in the group to detect the position of the students that they had hunted down earlier in the day. "Do you think it poses a threat to our group?" Conrad asked. His hazel eyes looked at the chubby boy and waited for his answer. "My hunch tells me that it is so," the chubby boy replied. "I'm afraid that we need to increase the number of the night watch just to be on the safe side." "Very well," Conrad agreed. "We will follow your advice." Conrad was about to say more when he heard a scream in the distance. The sound of beast roars and howls followed suit as the scream died down like a fleeting dream. The entire group immediately stood up and readied their weapons. "Dave, take us immediately to a place that you deem is safe," Conrad ordered. "I'm afraid that it's already too late." The chubby boy licked his lips as he scanned his surroundings. "There is no more safe place inside the Enchanted Forest." Another loud scream pierced the night and all the remaining candidates felt the hairs on the back of their necks stand on end. The number of screams were becoming more frequent and each scream was laced with fear and desperation. Drake and Spencer were running in the opposite direction of where the screams were coming from. They knew by instinct that those poor souls had encountered a tragedy and it was not caused by human hands. "I've heard in the past that the beasts inside the Enchanted Forest would occasionally attack the students that appeared inside it," Spencer said as he continued to run. "However, this is something unheard of." Drake gritted his teeth as he forced his legs to keep pace with Spencer. He was more of a fighter type, and specialized in strong attacks instead of mobility, so he was having trouble with being forced to run for long periods of time. "This is no longer a raid that we can handle on our own," Drake replied with a grim expression. "This can already be compared to a beast tide." As Drake finished his sentence, the loud howls, roars, and shrieks of the creatures in the Enchanted Forest reached their ears. Another scream resounded in the forest, but it was soon snuffed out like a dying flame. This night is no ordinary night, for this was a night where everything was going to come to an end. Chapter 137, Night Raid Inside the Enchanted Forest Part 2. "Don't panic, they're just grade D beasts. Hold your ground," a boy wielding two short swords ordered as he fought against an alpha forest wolf. His group had hurriedly retreated the moment they heard the first dying scream. However, they were forced to engage the beasts that had lunged at them from the shadows. It was then when they realized that they had already been surrounded. More than 20 alpha wolves leapt out from the trees and engaged them in battle. The skirmish was fierce as the students and beasts collided in a deadly battle to the death. What the students didn't know was that all the beasts within the Enchanted Forest were well versed in fighting with humans. This was, after all, one of the training grounds where the first, second, third, and fourth year students came to train their martial skills. Naturally, their opponents were these same beasts in the forest. As time went on, the beasts had learned how to fight against humans and had become more proficient over the passing of time. Even if the alpha wolves were only grade D beasts, they were more than enough to deal with first-year students who were still wet behind the ears. The most powerful student in the group unleashed a flurry of strikes towards one of the alpha wolves which almost ended its life. When the death blow was about to connect, a wolf paw appeared out of nowhere and struck the boy in his chest. The students tried to regroup, but the wolves blocked their path. It was at that moment when a large wolf eyed them as if they were the most delicious delicacies in the world. The 3-meter-tall wolf with a silver horn on the middle of its forehead howled. It was the one who attacked the strongest student in the party and protected its subordinate. Long-horned timber wolf. The boy wielding 2 short swords cried out in alarm. That's a Class C beast. Everyone, run! The long-horned timber wolf bared its fangs and bit down on the injured boy that it had just attacked. The boy was too injured to fight back and immediately turned into particles of light, which brought despair to the rest of his group. They were still able to defend each other due to their group's strongest warrior, but now that he was gone, their formation easily crumbled into pieces. More screams resounded in the night, followed by a powerful wolf howl. The other creatures in the forest who heard the timber wolf's declaration roared in reply. What the timber wolf had said caused a frenzy among the other creatures who were busy hunting down the students in the forest. They would not allow the timber wolf to get ahead of them and gain the rewards that were promised by the red-headed boy. Excluding you, there are only 15 more humans remaining in the forest, the spire stated as it raised its head to look at the moon. I've been in this forest for a very long time, and this is the first time I've seen such an event. I guess this is to be expected of the one chosen by our eternal guardian. Spire, don't be too overconfident, William reprimanded the beast. Never underestimate humans. They are the most cunning and vicious species on the planet. Although we might be winning now, it is too early to tell who is going to have the last laugh. True, the spire admitted. Even so, this is already a good result, no? Indeed. William nodded his head. To be honest, this is already better than I expected. The spire turned its head to look at the boy riding on its back. Anyone would be moved by the rewards that you have offered. Only fools will reject this kind of opportunity to become stronger. So you say, but, didn't you reject the offer I gave you earlier? William teased. If you agreed, wouldn't you have become the dominant beast in this enchanted forest? How come you didn't grab hold of that opportunity? You don't understand, William. The spire shook his head. We are creatures of the herd, and the deer of the forest are pacifists. We don't like to fight, but prefer to spend our lives living in peace. Even if I become stronger than the others, then what of it? It will just disrupt the balance that has been maintained for more than a century. William didn't try to persuade the spire because he knew that it was a noble and proud beast. He just told it to come and find him if it ever changed its mind in the future. The red-headed boy and the guardian of the herd had created an equal pact with each other. Spire became a member of William's herd, but he couldn't summon it to fight with him in a casual manner. The spire told him that it would remain inside the enchanted forest and protect its herd like it had done over the years. However, if William were to truly need its strength, it would answer to his call, but he could only ask for its help thrice. After that, Spire would leave William's herd, as agreed upon in their contract. Only 12 remain, the spire said in a soft voice. Also, we have found the target you asked us to find. Shall we go? William summoned his bow and quiver filled with arrows before nodding his head. It's payback time. Drake and Spencer were fighting back to back against the titanic blaze bear and the tattooed killer serpent. The threat level of both of these creatures were in the upper ranks of grade C. The two geniuses were having a hard time dealing with their powerful attacks because the two beasts were very sly. They had already unleashed their trump cards in order to prevent themselves from dying, but they still had underestimated how cunning their opponents were. Using the powerful body of the titanic blaze bear as a shield, the tattooed killer serpent would spray its acid venom at their blind spots. Although they were able to react in time, they were still unable to prevent themselves from receiving the titanic blaze bear's powerful attacks, which hit as hard as a charging bull. If not for the high-grade armor that they wore, both of them would have already died during the encounter. As the two beasts performed a series of attacks, the two boys began to lose ground and focused all of their attention on defending. Because of this, they didn't hear the whistling sound of the wind until it was too late. 2 arrows struck their backs and pierced their armor, which caused both of them to curse internally. The bear and the snake didn't miss this opportunity and finished both of them off. Drake and Spencer both had unresigned faces before their bodies turned into particles of light. Never in their wildest dreams did they think that they would be eliminated from the competition in this manner. When their bodies disappeared, 2 red orbs shot towards Priscilla, who was busy making her escape. After killing Drake and Spencer, she was no longer in the mood to hunt for other students. She had already decided to hide until the competition ended. Priscilla jumped from branch to branch with expert movements as if she was used to moving in this manner. Suddenly, while she was still in midair, she heard a subtle buzz from behind her. Chapter 138, An Archer's Pride, Part 1. The girl immediately summoned a round silver shield from her storage ring and curled her body up behind it. A loud clanging resounded in the night as the steel arrow collided with the silver shield. Priscilla immediately used the whip hanging at her waist and lashed out at a tree branch. The whip coiled around the branch, preventing her from falling directly on the ground. Another whistling sound pierced the air and the whip she was hanging by was split in two. Priscilla gritted her teeth and spread her arms wide. Her clothes were specially made with a built-in gliding feature that allowed her to glide for short distances. Two wing-like devices extended from under her arms up to the clothes on her waist. As the black-haired girl landed safely on the ground, her clothes returned to their normal state. She then raised her head and stared into the distance that was covered by darkness. I should have focused on eliminating you earlier. Priscilla sighed. Now it's too late for that. A giant white deer appeared out of the darkness and stared at the girl with a calm expression. William, who was seated on its back, had already notched an arrow on his bow. Are you feeling unresigned? William asked. Right now, only you are the last remaining candidate in this enchanted forest. Everyone else has been dealt with. The black-haired beauty held the bow in her hand firmly and gazed back at William with an unwavering expression. I, Priscilla Norell Granfall, challenge William Von Ainsworth to a duel. Priscilla stated with a serious expression. Do you dare to accept? The girl's brown eyes turned golden as she waited for William's answer. She knew that the red-headed boy had no reason to accept her challenge because the creature he was riding on was more than enough to end her life. Even so, her pride as an archer, and a member of the Order of Greywind, wouldn't allow her to simply surrender. William gazed at the beautiful girl in front of him. The color of her hair reminded William of his own hair color when he was still alive on Earth. To be honest, he never expected to see a girl with the same features of those who had lived in his own world. Very well, but on one condition, William replied with a smile. If I win, you will become my vice prefect. And, if I win? Priscilla asked back. If you win, then you will allow my mama Ella to live in my dormitory room, William answered. Also, you are not allowed to order me around. This is something that you have to agree to, or I won't consent to this duel between the two of us. Priscilla frowned. She didn't know who this Mama Ella was, and William's offer didn't give her any advantages, aside from becoming the head prefect. Even so, this was an offer she couldn't refuse. Either accept or die. That was William's hidden ultimatum, and she would be stupid to reject the olive branch that he had extended. Fine, I accept your conditions. Priscilla agreed. Swear upon the God of Oaths that you will honor your promise, William ordered. Although you may not believe it, the God of Oaths and I are pretty close. If you break your word, prepare yourself for eternal suffering. Somewhere in the temple of the 10,000 gods, the God of Oaths sneezed. He then rubbed his nose and looked into the distance. A pretty girl must be thinking of me right now, the god said with a confident smile. Why was I born handsome? Have you no shame, you old fart? Lily asked. Stop saying nonsense and pay up. 3 dozen lollipops and 3 boxes of chocolate eclairs. That will be 100,000 god points. Lily, we are good friends, the God of Oaths said with a smile. How about you give me a little discount? Fine. Lily snorted. 95,000 god points. Deal. The God of Oaths hurriedly paid the lowly goddess. He then walked away while whistling a happy tune. The God of Contracts bought these sweets as a gift to his sugar babies. What many didn't know was that the God of Contracts was a simp that cared for the cute young ladies who had become his devout followers. Priscilla took a deep breath and swore upon the God of Oaths. This was the first time she'd heard of this kind of god, and she thought that William was only joking with her. Even so, since this was her last chance, she could at least pretend to follow the procedure for a chance of survival. Good, now I'm giving you exactly 2 minutes to run away. William gazed at her with a calm expression. After 2 minutes, our one-on-one battle will begin. Don't worry, the beasts will not hinder or attack you during this time. This will be a one-on-one battle, just like you wanted. Priscilla nodded her head and ran in the direction opposite of where William sat. She needed to distance herself from William so that she could fight to the fullest using her bow and arrows. For the first time since she entered the Royal Academy, the black-haired girl felt her blood boiling due to anticipation. She had fought with many archers in the Kingdom of Frisia, but this was the first time she would be fighting against someone in the Hellen Kingdom. The Kingdom of Frisia specialized in archery skills. It was the kingdom where the best archers and arcane archers were born. Deep inside, she was thankful that William agreed to her unreasonable challenge. Even though she still didn't understand why the red-headed boy agreed to her request, she didn't think much about it. What was going on inside her head was the opportunity to see just how powerful the archers of the Helen Kingdom were. What she didn't know was that the bow arts that William used didn't belong to the Helen Kingdom. It belonged to the system. The system had chosen the most suitable bow art it could so that it would be compatible with William's current constitution. It was not only Priscilla's blood that was boiling. William could also feel his competitive spirit rising as he gripped the bow in his hand. Back in Lant, John and Trent had taught him how to wield the bow. Trent was a sentinel, a bona fide dragon slayer, and the knowledge and techniques he had shared with William were priceless. John, on the other hand, specialized in mounted archery. Riding his partner, Blitz, he was a force to be reckoned with in aerial combat. These two masters didn't skimp on imparting their knowledge to William, which made him improve by leaps and bounds. Although the system had given him the cheat to learn archery in a heartbeat, the proficiency that he gained during those countless days of training was not a joke either. William practiced shooting his bow almost every day. It had become a habit for him, just like how he went into withdrawal when he didn't drink his mama's milk. The reason he accepted Priscilla's challenge was because this was the first time he would be battling against another archer. He deemed that it was necessary to gain experience in a real duel because it might be helpful for him in the future. Deep inside, he also wanted to prove to his two teachers that their days of teaching him were not in vain. The spire looked back at William and sighed. It couldn't understand why the boy decided to do something so foolish. William had no need to accept the challenge because the spire could easily kill Priscilla with a single move. Humans never fail to astound me. The spire sighed as it looked up at the moon. It knew that after this event, the beasts inside the enchanted forest would never be the same again. Chapter 139, An Archer's Pride, Part 2. Good, good, good. Andy clapped his hands in happiness. A one-on-one battle between archers. What a way to end the competition for the head prefect. Brent, who was sitting beside Andy, had a dumbfounded expression on his face as he looked at the red-headed boy in the viewing crystal. An hour ago, he was still monitoring Conrad, Drake, Spencer, and Priscilla in the viewing crystal. However, the sudden intrusion of the beasts had brought the competition to a hasty end. It was just as Andy said, only William and Priscilla remained inside the enchanted forest. The winner of their duel would decide on who the next head prefect would be. Since Grant hadn't been paying attention to William earlier, he didn't see how the boy managed to convince the creatures in the forest to fight for his cause. He tried to ask Andy what had happened earlier, but the annoying hunter only gave him a smug smile. Clearly, he had no intention of telling Grant what had happened during the time he was not paying attention to William. The students outside the House of Heroes had the same thoughts as Grant. They didn't know how and why the competition for the martial classes had turned out like this. All they knew was that the handsome red-headed boy and the beautiful black-haired girl had both agreed to a one-on-one duel. As expected, the students from the Magic and Spirit Division classes looked at the last two combatants with interest. The boys were secretly cheering for Priscilla, while the starry-eyed girls were cheering for William. The way the young boy sat on top of the spire was truly a sight to behold. He was like a prince from a fairy tale who had come to rescue the princess. Est, Kenneth, Ian, Isaac, and Ella had watched William from the very start. They still couldn't believe that the boy had succeeded in convincing the apex beasts inside the forest using bribes that they couldn't possibly reject unless there was something wrong in their heads. Young master, should we also use this strategy when the competition for head prefect in our dormitory begins? Ian whispered. It's worth a try, Est replied after pondering for a brief moment. Make sure to call Herman and make the necessary arrangements once William's competition is over. By your will, young master. Ian bowed. Kenneth had a complicated expression as he looked at the handsome boy who was sitting on top of the giant white deer. Just like Est and the others, he didn't expect this kind of outcome. Part of him wanted to praise William for his quick-wittedness and the other part of him wanted to nag at the boy for being too bold and daring. Even so, deep in his heart, a seed of admiration started to sprout. Although what William did seemed quite easy, not everyone had the ability to do so. Even Kenneth had to admit that he wouldn't be able to do the same even if he was placed in the same situation. This was also why he couldn't keep himself from being impressed by William's actions. 2 minutes passed and the sound of the wind whistling echoed in the forest. William and Priscilla had started their battle and it was truly a sight to behold. Both combatants were fairly skilled in using the bow that one couldn't tell who was getting the upper hand in their battle. Priscilla notched a green arrow on her bow and took aim. The moment she released the arrow, a gust of wind made her black hair dance wildly behind her back. William immediately rolled on the ground to evade the attack and the tree he was using as a shield exploded into pieces. "Elemental arrow of wind," William muttered. "What a scary lady." The red-headed boy propped himself off the ground and charged in Priscilla's direction. When he was only 20 meters away from her, he was forced to jump to the side to evade another elemental arrow that the girl had shot in his direction. Contrary to William's expectations, the arrow exploded in midair and sent out a blinding flash of light which caught William by surprise. His vision was covered in white as he hastily closed his eyes in order to prevent Priscilla from taking advantage of his current situation. The black-haired girl knew that she had succeeded in her blinding attack and immediately went in for the kill. She fired consecutive shots towards William, and the latter dodged them by rolling on the ground until his head bumped into a tree. The students who were watching the battle laughed out loud as William held his head in pain. Even Est and Ian, who had a serious expression earlier, were all smiles as they saw the arrogant and narcissistic boy suffering from Priscilla's brutal counterattack. Ella simply watched with amusement. She was not worried about William getting blinded or anything. After all, they had suffered worse under Oliver's and Celine's hands during their training. How could she not know that William was only putting on an act in order to lower his opponent's guard? She and her baby would often spend half of the day in eternal darkness and mastered the art of finding their enemy amidst the world that was painted black. Priscilla was getting annoyed because none of her arrows were landing on her target. She was sure that William was suffering from temporary blindness, but it would only last for a few minutes. Out of desperation, she decided to move to close-quarter combat. She was not only proficient in using the bow, she was also trained to fight using short swords and daggers while she was in the Kingdom of Frisia. To her surprise, William stood up from the ground with his eyes still closed and knocked an arrow on his bow. He then fired a point-blank shot in Priscilla's direction which almost ended the battle. Fortunately, Priscilla's heightened senses allowed her to dodge to the side as she closed the gap between the red-headed boy. Sensing that his attack had missed, William twisted the bow in his hand and it miraculously changed its shape. Instead of a bow, the red-headed boy held two curved scimitars in his left and right hands. He then took a step forward and executed a deadly flurry of blows that almost blew Priscilla off her feet. When William changed the form of his bow, he hurriedly ordered the system to change his job class to fighter. Although he spent only 1.5 months in training this job class with his grandpa, it was more than enough for William to enhance his repertoire in close-quarter armed combat. The red-headed boy's series of attacks was like a deadly sword dance. This slashing maneuver was under the dual-wielding specialties of his executioner war art basic from the fighter job class. Priscilla gritted her teeth as she was forced to defend herself from William's overpowering move. With a loud shout, she twisted the short swords in her hand and applied half of her full strength in an effort to disarm the shepherd. Her short swords, along with William's scimitars, flew an arc into the air and dropped on the ground behind them. As a last resort, Priscilla used the disarming skill that she had been taught by her father, that was meant to be used for this exact situation. Using the strength in her legs, she closed the distance and prepared to deliver a straight punch to William's chest in order to turn the tide of battle. It was at this moment that William opened his eyes and smiled. The effect of the flash arrow had ended and he had regained his vision. "Crane wing," William said as he took the crane-style stance and moved his body forward. Due to his movements, he dodged Priscilla's full-powered strike that was meant to end the battle. As the girl's body continued to move forward due to momentum, William used nimble body movements to close the distance. Priscilla hurriedly turned her body around to kick the boy, but was met with an open palm strike that hit her squarely in her stomach area. The blow took Priscilla's breath away as her body bent down through reflex. William then moved behind her back and summoned his bow and adamantium arrow. "Since you like backstabbing people so much, I'll let you feel what it's like to get backstabbed," William said before firing the arrow at point-blank range. The adamantium arrow pierced behind Priscilla's back, and made its way to her heart. Priscilla, the beautiful girl with black hair, fell down on the ground, and turned into particles of light. "How dreamy," a girl exclaimed. "Oh, if only he was a prince, I'd definitely marry him." "You don't want him, I'll take him then," her best friend declared from the side. "You can't. I can. Similar conversations were happening between the girls of the magic and spirit class divisions. They were very impressed with William's performance and all of them were planning to make him their subordinate. Not to mention, William was a half-elf. Although his race wasn't rare, they were blessed with good looks and the red-headed boy was particularly dashing during the fight against the black-haired archer. Even some of the boys felt like having a subordinate like William would increase their prestige. Some were already thinking of ways on how to bribe William to become part of their entourage. I do not wish for dominion, but there are things that I must protect no matter what, William said softly. He then looked at the moon in the sky and sighed. Spire walked in front of him and lowered its majestic head. William lightly patted its head before telling it to properly distribute the rewards that he had promised to the beasts of the enchanted forests. The girls who saw this scene were star-struck because Spire was a very noble and beautiful creature. Standing beside the boy made him look like a hero that was just taking a stroll in the wilderness. Some of the girls even thought of asking William to become their lover. With such a handsome and powerful warrior by their side, they would definitely be the envy of the other girls in the academy. The red-headed boy was unaware of what the people outside the domain were thinking. He was just glad that the competition was finally over. He then gave a meaningful glance to the spire and the latter nodded its head in acknowledgement. See you later, shepherd. Take care, guardian of the herd. As if waiting for that cue, William's body turned into particles of light and he was ejected from the domain. The battle for the position of the head prefect was over and William had won against all odds. With this, a new era would dawn upon the first years of the martial class division in the Helen Royal Academy. Whether this change would destroy the balance of the hierarchy that had been established inside the academy, would be found out in the not-so-distant future. Chapter 140, I Fought for Love. The entirety of the first-year students lined up inside the hall of the martial class division. Since they were outsiders, the students of the magic and spirit division classes stayed outside the premises and watched the viewing crystals in front of them. They were waiting for William's first speech as the head prefect of the Solaris dormitory. Soon, a handsome half-elf with hair as bright as flames walked towards the podium. His light green eyes were clear and bright as he faced the hundreds of students who were looking at him with serious expressions. Good day to all of you. My name is William Von Ainsworth. William started his speech. I am a shepherd that hails from the countryside of Lant. The buzzing sound of murmurs spread across the hall when William gave his introductions. Even those who were watching him from outside were surprised when he said that he was a shepherd from the countryside. I came here today to tell all of you why I joined the competition for the position of head prefect, William continued his explanation. He then looked at the entrance of the hall and made a gesture. Mama, please, join me. The door of the great hall opened and a white and fluffy goat, that was only a meter tall, walked forward with confident steps. The students watched her go up onto the stage and stand by William's side. William lovingly placed his hand over Ella's back and faced everyone in the room with a smile. Mama, please greet everyone. The students looked at William and the goat with weird expressions, but the red-headed boy paid them no mind. Instead, he raised his chin in an arrogant manner and stated his reason. Yes, the reason why I joined the competition was to ensure that my mama Ella would be able to stay by my side during my stay here at the Royal Academy, William said firmly. Perhaps, some of you think that this is a very absurd reason. Others may think that it was a stupid one. However, I beg to disagree. My mama Ella is no ordinary goat. She was the one that raised me since I was a baby. William's declaration brought another round of murmurs and even the instructors glanced at the goat with curious expressions. All of us have important people in our lives. People we care for, people we want to protect, and people we want to love. William was unfazed by the murmurs and continued his speech. They could be our parents, our brothers, sisters, grandparents, neighbors, friends, lovers, and acquaintances. But, let me ask all of you, is your love greater than mine? Is the love you have for your lover greater than my love for my mama Ella? When William asked this question, many people wanted to answer, but William didn't give them a chance to do that. The answer is simple, love cannot be measured, William said tenderly. I will not tell you that the love you feel for your loved ones is less than mine, because like I said, love cannot be measured. Yes, the reason why I fought in the competition was for love. I didn't know how strong my opponents were, how cunning they were, and how determined they were to win. Because, in my eyes, these factors were not important. As members of the martial classes, there will come a time when we have to face opponents that are stronger than us, opponents that are way out of our league. When that time comes, our only choice is either to fight or to flee. I chose to fight, because my reason for fighting is for the one I love. Regardless of the consequences, no matter the price, I must win. And win, I did. The girls who had become William's fans felt their heart flutter. The way he declared that he had fought the competition for love was so suave that they couldn't keep themselves from imagining that the person he fought for was not the GOAT, but them. Kenneth, who was watching William from below the podium, looked at him with tender eyes. He had already known how much William cared for Ella, but he didn't know the extent of how much the red-headed boy loved his second mother. Even Est had to admire that William's speech moved him. Ian and Isaac felt the same. They too had people they cared for and wanted to protect. William was right, love was something that could not be measured. The great hall descended into silence, as the students unconsciously clenched their hands. They could feel that their blood was boiling because of William's reason for fighting. They had imagined themselves fighting against a foe that they couldn't defeat. The majority of them thought of only one thing, and that was to run and escape with their lives. Somehow, they felt ashamed and inferior to William. They could feel his strong determination to win. Even those who initially held grudges towards him, found themselves unable to hate him. Those of the martial classes respect the strong. Even if they couldn't accept the outcome of the competition, they had to admit that they couldn't achieve what William had done inside the enchanted forest. Of course, I know that some of you are dissatisfied with me. William smiled and casually flipped his hair. But, what of it? I admit that some of you may be stronger than me, but physical strength alone doesn't win battles. The fact that the one standing here is me and not you means that my determination to win is stronger than yours. If you feel that I'm not worthy of my position, then feel free to challenge me, William declared. But, only after you have defeated all of the candidates that participated in the competition. This is only right and proper. No. Excuse me, do you think you can challenge the final boss without fighting the underlings first? Sorry, not happening. Est, Ian, and Isaac smirked when they heard William's shameless words. He allowed the students to challenge him, but they had to fight everyone before they earned the right to challenge William. William was not a fool. If they wanted to fight him, then he would definitely make them suffer first. However, to ensure that they wouldn't do the shameful act of not fighting against the challengers, the red-headed boy decided to throw in some insurance. We are martial students. If we don't even dare to accept challenges, then we should just pack up and leave the academy, William said in a righteous manner. As the head prefect of the Solaris dormitory, I will expel any student who doesn't fight in a serious manner. Now, who wants to challenge me? Raise your hands. Drake and Spencer resolutely raised their hands. They were still unresigned by what had happened in the competition. Both of them knew that none of the first years were their match, so they were not afraid of one-on-one battles. William sneered internally as he gave the two boys a refreshing smile. Since the two of you are bold enough to challenge me, then I will grant you a battle you will never forget. I, William Von Ainsworth, hereby order that all the members of the Solaris dormitory will fight these two brave souls at the same time. Yes, it will be the Solaris team versus Drake and Spencer. Anyone who performs exceptionally will be given the position of vice prefect. All the students gasped in surprise. Vice prefect? Isn't that almost the same as becoming the head prefect? Under one person, but above hundreds of students, this was a position that could be considered as the next best thing. Priscilla had agreed to become William's vice prefect in the Enchanted Forest, but she felt that she was undeserving of the role. This was also the reason why she talked to William to have their contract revoked. The red-headed boy admired the black-haired beauty's resolution, so he agreed to her request. William felt that if he forced Priscilla to become his vice prefect using the contract, it would just make things awkward for the both of them. Since that was the case, he planned to award the position of vice prefect as a prize to the person who would perform exceptionally in this scheme that he had concocted. All the first years stared at Drake and Spencer as if they were the most delicious food that they had seen in their lives. Some of them were already itching to start the battle and become the vice prefect of the Solaris dormitory. Shameless. Ian almost spat on the ground. This fool really knows how to take advantage of his position. All the admiration he had for the boy earlier had evaporated into thin air. Chapter 141, The Fight for the Position of Vice Prefect. William was praising himself for thinking of such an amazing strategy in order to deal with the bastards who dared to challenge his authority. Since you dare to fight, then you should be prepared for the consequences. William laughed inside his heart as he watched Drake's and Spencer's faces turn red from anger. Honored instructors, I know that this might be sudden, but can you allow this fight to happen? William asked. I need to fill up the other positions so that the management of the first years will go smoothly. Quote. I will allow it, Grant said with amusement. Let's go to the Colosseum. Since it is another battle royale, it will be the best place to hold the competition. Drake and Spencer were cursing William internally. If not for the presence of the instructors, they might have already given him the middle finger. They were already regretting the fact that they had dared to challenge such a shameless person. Even so, since they had already made a declaration, they had to go along with it even though they were bound to lose. This William is very sly, Andy muttered. With this, no one will dare to challenge his authority in the future. The instructors, who heard him, nodded their heads in agreement. This was the first time they had seen such a character appear in the martial classes, and it gave them a very refreshing feeling. The students of the magic and spirit divisions noted this strategy in their hearts. If they were to become the head prefects of their own dormitories, then imitating William's approach would ensure that their position would remain safe and secure. William has grown a lot since the last time we saw him, a beautiful young lady with midnight blue hair said as he held her lover's hand. My cousin usually likes to act in a low-key manner, but since he was forced to be in the spotlight, he is milking it to the fullest. The handsome young man with short red hair nodded his head in agreement. I never thought that he'd become the head prefect as soon as he entered the Royal Academy. I'm very impressed. So you say, but were you not also the head prefect during your first year? Ah, it's because there weren't any strong individuals back then. It's not because there was a lack of strong individuals, the beautiful lady said as she leaned her head on his chest. You're just too strong. Perhaps. The handsome redhead replied as he kissed his lover's forehead. We will visit him after the selection for the head prefect of our year is over. Make sure not to tease him too much when we meet up with him, okay? I understand. Don't worry, I will support you this year as well. Inside the Colosseum, Drake and Spencer stood with their heads held high. The other students, on the other hand, were gripping their weapons in anticipation. If they could kill even one of these boys, then the chance to become the vice prefect is assured. The Colosseum had an enchantment placed on it, similar to the enchanted forest. Anyone who died would automatically be ejected off of the battleground and taken to a safe location. Let the battle begin. William raised his fist and announced the start of the competition. The students roared as they rushed toward the two boys with bloodshot eyes. Drake and Spencer held their ground and unleashed their full power. Since they were about to die anyway, why not take as many of these bastards as they could with them? The battle didn't become as one-sided as William initially guessed. Sure, Drake and Spencer were disadvantaged, but they were two of the strongest students among the first years in the martial division. Both of them went all out and wore their enchanted armors, accessories, and weapons. It made them more formidable and more deadly. Spencer danced across the battlefield using his superior mobility in order to dodge and attack his pursuers. Every time he thrust his spear, a pain-filled scream would follow. Drake, on the other hand, was like an immovable mountain. The pressure he gave off was not something that a regular student could hope to attain. Even so, he received several injuries from the united attacks that were coming his way. Not bad, William muttered as he observed the battle. The two of them are quite capable. Don't you think so, too, Mama? Me. Ella nodded in agreement. Although the two boys were weaker than her in her war ibex form, she had to agree that they were very competent fighters. For a moment, those who were spectating thought that a miracle would happen. However, all of these expectations disappeared when a soft buzz reached Drake's ears. Shit, Drake cursed when he realized that the one who had killed him inside the enchanted forest had struck during a critical time. He was currently fending off 4 attackers, and the archer chose to attack just as he unleashed his attack. It was impossible to dodge, so all he could do was endure. He hoped that his armor would be strong enough to block the arrow from the hateful black-haired girl who had backstabbed him for the second time. The arrow hit its target, and Drake's body stiffened before turning into particles of light. Adamantium arrow. William raised an eyebrow. This girl really is scary. She still has trump cards up her sleeve. After killing Drake, Priscilla raised her head to look at William for a brief moment before aiming at Spencer in the distance. She fired 4 arrows consecutively, forming beautiful arcs in the air. When the arrows neared Spencer, they all detonated and gave a blinding flash of light. All the students, including Spencer, were momentarily blinded by the attack. Priscilla knocked another adamantium arrow on her bow and took aim. The moment she released the arrow, a gust of wind followed suit. Her black hair danced as she narrowed her eyes to look at her target. Spencer's head was blown apart like a watermelon before turning into particles of light. "So decisive," William commented. "Not bad." Andy rubbed his chin with a smile as he looked at Priscilla. He had already intended to make her and William his apprentices during their stay at the Royal Academy. He was very satisfied with their performance and he hoped that they would continue to grow to become experts in the field of archery. "The students this year are quite competent," one of the martial instructors commented with a grin. "Looks like, this year, we will have a chance to teach those arrogant magicians a thing or two." The other instructors nodded their heads in agreement. They had long accepted that they would remain in the lowest ranked position again this year, but the appearance of William, Priscilla, Drake, and Spencer brought them hope. Priscilla tucked her hair behind her ear as she gazed at the boy that had beaten her during the competition. Unlike Drake and Spencer, she experienced firsthand how strong William was. She would definitely not underestimate him ever again. Seeing the beautiful girl's passionate gaze, William casually flipped his hair and nodded his head in acknowledgement. "From this moment onwards, I declare Priscilla Norell Grandfall the new vice prefect of the Solaris dormitory," William announced. "Also, I will be selecting a few more students to become the officers under my management. Even though the position of the vice prefect is already taken, there are still other slots to fill. So, everyone, do your best. Those who perform well after a month's time will become the next batch of officers for the first years." The students cheered in unison. They were quite happy that they would be given a fair chance to show off their abilities and win an official position instead of having to use bribes, or lower themselves to become William's lackeys in order to raise their ranks in the Solaris dormitory. Chapter 142, Glory to the Demon Race. R18. Disclaimer. This chapter contains R18 scenes. The excitement in the first-year martial class division died down after a few days. William's stellar performance had taken a back seat because the competition for the head prefect of the martial, spirit, and magic division classes in different year levels had started. Understand that being the commander over an entire division was a position that no one would allow to slip past their fingers. It was the easiest way to get noticed by the king of the Helen Kingdom and receive his good graces. William, Ella, and Kenneth wanted to see how Est would do in his competition, but they were barred from entering the magic division. When William asked the guards why, they only told him that the martial classes didn't have the qualifications to enter the grounds of the spirit and magic division classes. The red-headed boy was dumbfounded by this kind of treatment, but he didn't pursue the matter. William had a meeting with Grant after the battle in the Colosseum, and the latter had told him about the unfair treatment that the martial division classes were receiving from the two other divisions. Grant added that if William were to experience these things, he shouldn't get angry on the spot and just let it be for the time being. This was the sad truth in the southern continent. Only those with spiritual and magic powers were treated as if they were special from the rest. As for those who didn't have magic, they would be treated just like everyone else inside the Royal Academy even if they were a noble. To think that there is such discrimination here in the Royal Academy, Kenneth wrinkled his nose in annoyance. "It's fine," William said as the three of them went back to the Solaris dormitory. "Since they don't allow the martial classes to enter their divisions, then I will, also, not allow them to enter ours." Kenneth gave him the, "You can do that" look and William only chuckled at his roommate's dumbfounded expression. "Of course I can do that," William replied. "Just watch me." William approached the guards that were guarding the gates of the first-year martial division. He then showed them his prefect badge and gave out his order. Although the two guards looked at him in a weird manner, they promised that they would enforce the rules that he had given them. Kenneth looked at how William used his authority in a very casual manner. "You are a very petty person, you know that, right? I'm one that likes to hold grudges. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth." Kenneth shook his head helplessly as he followed his roommate back to their dormitory room. William was feeling very smug about his blatant use of his authority, that he had completely forgotten that the few friends that had a relationship with belonged to the other divisions. This order of his would make Ian ridicule him in the not-so-distant future. "Sir, the hot water you wanted is here," the pretty girl who was working inside the inn said as she knocked on the door of a room. A handsome man wearing elegant clothes opened the door and made a gesture for her to come in. When the pretty girl was safely inside his room, he locked the door and faced her with a grin. The pretty girl stood still in the center of the room in a daze. The handsome man walked towards the bed and motioned for her to come to him. "Come," the man ordered. "Yes," the girl replied as she walked towards him. She stopped half a meter from the man and waited patiently for his next orders. The man lifted the girl's chin as he looked at her clouded eyes. He had placed a powerful suggestion spell on her earlier to come to his room in the middle of the night when everyone inside the inn was sleeping. It was very easy for him to empower the suggestion spell because the pretty girl took a liking to him when she guided him to his room. The major factor that empowered the spell was because the girl was only a commoner, and had no resistance to magic. He only needed to wait until the effect of the spell matured in order to have his victim willingly enter his arms. Time to have a taste. The handsome man lowered his lips and kissed the pretty girl. The girl's body stiffened for a brief moment before it became lax. The handsome man held her waist firmly to prevent her from collapsing on the floor. A minute later, their lips parted as the man licked his lips in satisfaction. Such a sweet and innocent life force, the handsome man sighed in appreciation. "Now, the question remains, should I pluck your cherry or not?" The girl offered no reply. She leaned weakly on the man's chest as if all of her strength had been sucked out from her lips. If the man really decided to have his way with her, the girl would definitely not be able to form any sort of resistance. The handsome man expertly removed her upper clothes so her beautiful breasts appeared before his eyes. He then lowered his lips to kiss the pink tips that were fanning the flames of his lust, before placing them inside his mouth to lick and suck on them. He was very satisfied with the softness and volume of her breast, causing him to enjoy them to the fullest. The handsome man spent a few minutes fondling, kissing, licking, and sucking the girl's proud peaks, while soft moans escaped the girl's lips. He only stopped when he had enough, and prepared to go to the next phase of his night of pleasure. As his hand was slowly making its way towards the pretty girl's lower body, he heard the voice of the owner of the inn calling out her daughter's name from the first floor. "Ava," the voice called. "Where are you, girl?" The handsome man clicked his tongue because the opportunity had been lost. He knew that he couldn't jeopardize his mission just for the sake of sating his carnal desires on a mere commoner, no matter how pretty she was. The handsome man whispered in the girl's ears as he strengthened the suggestion spell that had already taken hold of her mind and body. "You will forget everything that has happened. You will not remember my face, my name, or anything that is related to me. Do you understand?" "Yes," the pretty girl replied weakly. The handsome man watched as the pretty girl tottered towards the door. Even in her weakened state, the pretty girl didn't forget to bow and lock the door behind her. "This is only a small mishap," the handsome man muttered as he looked outside the window of his room. "Once I enter the Royal Academy, I will follow my lord's order and indulge myself on the beautiful bodies of the most talented ladies in the kingdom while I suck the life force from their luscious lips. I can't wait to have a taste." The man grinned as he held back the laughter inside his chest. Glory to the demon race. Chapter 143, Inner Circle of Friends. 2 days passed and the head prefects of the different divisions had emerged victorious from their competitions. William was pleasantly surprised when he received the list of the new head prefects. Est had successfully become the head prefect for the magic division of the first-year students. However, William's surprise didn't end there. The name that appeared for the 4th year of the magic division was a name that he knew too well. Maxwell Von Ainsworth, head prefect of the magic class division 4th year. "It seems that big brother Matthew is not being low profile here in the academy," William muttered as he sat down on the bed. Matthew was aware of William's current condition because Leah's and his parents' letters had arrived at the Helen Royal Academy. His parents, Mordred and Anna, asked Matthew to look after his cousin and make sure to keep his secret safe while he explored the world outside of Lant. William and Matthew had a very good relationship, and both of them treated each other as a real brother instead of a cousin. With that said, William was very happy that he could hug his big brother's thighs if push came to shove. In regards to the way the martial classes were being treated by the other divisions, William couldn't think of a good plan to reverse the current situation. All he could do was to ensure that the people under his wing would perform well and put the arrogant spirit and magic divisions back in their rightful place. At the end of the day, it all comes down to strength, William sighed as he closed the document in his hand. Master was right. Those who have the bigger fist dictate the rules. The weak can only nod their heads in submission or perish in the aftermath. The survival of the fittest, or the law of the jungle, was the most basic law that those who could wield power followed. William understood this concept, but he didn't like it. Even though it wasn't perfect, the laws back on Earth could force the authorities to take the necessary actions once a citizen used the power of the masses. This power was so great that even those people in high-ranking positions had no choice but to compromise once this move was used. Unfortunately, there is no social media in this world, William mused. Just one post and it would definitely go viral. Ella rested her head on William's lap, and the boy unconsciously patted her head. This was the scene that Kenneth saw when he entered the room after checking out the latest news of the other divisions. Kenneth grinned as he approached William and tapped his shoulder. There are people looking for you outside the gates. They can't come in because a certain someone prevented them from doing so. People looking for me, William frowned. Do you know them? I only know 3 of them, Kenneth replied. Est, Ian, and Isaac. Also, there are 2 more people. One of them had the same hair color as you, while the other was a beautiful lady with midnight blue hair. Ella lifted her head from William's lap because she recognized the 2 people that Kenneth had described. Yes, Mama. It's definitely Big Brother and Big Sister. Okay, let's meet them. William nodded his head then thanked Kenneth for passing on their message. Kenneth decided to follow behind William. He was very curious about the people that had a relationship with him. William didn't mind bringing Kenneth along with him. In fact, he wanted to introduce him to his big brother and big sister as the first friend he made inside the academy. Also, since Kenneth was his roommate, it would be a great idea if they get to know each other, so that they could look after this delicate silver gray-haired boy when William was not around. Big brother, big sister, Est, and Isaac, thank you for visiting me, William greeted them with a smile as he met them at the gates. He then looked at the guards who had carried out his orders with a smile. These 2 people are the head prefects of the Magic Division classes. In the future, please, allow them to enter the premises if they are looking for me. William then raised his chin and pointed it at Ian. As for this snot-nosed pansy, feel free to keep him out of the premises. He's just a side character. He is not important. Why you? Ian gnashed his teeth in anger. He had come here with Est to thank William because the strategy he used helped them to win the competition for the head prefect in the Magic Division. To think that not only did William ban them from entering, the red-headed boy even explicitly told the guards to not let him pass because he was a side character and not important. Ian was so close to lunging at William and beating him up to a pulp. Unfortunately, the shepherd hadn't exited the gate and hid behind the guards that were watching over it. Est gave a light cough as he looked at Ian with an apologetic gaze. He then moved closer to Ian and whispered something in his ear. I'll ask him to let you pass after our meeting, Est whispered. Until then, stay here and take note of the people who tried to enter the gates aside from us. I believe that they are people who want to recruit William into their party. This is something that we cannot allow to happen, understood? Although Ian was still reluctant at being left out, he still nodded his head in acknowledgement. William had been a hot topic in the spirit and magic divisions. There were plenty of people who wanted to make him part of their team. The reason why they came here right after the ceremony was to ask William to join their party when they entered dungeons and domains in the future. The 3 children, Est, Ian, and Isaac knew full well how powerful William could be in a battle. If the other teams were to successfully poach him, wouldn't that lower their chances of clearing the hard dungeons that were available in the academy? This was something that they couldn't allow to happen. Understood. Ian nodded his head. He was someone who could think of the bigger picture. Thank you, Est replied. Don't worry, I'll convince him. Just make sure to stop butting heads with him after I succeed in the negotiations. Okay, Ian sighed. There was nothing he could do, but accept the fact that William was no longer an ordinary student that he could bully. He was the head prefect of a division, which meant that he had to give him some face in front of the public. Matthew and Leah were talking to William, but they were also paying close attention to Est and the twins that were always around him. Although they knew that they were William's friends, the 2 of them were still wary of their backgrounds. For them, William was too trusting. Since that was the case, they took it upon themselves to keep watch on the people that were trying to get close to him. What they didn't know was that Ella was a very good judge of character. Since she had already vouched for Est, Isaac, Ian, and Kenneth's temperament, William would definitely keep them in his inner circle of friends. Chapter 144, Collaboration. Big brother, I knew you were awesome, but I didn't know you were this awesome, William flattered his big brother, which made the latter pat his head affectionately. I thought that you would be keeping a low profile once you arrived at the capital, but it seems that you're not someone that wants to get ordered around, Matthew replied with a smile. Haha, I just want to keep Mama Ella with me all the time. I didn't think things through and made myself stand out by accident. I've already sent Grandpa a letter informing him that both of us have become head prefects. I'm sure that he'll be laughing out loud once he reads it. He will definitely not keep silent about it and brag about it to his friends and acquaintances. Yikes. William could already imagine his grandpa's smug expression as he told his friends that his two grandsons were the big shots in the Helen Royal Academy. Est and Isaac were only listening from the side, but they were surprised to find out that this person was related to William. Also, Matthew was their senior and also a head prefect in the Royal Academy. Est made a mental note to gather information about William's big brother once he returned to his dormitory room. Ah, big sister Leah, you've grown more beautiful since the last time I saw you, William complimented his big sister. He then glanced at his big brother and gave him a knowing smile. Big brother, if you don't keep watch over big sister, several bees will be attracted to her. Don't worry, even if they come in swarms, I'll just burn them all to the ground, Matthew answered with confidence. In the years that the two of them had stayed in the academy, several students, from different grades, would always confess their feelings to Leah. This was another reason why Matthew did his best to become the head prefect, so he could protect his fiancée from these obnoxious bugs. Yes, Leah became his fiancée after her father, Sebas, and his grandpa James, helped with the matchmaking. The two of them would get married at the end of their 4th year at the Royal Academy once they returned to Lant. If not for the fact that the two were truly in love with each other, Sebas might have convinced his daughter otherwise. Your way with words has greatly improved over the years, little Will. Leah teased. There are many in our department who have found you to their liking. Should I play matchmaker for you? Your big sister knows a lot of beautiful ladies. You can't. Est wasn't able to stop himself from voicing his protest out loud. When he realized what he had done, his face immediately flushed in embarrassment. William was surprised by Est's sudden outburst, but he just smiled and winked at his big sister Leah. Big sister, I'm not in a hurry to find a girlfriend right now, William replied. I came here, to the Royal Academy, to learn things, not to form a romantic relationship with anyone. Oh, Leah raised an eyebrow. Well, if you change your mind, you know where to find me. Big sister, if possible, introduce me to them some other time. I thought you didn't come here to form romantic relationships with anyone. Forming a romantic relationship and forming connections are two different things, William argued. It is best to know a lot of people so that you know who to talk to in case you need to ask for a favor. All right, Leah nodded her head in understanding. I'll introduce you to them when you're not too busy with your duties. Thank you, big sister, you are the best. William gave her a light hug, and the latter hugged him back. Kenneth returned with some snacks and refreshments and served them on the table. After becoming the head prefect of the first years, William was given a bigger room that fit his position. Naturally, he asked the instructors to allow Kenneth to remain his roommate, so the two were still living together. William and his guests ate their snacks while having random conversations. After half an hour, Matthew stood up from his seat and bid his goodbye. We can't stay here for long because I still have duties waiting for me back in the 4th year division. Matthew patted William's shoulder. However, if you have questions in regards to being a head prefect, don't hesitate to ask me. I will inform the guards to allow you to enter the premises. Thank you, big brother, William replied. When I encounter difficulties, I'll immediately go to you and ask for your help. Just don't go causing trouble. Of course not, I'm a good boy. William and Matthew exchanged a knowing glance before the latter nodded his head and left the room with Leah. As soon as he left, Est was finally able to breathe a sigh of relief. He was quite sensitive when it came to people observing him at a close distance. Because of this, he wasn't able to tell William the real reason for his visit. Now that the 3rd and 4th wheels were gone, Est finally decided to get right down to business. William, I came here to ask a favor from you, Est stated. Is this about Ian? William snorted. Fine, I'll allow him entry, but only when he is with you. I don't want him to go out of his way to visit the Martial Division just to bother me. Thank you, Est chuckled. However, that is not the main reason for my visit. No, I'm here to propose a collaboration. A collaboration? William tilted his head in confusion. What do you have in mind? It's something like this, Est started his explanation. Est told William that there would be monthly and quarterly assessments for each head prefect and they would be required to visit a dungeon or a domain once a month. For dungeons, having a party of 5 to 6 people was ideal. Est asked William to become part of his party permanently and not join the other parties that would later come to him and ask him to join them. William understood the gist of Est's proposal and readily agreed on it. He had fought side by side with Est and the twins in the past. By his standards, the three of them were very capable individuals and forming a party with them would bring benefits for him. He then looked at the delicate-looking boy who was seated next to him and asked for his opinion. "How about you, Kenneth?" William asked. "Do you want to join our team as well?" "Can I?" Kenneth answered. For him, as long as he was together with William, in order to observe him, he didn't mind tagging along in their party for dungeon and domain explorations. "Of course you can." William patted his chest. "With this, there are already 5 of us. However, I'm feeling a bit down." "Feeling down?" Est inquired. "Why?" William sighed. "A party made up of only boys. Are we going to form a boy band? How about we get a girl to join our party so that we will have a muse?" Although the 3 children didn't understand the term, boy band, they realized that what William said held some truth. Est and Isaac had mixed feelings about William's statement. They wanted to say something, but in the end, they held back and just sighed internally. "How about you invite Priscilla to join us?" Kenneth proposed. "With her skill, the strength of our party will improve by leaps and bounds." "Priscilla?" William crossed his arms over his chest as he considered his roommate's proposal. In regards to fighting ability, Priscilla is a good choice. However, William wasn't sure if adding her to their team was a good idea. "Let me consider it first," William said after careful thought. William then looked at his dependable Mama Ella. "She's good, but she's not loyal. How about her character?" "So, I see. Let's observe her for now then." Ella nodded her head in acknowledgement. Priscilla was a neutral person according to Ella's view. She could shift from being a good friend to becoming an enemy. Although she didn't say outright that Priscilla would become her baby's enemy, there was a 50-50 chance for that to happen. Ella wouldn't take the risk and allow Priscilla to join their team after she had carefully observed the person's behavior. Only when she had determined that Priscilla didn't pose any threat to her baby, then and only then would she give William the go signal and allow her to join their party. Seeing William's positive response to his invitation, Est felt that their victory was assured. With such a powerful shepherd on their side, getting a passing grade was already in the bag. "The first dungeon exploration will begin at the end of the month," Est stated. "Since we are only first years, there are only 3 dungeons available to us. The Orc Fortress, the Hound Bastion, and the Goblin Crypt. I'll come and find you once I get more information about the dungeons. Until then, I'll keep in touch." William didn't hear everything that Est had said. His mind froze when he heard the dungeon name, Goblin Crypt. Ella, who was lying beside William, opened her eyes wide. She then looked at her baby and found William looking back at her. Both of them were thinking about the same thing, and it was mainly due to the fact that they had entered the Goblin Crypt through the Ring of Conquest. "This needs further investigation," William thought as he unconsciously rubbed the ring on his finger. "I wonder if this Goblin Crypt is the same Goblin Crypt that I have been visiting for the last 13 years of my life." Chapter 145, Turn the Royal Academy Upside Down. "Good morning, Professor." "Good morning." "Good morning, Professor." "Good morning to you, too." A handsome, young man, who seemed to be in his early 20s, greeted the 2 students who were looking at him with a flushed expression. "Today is the first day of class," the handsome professor said with a smile. "If you don't hurry up, the 2 of you are going to be late. This is not a good trait that beautiful and talented girls, such yourselves, should possess." Although he said this in a stern manner, the smile on his face made the 2 girls feel their hearts beat wildly inside their chests. Seeing their reactions, the handsome professor sighed and took 4 candies from his pocket. "It can't be helped. Take these and be on your way." The 2 girls giggled and accepted the professor's gift. They then walked away while sneaking glances at their handsome professor. "Professor Carter is so dreamy. I wonder if he has a girlfriend." "He doesn't have a girlfriend. I had already asked around and this information has been confirmed." Handsome, talented, and the youngest professor in the Royal Academy, the pretty girl with shoulder-length brown sighed. "There are rumors that the king himself is planning to nurture him to become a high-ranking official." "Actually, that rumor is actually true," the girl's best friend replied as she looked around their surroundings. According to a reliable source, Professor Carter only needs to complete 1 year of teaching in the Royal Academy before he is taken as the assistant of the Prime Minister. Is this true? If yes, then I'd better get serious and catch his attention. Good luck, but the two of us are going to be rivals. Please, go easy on me, will you? Why don't we share him between the two of us? The pretty girl with brown hair proposed. That way, he will not be able to cheat on us even if there are other girls who plan to hook up with him. Sounds like a plan, the girl's best friend replied. Oh my gosh, this candy is so delicious. I wonder how it was made. You're right, the brown-haired girl agreed. This is probably a very expensive candy that is not sold in the capital. Maybe we can ask for more after classes end. What do you think? I like the sound of that. Remember, you're not allowed to take the lead. Deal. Carter was walking towards the dining hall when a sliver of power passed through his body. A smile appeared on his face because it meant that the two girls had eaten the candies that he had given them. By now, the suggestion magic that he had infused on those same candies had already planted a seed inside their subconscious minds. As they ate more of his candies, they would gradually fall into his hands and become willing slaves that would help him capture the peerless and talented girls inside the Helen Royal Academy. Aside from the two girls earlier, he had already given his candies to 4 others. He wasn't in a hurry to corrupt all of them because the school year had just started. He planned to take his time in training them. He wanted to mold their bodies and minds to be the perfect slaves that he could use to turn the Royal Academy upside down. William and Kenneth had arrived at the dining hall after taking a shower inside their dormitory room. The other students who had followed William in their training were, surprisingly, sharing the same table with them. Priscilla was seated across from William and Kenneth as she ate her sandwich in peace. Since she was the vice prefect of the first years, it was only natural for her to be seen with William. However, what the shepherd didn't understand was that, aside from her, Spencer, Drake, and the boy named Conrad, along with his lackeys, were seated at the same table as him. Just like Priscilla, Spencer and Drake were seated across William, while Conrad sat beside him. William didn't say anything, because although it was odd, all of them were in the same school year. Since he couldn't reserve the entire table as his own, having people with familiar faces around him was the next best thing. Head Prefect, you said that in a month's time, you will choose the new batch of officers, isn't that right? Drake asked. Yes, William replied with a smile. Are you interested? Very interested. Then you have to do your best. I will only pick capable individuals, William stated. However, the way you are now, you won't qualify for any position I have in mind. Why? Drake inquired. I am confident in my strength. The other students who were eating inside the dining hall perked their ears to listen to their conversation. Earlier, the dining hall was still noisy, but now, only the sounds of utensils moving could be heard. Strength alone doesn't win battles, William answered. I already mentioned this in my speech when I became head prefect. Besides, individual battles are going to be rare starting from this point onwards. If you want to have a position, you must learn to cooperate in group battles. Matthew had already given William some pointers on how to be a good head prefect. As someone who had held the position for 4 straight years, Matthew was well aware of how difficult it was to maintain his position. Because of this, he didn't skimp on anything and told William exactly what he needed to do in order to succeed. Are you talking about the interdivision battles? Spencer asked. Yes and no, William replied as he drank his fruit juice. Aside from the battle against other divisions, we are also required to complete missions from the Academy. Although you can do these missions alone, it will be faster if you do it with a group of people. Think of this as a form of training. But forming teams is only for the weak, Drake mumbled. I want to be like the Sword Saint who protects the borders of the Helen Kingdom. With him alone, the armies of the other 4 kingdoms dare not enter our territory. I want that kind of power. William patted Drake's shoulder and said good luck. He was not against the notion of walking the lonely path towards the peak of the mortal realm. In fact, this was the path that William initially decided to take when he was born in this world. However, he was not meant to travel that lonely path. In this lifetime, he had his mama Ella, and 13 other goats who were willing to fight by his side. With such a loving family backing him up, how could he possibly abandon them and move forward on his own? Head Prefect, do you want to form a team with us for the upcoming dungeon exploration? Conrad asked. About that, I want Priscilla, Spencer, Drake, and you to form your own teams, William answered. I am looking for qualified generals that will help me command our entire division during the battles that we will face in the future. The students who heard William's words nodded their heads in understanding. The domain and dungeon explorations were an integral part of the Academy's teaching. Aside from taking missions that would require them to travel outside the Academy, the dungeon and domain explorations would help them sharpen their fighting abilities. Can we recruit students from other divisions? Priscilla asked after finishing her sandwich. Or must we rely only on the students of the martial class division? Feel free to recruit students from the other divisions, William answered. The ideal is to form a permanent team with people you can trust. Although all the divisions are our rivals, that doesn't mean that they are our enemy. All students were required to take missions twice a month. By doing this, they would be able to earn Academy points that they could exchange for special items from the Academy's exchange shop. Once the students had obtained enough Academy points, they would be able to buy rare weapons, ability scrolls, enchanted armors, and other items that would help strengthen their bodies and raise their ranks. Top performers of each year grade would be given a special reward by the instructors on a quarterly basis. How about you, Head Prefect? Drake asked. Who will you be teaming up with during the dungeon explorations? William finished chewing an apple before answering Drake's question. He had no intention of hiding his relationship with Est and the rest, so it was best to come clean to avoid future misunderstandings. The head prefect of the magic division begged me to form a party with them, William said in an arrogant manner. Since I am a refined, elegant, and charismatic person, it was hard for me to reject his offer. The students inside the dining hall pretended that they didn't hear the part about their head prefect being refined, elegant, and charismatic. They focused more on the part where the head prefect of the magic division begged William to form a party with them. A permanent party? Priscilla asked. How many members do you have? 5. William spread out the fingers in his left hand. Kenneth is included in my party as well. The students in the dining hall gave Kenneth sneaking glances that were filled with envy. To be personally added to the party of the head prefect means that William had already taken Kenneth under his wing. There were many students who wished they could swap places with Kenneth, but hurriedly tossed this idea to the side. They wanted to be like William. If a shepherd, who had spent his days tending sheep and goats, could become a head prefect, then they, too, could become officers using their own powers. After his speech, William had unknowingly become the idol of the commoners in the Royal Academy. They looked at him favorably because he was just like them, a common person who rose through the ranks due to his hard work. William was feeling smug because everyone was seriously listening to his every word. This had never happened to him before, and it was usually he who needed to listen to others in a serious manner. The shepherd enjoyed this moment of happiness, unaware that he would be caught inside the storm that was brewing inside the Royal Academy. Chapter 146. Don't hold back and crush them. 2 weeks had passed and William finally got used to his daily life in the academy. The lessons were very informative, especially the class that described the wild spirit beasts that roamed around the southern continent. William took these lessons seriously. He memorized the safe way on how to fight against these beasts as well as their weaknesses. Since he had no powers right now, knowing this kind of information would be beneficial for him. Today, Grant took the first years to the Colosseum in order to teach them the proper way to fight mages. All the first years lined up in a row, while Grant and Andy looked at them with serious expressions on their faces. Do any of you know how to effectively fight against mages? Andy asked. Spencer raised his hand and stepped forward. Sir, the best way to fight mages is to get close to them. Once you engage them in close combat, most mages will start to panic. Once that happens, it will be easy to neutralize them. Andy smiled. He didn't agree nor disagree with Spencer's answer. While it is indeed true that fighting mages in close combat will help you defeat them, this is not always the case, Andy answered. Only people who are confident with their close combat skills will be able to pull it off. Anyone else have an answer? Priscilla raised her hand and gave her opinion about the matter. The spells of mages have an effective range. Even if they cast powerful spells, they will disappear once they reach a certain distance. Andy smiled and nodded his head. A textbook answer, but only those who are proficient with their archery skills will be able to say these things. Is there anyone else who can give me an answer? Andy's gaze landed on William, who had his eyes closed while caressing the side of the Angorian goat beside him. William, what do you think? Andy asked. How can a martial fighter fight against a mage? William opened his eyes as he looked at Andy with a smile. The answer to this question is really simple, William replied. It will depend on certain conditions and the ability of the one who is fighting against the mage. There is no clear-cut answer on how to fight mages, but as martial fighters, you must consider everything including the weather, the terrain, and even the mentality of your opponent. If you think that you have no chance of winning, then you should just run and escape. William smirked and added a few more words. If you think that running away is shameful, you can just pay them back once you become a saint. By then, even archmages would have to think twice when fighting against you. Brent clapped his hands. Good answer. Physically, mages are at a disadvantage because they rely more on their magic power, compared to their physical prowess. However, don't forget, there are mages who are proficient in wielding weapons too. Magic swordsmen, battle mages and the likes are good examples of magicians who can fight in close quarters with an expert fighter. In short, the one who is going to win is the one with more battle experience. Once you've become proficient in fighting mages, you will learn a few tricks on how to neutralize their strong offensive magical powers. Brent gave everyone an encouraging smile as he looked at the other side of the stadium. Today, we are having a joint class with the first-year Magic Division classes. This is a good opportunity for all of you to learn how to fight against mages, and they in turn, will learn how to fight against martial fighters. Make sure to open your eyes and learn from this experience. It is not every day that we can use terrain like the Colosseum to fight in a real battle against mages. Just as Grant finished his speech, the Magic Class Division, led by Est, entered the stadium. The haughty mages looked at the warriors of the martial class with arrogant expressions. Some of the students of the martial class frowned, but they didn't say anything and simply watched them from a distance. It had been a widely accepted rule that magicians would always be superior to those who didn't have the ability to wield magic. Today, you are going to learn how to fight against fighters, Layla explained. This is a joint class with the martial classes, so make sure to observe them carefully. Although they don't have magic powers, that doesn't necessarily mean that they are pushovers. Remember, a single arrow can end your life if you are not careful. Don't worry, Professor Layla, a handsome boy, who seemed to be a noble, said as he flicked his hair with confidence. As one of the generals of the Magic Division, I'll show you how to handle these small fries. I'll be looking at your performance then, Sir Edward, Layla said with a smile. However, her smile never reached her eyes. She was someone who hated arrogant nobles the most. You can count on me, Professor. Edward gazed at the martial class as if he was looking at a bunch of bugs that he could easily crush under his foot. Edward Yule Eric, grade S talent in magic, and second son of Marquis Eric, Est thought. According to the information, he is the most promising among the first years when it comes to magic affinity. Est, Ian, and Isaac only had grade A affinity to magic. Compared to them, Edward was a level higher and his family had gone all out to give him the necessary resources in order to pave the way for a future archmage. Let's see what you can do. Est smiled. He wanted to see just how capable his second-in-command was. Honestly, Est was hoping that the one who would get to fight Edward was William. Although the latter's power had been sealed, Est wanted to see just how much he had grown over the few years that they hadn't seen each other. A few minutes later, Brent, Layla, and Andy met at the center of the Colosseum and exchanged pleasantries. Looks like you're not having it easy, Layla, Brent teased. You're starting to look your age. You better apply your night cream before going to sleep. Layla sighed and nodded. These brats will be the death of me. I hope your students can bring them down a peg, so they will understand that they are not the center of the universe. Oi, you're supposed to side with your students, Andy reprimanded her. Are you sure you want your own class to suffer a loss? It might reflect badly on you as their teacher. Don't worry, even if that really happens, so what? Layla replied. I can simply say, aren't you ashamed that you got beaten up by the same magicless warriors you ridicule every day? As long as I say that, everyone will shut their traps and just focus on their magic training. Brent and Andy shared a knowing glance and shook their heads helplessly. Layla was quite brutal to her students, but this was the right way to curb their arrogance while they were still young. Of course, they were also worried about their own students because magicians were not pushovers. Let's just make this a challenge match, Layla proposed. We will take turns in challenging each other. You guys can start first. Okay, Brent nodded. This sounds like a good plan. The three instructors returned to their respective divisions and explained the rules of the exchange of pointers. Both sides could choose to fight one-on-one, or in a group battle. Just like what happened when the martial class elected their vice prefect, the magic formation inside the Colosseum would prevent anyone from dying. With this assurance, both sides would be able to unleash their full power without worrying about their opponent's safety. "We will be the first one to challenge them," Grant said with a serious expression. "Who wants to take the first victory for our martial class?" "Me." "No, I will do it. Step back, I'll handle this." Drake, Spencer, and Conrad were itching to teach the mages a lesson or two about fighting strong fighters like them. Everyone was getting heated up, and even Grant was starting to have a headache about who to choose. It was then that a lazy voice spoke out and gave out an order. "Priscilla, you will fight first," William ordered. "Don't hold back, and crush them." Since the head prefect had spoken, everyone reluctantly stepped back and stared at the beautiful girl carrying a bow behind her back. They had recognized Priscilla's strength during the vice prefect competition, so none of them thought that William's decision was out of place. Priscilla didn't say anything and stepped forward. She then looked at the magic class division and issued a challenge. "My name is Priscilla Norell Grandfall," Priscilla declared. "I am the vice prefect of the Solaris Martial Division. I would like to challenge the vice prefect of the Magic Division." Edward grinned when he saw the beautiful girl who had dared to challenge him. He then swaggered forward and gave Priscilla a smirk. "I guess the martial class is not lacking in beautiful girls. Since you dared to challenge me, how about we make a little bet? If I win, you will become my subordinate. Don't worry, I will treat you really well. What do you say?" Priscilla sneered as he gazed at the handsome blonde-haired boy in front of her. "I don't mind. But, if I win, you will become my subordinate. What do you say?" "Ha, you've got guts." Edward grinned. "Very well, I accept your condition. Let everyone here be a witness." After making his declaration, Edward took out a golden magic staff from his storage ring. It looked so cool and amazing that William was very tempted to touch it and see if he would be able to learn a new job class from it. Priscilla held the bow in her hand and gazed fearlessly at the arrogant boy in front of her. With a glance, everyone could tell that she was not the least bit nervous about the bet they had just made. William smirked when he saw this scene. Although Priscilla lost to him, he was sure that the girl still hadn't used all of her hidden aces during their battle. William and Est exchanged a glance and smiled at each other. This was not only a contest between their divisions. This was a fight between the two of them as well. Chapter 147, Might Over Magic, Part 1. Edward appraised the beautiful girl in front of him from head to toe. He really liked Priscilla's beauty and the cold and fearless gaze that she was giving him. It made him want to defeat her, so that he could make her his subordinate. For some reason, there was something about her eyes that made him want to break her until she willingly knelt in front of him and declared her undying loyalty for his cause. He then gripped his staff and started to channel his magic power in preparation for their battle. "Are both of you ready?" Layla asked. Priscilla and Edward nodded their heads in unison. "Very well." Layla nodded. "Battle start." Edward immediately unleashed a storm of wind blades that headed towards Priscilla without mercy. The girl archer simply lowered her body and dashed to her left to evade the overwhelming attack. Edward sneered because he had already anticipated this move coming from her. He then activated the spell that he had prepared beforehand. Earth spikes protruded out of the ground and they appeared in the direction where Priscilla planned to make her escape. Dual element affinity. Not bad, Brent muttered as he watched the battle. At least he has the ability to back up his arrogance. Even Layla, who hated Edward's arrogant attitude, had to admit that he was a very talented mage. Earth and air, what a weird combination, Andy commented as he looked at the black-haired girl who seemed to be at a disadvantage. Even so, it is far from enough to defeat her. As Andy said these words, Priscilla stomped on the ground and jumped high into the air. She then fired 3 consecutive arrows that flew in an elegant arc towards the handsome boy who still had a confident smile on his face. Edward waved his hand and a barrier made of wind surrounded him. He thought that it was enough to block Priscilla's futile attempt at a counterattack. The moment the arrows touched the barrier, they exploded into dazzling flashes of light that blinded Edward, which made him lose his concentration. This move, Spencer winced. How could he possibly forget the move that Priscilla used on him during the battle at the Colosseum? The string on Priscilla's bow glowed as she fired another arrow the moment she landed. Edward knew that he was at a disadvantage, so he immediately tapped the ground under him with his staff. A dome made of earth surrounded him. It was a powerful defensive spell that could fend off most attacks as long as they didn't exceed the caster's magic power. Priscilla's arrow connected with the earth dome and exploded. The arrow that the black-haired girl used was an exploding arrow that detonated upon impact. A small hole, the size of a basketball, appeared on the dome protecting Edward. Before the boy could cast another defensive spell, the sound of the wind whistling reached his ears. That was the last sound he heard before an arrow pierced his forehead and passed through to the other side of his head. Edward fell to the ground, dead, and turned into particles of light. The Earth Dome disappeared and the students of the martial class shouted and cheered for their vice prefect with all their might. Long live Priscilla! Long live our vice prefect! Edward reappeared on the side of the magic division with a dejected face. Everything happened so fast that he was unable to accept how easily he lost against a mere girl from the martial class division. Good job, William said as he gave Priscilla a thumbs up. Priscilla only nodded her head before she returned to her position behind the red-headed boy. The martial class students were looking at their warrior princesses with admiration and respect. They knew that Priscilla was strong, but they didn't know that she was that strong. Est looked at Edward with a complicated expression on his face. The head prefect of the magic division class had wanted Edward to be taken down a peg due to his arrogance. However, when it actually happened, the only thing Est felt was bitterness. He had to admit that Edward represented the magic division class. His loss was the loss of the magic division as a whole. Young master, let me fight next, Ian stepped forward. I will definitely win this round. Who are you going to challenge? Est asked without looking back at his loyal retainer. The moment Ian spoke up, he already knew who Ian wanted to fight in the martial class. I'll fight William, Ian answered with a serious expression. Believe in me, young master. I can defeat him, are you sure about that? This time, Est turned his head to look at Ian's eyes. How confident are you in defeating him? The seriousness in Est's eyes made Ian unconsciously take a step back. William's bickering buddy wanted to say that he had a 100% assurance that he could win the battle against William. But he knew that this was not the case. William's strength lay in his unpredictability. Even Ian had to acknowledge that even if he used his full powers, he wouldn't be able to accomplish the things that William had done in the past. Ian couldn't possibly defeat a ruler of the forest which was said to be, at the very least, in the middle tier of the grade B threat rankings. I will do my best. Ian gritted his teeth and answered. Est shook his head and faced the students of the magic division. It is now our turn to issue a challenge. Who among you wants to fight? I will fight. A girl with long blonde hair that reached down to her waist walked forward. She was one of the most beautiful girls among the first years in the magic division. Priscilla might be called as the warrior princess in the martial division class, but this beautiful blonde girl also held a title in the magic division. She was the steel princess that was said to be impregnable. Men of culture, please, behave yourselves. I will secure victory for our division, the beautiful girl stated. Est nodded his head. Do your best, Wendy. Don't worry, head prefect. Leave everything to me, Wendy declared, but everyone could see that her cheeks had flushed a beet red while she talked to Est. In order to prevent anyone from seeing her expression, she hurriedly walked towards the center of the Colosseum as she steadied her breathing. When she arrived at her destination, she had already regained her calm. Her eyes landed on the handsome boy in the martial class who was also staring back at her. Big brother, come, Wendy said as she summoned a spear in her hand. Show me how much you have improved after you ran away from home. Looks like it's my turn to fight. William raised his chin in an arrogant manner as he took a step forward to fight the beauty that was waiting at the center of the Colosseum. However, he was only able to take 5 steps when a hand grabbed the back of his robe and pulled him back. That is my little sister, Spencer commented. I am her twin and she is calling out to me, not you, head prefect. What, you are that beautiful girl's big brother? William eyed Spencer from head to toe. You don't look alike. Several students of the martial class also nodded their heads in agreement to William's words. Although Spencer was cool-looking, the girl's beauty was at least 2 levels above him. I've been hearing that all my life. Spencer sighed as he stepped forward. Head prefect, I apologize in advance. William nodded his head in understanding. Don't worry, do what you have to do. Introduce me to your little sister later. No, Spencer stared at the face of his twin, whom he hadn't seen for half a year. It had been that long since he ran away from home because he wasn't able to tolerate the ridicule from his relatives. Since he couldn't fight them due to his father's position, he chose to run away in order to prevent both sides from having a confrontation. "Have you been well, Wendy?" Spencer asked. "No," Wendy answered. "You shouldn't have run away, big brother. It only made uncle and auntie more arrogant." "Let them be arrogant." Spencer closed his eyes as if to push the negative thoughts to the back of his mind. "That is the only thing they can do. They wouldn't dare to escalate things, or else they would not be able to handle the consequences. Even so, they still irritate me." Wendy gnashed her teeth in anger. The hands that were holding her spear were trembling due to the rage she was feeling in her heart. "Since you already called me out, let's just fight." Spencer opened his eyes and summoned his own spear. "Come. Show me if you have gotten stronger since the last time I saw you." Wendy's blue eyes turned light red as she circulated the magic power inside her body. The blade of her spear enlarged. Instead of a spear, Wendy seemed to be holding a giant curved dagger in her hands. "Big brother, I will fight seriously. You'd better not hold back. Enough talk, let's fight." Spencer spun the spear in his hand as he took a fighting stance. Both combatants stared at each other as they waited for Layla to declare the start of their battle. "Ready." Layla nodded and raised her hand. Battle start. Chapter 148, Might Over Magic, Part 2. When Layla announced the start of the battle, the first thing that Spencer did was to take a few steps backwards. The students of the martial class didn't understand why he acted this way. However, they soon found out the reason for their representative's actions. Several 2-meter-tall steel spikes protruded in a straight line from the place where Spencer stood a while ago. "Slaughter domain," Wendy shouted as she stabbed her spear towards the ground. Her magical power exploded and hundreds of steel spikes appeared all over the Colosseum. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that the entire battleground was similar to the back of a porcupine that had all its quills standing up. Spencer found himself inside a steel forest with no path to advance nor retreat. This was not the first time that Wendy had used this move against him, but, back then, she didn't intend to hurt him. Now it was different. Spencer could feel the pent-up anger in his twin sister's words earlier and knew that she wanted to vent her frustrations on him. Even though Spencer was quite a capable fighter, he really couldn't find it in his heart to hurt his little sister. The cool-looking boy channeled his strength into his spear and spun it around him, creating a whirling storm. The steel around him was sliced off like bamboo poles as he advanced towards his sister, who was looking at him from the center of the Colosseum. Wendy jabbed the spear in her hand in her big brother's direction and the slaughter domain answered her call. The steel spikes shot out from the ground and rained down on Spencer like a hail of arrows. Spencer roared and spun his spear in front of him to deflect the incoming barrage. Tinkling sounds could be heard as Spencer's spear deflected the downpour of steel spikes that seemed to be unending. It was then that he heard a mighty roar as the steel that he had deflected flew up into the air to form a blade liger. "She's really going all out," Spencer thought as he gritted his teeth. The blade liger roared once more before charging towards him with a vengeance. It was over 4 meters tall and each part of it was as deadly as Wendy's eyes, who were looking at him with the intention to kill. "Good thing I don't have a little sister." William gulped as he watched this scene unfold. "Mama, our little Eve is a good girl, right? She won't do these kinds of things to me when she grows up, right? Phew, I better send her some candies in our next package headed for Lant." Spencer did his best to resist the attacks of the steel rain and the blade liger, but it was to no avail. Actually, it was not impossible to win the battle. However, he would have to force himself to kill his little sister. This was something that Spencer couldn't do even if there was an enchantment inside the Colosseum. Soon, the steel spears embedded themselves inside his body. Spencer did his best to protect his vitals as he fended off the persistent attack of the blade liger. William sighed as he closed his eyes. The cool-looking boy had already apologized to him. Spencer had no intention of winning the battle. His purpose in accepting the challenge was to endure his little sister's hatred and try to ease her heartache. "Me," Ella bleated softly as if to tell William that the battle was over. Spencer's body turned into particles of light and the members of the magic division cheered for their victory. "This leaves a bad aftertaste," Drake spat on the ground. Although he felt bitter, he had already seen the outcome of the battle when he saw Spencer's lonely back as he went to confront his little sister. That was the back of a man that had no intention of winning. It was not only him, Conrad and his lackeys had spent a lot of time with Spencer, Drake, and Priscilla during the past 2 weeks. Their relationship had grown a bit closer and, although they were still rivals, they had accepted each other as members of the martial class division. Head Prefect, allow me to fight next, Drake said as he stepped forward. Go. William waved his hand. Show them the might of our martial class division. Drake grunted in affirmation as he took center stage. His eyes then locked on Est, who was standing in front of the magic class division. He wanted to challenge him, but he was afraid that William wanted to fight Est as well. As if sensing his hesitation, William called out from behind him. Challenge anyone you like, William ordered. Don't worry, even if you lose, I am more than enough to secure our win. Drake silently thanked William inside his heart as he pointed his greatsword towards Est. I, Drake V. Craig, challenge the head prefect of the magic class division, Drake shouted. Do you dare to accept my challenge? Est glanced at William, and the latter only gave him the thumbs up sign. Seeing that William had no intention of interfering in the challenge, Est nodded his head and walked forward to meet the one who challenged him. Go head prefect, beat that ugly boy and show them the power of mages. Show them our superior might. The students of the magic class division cheered for their handsome head prefect. Although they didn't know who Drake was, they were sure that their head prefect wouldn't lose to a muscle-brained barbarian boy. Est gave Drake a brief nod of acknowledgement as he unsheathed Rhapsody, the sword that was given to him by the goddess Astrid. The sword rang the moment its body had been fully exposed, as if announcing its presence to the world. Est took a pose holding Rhapsody in his right hand, while holding the sheath in the other. With a glance, one could tell that he planned to fight using both of them at the same time. Dual wielding, not bad, William grinned. I guess the battle against the Cyclops made you realize your shortcomings. This is gonna be good. William focused his attention on the battle that was about to take place. It had been 4 years since he last saw Est fight, and he was hoping that his first friend outside of Lant had grown stronger. There were only a few people that he could trust inside the academy, and Est was one of them. Chapter 149, This is why they are called heroes. Battle start. As Layla said those words, Drake charged forwards like a raging bull freed from its pen. The greatsword in his hand glistened in the sunlight as he closed the gap between him and his opponent. Est, on the other hand, didn't retreat. Instead, he also charged forward, which made the students of the Magic Division class cry out in alarm. The clash of steel reverberated inside the Colosseum as both sides collided. Est felt his hand go numb due to his opponent's superior strength. He knew that he would be at a disadvantage if he exchanged blows with Drake, but he didn't back down. His left hand, which was holding the sheath, slashed towards the side of Drake's body, forcing him to take a step back. After regaining his footing, Drake held his greatsword with both hands as he counterattacked with the intention to cleave Est apart. William raised an eyebrow when he noticed that Est was planning to trade blows with Drake in close combat. A humming sound reached everyone's ears as the sword in Est's hand started to glow. Est's unwavering gaze never left his opponent as the sword in his hand buzzed in anticipation. Rhapsody met Drake's full-powered strike, and the resounding clash created a shockwave that pushed both combatants away from each other. As soon as Est regained his footing, he lunged forward with his sheath right in front of him. Drake took a while to recover from the clash. A part of him couldn't accept that his full-powered attack was brushed off so easily, but he knew that he was fighting against a magic swordsman, so this was not surprising. I guess I have to get serious, Drake thought as he gripped the greatsword in his hand. Gathering his strength, a burst of red light exploded from his body. He then pressed a hand on the back of his sword before cleaving the space in front of him. Est's sixth sense screamed of danger as he hurriedly jumped to the side to dodge whatever invisible attack was headed his way. The ground beside him exploded, sending soil and grass flying in every direction. When the dust cleared up, a 6-meter crater appeared where Est stood a while ago. Est didn't bother to look at the scale of Drake's attack for an extended time, because his opponent was not finished yet. Drake waved the greatsword in his hands like a fly swatter. Est had to concentrate in order to avoid Drake's powerful attacks. He can't do this forever, Est thought as he used his superior speed and flexibility to avoid another invisible strike from the boy who seemed to be using all the strength in his body to maintain his barrage. Wow, what a scary kid, Layla praised as she eyed Drake with a smile. How old is he? How is he able to use the initial stages of sword aura and sword intent at such a young age? He's 16 this year, Brent answered. I believe that his master trained him in the mountains for 2 years, so he was late in enrolling at the academy. He didn't use this when fighting against Priscilla, William thought as he looked at the older boy who was hell-bent on winning against Est. I guess this is one of his trump cards. It seems that Spencer's loss angered him, and he's now going all out. Drake wasn't just attacking randomly. He was carefully observing Est's reactions as he continued his barrage of attacks. His sword aura only lasted for 3 minutes, so he was preparing to unleash his true strike at the perfect moment. Est gritted his teeth as he was forced to jump into the air to avoid Drake's latest strike since it gave him no room to maneuver. Seeing his opponent jump into the air, Drake prepared to unleash the coup de grace that would end their battle. Sky-shattering strike, Drake roared as he unleashed every bit of his strength into this final move. An image of a 5-meter red lion appeared in front of him and roared. It then changed into a ray of crimson light that shot towards Est, who was still in midair. Ironically, Est was also thinking of the same thing. When he jumped into the air, he was already in the process of unleashing one of his strongest blade skills. A golden aura surrounded Est's sword as he, too, used his sword aura. Rhapsody buzzed in his hand as if telling its owner that it was ready anytime. Your future rests on the orders of the divine, Est said firmly as the sword aura surrounding Rhapsody grew brighter. Lay down your life to these hands of mine. Divine burst, Est shouted as he thrust his sword forward. Rhapsody unleashed a blast of golden light that shot out from its tip. The sky-shattering strike and the divine burst collided in midair. Both sword energies started to push against each other in a battle of supremacy between sword intents. Drake's feet skidded on the ground as he roared to empower his attack. Est, too, roared as his hair fluttered in the wind. William watched the battle with his arms crossed over his chest. He could tell that Est was very different from the boy he had met in the past. The red-headed boy understood the message that Est was trying to convey to him in this battle. 4 years ago, Est could only watch helplessly as William fought against the mountain troll. During the battle against the Cyclops, it was also William who made the ultimate sacrifice in order to help him clear the trial. Even though it didn't show in his face, deep down in his heart, Est hated himself for being weak. He hated himself for always being the one to be protected, while others suffered in his place. During the years that he hadn't seen William, he never stopped training. He did this, so that the next time he met William, he wouldn't have to depend on him to fight his battles. Est wanted to fight his own battles and use his own 2 hands to overcome any challenges that come his way. Break through it, divine burst, Est shouted and the golden beam of light intensified. The sound of something breaking reverberated in the Colosseum as the sky-shattering strike shattered into particles of light. Est's divine burst swallowed Drake's body and obliterated it completely. A mighty roar came from the Magic Division class as they looked at their head prefect with star-struck gazes. Est landed safely on the ground and used his sword and sheath to support his body. The cheers of the Magic Division reached his ears, but he didn't react to it. Instead, his gaze sought out the red-headed boy on the opposite side of the stadium. Happiness bubbled up in his chest when he saw William clapping his hands together while mouthing something. Est smiled. He was able to read William's lips, and it made him feel that all of his hard work had paid off. Following their head prefect, the students of the martial classes gave a round of applause to both fighters. Seeing the other side's reaction, the Magic Division decided to follow suit. They also applauded Drake's and Est's impressive performance. Even Grant, Layla, and Andy were clapping their hands together. Drake had already materialized beside William, and the 16-year-old warrior sat on the grass with a dejected expression. "Can't you hear it?" William asked as he patted Drake's shoulder. "Everyone is applauding you for your performance. Why are you feeling down?" Drake didn't raise his head and simply answered, "Because I lost." "Yes, you lost," William answered. "Is this the first time that you've lost? Then why are you acting like it's your first time?" William crossed his arms over his chest as he looked at the Magic Division class. "I've lost many times as well. However, that didn't stop me from moving forward. As long as you are alive, you will have plenty of opportunities to lose. You will have plenty of opportunities to learn from those losses. Did you know, the boy you fought earlier has also suffered losses in the past? However, despite those losses, he didn't stop moving forward." William started to walk towards the center of the arena. However, he stopped as if he had forgotten to tell his class something important. He then faced the students of the martial class who were looking at him with a serious expression. Est, who was standing in front of the magic class division, smiled when he heard William's words. He had said the same thing to him 4 years ago when they were facing off against the Cyclops in the Trial of Courage. The students of the martial class gazed at their head prefect, who had resumed walking towards the center of the Colosseum with complicated expressions. Ella hesitated for a while before running towards her baby. William grinned when his mama appeared beside him. "You want to fight with me, mama?" "Okay," William said as he rested his hand on his mama's back. "Let's show them the power of Lant." Chapter 150, Valuable Lessons. "I am the head prefect of the martial class division," William announced. "I would like to fight a 2-on-2 battle with the magic class division. Is there anyone who wants to accept my challenge?" Est turned his head to look at his 2 retainers. Ian and Isaac averted their gaze and pretended to look at the sky. The twins were not afraid to fight against William. What they were afraid of was fighting against Ella. They had seen her true form, and both knew that none of them could fight her even if they gave everything they got. They were Est's left and right-hand men, and they didn't want to lose in a bad manner in front of the Magic Division class. Est understood their concern. He also didn't want Ian and Isaac to fight against William because he felt that there was no chance of winning. The handsome brown-haired boy looked at the other members of the Magic Division who were raring to fight William and sighed inside his heart. Ignorance is truly bliss, Est thought. I wonder who I should send. While Est was deep in thought, 2 towering students stepped forward from the back of the Magic Division. They were the tallest and oldest members of the first years, and none of the students dared to provoke them. "Head Prefect, allow us the honor of winning this battle for our division," a sturdy teenager who was almost 2 meters tall said with a confident smile plastered on his face. "This will be a piece of cake. Isn't that right, bro?" "More like a piece of pie," a teenager replied with a smirk. "It's not every day we get to step on a head prefect's head. I'm sure that this will make the 2 of us famous." "Ha ha ha." Est used all his willpower not to roll his eyes at the 2 teenage twins who thought that they could easily beat William. The names of the twins were Brutus and Bruno. Both of them were 18 years old and only passed the enrollment test of the Royal Academy after failing repeatedly for 3 years. The minimum age to gain entry to the academy was 14 years old. Anyone who reached this age would be eligible to partake in the trials for enrollment. However, among the thousands of enrollees, only a few managed to pass through the gates of the Royal Academy each year. Those who failed their tests would come back again next year in order to try their luck. The academy had seen many such students, but they didn't care as long as they didn't exceed the maximum age limit of 18 years old. Priscilla and Spencer were 15, while Drake was 16. There were also a few 18-year-olds among the martial classes, so Brutus and Bruno's circumstances were not really that rare in the academy. Although they were older compared to their peers, the fact that they had managed to enroll at the academy proved that they had potential. Even if they had to attempt to enroll consecutive times before succeeding. "Go. However, be careful," Est replied. "The head prefect of the martial class is not a pushover." "Don't worry, head prefect." Brutus smiled. "My brother and I are very experienced in group battles. Have more faith in us." "That's right." Bruno nodded his head. "When this battle is over, the martial class won't be able to raise their heads in front of us again." The towering twins walked towards the center of the battlefield with arrogant expressions. What they didn't know was that Est, Ian, and Isaac had already lit incense for their corpses deep inside their hearts. Brutus and Bruno stopped walking when they were only 50 meters away from William. They then summoned their staves and declared their names. "I am Brutus Mac Kaiser. I am Bruno Mac Kaiser. Together we are the Twin Towers of Kaiser." Although the 2 of them only had average faces, they were by no means ugly. Their short gray hair and sharp features made them look charming in their own way. Both of them released a powerful presence that was quite common among mercenary groups. William clapped his hands in amusement as he looked at the 2 cannon fodders who were about to meet his mama's hoof and horns. "Amazing. The 2 of you look so powerful," William praised. "Are you perhaps the strongest in the Magic Division class?" Brutus grinned and looked at the red-headed boy who was pleasing to his eyes. "Well, I wouldn't say that we are the strongest. But, we are definitely in the top 10, Bruno finished his brother's sentence. He, too, grinned and eyed William. "Boy, since we are older than you, allow me to give you some advice." "What does the senior brother want to teach this humble shepherd?" William inquired. He looked so refined, elegant, and charismatic, that even the arrogant twin brothers didn't want to humiliate him too much in front of the crowd. Admitting defeat at an earlier time is better than suffering from a beating, Bruno said with the "I am a good person" look on his face. I hope that Mr. Head Prefect will remember this during our battle. I thanked senior brother Bruno for his advice. William nodded in acknowledgement. I will admit defeat when I think that there is no chance of winning. That is good, Brutus smirked. Let's have a friendly fight. Yes, let's. William agreed. The three people smiled at each other as if they were lifelong friends who were about to have a friendly spar. Ella, who was watching this banter from the side, felt her hoof itch. She was itching to kick the two teenage boys to Kingdom Come. Are all of you ready? Layla asked. She was quite amused by the pleasantries that both sides shared before starting their battle. Very well. Layla raised her hand. Battle start. Multiple stone bullets. Multiple firebolts. Although they acted carefree and arrogant, Brutus and Bruno never underestimated William. The position of head prefect could not be bought by money or influence. It was a position that could only be obtained through a competition. Since William was the head prefect of the martial class, it meant that he had the ability to back it up. The twins didn't know his capabilities, so they decided to overwhelm him by using the magic combination that they had perfected over the years. William started to run towards his right to evade the unbelievable display of magic and control from the twins whom he labeled as cannon fodders. If William still had his magic power, he would have been able to counter this attack. However, since it was sealed, he was forced to distance himself from the combined attack of his opponents. It was right at that moment when Ella made her move. Her hooves and horns glowed in a bluish hue as she charged towards Brutus like an arrow in flight. The twins had been paying attention to both William and Ella, so the moment she made her move, Brutus immediately constructed consecutive layers of earth walls to stop her advance. He thought that this was enough to block a little goat. It was the biggest mistake he made in his life. Ella broke each earth wall as if it was made of paper and continued her wild charge. Although she looked like a harmless goat right now, her stats were the same as her war ibex form. Even if she couldn't use her massive horns to inflict serious damage, her current horns were more than enough to demolish everything that the twins could throw at her. The jaws of the students of the martial class and the magic class dropped down in disbelief. Some of them even rubbed their eyes in an attempt to see if they were hallucinating. When Ella tore down the last earth wall, Brutus immediately stabbed his staff forward. Boulder crash. A 2-meter-tall boulder appeared in front of Brutus and flew in Ella's direction. Ella stomped her front hooves on the ground and delivered a back kick towards the boulder. Just like a volleyball ball that was hit by a powerful spike, the boulder flew back to where it came from. Gwa! Brutus didn't expect this sudden reversal and was hit squarely in the chest by the boulder he summoned. He flew a few meters backwards, but he didn't die from the impact. However, he wished that he had died because the excruciating pain in his chest was driving him mad. Several of his ribs had been broken, and it was very painful to breathe. Bruno roared and hurled several fire lances at the goat who was only a few meters away from him. Ella nimbly dodged this attack and charged in Bruno's direction. Due to desperation, Bruno spun his staff in front of him, which created a firestorm that engulfed the goat in searing flames. This was his strongest attack and he was saving this as his trump card. He never thought that he would be forced to use this against a little goat that he had treated as mere livestock. Ella's mighty voice rang out within the firestorm. Bruno didn't know how it happened, but the moment he heard the goat's bleating, his whole body was blown away from where he stood. The firestorm disappeared, and the image of a white and fluffy goat appeared in front of everyone. Looking at her coat, that was still as white as snow, made everyone realize that the firestorm practically did nothing to her. While everyone was looking at her in disbelief, Ella opened her mouth and shot a ball of light, the size of a basketball ball, towards Bruno who had fallen on the ground. This was Ella's range skill, Benevolent Shot. This was the move she had used earlier in order to counter the firestorm that was headed in her direction. Due to its holy properties, it prevented the flames from advancing towards Ella. The energy ball hit Bruno and immediately turned him into particles of light. Ella shot another Benevolent Shot. This time, it was aimed at Brutus. Just like what happened to his twin, Brutus turned into particles of light, which meant that the victors of this battle were none other than William and Ella. What a hard battle, William declared as he casually walked towards his mama Ella. Fortunately, my mama is very strong. Good job, mama. William caressed his mama's neck as the latter closed her eyes in satisfaction. The members of the magic class and martial class didn't know how to react to the battle that just ended. The one who disposed of both combatants was Ella, while William only ran around to avoid getting hit. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that William didn't even lift a finger to help win the battle. Well then, who's next? William asked with an innocent smile. The battle ended before I was able to unleash my ultimate move. I feel unsatisfied with this result. Does anyone want to battle us again? Est, Ian, and Isaac's faces became stiff when they heard the shameless boy's provocation. They knew that Ella alone was sufficient to end the battle, so they didn't even bother to fight against her. However, William was forcing the students of the magic division into a second round. This was something that Est wouldn't allow because it would just lower his team's morale. Since the battle has ended, it is best to let the other students participate, Est replied. The head prefect of the martial class shouldn't hog the spotlight. That's right, Ian agreed. The head prefect should let his other members fight. It is bad to keep all the good stuff to yourself. William scratched his cheek because Est and Ian were adamant about preventing him from securing another easy win. Okay, Mama, I'll listen to you. Ella had told William not to bully the kids, so William finally relented. The two walked back towards the martial class with calm expressions, as if the battle they had undertaken was not a big deal to them. This motivated the members of the martial class and made them perform their best against the magic class division. Although the martial class division suffered more losses during the next several matches, none of them took this loss to heart. William had already told them that he would personally train them the very next day in order to become stronger. Faced with this kind of promise, they were able to fight without any worries and even gave their opponents a headache. Out of the 30 battles that took place on that day, the martial class only won 10. Even so, the magic division didn't look down on them. They had experienced firsthand how difficult it was to fight against martial experts, and had learned a lot from the experience. Some of the girls from the magic division even snuck glances at William during the break between each battle. The shepherd smiled and waved at his admirers, which made the girls blush while giggling at each other. Overall, the battle had been an eye-opener for both sides. Due to this, Brent and Layla decided to hold more of these interdivision battles in order to let their students gain some fighting experience. The instructors hoped that these valuable lessons would help these students survive in the outside world, after they left the protective walls of the Helen Royal Academy. Chapter 151, Planting Seeds. That exchange taught me a lot of things, Est said as he ate the sandwich that Ian and Isaac had prepared earlier. It taught me a lot as well, William commented as he picked up another sandwich from the basket that was in front of him. After the battle, Est invited William to join them for lunch. The shepherd happily accepted because free food was always a good thing. Est chose to have a picnic at one of the most scenic areas near the magic division, and William had to admit that the place Est chose was a good spot to have a picnic. Isaac and Ian were also eating by the side, but they only listened to the conversation. Surprisingly, Kenneth was there as well because William had dragged his roommate with him. Est didn't mind because the talk that they were going to have was about the dungeon exploration they would undertake tomorrow afternoon. Since Kenneth was one of the party members, Est thought that having him around would, also, be a good thing. Have you decided which dungeon to explore first? Kenneth asked. Est didn't reply. Instead, he looked at William as if telling Kenneth that the one calling the shots on the exploration would be him. Kenneth glanced at the red-headed boy who was happily eating the sandwich in his hand. Feeling his gaze, William decided to tell them where they would go in their first dungeon exploration. I want to go to the Goblin Crypt first, William said with a serious expression. Goblin Crypt? Est asked. Is there any particular reason why you want to go there? No, just simple curiosity, William lied. Based on the information that I read yesterday, the Goblin Crypt is a grade B dungeon. It has 30 floors and some say that it is one of the hardest dungeons for beginners. William was surprised when he saw the information on the Goblin Crypt that he found inside the Academy's archives. The Goblin Crypt that he could access from his Ring of Conquest only consisted of 20 floors and was a grade C dungeon. Obviously, there was some discrepancy between the two dungeons and William was very curious if the Goblin Crypt that he had been exploring all these years had a relationship with the one inside the Academy. According to the rumors I gathered, most first years can't get past the 14th floor, Est commented. It is said that many hobgoblin shamans, who specialize in dark magic, can be found on that floor. It is best that we only go as far as the 13th floor just to be safe. William nodded his head in understanding. His first fight against the hobgoblin shaman almost wiped out his entire herd. If not for James's, and Owen's, timely assistance, William and his herd might have died on that fateful night. Good. Our goal for this exploration is to safely reach the 13th floor, William said with a serious expression. We will not challenge the hobgoblin shaman. Although that monster is in the lower tier of grade C, it is still a tricky monster to fight, especially if you don't have any resistance to curses and dark magic. After finalizing their strategy, William and Kenneth returned to the martial class division. The fight against the magic division classes had made the students of the martial classes more motivated to train. This was good news for the instructors, and they happily opened the training ground to accommodate the feisty students. William was still a few meters away from the entrance of the training grounds, but he could already hear the clash of weapons against each other. It seems that the exchange of pointers woke them up from their daze, Kenneth commented. This is a good attitude to take, William replied. When William and Kenneth entered the training grounds, they saw all the students of the first-year martial class hard at work with their training. Brent was in a corner of the training ground, getting attacked by a dozen students. A big smile was plastered on his face as he calmly dodged and blocked the attacks that the children were raining down on him. William watched for a few minutes before nodding his head in appreciation. He then raised his voice to call everyone's attention. Rally to me, William shouted. The students immediately stopped what they were doing and fell in line in front of William. Priscilla walked behind William before facing the other students, befitting her rank as vice prefect. Your performance in the battle against the Magic Division class was good, William said as he looked at the students in front of him. How was it? Is the Magic Division class strong? Indeed they are strong. William nodded his head. However, that doesn't mean that they are undefeatable. The reason why the majority of you lost is because you have been lazy in your training. We need to fix this issue. That's why, starting tomorrow, all of you will wake up at 5 in the morning. William paused briefly in order to allow his words to sink in. I am going to train all of you from the ground up. Everyone is going to train. There will be no exceptions. I'll make sure that during the inter-class battles, our martial division will reign supreme. Anyone who doesn't want to participate will not be given breakfast and lunch. I don't need slackers in the Solaris dormitory. Do I make myself clear? Yes, head prefect. Good. Carry on with your training and I'll see you all tomorrow. Sir. Yes, sir. While William was giving out his orders in the martial class division, Carter was inside the training room of the third-year magic class division. As you may already know, the most effective way to not get hit by a magic attack is to dodge it, Carter explained. Of course, if you have strong magic powers, creating a barrier is also a good option. However, not everyone can do this. Each and every one of you have different magic affinities. Those who have low-grade affinities will not be able to block strong magical attacks. That's why you have to train yourself on how to dodge properly. Carter summoned his silver staff and gave everyone a sweet smile. Today, we will start your defensive combat training. All of you will face me one by one. I will fire a single magic spell and it will be up to you whether to dodge it or block it. Those who perform well will receive a reward from me. The girls giggled as they looked at their handsome professor and readied themselves to give him a lasting impression. Just like Carter expected, not more than 30 people, out of 300 students, were capable of blocking his magic attack. Some of the foolhardy ones turned into particles of light after Carter's spell pierced through their defenses. Those with lower-grade magic affinities took his advice to heart and just focused on dodging. Carter praised these students as well, which made them quite happy. I'm very impressed. Carter praised the entire class after the last student had returned to her position. All of you have the makings of great mages. His flattery was happily accepted by everyone, which made the atmosphere very lively. Carter was someone who understood human nature and used the students' emotions to his advantage. Now to give out the rewards I promised. To those that have performed well, I will give you 3 candies. Please line up and accept your rewards. The students made 2 lines. One for the boys and one for the girls. Carter personally handed his candies to everyone, which made him look like a fair and kind instructor. Those who receive only 1 candy, don't feel bad about it, Carter announced. Train harder and, in time, you will also receive more candy from me. However, a part of me wishes that all of you will not suddenly become experts on our next meeting. Why? Because these candies are personally handmade by me. It takes time to make them and I will run out of stock if all of you suddenly become amazing mages. Please, have mercy on me. The students chuckled because Carter acted like he would suffer if all the candies he had on hand disappeared. After giving his final words of encouragement, Carter left the training grounds with a smile on his face. While it was true that he had worked hard to prepare those candies, he was also looking forward to the fruits that he would harvest in the future. The more the students ate the candies that he had prepared, the more their consciousness would be open to his suggestions. While it may not be as powerful as a charm spell, being able to manipulate them to do things that seemed natural to them was scarier. For now, Carter was willing to plant his seeds and wait until they were ripe for the picking. When that time came, the plan that he had in mind would also become a reality. Chapter 152, The Carrot and Stick Approach. William opened his eyes and lightly rubbed his Mama Ella's stomach before propping himself up into a sitting position. He raised his arms to do a little bit of stretching, while the goat beside him also raised her head. "Good morning, Mama." It was still dark outside, but William had already formed a habit of waking up early in order to do his morning training routine. However, this time, it was different. As the head prefect of the martial class division, he would lead the students into a rigorous training exercise that would help them build their foundations. He planned to use the same training that his grandpa James, and his mentors back in Lant, had used with him. William went to his closet and selected the sleeveless black training uniform that he had prepared beforehand. This was the same uniform that he had used during his training in Lant, and it was made from the pelt of the thunder-horned wolf that he had defeated ages ago. After putting on his clothes, William walked towards the opposite bed where his delicate roommate was still sleeping. Due to his half-elven bloodline, William was able to see in the dark. He could see Kenneth's cute, peaceful face in the darkness as he continued to sleep. "Wake up, sleeping beauty," William said as he lightly poked Kenneth's cheek. "Our training is going to start soon." Seeing that his roommate was not showing any reaction, William continued to poke the delicate face which was as smooth as a girl's. He poked Kenneth's cheeks and nose until the sleeping boy opened his eyes in irritation. "Rise, my little sunshine," William teased. "Or do you need me to kiss you before you wake up completely?" "I'm not your sunshine and I don't need your kiss," Kenneth replied as he grabbed William's annoying finger and pushed it away. "Wait for me outside the dormitory. I'll wash my face first." "Okay." William smiled as he walked toward the door. Ella followed behind William as they left the room together. The entire dormitory was quiet, and it seemed that most of the students were still in their beds, dreaming of when they would stand at the peak of the mortal realm. William felt mischievous and placed his hand over the emblem pinned on the right side of his training uniform. Immediately, blaring sounds erupted throughout the Solaris dormitory. The noise instantly woke most of the sleeping students. Some of them came out of their rooms to see what was happening, with their weapons ready. "Wake up, sleeping beauties. The time to train has arrived." William's domineering voice reverberated inside the Solaris dormitory. "Of course, if you want to stay as beautiful princesses, you can ignore this announcement. Those who want to become strong and increase their ranks, I'll meet you at the gates of the Solaris dormitory. I'll give all of you 10 minutes to prepare. See you outside." After making his announcement, William made his way towards the dormitory gates. He didn't know how many people were planning to participate in the morning training, but he hoped that more than half of the first years would come. 10 minutes later, a bunch of annoyed, drowsy, and excited students could be seen lining up behind William. The guards, who were manning the gates, looked at this scene with interest. This was the first time they saw such a scene and they were wondering what was going on. "Okay, all of you follow my movements," William shouted. "We will be doing basic stretching exercises first. After that, all of us will run towards that golden flag fluttering in the distance." Some of the students groaned when they saw what William was pointing at. The huge flag fluttering in the distance was the flag that marked the boundary of the martial class division. According to their estimate, it was at least 5 to 6 miles away from the gates of the Solaris dormitory. Only those who had been training for a long time didn't make any unnecessary comments and began to follow William as he did his stretching routine. After 5 minutes of stretching, William faced all the students and smiled. "The first one to reach the flag will become a temporary officer. If that person continues to follow my training regimen until this month is over, he will become a permanent officer of the martial class division. Cheating is not allowed. You are only allowed to use your own physical powers. Using artifacts, weapons, or accessories to boost your body's performance is not allowed. Anyone caught doing this will not be tolerated, and will be forever banned from getting an official post. If you want to become an officer, use your own 2 hands and feet to seize it. William's words broke everyone out of their daze. Those who were still half asleep suddenly became awake, while those who were grumbling earlier looked at the flag in the distance as if they wanted to eat it whole. The red-headed boy chuckled internally as he saw their serious expressions. The carrot and stick approach is really effective. William stood straight in front of everyone and raised his chin. Are all of you ready? Very well. On my mark, William said as he raised his hand. Ready, get set, go. The first years started to run earnestly. They didn't hinder each other's path and ran at their own pace. William ran behind the group to ensure that no one would slack off. Although running 5 to 6 miles may seem like a long journey, for martial warriors, it could easily be accomplished in less than an hour. All the first years that had passed the entrance test of the Royal Academy were all talented individuals. Although they may not be as strong as Priscilla, Spencer, Drake, and Conrad, they were not far behind when it came to martial prowess. Just like William expected, the entire student body reached the border area in less than an hour. While all of them were panting for breath, and their sweat oozed out of their bodies, they looked at him with determined expressions. Surprisingly, the first one to reach the goal was a chubby boy with dark brown hair. William had ordered the system to memorize the faces and names of everyone that he had met. After a little bit of digging, William was finally able to recognize the boy who was looking at him with anticipation and excitement. Dave Cornwell, step forward, William ordered. Sir. Dave replied as he stood in front of William. You did well. William patted the boy's shoulder. From now on, you will be our temporary logistic officer. You will be in charge of gathering the things that we will need for our daily exercise routines, as well as the supplies needed for the missions that our class will undertake. William smiled as he personally pinned a silver emblem on Dave's uniform. I will allow you to pick 6 people to help you accomplish this important task for our martial class division. Do not let me down. Thank you, Head Prefect, Dave replied with a teary expression. I will do my best. I know. William once again patted Dave's shoulder before facing the rest of the students who were looking at Dave with envious faces. Our training is not yet over, William said with a smirk. He then pointed at the boxes that were piled up beside the tree where the flag was enshrined. Open the boxes and pick 4 metallic bracelets each. Wear them on your wrists and on your ankles. Starting today, you are not allowed to remove them. Each bracelet weighed 22 pounds, each 10 kilos. The martial students were familiar with this training method, so none of them complained. What they didn't know, however, was that these were enchanted bracelets. The bracelets would automatically increase their weight, depending on the one who wore them. If they were worn by someone like Drake, instead of 22 pounds, they would weigh 44 pounds. That would mean that the boy would be carrying that much weight on both his wrist and ankles. William had pestered Grant and Andy to have these bracelets prepared so they could be part of the first year's training. The 2 instructors happily accepted William's request and went to the Martial Division storage to personally handle this undertaking. Training bracelets were very common in the Royal Academy. Even mages used them in order to build their physical foundations. William wouldn't wear any of the bracelets that were prepared by the Academy. He was already wearing his own that were personally forged by the blacksmith of Lant, Barbados, to help with his training. The blacksmith's best friend, Seraphi, the jeweler of Lant, helped inscribe the runes on William's bracelet, doubling their effectiveness. In the 4 years that William had trained in Lant, the black bracelets on his wrists and ankles had already passed 100 pounds, each 40 kilos. As William got stronger, the weight of his bracelets also increased. When he started, William had a hard time adjusting to the weight, but as time went on, he got used to it and treated the bracelets as accessories instead of shackles that limited his movement. Of course, William's bracelets were not ordinary bracelets. They had a special enchantment that allowed them to transform into bracers arm guard, giving added protection to William's body. William eyed everyone with a serious expression. When all of them had secured the bracelets around their wrists and ankles, the red-headed boy gave the order to jog back to the Solaris dormitory. He wanted their training to be a gradual strengthening instead of an intensive one that would leave the students paralyzed and unable to go to their respective classes. William wanted to increase their stamina first. Once he deemed that everyone was ready, he would increase the intensity of their training accordingly. He was confident that the students of the martial classes would be able to surprise the other 2 divisions in the interdivision class battles in 3 months' time. Chapter 153, The Town of Hartlepool. Since William was planning to head to the Goblin Crypt within the Royal Academy, he ordered Priscilla and Dave to take charge of the morning training routine. For now, William wanted everyone to build their stamina, so running in the morning was the most effective way to do it. As for their physical training, that would be taken care of by Grant and Andy during their martial training lessons. After relaying his orders, William, along with Kenneth, went to the meeting spot where Est, Ian, and Isaac were waiting. The Goblin Crypt and the other dungeons were not located inside the academy. They were actually located in different parts of the Helen Kingdom. In order to get to their destination, they would have to use the academy's exclusive teleport gates that were powered by magic crystals. Each trip cost 5 gold coins per person. Naturally, the farther the place was, the more expensive it would be. This was why most commoner students preferred to take commissions from the academy instead of going to the dungeons to hunt monsters for their cores and materials. Only the children of nobility or well-off merchants were able to use these teleport gates at their leisure. "Are both of you ready to depart?" Est asked as soon as William and Kenneth arrived at their meeting place. "I'm as ready as I'll ever be," William replied. Kenneth just nodded his head to say that he was ready to go anytime. "Good," Est smiled. "Let's go. I've already asked around and found the teleport gate that we will be using." Est led the way and the rest followed behind him. Less than 5 minutes later, they arrived at a gate where over a dozen students stood in place. William saw a few familiar faces among the group of people who also wanted to challenge the Goblin Crypt. Spencer, along with his twin sister, Wendy, were there. The 2 boys whom William and Ella had faced in the battle were there as well. "Fancy meeting you here," Brutus greeted with a smile. "This must be fate at work." Bruno stretched out his hand for a handshake. "Nice to see you again, William." William happily shook Bruno's hand and returned the greeting. "Senior, are you going to the Goblin Crypt as well?" Although William defeated the 2 of them, the twin brothers didn't take it to heart. They were even quite impressed by the harmless-looking goat that always stayed by William's side. Never in their wildest dreams did they think that they would be defeated by an Angorian goat that could be seen anywhere in the Helen Kingdom. "Yes," Bruno replied. Little Wendy asked us to accompany her in the dungeon exploration. The Siskin decided to tag along because he doesn't trust the 2 of us to protect his sister. William gave a sidelong glance at the Siskin, who was standing beside Wendy. Spencer snorted at William's inquiring gaze, but didn't say anything. "Up to what floor are you guys planning to explore?" William inquired. "I heard that the 14th floor is a dangerous place because it is the floor where the goblin shaman spawns." Bruno grinned and used his thumb to point at Wendy. It seemed that the blonde beauty was the leader of the group, and the decision-making lay in her hands. "We're planning to challenge the 14th floor, Wendy admitted. "However, we will immediately run away if it gets too dangerous." William frowned, but he didn't say anything. It was not up to him to tell them what to do because they were not part of his division. Even so, he still kindly reminded Wendy and her party to be extra careful when dealing with the hobgoblin shaman. "I hope they can handle it," William thought. While William was reminiscing about his first battle with the hobgoblin shaman, the teleport gate glowed and several students appeared in the area around it. They were the students that had finished their dungeon exploration. Some of them had smiles on their faces, while others had pale expressions. It seemed that not everyone was able to leave unscathed from their dungeon expedition. After the last student had left the teleport area, the one managing the gates raised his hand. "Those who are traveling to the town of Hartlepool, please, stand beside the teleport gates," the staff announced. "We will be sending you to your destination in 5 minutes." Williams and Wendy's group, along with others, stood beside the gate and waited for their turn. Hartlepool was the small town that was built around the Goblin Crypt. In most cases, dungeons were discovered by humans by accident. When a dungeon was found, they would either keep it for themselves, or report their discovery to the kingdom. Both held advantages and disadvantages. Those who didn't report the dungeons they had discovered would gain a monopoly of monster materials, beast cores, and other items that could be found inside the dungeon like chests and treasures. When seen from an angle, this was a very lucrative business, at least for the short term. However, once this dungeon was discovered by others, fighting would usually ensue between the different parties. The worst-case scenario was when the noble who had jurisdiction over the territory discovered the location of the dungeon. They would immediately send a message to the ruling family in order to give them the rights to manage the dungeon in their domain. Of course, once this happened, all the benefits that the discoverers had gained for the short term would disappear completely. If they were the ones who reported the dungeon to the kingdom, they would be given an honorary title, and the deed of the land surrounding the dungeon. This means that they would become the rightful owner of the area, and the ruling noble couldn't do anything about it. This was to ensure that newly discovered dungeons would immediately fall under the kingdom's jurisdiction and be developed accordingly. "Everyone get ready," the staff announced. "We will be activating the teleport gate." William felt lightheaded as his vision turned completely white. This feeling only lasted for a brief moment before he found himself in an enclosed area surrounded by a tall wall. Several soldiers could be seen on top of the ramparts, and a big steel gate served as the only point of entry and exit towards the teleport gate. As William scanned his surroundings, a tall man wearing armor with the Royal Academy's insignia on it greeted them. "Welcome to Hartlepool," the guard captain, who was guarding the teleport gate, said with a brief nod. "As students of the Royal Academy, I expect that all of you will follow the rules of Hartlepool and not get into fights with the locals. With that said, any crimes that you commit during your stay will be written in the Academy records. I wish all of you the best on your dungeon exploration." After finishing his speech, the guard captain made a gesture and the steel gate opened. The students made a beeline towards the exit and a bustling town appeared in their sight. "Should we reserve a room at an inn, or do you want to just jump to exploring the dungeon?" Est asked. "Let's just go to the dungeon," William replied. "We didn't come here to sightsee, so let's get down to business." William looked calm on the surface, but he was actually really itching to go to the Goblin Crypt as soon as possible. He wanted to see if it was the same dungeon that he could access with his Ring of Conquest. Surprisingly, Wendy shared his opinion and proposed that they all go to the dungeon together. "This is our first time arriving in this town. It will be best if we all stick together," Wendy said with a smile. Head Prefect Est and Head Prefect William looked so dreamy. "If possible, I want to form a closer connection with the two of them." Spencer frowned because he could vaguely sense what his sister was thinking. He was the overprotective type. If possible, he didn't want anyone to approach his sister during her stay at the Royal Academy. "Sounds like a good idea," William answered. "What do you think, Est?" "I don't mind." Est nodded. Wendy's smile widened when her two idols gave a positive reply. She even took the initiative to grab hold of William's and Est's hands and slightly pulled them to leave the gate together. William was amused by Wendy's actions and played along. Est, however, didn't expect this move from Wendy. He wanted to pull away, but decided to just go with the flow for now. It wouldn't hurt to get along with Wendy since she's part of the magic division, Est thought as he gave William a sidelong glance. The shepherd returned his gaze and even teasingly winked back at him. Clearly, he enjoyed seeing Spencer's irritated expression as the latter's twin pulled him through the town of Hartlepool. Ella walked beside William, while Kenneth, Ian, and Isaac followed behind them. Brutus and Bruno shrugged their shoulders as they followed the group, leaving the frowning Spencer behind them. Wendy has lived a sheltered life and this is her first time interacting with people outside our duchy, Spencer thought. Although William seems like a good person, I still don't want him to act chummy with my little sister. I better keep an eye on him to ensure that he won't have any weird thoughts about Wendy. The Siskin felt that it was only right and proper to protect his little sister from shady characters like William. As for Est, although Spencer didn't know who he was, he had a more favorable opinion to Est compared to the red-headed boy who was shrouded in mystery. Chapter 154, Goblin Crypt Part 1. "So this is the Goblin Crypt," William muttered as he looked at the entrance of a big cave. He also noticed the sign hanging near the entrance that had the information of the dungeon. Dungeon name, Goblin Crypt. Grade level, B. Number of floors, 30. Overall assessment, a dungeon where only goblin-type monster spawns. It is highly recommended to explore it with a party of 6 starting from the 14th floor onwards. They even highlighted the 14th floor. How considerate, Est said as he read the information near the entrance of the cave. "Will, are you sure you don't want to challenge the 14th floor?" "If possible, I don't want to challenge it," William replied as he gazed at Wendy. "Hobgoblin shamans shouldn't be underestimated. I hope you reconsider your plan to challenge them." It's fine," Wendy stuttered. "I have my big brother, as well as Senior Brutus and Senior Bruno with me. I am also strong, so I think we can handle it." William nodded his head in understanding. Even so, he sighed internally. He was just like her in the past, naive, and thought that everything would go his way because his mama Ella was strong. System, place a tracker on Spencer and Wendy. 4 god points will be consumed. Are you sure of your decision? Yes, please. Understood. Trackers had been successfully placed. Spencer Armstrong's and Wendy Armstrong's location and health conditions will be monitored for 48 hours. The tracker tool of the system allowed William to put a special mark on anyone. This allowed him to know their general location as well as their current health condition. The maximum number of trackers that William could deploy at any given time was 10, and it consumed 2 god points per beast or person. It was one of the special functions of the system that was unlocked when William had acquired the Cavalier job class. It was a function meant to mark wild monsters that could be hunted down and tamed to become a mount for the Cavalier class. Ironically, the system made the mark universal and allowed William to use it on people as well. "I guess this is where we part ways," Est commented. "Wendy, Brutus, Bruno, take care. Remember, your lives are important. Don't take unnecessary risks." The three replied in unison. William patted Spencer's shoulder. "Keep your sister safe. If she gets hurt, I will give you a punishment." "I'll do that even if you don't tell me to, Head Prefect," Spencer replied grumpily. "You should worry about yourself. I've heard that there are certain adventurers who go out of their way to harass new faces that they see in the dungeon." Spencer glanced at William's slave collar and put on a serious expression. "Everyone should be careful. There are instances where adventurers are captured and sold as slaves. Although the Goblin Crypt is under the jurisdiction of the Helen Kingdom, there are still scumbags that are always on the lookout for pretty girls and boys that will fetch a high price in the black market." "That's very good advice," William smiled. "So, make sure to protect your sister as well." William unconsciously caressed the slave collar on his neck while staring at the entrance of the dungeon. Wendy's, Brutus, and Bruno's expressions changed when they realized that the collar on William's neck was a slave collar. They initially thought that it was just an accessory, but Spencer's words made them give it a second look. Feeling their gazes, William smiled wryly. "I can guarantee that being a slave is not a fun experience. That is why, all of you should be more careful, especially you, Wendy. Someone as beautiful as you will definitely be sold for a high price." "I'd like to see them try," Wendy said in a tone laced with anger. "Head Prefect, if you want, I can buy your freedom for you." Wendy looked at William with genuine concern, which made William feel warm inside. "You don't have to worry about me," William replied. He decided to change the topic by pointing at a store that was not far away from the entrance of the cave. "Let's buy some maps first. It will be a good idea to have a general outline of the dungeon that you are going to explore." William didn't wait for any kind of reply and walked towards the store at a steady pace. He wanted to tell them that he had already regained his freedom, but decided not to say anything. The reason why William kept the collar on his neck was to remind himself that slavery existed in this world. Also, the collar doubled as a means of protection. Since he was already wearing a collar, it meant that he had an owner. Human traffickers would no longer attempt to enslave him because a slave collar could only be removed by their owners. Unless the owner of the slave died, the enslavement spell would remain in effect. There were powerful slave traders that are on par with the experts of Lant. William had no chance of winning against them if he met them on his journey, so having the collar on his neck added a layer of protection. Aside from elves and beastkin, half-elves were always high in demand in the auctions on the black market. With William's looks, he would be a very attractive target for the slave traders who were looking for some new goods to sell. When William arrived at the store, he immediately bought all the floor maps that were available. This cost William 10 gold coins, but he didn't care. He was more curious about the differences between the maps in his hands and the maps that were recorded in his system. "System, scan the maps and tell me your initial findings." "Understood." Scanning the floor maps of the Goblin Crypt. Scanning successful. "Host, the floor map of the Goblin Crypt that can be accessed through the Ring of Conquest is slightly different from the map that we have just recently obtained." "Slightly different?" "Yes. I will show you the difference between the two dungeons." 2 maps of the first floor appeared inside William's status screen. On the left side was the Goblin Crypt that he could access from the Ring of Conquest. On the right was the map that William had just bought from the store. "Wait, this is..." "Yes. The floor layout of the first floor of this dungeon is bigger than the one that we can access from the Ring of Conquest. To put it simply, it's like an expansion. Although there are similarities between the two maps, some changes were made and the Goblin Crypt in this area is 2 times bigger than the one we can access with the ring. Tell me your thoughts about the matter." "Host, perhaps our version of the Goblin Crypt is the version of the dungeon when it was still young. According to the data that I have gathered from this world, all dungeons can grow and expand. It is very possible that the goblin crypt that we have is a recorded copy when it was newly discovered. William stood in a daze as he looked at the map inside his status screen. His group had already arrived by his side and taken a peek at the maps that were in his hands. They thought that the red-headed boy was just taking a close inspection of the map before they entered the dungeon. "William, is there a problem with the maps?" Est inquired. William had been staring at the map for too long that he thought it was strange. "No, there is no problem," William answered as he gave the maps to Est. "Carry it with you. I have already memorized it so I don't need it anymore. Then I will gladly accept your generosity." Est inspected the maps one by one and tried to memorize them. Spencer didn't want to waste any more time and decided to buy maps for their own party as well. Wendy could see the impatience on her big brother's face, so she decided to reluctantly bid her goodbyes to her two idols. William watched Wendy's retreating back as she entered the cave along with her party. "She is a good girl," William said as he crossed his arms over his chest. "Yes, she is a good girl, so stay away from her." Ian scoffed. "What's wrong? Are you jealous?" William gave Ian a teasing glance. "I'm just worried that Wendy will bite off more than she can chew." "You don't need to worry about her," Kenneth commented from the side. "Spencer, Brutus, and Bruno are strong. She'll be safe as long as she doesn't go to the lower floors or meet some strong adventurers along the way. Besides, she's wearing the uniform of the Helen Royal Academy. Even if the bad guys had guts, they would still need to think twice before making a move on her." After Kenneth finished his explanation, Est looked up and cleared his throat. "I've memorized the maps from floor 1 up to floor 14. Since we are only planning to go as far as floor 13, I think this is enough for the time being." William nodded his head in agreement. "Lead the way, party leader." "Okay." Est smiled as he walked towards the entrance of the cave. William had passed the leadership role to Est because his only intention was to see the differences between his version of the goblin crypt and the dungeon in front of him. After walking deeper into the cave, William and his party met many parties who were busy killing goblins on the first floor. The goblins here are more numerous compared to my version of this dungeon," William thought as he scanned his surroundings. "The system is right, this place is indeed bigger." As they walked towards the second floor, William noticed a single goblin standing in the distance. He immediately summoned his bow and quiver before pulling an arrow out from behind his back and taking aim. The goblin wasn't even able to cry out in pain as its body fell to the ground. A few seconds later, it turned into particles of light, leaving a single ear on the place where it died. William's eyes widened when he saw the notification that appeared on his status screen after killing the goblin. Express gained. 12. Chapter 155, Goblin Crypt, Part 2. "That was a good shot," Est praised. Why do you look so happy?" "Because it is more than 10, William, as the smile on his face widened. "More than 10, what do you mean? You won't understand." How could he possibly tell his friends that over the past 4 years the highest experience points he gained from killing a monster was 10? Those 10 points could only be achieved by killing a goblin shaman, which was ranked between D and C. Depending on the skills it had learned, a goblin shaman could be at the peak of the D tier, or in the initial stages of rank C. Ella in her war ibex form could be classified as a level C low threat. The goblin shaman's threat level started at level D high and ended at level C mid. Meaning, it was a threat that could potentially kill people who are unaware of its true strength. Since William, Ella, and the goats had trained to resist curses and dark magic, a goblin shaman was something that they could handle. Even so, after killing this dangerous creature, the amount of experience points that William gained would not surpass the number 10. That's why he became very emotional when an ordinary goblin gave him 12 experience points. "System, did you notice?" "Yes. The experience points gained inside this dungeon and the one we can access through the Ring of Conquest have almost the same value. Although the experience here is a little lower, the difference is not that far apart." William agreed with the system's observation. Right now, there were 6 members in their party: William, Ella, Est, Kenneth, Ian, and Isaac. The experience points were split among the group, so the red-headed boy only received 12 experience points after killing 1 goblin. "System, set the express allocation to the shepherd job class," William ordered. "It would be best if we max it out as soon as possible." Experience points allocation is successfully transferred to the shepherd job class. William sighed. He had long wanted to max out his main job class, but circumstances had prevented him from doing so. Current job express, 42,491,207. Are you really okay? Kenneth inquired. Should we return when you're feeling better? I'm fine, William said as he wiped away the last tear stain on his face. Sorry, you saw a weird side of me just now. Let's continue our exploration. Est was still worried about William, but since the latter had said that he was fine, then he decided to continue their dungeon expedition. Our goal is to get to the 10th floor as soon as possible, Est explained. We will only kill the goblins along the way. Be wary of human parties that look suspicious. If any of you feel that something is wrong, feel free to give a warning. Everyone nodded their heads in agreement. Just like Spencer said, inside dungeons, it was not only the monsters that you needed to worry about. You also needed to protect your backs against humans. The progress of their group was quite smooth. They didn't meet that many goblins, and the parties they met along the way steered clear of them. After 3 hours inside the dungeon, they finally arrived at a bronze gate that marked the end of the 10th floor. According to the map, the first boss of this dungeon is the hobgoblin leader, Est said with a serious expression. Its threat level is D-mid. It also summons 2 hobgoblin warriors, and 2 hobgoblin archers. Their threat level is D-low. William, Kenneth, I will let you deal with the archers. Ian, Isaac, you will deal with the hobgoblin warriors. I will handle the leader. Understood. The moment William's entire party entered the door, the bronze gate closed behind them. William had experienced this many times before, so he wasn't worried. Est, Ian, and Isaac, on the other hand, were looking around anxiously. Just like in William's memories, the boss room was similar to a coliseum. Torches lit up the sides, casting their eerie glow on the challengers. Suddenly, a mighty shout sounded at the far end of the coliseum, and a hobgoblin jumped down from who knows where and landed in the middle of the battleground. William raised an eyebrow, because the hobgoblin leader that appeared was very different from the one he had battled inside his version of the goblin crypt. The hobgoblin leader that was standing in front of them was 2 meters tall. It held a sword in each hand. It was also wearing lightweight metal armor on its body, and the presence it revealed was that of a veteran fighter. 4 hobgoblins appeared beside it, 2 archers, and 2 warriors. Their threat level was leagues apart when compared to the boss fight that William had fought inside his version of the Goblin Crypt, many years ago. System, it seems that your guess was right. Yes, the monsters inside this dungeon are stronger compared to the ones that are available in our version of the Goblin Crypt. Dungeon growth, William mused before using his appraisal skill. Goblin race. If the hobgoblin leader is already this strong, then it is safe to assume that the goblin shaman is already at rank C, William frowned. The system had kindly reminded William that the threat level of the hobgoblin shaman would always be a level higher than the hobgoblin leader. Not only that, since the dungeon's monster composition had changed, it was very possible that on the 14th floor, the hobgoblin leader and hobgoblin shaman might be in the same group. If this was true, then they would really be fighting a strong team of monsters once they stepped onto the 14th floor. I'm worried about Wendy. How about Spencer, Brutus and Bruno? Are you not worried about them? They're boys, why should I worry about them? William stood in place holding his bow and arrow. Est, Ian, Isaac, Kenneth, and Ella had charged towards their respective foes and engaged them in combat. William didn't intend to participate in this battle. His mama Ella was more than enough to dispatch the hobgoblin archer with ease. He was paying close attention to his friends' battles and would help them if needed. Kenneth's quick movements allowed him to close the gap between himself and the hobgoblin archer in order to engage it in close combat. Surprisingly, the hobgoblin archer used a short sword to parry Kenneth's attack. Ian and Isaac were battling hard against the 2 hobgoblin warriors who were equipped with both swords and round shields. The hobgoblin's threat level was D-mid, just a level lower than the hobgoblin leader, and they were fighting against Ian and Isaac evenly. It seems that the twins weren't being serious in the battle because they didn't use their magic powers. They were only using their sword techniques as if they were using the hobgoblins as training partners. Est was fighting a dual-wield battle with the hobgoblin leader, and, just like his retainers, he wasn't using his magic powers either. The only problem was, Est was getting pushed back by his enemy. Even so, Est didn't back down and continued to engage the hobgoblin leader in close combat. The sound of weapons clashing reverberated inside the boss room as both parties fought for supremacy. 5 minutes later, the twins felt that they had endured enough and used their magic powers to make a comeback. Ian's sword extended and lashed out at his opponent like a whip. The blade turned into a whip made up of water and sent the hobgoblin skidding away a few meters. Whip sword, wow, William praised the snot-nosed pansy behind his back. That looked so cool. Isaac on the other hand summoned a round shield made up of hard rock that was 1.5 meters tall. He then charged against his foe using the shield to ram the hobgoblin's body. A miserable shriek escaped the hobgoblin warrior's lips as it was sent flying. William winced upon seeing this scene and wondered how he would fare if he got hit in the face by Isaac's shield. The thought of it made him shiver, so he immediately looked in another direction. Est gritted his teeth and Rhapsody glowed brighter. Divine Burst. Est unleashed a special move at point-blank shot which caught the hobgoblin leader by surprise. With a shout of unwillingness, the hobgoblin leader tried to use its swords to block Est's attack, but it was futile. The power of the Divine Burst overwhelmed the defenses of the hobgoblin leader and tore through its body. Est looked at the gaping hole that appeared in his opponent's chest before it lifelessly fell to the ground. Soon, its subordinates followed its demise as they were finished off by William's party. Ella had long defeated her opponent, and simply watched the children as they fought against their respective opponents. She understood that they were training themselves with real combat, so she didn't help them after her fight had ended. The hobgoblin leader and his lackeys disappeared into particles of light, marking the end of the boss fight. Express gained 5,000. Current job Express 47,491,207. William grinned when he saw the influx of experience points that he had received. It had been a while since he saw over 1,000 experience points and it made him giddy with happiness. Good job everyone. William clapped his hands in approval. That was an impressive battle. Est smiled and nodded his head. For some reason, he liked getting praised by William. It was at that moment when a treasure chest appeared in the center of the room. William crossed his hands over his chest. He had no intention of taking the spoils of this battle. Est and the rest understood his stance as they crowded in front of the treasure chest with curiosity. Open it, young master, Ian urged. I want to see what is inside. Okay, Est nodded. He, too, was quite curious about what he was going to see inside the chest. The handsome boy lifted the lid of the chest and saw a pair of boots. William's smile stiffened as Est took out the pair of boots from the chest. He didn't need to use his appraisal skill to identify them, for they were the same boots he received when he won against the hobgoblin leader in the past. Perhaps it was by coincidence, but Est's gaze landed on William's boots. He then looked at the boots in his hand and saw that the two pairs of boots were identical. William whistled and looked at the ceiling of the Colosseum. For some reason, the stalactites that were hanging on the ceiling looked very interesting to him right now. Est cleared his throat as he showed the pair of boots to the rest. Who wants these boots? I don't need them. Kenneth politely declined Est's offer. I don't need them as well, young master, Isaac replied. Wait, these boots look oddly familiar. Ian frowned as he inspected the boots in Est's hand. He then looked at the boots of the annoying boy that was looking up at the ceiling and realized something. For a brief moment, Ian wanted to ask Est if he could have the boots for himself. However, when he saw Est's expression, he realized that his young master was giving him the "I dare you to ask for these boots" smiling face. Ian gave an awkward cough as he reluctantly took a step back to compromise. My boots are already good, young master, Ian said with a smile that didn't reach his eyes. Please, take the boots and use them well. Est's expression softened as he nodded his head in approval. Since none of you want them, then I'll gladly use them as a memento of our first boss fight. Est stored the windborne boots inside his storage ring for the time being. As much as he wanted to wear the windborne boots, now was not the time to do so. He then made a gesture for everyone to follow him, as he stepped into the glowing portal that would take them to the 11th floor of the dungeon. Chapter 156, Goblin Crypt Part 3. Meanwhile on the 11th floor of the Goblin Crypt, Wendy's team was fighting against 3 hobgoblin warriors. They had cleared the boss room half an hour earlier than William's party. Compared to the boss fight, the 3 hobgoblin warriors didn't stand a chance against the 4 powerful students of the Helen Royal Academy. After cutting down the last hobgoblin, Spencer looked at his sister who was panting for breath. This was the first time she had gone inside a dungeon and she was not as experienced as him in conserving her strength. Brutus and Bruno, on the other hand, were in the same boat as Spencer. Aside from being older than the twins by 3 years, they had plenty of experience when it came to raiding dungeons. Although this was their first time visiting the Goblin Crypt, they were more proficient in conserving their physical and magical strength. The three boys silently agreed that they wouldn't interfere with Wendy's battle style. They were doing this in order to help her to understand that even if you were strong, you should know how to maximize your abilities by only using sufficient strength to end the battle. Going all out in each encounter would only exhaust you, and this was a fatal mistake when it came to any kind of dungeon exploration. As they waited for their leader to catch her breath, a party of adventurers also appeared at their location. The leader of the six-man party was a brown-haired man who seemed to be in his mid-20s. He had average and sharp features that were quite common among mercenaries. "Is this your group's first time coming here to the Goblin Crypt?" the brown-haired man inquired. "I've been here for a few years and this is the first time I've seen you guys. Are you perhaps students from the Royal Academy?" "Yes," Wendy replied before Spencer could stop her. "We are from the Royal Academy." The brown-haired man smiled at the little beauty in front of him. "We are planning to head to the 14th floor, do you guys want to come along?" "No," Spencer walked between the brown-haired man and his sister. "We plan to explore the dungeon at our own pace. Thank you for your offer." The brown-haired man gave a nod of understanding. "My name is Kent. If you run into trouble on the 14th floor, come and find us in the eastern part of the dungeon. That is where we usually hunt during our stay here in the Goblin Crypt." "Understood," Spencer replied before taking his sister's hand and pulling her in the opposite direction. Brutus and Bruno gave Kent a sidelong glance before following the brother and sister pair. They could tell that the brown-haired guy was trouble and didn't want to form any connection with him. Kent watched them go with a smile on his face. He then made a gesture to his men to continue their journey towards the lower floors. Whether Wendy's team went to the 14th floor or not, they didn't really care. The 14th floor where the goblin shaman spawned was their old haunt. They knew the floor like the back of their hands and they specialized in making traps to catch suitable prey that would reap them great rewards during their dungeon expedition. "Wendy, next time, don't casually give information to people you've just met," Spencer advised. "There are a lot of bad people in the world who will ask you for a mile if you give them an inch. It is best not to associate ourselves with people like Kent." "He's right, you know," Bruno backed Spencer. Wendy was a good child and they didn't want her to experience something terrible while they were together. Some people look harmless, but when you turn your back to them, they are scheming things behind your back. Just a glance and I can already tell that the brown-haired guy is bad news. Brutus nodded. "If we meet them again, it will be best if you leave the talking to us." "You understood," Wendy stuttered. Although she was inexperienced and naive, she could tell that her big brother and her seniors meant well. If they said that Kent was not a good person then they must have a reason for their stance. "One more thing," Spencer looked at his little sister with a serious expression. "Conserve your strength and don't use any fancy moves when you battle. You will only exhaust yourself if you continue your pace. It's possible that we might get into a fight with something other than monsters." Wendy could feel the tension in her brother's voice, so she nodded her head in acknowledgement. "I understand," Wendy said after careful consideration. "But, if possible, I want to go to the 14th floor. I want to see if the hobgoblin shaman is as powerful as the rumors." Spencer looked at the two brothers in askance. He wanted to know if they had any encounters with the hobgoblin shaman in the past. Both brothers shook their heads in unison. After that Brutus scratched his hair and voiced his opinion. "We can take a look first," Brutus said. "It will not be too late to retreat if the situation gets dangerous." "To be honest, I also want to see how powerful that hobgoblin shaman is," Bruno commented. "I've never faced a dark mage before. This might be a good opportunity to learn from experience." Spencer also agreed that this was indeed a good chance to understand how strong dark mages were. The Hellen Kingdom had banned the use of dark magic and anyone caught using the art would either be imprisoned or sentenced to exile. If they had committed atrocious acts then they would be sent to the gallows to be executed. "Okay, we will speed up and head towards the 14th floor, Spencer stated. "We will conserve our strength and only fight when necessary until we reach our destination." Everyone nodded their heads and proceeded to follow Spencer's suggestion. Express gained 30. "I never expected hobgoblins to be this strong," Est muttered after Kenneth, Ian, and Isaac disposed of the 3 hobgoblin fighters who blocked their path. "It seems that the groupings on this floor are 3 hobgoblins per party," Kenneth said while picking up the hobgoblin ears that dropped on the ground. They were the monster drops from the hobgoblins and could be exchanged at the Adventurers Guild or the Alchemist Guild for a few coins. This is interesting, William thought. The hobgoblins don't drop anything inside my version of the Goblin Crypt. They are there purely for experience points. William had long thought that the purpose of the Ring of Conquest was for training purposes. Perhaps, it was even meant for leveling purposes. This realization brought a couple of questions in his mind. Just who was the one who made the Ring of Conquest and for what purpose? William had a hunch, but this hunch only brought more questions that he couldn't answer at the moment. Perhaps, I'll only know the answer once I have a proper talk with Gramps. William sighed internally. Now that it had come to this, he wanted to know how his father, Maxwell, got his hands on the ring. William was also curious to know how his father used the ring to his advantage. He had only heard that his father had single-handedly prevented the demon race from invading the Silvermoon continent. As to how he did it, perhaps only his grandpa James, and his mother, Arwen, could answer the mystery that had plagued him since childhood. The group continued to head deeper inside the Goblin Crypt. Just like Wendy's party, he wanted to know just how strong the hobgoblin shaman of this dungeon was. Little did he know that the monster who almost ended his life 4 years ago was far scarier than he could ever imagine. Chapter 157, Goblin Crypt Part 4. Why did it come to this? Spencer gazed at his twin sister who was being stripped of her clothing by one of the hobgoblin warriors. Wendy was unconscious and was not aware of the fate that was about to befall her. Wendy. Spencer tried to move his body to save his little sister. However, a foot pushed him back down. The young boy raised his head, only to find a gnarled staff pointed at his forehead. The hobgoblin shaman said a word, and Spencer instantly felt drowsy. The strong urge to sleep corroded his willpower, and before long, his body gave way as his consciousness sank into darkness. However, before he lost his consciousness entirely, he managed to activate the emblem on his uniform, and prayed that someone would be able to come and save his little sister from harm. As Spencer laid on the ground, unmoving, the other hobgoblin warriors had gathered around the unconscious girl. Lust could be seen in their eyes as they looked at the young and slender lady who would soon become their new broodmare. When the hobgoblins were about to do the deed, 2 whips of dark magic lashed out at them from the shadows. The hobgoblin warriors cried out in pain as they were all sent flying into the wall of the dungeon. A hobgoblin shaman who was a meter taller than the other hobgoblins appeared in the passageway. It carried a jeweled bronze staff in its hand, and its light green eyes glowed with power. This hobgoblin shaman was vastly different from the other shamans that could be found on the 14th floor. If William was here, he would definitely tell his party to run away and not engage it. For it was a creature that was just as strong as the guardian deer, Spire, that lived inside the enchanted forest. The tall hobgoblin shaman spoke a few words to the hobgoblin shaman who had already knelt on the floor. The vast difference in power made it submit itself willingly without resistance. The tall hobgoblin shaman ordered the other hobgoblins to carry the children and send them to where the other captives were being held. It also explicitly ordered the hobgoblins not to touch Wendy, for its master had already set his eyes on her. Although the hobgoblin warriors were reluctant, they didn't dare defy the shaman's orders. Spencer, Brutus, and Bruno were carried like a sack of goods on the hobgoblin warriors' shoulders. The tall hobgoblin shaman personally picked up Wendy in a princess carry as it took her to the place where its master had gathered the other captives. When they arrived at the location, the shaman covered Wendy's body with a robe, before placing her inside a cage. Spencer and the rest were also locked up in different cages. After seeing that everything was in order, the hobgoblin shaman cast a deep slumber spell on all the captives, so that they would continue to sleep. Its master had already made his own arrangements and it only needed to play its role for its master's sake. Suddenly, it received a new order from its master to leave the 14th floor and head towards the 15th floor as soon as possible. Its master added that it should continue to travel to the 19th floor and stay there until further notice. Although the hobgoblin shaman was confused by this new order, it still followed it without fail. Clearly, its master didn't want anyone to know of its existence. It was a creature that roamed between the 14th and 19th floors of the dungeon to do its master's bidding. The reason for its existence was to provide its master with new slaves that its subordinates had captured inside the dungeon. That was the role it played, and it was more than happy to do its master's bidding. "Let's hurry," William urged his party as they ran across the 14th floor of the dungeon. Along the way, students of the academy that were also on the same floor followed behind them. They had received a distress call coming from a student, and it was standard procedure to come to their aid. This was a strict rule that was implemented in the Helen Royal Academy when a batch of students were exploring a dungeon. They were duty-bound to rescue their schoolmates once the distress signal had been activated. Right now, more than 20 students of the Royal Academy, ranging from first years up to third years, were heading to the spot where the signal had been sent. Kent had noticed their movements and a slight frown appeared on his face. He, and his group, followed behind the students and asked them what was happening. The student he asked briefly mentioned the situation. Kent listened patiently and nodded his head in understanding. His group's expression suddenly became serious, but Kent gave them all a stare that shut them up. Kent placed his hand inside his pocket and touched a red jewel the size of a quail's egg. A minute later, he removed his hand from the pocket and continued to follow the students who were making their way to the western part of the dungeon. A third-year martial student was in the lead as he held his sword in his hand. He spotted 2 hobgoblin shamans ahead as well as 6 hobgoblin warriors. He immediately gave his party the order to attack and ensure that they would be finished off as quickly as possible. These third years were a regular party that explored the goblin crypt. They could be called veterans when fighting against hobgoblin shamans, and they took the lead in rescuing their fellow students. The hobgoblin shamans fired their curses, but they were easily intercepted by the magic of the clerics who were among the group of students. The numerical advantage played in their favor as they disposed of all the monsters that blocked their way. The group stopped at an intersection where the path was divided into 3. They didn't randomly choose a direction. Instead, they asked the red-headed boy where they needed to go. "Where should we go next?" The third-year martial student, Harrison, asked William, who seemed to be aware of the missing student's location. "The left one," William replied. "My friends are only 200 meters away from our location. We're almost there." Harrison nodded and led the way. 5 minutes later, they found several hobgoblin warriors who seemed to be guarding a man-made enclosure. There was no need to say anything and a fight broke out immediately. William and his party joined the clash. All of them were feeling anxious because they knew the identities of the missing students. Surprisingly, there were no hobgoblin shamans present in the enclosure. The dozen hobgoblin warriors were easily dealt with, and Harrison and the other students destroyed the cages where several people lay unconscious. "Wendy, wake up!" Est held the unconscious girl's shoulder as he shook her awake. "Wake up!" He was very careful in shaking her, for the girl had only a robe draped over her body. Est's senses had told him that aside from being completely naked, Wendy was still a pure maiden. The hobgoblins weren't able to taint her, which made William and the others sigh in relief. Thank you for listening and supporting the Cultivation audiobook channel. If you'd like to support us, 1 cup of coffee can make a big difference. Please check the PayPal link in the YouTube description.